know that was Jimmy Garoppolo playing and all that stuff like that. But it looks like a different team with the way that Kyle is using, with the way they're using McCaffrey, the way they're using Deebo. I mean, there's always this creative way of trying to get the ball in the perimeter, trying to get the ball in the playmaker's hands. If you're Dallas, the problems are you're trying to match up, and then all of a sudden he puts Juszczyk out there as a flanker. He puts McCaffrey next to him. He puts Deebo Samuel in the backfield. And now you're sitting there like, wait a minute, I'm taking linebackers and safeties and moving them out of the box. And what's Kyle going to do? He's going to run the football. So now you've got a corner sitting in the box trying to play run defense. So it's very creative the way that they move their personnel around, the way they use their personnel. And it's a great fit with this quarterback because, I've evaluated this kid coming out of Iowa State. And what happened when you talk about Brock Purdy, you look at him and you go, well, 71% passer in college. Everything was underneath, intermediate. It's perfect. It's a throw. It's a run after catch. This guy, he has a complete understanding. It's just a great fit for how Kyle wants to call offense, and that's Dan Quinn's going to be Dan Quinn's trick. Last week against the Buccaneers, they don't run the football. This team is, if you look at the run pass splits, it's almost even. So that's the issues that you're going to deal with in this game.
Brian brought us 105.3 The Fan in Dallas with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Okay, Brian, I need to know who this Dallas defense actually is.
Yeah.
Is it the defense we saw on Monday night, or is it the defense over the last 5 weeks of the season that watched the likes of whoever the hell Houston's quarterback was,
Sure.
Trevor Lawrence, Gardner Minshew? It was backup quarterbackville for like 5 weeks, and people were scoring a lot of points on this team. So who are they?
Yeah, it's kind of funny if you look at the NFC playoffs. Daniel Jones is the highest drafted quarterback in this draft that's left. So that's kind of funny in itself.
Yep.
But, I feel like that when you watch the Cowboy defense, and Dan Quinn did something, they have issues at left cornerback spot. There's no question about that. I mean, they lost Anthony Brown, early in the year. They lost Jordan Lewis, their nickel. They've really struggled to try and find somebody. They've thrown, a lot of different resources off the street, practice squad, you name it. They've tried to figure out things. So, the Deron Bland, who played his ball at Fresno out there, he's come in and done a really nice job. Israel McQuamu is another one that's come in. He's, we haven't seen Israel play in a lot of games, and it was one of those things where maybe, Dan Quinn was holding back, knowing, okay, I'm not going to show people what I'm doing here at left corner. I'm just going to keep throwing bodies at it and see what happens and try and get some type of rotation. But they, Israel came out and played really, really well. They had a really good mix of the man-to-zone stuff. They really did a good job, I think, of kind of confusing Brady. And I know it's hard to say, oh, yeah, you confused Tom Brady. But pressure was good, and then they mixed the man-in-zone. And I think they had two different game plans in that game, a first-half game plan, a second-half game plan, and it really, really worked out well for them. So, that's kind of where we're at with the Cowboys right now. If they can get you in negative yardage situations, and, it was the first time since week 10 that they got a holding call against the opponent. Any type of negative play allows this Cowboys to do what they do best, and that's rush the passer. So, that's what the trick's going to be. Can you somehow, some way force the 49ers into some negative down and distance situations where you can rush the passer? That's where, this team is going to thrive. They've been running a lot of games, a lot of stunts, a lot of twists, everything to try and get pressure. But quarterbacks have just been getting the ball out quick. They just have not let the Cowboys rush the passer the way they have early in the season. So, can you get Brock Purdy to hold the football? That's going to be another one of those things you have to kind of try and figure out.
Brian, it's great to have you on your show. Are you allowed to say what you think, or are you contractually obligated to pick the Cowboys in this game?
Oh no, I could pick whoever I want. And matter of fact, the owner one time came up to me, and I used to work for the Cowboys for 14 years, and the owner came up to me and said, he goes, "Hey, you're kicking my ass pretty good in the media right now." And I'm like, "Yes, sir." And he goes, "But you're fair about it." And as long as he doesn't have a problem with me, man, we're all good. But yeah, the organization, they let us say whatever we want. And trust me, I've tried to fire Jason Garrett for 3 years before he actually got fired. So here we are today talking about it.
Okay, so I want to hear it on your show, Niners by 10.
Oh no! Hey, I'm going to pick the Cowboys, of course. I mean, I'm going to pick the Cowboys just because to me, it's one of those things where I feel like that we with the Cowboys. I think that this offense for the Cowboys will present some problems for the 49ers. I think your secondary, they could cornerback. I mean, I'm watching these games. I'm like thinking, you protect this front, and you could throw the ball. So that's what my hope is for the Cowboys right now. So, yeah, you guys got a great team, no question about it. But I think Dallas offensively can move the ball in this team. We'll see.
Yep,
we'll see how it goes.
Indeed we will. Hey, Brian, thank you so much, man. Great to have you.
Take care, guys. See you.
All right, there he goes. Brian brought us 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, and I want to jump right to say YouTube feed is back.
Yeah.
Back.
Come on back.
We back. So everybody get back on YouTube, and let's build that number back up. Get the chat going again. The YouTube feed is back and online.
Yeah, he went out on a limb with that fire Jason Garrett take. I'm sure he was the only one in Dallas who was, and I'm just giving Brian a hard time.
I will tell you
Great
this.
story, though, about his background with his uncle being a longtime 49er.
So he should be a 49er fan.
Well, just depends on, he's a Packer fan. He was with the Packers when the Packers owned the 49ers, and I had forgotten that they were that dominant in the 90s, 3 straight years, and 4 of 5 playoff runs ended by the Green Bay Packers.
Sure did, yep. All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. So we're back on YouTube. We've got the Good Doc next hour. Until then, we're wide open for your phone calls at 888-957-9570 on where this was all born, your Cowboy hatred. Or if you're younger than 40 years old, is this something that we're just making up? Those of us who were watching football back in the 80s and 90s, but 28 years since the Dallas Cowboys have even appeared in a Super Bowl. And when we talk about that Cowboy defense, you obviously know who they're going up against, and it is whatever this lightning in the bottle is that's run by Brock Purdy. So this was fun. I thought we could go over this real quick. How about this? Brock Purdy's draft profile. Take a look. Because you even heard him say, Brian was like, oh, yeah, I covered Iowa State, and this is perfect for him because this is what he does well, and this is what he doesn't do well. I think we're still getting to know what he does well. And what he doesn't do well, I don't know if we've got a really long list yet.
We haven't seen anything that he doesn't do well yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's not asked to huck the ball down the field a whole lot.
And he had to come back against the Raiders. They were 10 down early in the third quarter, but it was a high-scoring game, and it didn't feel like there was a lot of pressure in that game, right. So we haven't really seen him up against it, down in a spot like this if they fall behind. But from what we've seen from Brock Purdy, what would be the one thing that you look at that he doesn't do well? You'd have to really you'd be hard-pressed to find anything through his first 6 starts that he hasn't done well. And that's to your point about... and I'm looking forward to hearing the scouting report because I'm sure the scouting report is not, this guy can make all the throws. He's a first-round talent,
There's some things in here that are listed under weaknesses that literally are the things he's doing the best.
Right.
So yes, it was all kinds of wrong, obviously, or else he wouldn't have been available with the last pick in the draft. But if you ask me, what does he not do well? I guess that in the first half of that game against the Seahawks, there were a few throws that felt like he was going by the script a little bit too much and tried to force it into spots where there really wasn't anything there. It looks like the middle linebackers are going to sit there and try to knock down the crossing routes. Now, is that really that big of a criticism, or that's just quarterbacking in the NFL?
Right.
You're not going to see some arms, and you're going to be off schedule a little bit. He has reacted to every situation well. He improvises well. He moves well. He sees the field. Yeah, does he miss some wide open throws? Right. This is that. We've talked about it. I hate this new thing on the internet where somebody's averaging 35 points a game, but here we are with videos of like, well, look at this guy who was wide open and he didn't see him. Did you know you could do that to every quarterback in every game, even the ones who are named Mahomes and Allen? Like, you miss guys. You can't see every receiver. You don't have time to see every receiver on every play. But, yeah, there's nothing. Your list of Brock stinks at and then fill in the blank.
Good luck.
It's still blank.
Right. And if you look at the history of playoff games in the National Football League, you will find a grand total of 0 games ever played where a quarterback completed every single pass. Right. The record, by the way, Tom Brady, 93% New England over Jacksonville in 2008.
Jeez.
That's the record, 93%. So even in that game, I would imagine there was at least one play where Tom Brady had somebody open and he didn't find him. Maybe he checked it down when somebody was running free. And yes, the internet and now the All 22 is available for everyone almost immediately after the game, and we can all see when our team loses and a quarterback. And imagine that, Mark, when you've got, think about our job. Imagine doing what you do. Right now, you're waiting to talk again. Imagine if you had 5 people trying to protect you while 7 people are trying to rip the mic out of your hands. And you're supposed to, make every sentence perfect and do everything perfectly.
By time.
Well, yeah, you're going to have to roll right. You're going to have to check down a sentence, whatever. Think about any other job where you've got finely tuned, huge athletic men coming to try to injure you. And yet we expect these guys to do everything right and always find the open man. The internet and the technology has made all of us overly critical.
Check out this overview. Okay, this is Brock Purdy's draft profile on NFL.com. Here's the full overview.
Okay, go quick because you got the blitz is coming.
Oh,
you got people who are going to rush you from all sides.
I'm going to read like that old. Remember that old commercial? Purdy started.
Oh, that guy was
like
awesome.
An auctioneer. All right, 4-year starter who was never able to improve on a stellar sophomore campaign. Purdy is a burly pocket quarterback who needs a play-action-based offense where he can rely on timing over release quickness and arm strength. He can be a confident passer when he finds his rhythm, but throwing is more of a chore than a talent thanks to a labored release. Certain areas of the field will be off limits as he moves up to take on NFL coverage talent. He's a scrappy runner, but not dynamic enough to make up for his shortcomings as a passer.
I think a lot of that is accurate, but and again, what is missing?
Labored release?
I don't see a labored release.
I don't see a labored release.
He is a scrappy runner, and the way. And if you look at his 40 time doesn't pop off the charts. His arm strength is not terrific, and I don't know if he is a stocky QB. They called him a stocky QB. And the fact that he never got better after his sophomore year,
he did.
Well, he got benched. And, he still was able to be the starter most games for, a powerhouse, Power 5
Big
conference
12,
team. So, these are all things that are, I guess, quantifiable. But what you can't quantify is what we are now seeing on the field. For one thing, he has a knack for seeing the defense. He has an incredible ability of making quick decisions and making the right decision. We talked to his quarterback coach, Will Hewlett, about the S2 cognition.
Processing.
All the processing things and the football IQ things that don't show up on your typical scouting report.
So there are 7 things listed as specific weaknesses below this. We'll read those in just a second, but we want to keep going to the phones here at 888-957-9570, especially Ryan in San Diego, who's 32. He's 32. Why I hate the Cowboys? Because the last time they were there, he was 3. Okay, 3 or 4 years old. Hey, Ryan, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. So I actually am from Nevada. I came down to San Diego for college. Been down here since 2008.
Okay.
But when I was a kid, I was probably 5. I came home from school one day, and I said I hated some kid at school. And my dad said, hate's a strong word. Shouldn't say you hate anybody. You can only hate 2 things in life, the Dodgers and the Cowboys. And from then on, that's all it was. Those are my 2 teams, the 2 teams that I hate over everything. And kind of like you said, they haven't really done anything recently. And I've even had times where I'm like, why do I hate the Cowboys? And then I just think back to that. I'm like, yep, hate the Cowboys.
Ryan, it's good parenting, Ryan. It is. Is your dad still with us, Ryan?
Yeah, he's still up in Northern California. Actually, he's driving down today.
I hope he's listening because he is a phenomenal human being. That is some of the best fathering I have ever heard in my life. But you are going to my point. I think hatred for the Cowboys, especially for those under 40, is not nature, it's nurture. Like this has to be injected into you by someone else because they've been completely non-threatening. So, Ryan, pass that along to your dad, okay? Tell him that Willard and Dibbs say he's one of the best human beings in the history of the planet.
I will. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah,
that's great. Shout out Novato. Yeah. I want to hear the weaknesses real quick.
Okay,
if you can
here they are.
Because I think it's hilarious because, when you scout any player, it's really just one or two or three or eight people's opinions, right? And we talked about this. Wherever you land in the pros, all of a sudden your weaknesses, and like one of his scouting report things was, needs to be in a play-action system. I think he's in a play-action system.
Yeah,
and I think he looks pretty good.
I mean, most
running
of them
these
are
stretch
now.
fakes.
That's the other thing, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, these are 7 separate sentences. You tell me agree or disagree that these were accurate.
Okay.
7 weaknesses. First one, pocket setup lacks quickness.
Totally disagree.
Okay, I'm with you. Next one, field blinders occasionally rob him of seeing the big play.
Don't think so. He seems to have great vision for the field.
Has he missed some big plays? Yes.
Who doesn't?
However, I'm with you. Like, never have I watched him play with the 49ers and been like, dude's got field blinders. I felt that way about some of the other guys who've played quarterback for the 49ers the last 5 years.
Seems like his head's always up and looking down the field.
Okay, next one. Delivery is labored.
Don't think so.
Totally disagree.
Not a quick release, but quick enough.
Next one. Lacks timing to beat NFL corners outside the numbers.
I think he's thrown pretty well outside the numbers.
Yeah, he has.
Not a lot of tight out routes, but they don't run those.
His timing is actually fantastic.
Yeah.
His anticipation is really good. This guy, he makes a lot of throws outside the numbers before receivers even gone into his break. That's another thing that's probably been underrated. Like, he seems to have chemistry with these guys. And
already, right?
And he didn't have the opportunity to really build that. Okay, 3 more. This cracks me up. Shies away from tight window throws.
He's thrown the ball into pretty tight windows.
No, he doesn't at all.
That throw to Ayuk that he dropped in the corner, that was a pretty tight window, that throw.
Here's one with which I kind of agree. Ball needs to come out sooner on deep ball shots.
Yeah, he likes to hold it.
Jawan Jennings in the end zone just last week. Comes out a little sooner, it's a touchdown. Last one. Confidence and consistency have been issues.
Not so far.
Confidence?
A lot of moxie, this kid.
This dude.
Big sock Brock.
All right. More of your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Warriors live tomorrow night, 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. So more of your calls and the good doc on injuries next hour as well on Willard and Dibbs.
E-bikes and scooters are hot. What's not? Heat and cold and rain. Solo is the EV that makes efficient commuting comfortable, fully enclosed with air conditioning and heat. Bring on the weather. Solo has you covered for less than $16,000. Get yours at drivesoloev.com. Price excludes tax, title, and other fees.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 2:30.
It'd be good for me and the job I'm in to not get too emotional, which is just more my nature. But what you have to exercise and you learn is patience.
And head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto at 4.
He's the modern MJ. Now half the crowd's got blue and yellow 30 jerseys. It's just Steph. He transcends the game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
$1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Right now, you can get free carpet installation from the Home Depot. So while we're putting in your new carpet, you'll have more time to take care of the lawn. Get started on dinner. Or just lay down and relax on your new carpet after it's installed. Get your free carpet installation started with the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Minimum purchase of $4.99. Exclusions apply. U.S. only. See store for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Welcome back to Earth, folks. We hope you enjoyed your 8.5 minutes in orbit.
Technology lets you vacation in space, but to get work done on Earth, you need more than technology. You need CDW to design and manage a Cisco hybrid work solution that delivers the same secure network experience to all your satellite offices. And with consistent connectivity that empowers your team, they can collaborate from any space.
And no, you can't keep the helmet.
Cisco makes hybrid work possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Cisco.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
He's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
As the playmaker once said, "Oh my God."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, life, man.
I love that guy, Michael Irvin.
my God.
I do.
God.
I love him, Mark.
If I can quote somebody from the YouTube feed, and by the way, we're back up on YouTube.
Yeah, we're back.
Go hard, Mark.
No, that's yourself. You're quoting you.
Yeah.
Stop. What happened this week? You're giving yourself numbers. You're quoting yourself.
I'm in my bag,
Why don't
Mark.
you start calling yourself by the third person?
That's
Should
next.
we do an interview where I'm just like, so, tell me what you think about this game? And you'll be like, well, Dan Dibley says that
Please
the
go
Niners,
full Ricky Henderson.
Like,
Dan Dibley loves to go
dude,
third person.
You're going to end up at 9:45. What are you doing right now? Are you okay over there?
Dibber Claus is in his bag. And,
everybody's in their bag. I just went over to my bag, too.
Yeah.
You know what was in there? Lunch. I put
And
lunch
a good luck
in a
golf
bag.
ball.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And a good luck golf
I didn't
ball.
eat that.
No,
I'm
good.
going to keep that.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I can hit that. I
No,
think
you
I just
can't.
have to just keep that.
If they lose, then you can hit it. And you can hit it, and you can quit it, and it's over. What's gotten into you, Dibs? What's gotten into Dibs today?
Are you
Dibs? What's gotten into you?
No,
I'm in my bag, Mark.
Dibs is him. He's Dim.
You're him.
I'm Hibbs. He's Hibbs. No, I'll be honest, Mark. I am super. Can I just share something with you of a semi-personal nature?
Please.
I'm going to the Niner game on Sunday.
You are?
I'm going to the game. And
on tickets or credential?
Well, it's funny you ask that because I asked for a credential Monday before I put it out to the good people at the BetQL network from the Odyssey app. Okay. I said, hey, if you want me to do the BetQL chat again, it would be fun if Guru and I did a tag team BetQL gambling chat.
From
Cowboy
midfield.
fan, Niner fan. We could do that.
Right.
So I put in for a credential. Lucas, our great, I guess he's the assistant PD. He doesn't have the title, but he's got the
Lucas.
office.
He's got the office. Right. There's a chair
Daniel
in there.
Freisinger, Danny Fry, who is now like a VP of some sort, he left the office, and Lucas has been squatting in there.
Yep.
And apparently he's got the gig. So congrats, and I give him credit. He got me a credential just this morning. My good friend from high school, Steve Rabb, who I haven't spoken to in probably 15 years.
Go on.
Maybe 20 years.
Go on.
He hits me with a, hey, we're getting the band back together. Rick Barsotti, Tom Avakumovitz, two of my high school closest friends, Steve Rabb and the great Eric Berghoff. He's like, we're all going to the game. We got an extra ticket for you. Section 111. Are you in?
Section 111. It's a good ticket,
that's
too.
That's pretty good spot, yeah. He's like, it's not club level, but they're good seats. And so I called him this morning and I said, dude, I got a credential, but I'm in. And he said, well, you got a credential. I'm going to give the ticket to someone else, and then we can meet up and hang out anyway. So I'm going to have a virtual high school reunion before the game at Levi's.
Who's the other person? Who's a person?
Don't know. Might be Clark Nelson.
Yeah.
Could be Dave Lewinsky.
Yeah.
Heck, it could be Joe Gallagher out of nowhere.
I couldn't go to this game even if I wanted to.
Could be Otto Avakumovitz, the older brother of
You're
Tom
making up
Avakumovitz.
names at this point. These people aren't
Dude,
real.
Yeah, seriously. Who did you like go into school and you're like, all right, I'm only going to be friends with you if you have a really weirdo name?
Rick Barsotti is from the he's cut from the DiVincenzo.
Yeah, like that I get. What'd you call him? An Abramowitz or what?
Avakumovitz. He's Hungarian.
That's not real.
Tom Avakumovitz. Yeah, he's a teacher, former teacher down at Homestead High School.
I love it.
And Steve Rabb, the second smartest person I've ever known.
Did you call him Broccoli? Was that his nickname?
Broccoli Rob?
Yeah.
No.
No?
But his
All right.
brother did rip my shoulder out of its socket, which is
I feel like half the people you know, you have a story about them taking...
Mike Rabb.
Yeah, like sending you to the hospital.
I grabbed a rebound like this behind my head with one arm, and he grabbed the ball and pulled it straight down, and I tore my labrum.
Oh, that's a Stephen Curry.
Yeah.
It was way worse than Steph.
You
way
don't
worse.
know what Steph
He had
felt.
a subluxation. He didn't tear his labrum. If he did, thank you, Priest. If he would have torn his labrum, he would have been out for 4 to 6
Listen
months.
to you sounded like Tony Parker when he basically kicked Kawhi Leonard out of San Antonio. He's like, yeah, I had the same injury. I was back in 4 hours.
Doc Pandia coming up at 11:30.
That's right.
We'll talk about torn labrums versus simple subluxations.
All right. No, we won't.
Dibs is asking him.
Okay.
Third person.
Anyway, well, enjoy the game. That'll be fun.
Thank you.
I have to do one of those. The last time I did this,
Oh, no.
Yeah. The last time I did this was when I shouldn't say this out loud because now if they lose, you're going to blame it on me. The last time I did this was when the Warriors lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 7.
Oh, God.
No, I don't have a choice.
Now we have someone to blame.
Do you know how hard it is when you're a diehard fan?
This is for you.
Like, you want to be so locked in when you have to do something else in the middle of the game. Now, it doesn't prevent me from watching the game.
Right.
But it prevents me from being locked in the way that I would want, which is everybody get the hell out of here. I want to focus. I want beer, nachos, and other Niner fans and screaming. That's what I want. But that's not what I'm going to get sometimes. This game landed on a Sunday late. I will watch the first half, and then we will essentially be on the air during the second half of the game. So, by the way, if you want to kind of I'm going to try to turn as much as I can, and, we'll do it legally. But
you're doing it from home.
Of course. So Ephraim and I will kind of be doing like a Manning cast of this game in the second half if anybody wants to hang out along with us and watch it that way.
You won't be doing play-by-play, but you can remark on what's happening.
We can react, and we will.
Second at 7, Brock Purdy, the pistol.
It's tough, though.
It's a true eye.
I mean, when Kyrie hit that shot, and I had to just be on air and not cry and act like everything was fine, like Kyrie ruining my Father's Day, we were on the air, and it was terrible. I'll never forget it.
I told you my story about that. I missed it. We were watching
the whole game?
We were watching the game at my buddy's house, who will remain nameless because it was his fault, but it's just one of those things.
Sounds like your fault.
We had the game recorded. So it was paused at one point. So we were running about 8 to 10 minutes behind.
Okay.
You get to the end of the game, and with about 48 seconds to go,
somebody hit a button.
The recording ran out. The recording ran out. So now it's like,
oh my God.
All of a sudden it's like, do you want to delete? It's like,
you should have said yes. They would have replayed the game.
So he hits delete, and all of a sudden it jumps to live, and Cleveland has won the basketball game.
The championship.
And I'm like,
LeBron's crying, and
I looked at the screen, and I looked at my friend, and he's like, my fault. And I quietly walked over, grabbed my hoodie, and walked out of the building. Just went home.
Give him another beer.
I mean, what do you say at that point?
I blame all of you. Why are you watching the game?
He was the host.
But why?
I think a couple people who were coming to watch it were running behind. So it was, hey.
Can't catch up during commercials?
It was one of those things. Again, I was not in control of the remote.
I was
a road team.
Were you with your sons at that point? Because it was Father's Day. So
yes, absolutely.
I could not imagine in hindsight on Father's Day, like my favorite team playing.
Dude.
Like, I would be by myself. Like, I would tell the missus, Jade, like, no, I need to be by myself. I can't do this.
I'll never forget. It was one of these cute moments that, if you've ever been a parent, you know these moments, like where you get home from work and all the kids, they're so little, they're all in the bath together. And it's Father's Day, and I get home from work, and the Warriors have lost the championship, and you got little rubber duckies floating around in the bath, and a bunch of laughy, smiley, and they're like, "Are you okay, Dad? Sorry.
No, I'm not okay.
Sorry about...
Definitely far from okay.
Sorry about the Warriors. Quack, 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 quack. Like, I mean, that's what I walk into. And you're kind of like, I want to die, but also laugh. The same. Like, it was kind of the levity that I needed in that moment. I'll never forget that. I've never experienced a game like that. And I hope I never do again, and this weekend better not be that.
Right.
It better not be that.
And it's odd because you are going to be on the air. And if it's one of those, like, back and forth, nail-biting affairs, it's going to be difficult. Well, and I don't think that we're going to carry your show because we have our own overtime show that comes on after the game.
So you won't carry my post game, but you'll carry my in game.
I wonder.
Right?
Tune in, Fox Sports Radio.
I would think.
Absolutely.
I'll go confirm. Look.
We got a show meeting today, so we'll find out.
Like, yeah, we'll be on.
We're going to be live
if you're
local.
We're going to call it.
Do we really? Madison's not here. Why do we have one?
Devone,
Block. I've got Devone and Block lined up. Block. Shamari Block.
Yeah. You're going to block me from watching this game is what this show is going to do.
Just let Ephraim run hog wild.
No, I will.
And apparently he can talk.
Oh, sure. Ephraim,
which makes it an interesting combo.
Well, here's the thing. So I can't see him, though. And Ephraim's got he's got a slow pace. He takes big pauses.
Not pump fake you?
Not Jim Rome, but I've learned, I let Ephraim cook because if I don't, I can't see him, and he takes big pauses. So if I jump in on all those, then we trip all over each other.
You don't do a Zoom, for you and he only, just so you can see each other?
No, because we did this together years ago. Before I even came back home, we did this for a while together. So it'd be you think you and I could do a show together without looking at each other? Of course we could. I know your cadence.
I know your rhythm.
I know when you're going to pop in. Yeah. I know exactly when I'm supposed to interrupt you. And then we would be fine.
And I know when I'm supposed to interrupt you, which is virtually all the time.
You are invited to whenever you want.
And you've told me that, and I appreciate that.
I've told you that.
And I've told you exactly the opposite. Let Dibber cook.
Stop blocking me. You talk blocking Brock. All right, Justin in San Jose, your turn. What are you doing, Justin? Calling Willard and Dibs like a crazy person. What are you doing?
No, man, just give me something to eat. How you guys doing?
Man, we're cooking. We're all right.
That's what's up, man. I wanted to say, man, I can't stand these Cowboys, man. They always trying to have the top player, all the Pro Bowls, just like the Yankees. I can't stand them, man. I really can't stand them. They had what? They didn't like T.O. when he put the ball in the middle of the star. All of a sudden, they want to go get T.O. Then they get Dion Sanders. Then they want to go do this and do that. They always crying. That's why they call it a cowgirl. They shouldn't even have the name of American team. What? Get out of here. Mm-hmm. Now the teams it's verse. We got all the Pro Bowlers and we got all the stars. Let's go Niners, man. And on my parlay, man, the Niners are supposed to beat the bigger team, and the Cowboys is the weaker team. Let's go, man. Let's go.
Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Come on,
Let's
Justin.
go, Jesse.
Hey, I will say this, because this is, and I tweeted it out last night. Tell me your story of why you hate the Dallas Cowboys. And one of the answers you get a lot is their fan base. And I'll say this. You do know 49er fans, right? You do know that other fan bases think the same thing about us. This is not
us.
This is not to excuse obnoxious people from Texas. That's not my jam either. But
what's the deal with Nancy Pelosi? This guy.
Hell,
I almost knocked him out.
That's not just a Texas thing, by the way. I told you that story when I went play golf in Truckee last summer.
Yeah, exactly.
I got that from a guy who lives in Sacramento.
Just a joke.
He goes, where are you from? I'm in the Bay Area, just north of San Francisco. And he goes, the Bay Area? Well, ain't that a bunch of nonsense? Where are you from? I'm Sacramento. I'm like, what? Come on. We all in the same gang.
Yeah.
Nope.
It's the Texas of Northern California.
Totally.
And by the way,
ain't that a bunch
instead
of
getting mad at this Texas Yahoo, his wife happened to be walking along with us on this round of golf.
Oh, you went and talked to his wife?
Not only did I talk to his wife, I started flirting with his wife.
I have a wife.
She was about 67 years old, and next thing you know, Ethel, your sweater. Dang, you're 67. I had you for 44.
That's a peach, huh?
Dude, next thing you know, I am virtually all over this blue-haired biddy. And about 2 holes later, he catches wind. All of a sudden now he's not so funny anymore. Now that this little Californian's trying to make time with his best girl.
I'm going, Woody, I'm going to steal your girlfriend.
Dude, Dibber Claus was about half staff at that time.
I bet.
It was pretty funny.
You were in your bag.
Here. Oh, yeah. Made a triple bogey on 5. I could give a crap. Shut him right up.
Oh, I'm duffing shots on purpose over here. I'm going to hang back.
That's a 4 for your score drops, Spadone. Didn't happen until the back 9.
Oh, God. Anyway, point being, if your fan base isn't ripped as obnoxious, you're not really that good of a fan base. Right? If you can't rip the fan base, you don't have one. Nobody's like, you know what? I hate Texans fans.
Those Carolina Panther fans really tick me off.
I cannot stand the fan base of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Those Arizona Cardinals really rankle me.
Right? I mean, let's get to the big one. Damn, I hate Chargers fans. They don't exist.
Oh, man.
They don't have a fan
Poor
base.
Evan. Come on.
Seriously.
I know.
No, he's actually a perfect example of a Chargers fan. I adore Evan Giddings, and I love that he's a Chargers fan.
They're adorable.
And when they lost that game, they lost that lead, I thought about E-Dog, and I actually felt a little sad.
You did?
And a lot of my best friends are from San Diego. The great Ron Ventimiglia, not a made-up name.
Stop it.
Ventimiglia.
Stop DiVincenzoing me.
He's from the town of Ventimiglia.
Do you have anybody with a one-syllable last name that you know? Anybody?
Steve Reb.
Oh,
the aforementioned Steve Reb.
Yeah, that's a nickname, though. His name's Broccoli. Anyway, go ahead.
Ron Ventimiglia from San Diego. A lot of my good best friends are from San Diego, so my heart breaks when the Chargers do Charger things.
Well, that is the definition of San Diego. They're adorable. Like, they think that they're always like they're a rat on a wheel. They're like, LA is our rival, and blah, 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 and they freak. It's like, no, you're SeaWorld. We want to visit. It's beautiful there. You're not bothering anybody. Like, has anybody ever, and yes, I do still put the Chargers in San Diego. The Chargers and the Padres, sure, they've had years where they're good. Hell, the Niners played the Chargers in the Super Bowl once upon a time. But my point is have they ever, gotten under your skin? Have you ever been annoyed where you're like, oh, I can't stand that team? Like,
Phillip Rivers did his trash talking. Some
Okay.
people didn't
I
like
can't
Phil.
stand Phillip Rivers.
Like, he was perfect for San Diego because this man wouldn't stop trash talking, yet he didn't use cuss words. He's like, you.
God damn it.
That's right. You chocolate fudge. What? I mean, all of these things that he couldn't use the actual F word. He couldn't use, it's just like, what on earth? It's perfect San Diego. Perfect San Diego. Nothing has ever bothered anybody about San Diego.
The guys accounted for 1% of San Diego's population. Although they actually didn't live in San Diego.
Yeah,
they
moved.
Yeah.
He got some compound or something out in Alabama. You're never going to hear from him again. He's going to be I think he's a high school football coach. You're never going to hear from Phillip Rivers again. He's gone. That's it.
My guy Lo Neal swears by Phillip Rivers, which has changed my tune a little bit. Everybody swears by Phillip Rivers. Yeah.
Teammates love him.
Just his whole act.
Next time Ornberger comes on, ask him about him. He's he's the best teammate he's ever had.
I was in the sauna with Lorenzo Neal.
There he is. Yeah, people love that guy.
Which, there's an image, by the way.
No joke. All right, Doc Pandia is less than 10 minutes away. I want to ask him about Dre Greenlaw and a couple other things. Niners and Warriors related. We'll get to all of that. Let's go to Cole in Pleasant Hill. Hey, Cole, what are you doing?
Hey, honored to be back on. Just working away, trying to swing some deals here, thinking about what you guys are talking about. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, here's my deal with these Cowboys is that growing up, it was like you'd see the Montana jerseys, but then you'd see 2 or 3 Aikman jerseys to every one of those Montana jerseys. The fans in Dallas, it's a lot to do with the fans, and they have their teams. They have the Mavericks and the Rangers and and then their Cowboys out there. But the Rangers and the Mavericks aren't nearly, I feel like, as maybe touted out there. They're not shown off as much as the Cowboys are. And so when you see a sports fan from that area, you see the Cowboys' presence there, and it just annoys me. And the worst thing is watching, like you said before, watching Jerry Jones, his smile at the end of these games, these primetime games that we're all sitting there watching on Sunday night or Monday night. It just bothers the heck out of me. So seeing them lose, there will be nothing better than to watch it again in our full at-home sea of red. Go Niners.
Yeah, I mean, that's almost what this rivalry is based on. In a way, it's not so much historical matchups. Certainly not in the last 30 years. Again, outside of the early to mid-'90s, what's the biggest thing that's happened in this rivalry? It's Terrell Owens knocking Jeff Garcia over to get to the star, which is kind of like, I mean, sure, it's an emotional moment, but...
That was 23 years ago.
Yeah, and what kind of season were the 49ers even having that year? What kind of season were the Cowboys having? This wasn't a playoff game. It was just a game.
They were both 1-3 going in.
Right? So
Niners win at 41-24.
Memorable moments are few and far between in the last 30 years. What we're actually talking about here is the clashing of brands. These are massive brands. And in your hatred of the other side is some underlying respect and or admiration, because Jerry Jones has taken a team that hasn't been to a Super Bowl in 30 years and somehow turned it into the biggest brand in the sport that fits with his fan base perfectly. He built a stadium that is named after his first name, and he's essentially the commissioner of the league. He's the most powerful person in this sport, and there's really not much debating it.
And his brand is maybe the highest valued brand, despite not being very good on the field. Just one quick postscript on the Chargers Phillip Rivers conversation.
Yeah.
And I'll need Spadoni for game show music, if you would, please. One question, Mark. Which number is greater? Chargers playoff wins or Phillip Rivers children?
Chargers playoff wins under Phillip or all time?
In the Super Bowl era. So since 1979. I know the Super Bowl goes longer than that, but they didn't make the playoffs before 79.
I know, yeah. Let's see.
Phillip Rivers kids or Chargers playoff wins?
You're leading me to say Phillip Rivers kids just by asking. It's close. I know Phillip Rivers kids, I think the number's 9. And Chargers playoff wins in the Dan Fouts, Phillip Rivers era, I would guess that number to be 8.
11.
Oh,
11. Close.
All right.
And this is pending any Phillip Rivers baby news that we may not be hip to. He does have a 3-year-old, and he's due. Phillip is more due than the Chargers are.
They're due for another one?
No, I mean, based on the math, he's due.
Yeah. Well, he might have had a vasectomy or something by now, I would hope. He
right.
Retired and go be a coach, bro. I mean, no? All right.
No chance. A vasectomy.
The road to Glendale begins now. It's brought to you by Marist Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together, and all guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The guest that is coming up next is Doc Pandia. We'll get a quick thought or two on Drayton Greenlaw and some of the other situations affecting the 49ers and the Warriors in terms of health right now. And then back to your phone calls at 888-957-9570. It is Willard and Dibs.
John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast.
When I watch Nick Bosa, I see a guy that it feels like he could play in any era. How important is he to the dynamic of that defense?
Nick always has an impact. You just look at the way schematically people approach us. There's always extra attention on Nick, which frees our other guys up. You know, he's a tremendous player. And I told you guys about Christian's work ethic. There's probably one person in this building who rivals that work ethic, and it would be Nick Bosa.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, everyone? It's Willard for the Game Time app. Been telling you about it. It is one of my favorites. It is last-minute deals on tickets that you flat out will not find anywhere else. Been using this app since last summer, and it has never failed me, not once. Amazing last-minute deals on tickets are why Game Time has become the fastest-growing ticketing app in the U.S. I'm in the app right now. Now, granted, this is a big number, not surprisingly. It's the Cowboys and the Niners for crying out loud, but this game this Sunday, the get-in price on the Game Time app, $466. What I can almost promise you is that number is going to go down as we get closer to kickoff, because that's what Game Time does. But listen to these deals. For example, want to go to the Sharks game tonight? $16. You can get into this thing. But you can also shoot far ahead. Want to go to the Giants home opener this year? You can already rock tickets to that for $97. Or look way ahead to Madonna. This isn't just sports, concerts, theater, events. Madonna all the way in October at Chase Center, $125. All of that is in the Game Time app right now. So check it out, because it's also incredibly user-friendly. You open it up, you enter your email, boom, there's your account. You put in San Francisco Bay Area, there are all the events, and you can click on the event and see where your seat would be and get a real-time image from that seat. So incredibly user-friendly. Just download the Game Time app, enter your email, and use the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. Again, enter your email and the redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2023, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Wendy's. Wendy's knows everyone hates cold, soggy fries, so they've changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy, guaranteed. If yours aren't, then bring them back and they'll replace them at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured, so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly, different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yeah.
Hey, it's Jermichael Green with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willer and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Jermichael, he's getting his way back onto the practice floor right now, working his way back, and the Warriors will be back in action tomorrow in Boston. A little two-step, Boston, Cleveland, to finish off the road trip. See if they can get one of them and hit the over.
Yeah,
and
you
have
were
a winning road trip.
You were negative Nancy, you and Steiny, both on the under 2.5 road wins on this 5-game trip. Yeah. Shocking that you would be on the negative, too.
I know. Sometimes I just have to surprise you. So,
and you did.
I'm actually staying there for the time being also. But it's time for Cleared to Play. Let's take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, good. Doc, what's going on?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We are fantastic. We are in the midst of this wonderful playoff run. But that also means that every injury is magnified and nerve-wracking. So Dre Greenlaw is playing, but we saw the back injury in Vegas. He was down for a while, and he's admitted, not going to be 100%. And so when he ends up down on the ground again over the weekend, I know he came back, but what's he dealing with, in your opinion?
I think with this time of the year, a lot of these soft tissue kind of wear and tear injuries have a tendency to creep up, and just given the nature of the fact that they allowed him to play, this is really about pain control and can be effective on the field. So, he had 11 tackles last game, but yeah, I agree. He did look a little bit slower, looked like he was having a tough time get up a couple times, but I think things working in his favor is, number one, the game being at Levi's. He's playing on grass as opposed to if they had to play in Dallas on turf. Turf is going to exacerbate a lot of these kind of back issues. And number two, the weather's going to be warmer. I think I'd get a little bit more worried end of January, beginning of February when the weather gets colder. So I think all those things will be working in his favor. And the fact, which is huge as well, too, is that Jason Peters is going to be out for Dallas. So he doesn't have to go against a huge, well-known offensive lineman up there. So all those things I think are going to put it in his favor to not have that back impact him a lot, but something we need to watch as the playoffs go on.
Samson Ebukam is dealing with a little bit of an ankle issue. He is day-to-day. How does this affect a pass rusher, and is it mitigated somewhat also, like Greenlaw, the fact that they're going to be on grass?
Yeah, I think the grass is the biggest part of this. I think with ankles and backs, that's where you're going to see the biggest impact from playing on grass versus turf. And I think with this and with Juwan Jennings as well, too, the day-to-day designation is really key. I think typically with these kind of injuries, when they get that designation, it's not about do they need to wait for something to structurally heal. It's let's wait and see if they can perform out there given the pain and swelling or whatever degree of instability they have. So I would assume if we see them at least practice by Friday, which I think is the key thing, they can get out by Friday, then I think they're pretty good to go for the weekend. And I wouldn't anticipate too much in terms of limitation. You can tape the ankle. You can have a good surface on there. You're not playing on turf. So I think there should be minimal impact on them. Maybe a little bit of a snap count, but not much in terms of performance.
Doc, I want to ask you about Trey Lance, and I guess it's a little bit of a 1-2 punch of a question. One, do you think he'll be ready for OTAs? And secondarily, the injuries injury that he suffered, but the fact that there were multiple procedures on it. Are we expecting by next season or that Trey Lance will look normal in terms of his mobility?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think he's going to be, based on what they're reporting, there should be no reason why he can't be at OTAs. And I think there's enough lead-in time for him to be able to get back the strength, get back his mobility before the OTAs start. And I think when we think about his injury in general, anytime as surgeons, for the most part, when we put hardware in, whether it's an ankle or a forearm, we say, look, this can stay in forever unless it begins to bother you. And if it begins to bother you and the bone's healed, then we can always take it out. So I think a lot of people are wondering, oh my God, this is a huge complication. This is something that happens. And almost it's a blessing in disguise for it to happen now, because what you don't want is come next season, September, October, where suddenly the hardware starts bothering him and then he needs to get it taken out. So assuming his bone's healed as they reported, they took the hardware out to deal with any irritation. This sets him up in the best position to rehab appropriately coming in the offseason. Now, will there be a little bit of setback in terms of the fact that he had to go through another procedure and he's been on crutches for a while? Absolutely. But I think there's well enough time remaining for him to be ready for OTAs and hopefully be close to regaining some of the mobility back without having to worry about if that hardware is going to bother.
From the hardware to hard luck, James Wiseman with a new injury, an ankle, didn't scrimmage today, isn't expected to suit up against Boston tomorrow. What's the prognosis for Wiseman dealing with yet another injury?
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit concerned about this ankle injury because typically if you look at NBA players, somewhere between 1 to 4 games for most garden variety ankle sprains. And now we're getting into a couple weeks right now, so you worry, was this kind of a more moderate to severe ankle sprain? Was this potentially a high ankle sprain? So you do get concerned. You had ankle issues, even before he had his meniscus issue as well, too, last, a couple seasons ago. So you get these accumulation of injuries, his wrist, his ankle, his knee, and you start worrying, is this kind of be the trend with Wiseman? Hopefully this is all just them being more cautious given his knee. I mean, he's had such a good run with his knee. We were talking about it so much last year, and it's been pretty good. Maybe they just don't want anything to flare up in that knee given the ankle. But as the weeks go by, you do get a little bit more worried about, is this more of a moderate severe injury that could take 4 to 6 weeks as opposed to that typical 1 to 4 day, 1 to 4 game timeline.
Doc, playoff time. Always great to have that perspective. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
All right, there he goes. And I should mention that the Golden State Warriors will play basketball tomorrow night.
Yes.
That's something that probably should have got that in before Doc left, but the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Yeah, and Warriors taking on Boston tomorrow. Already scrimmaged today, and James Wiseman did not partake, according to the San Jose Mercury News report that I just saw. So Warriors getting set for back-to-back Boston and Cleveland, then a return home. Hopefully they return home still at 500 where they sit right now. Even if they lose both, though, the way the West is, no time to panic.
No time to panic at all. I told you the panic meter, I threw it out already. But I think if they win either of these games, great trip if you come back 3-2 with everything right, all the factors in play, the injuries, the White House, the double back-to-backs. You come back 3-2 on this road trip. I would take that big time.
Steph Curry, leading vote getter at the guard spot for the All-Star game. He's going to be an All-Star. Would you anticipate he's the only Warriors All-Star this year? Clay's played well when healthy.
Yeah, but
Jordan Poole's been up and down. Draymond Green has been quietly.
Draymond is the other one who should, maybe.
He's a should, maybe.
Should, maybe. Yeah.
Does he, though, is my question. And I guess my second question, and by the way, you are having the crown of superiority with that's a great question from the doctor.
Well,
to get one from a medical doctor, too.
Yeah, I mean, I finally broke your streak. I felt
I've been hot.
There was a period where I thought you were going to go 5 days in a row.
Yeah, I had it rolling. But
sure did.
Does the fact that the Warriors are a 500 team factor into whether or not Draymond gets the nod? Does it and should it? Would, could, should, might.
I'm going to say no and no.
It shouldn't and it won't?
No, yeah,
okay.
Correct. Just because of the gravitas of the Golden State Warriors. And Steph Clay Dre. Yeah, they get the nod. They get all tiebreakers when you have 4 rings.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Does Draymond get teed up in the All-Star game?
Gosh, I hope so.
And by the way, he is your league leader with 13 technical fouls.
2 to go? 2 to go for a 1-game suspension? Is that right?
3 on the third one, he gets suspended.
Third one.
When you get to 16, it triggers a suspension. So maybe that's another way for him to be on hand when LeBron breaks Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's record.
Suspended.
Maybe you get suspended right before. That way you can go. And I know he said on this podcast that he's okay with not being there to see it in person, but the way it looks right now, LeBron might actually break the record here at Chase Center against the Warriors.
That's possible. Yeah,
it's right there.
A few more calls on the Cowboy hatred, if you will. 888-957-9570. Those of you on hold, we're coming to you next, and then Steiny and Goo are going to jump in here as well on Willard and Dibs.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Mr. Relevant is undefeated.
Mr. Brock Purdy. Let me tell you what I've seen. Ever since he came on that football field, I knew he was the man. This is the best quarterback I've seen for the 49ers in over 20 years. I was thinking Garcia. He is better than Garcia. I'm not saying he's as good as Young, but he's got the goods.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
We are on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to xfinity.com/faster, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure for fast, powerful nighttime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. NyQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks NyQuil High Blood Pressure. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold, and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
If you're looking to move out of your parents' place, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive, which is good because your little brother has gotten really territorial. You're blood related. You'd think it would be fine to share food in the fridge. I mean, who writes their name on every individually wrapped slice of cheese, Tyler? Still, you've got to admire the commitment. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and use the savings to help you move out and have all the cheese you want. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Nachos! Get your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks? Seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
In Novato, mostly cloudy, rain later, highs near 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Staples has the best deals on a full range of HP printers, so get back to business and start the year strong with an HP printer from Staples, the working and learning store.
It's your boy Guru from Steiny and Guru, noon to 3, right here on 95.7 The Game. Back to Willard and Dibbs. And you know the old saying on this show, one of my faves, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah. What are you doing with all your cowboy gear running around here and carrying on and doing the darn thing?
I wonder if he's got gear on today.
I wonder. We'll find out here in about 7 minutes when Steiny and Goo, or if in cowboy gear, Steiny and who?
Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll jump in here, and we will do the change over. Thank you for those of you who have hopped back in to the YouTube chat after our feed was momentarily lost, barreled all the way down to zero, but a few hundred of you have jumped back in. And oh, by the way, remember how yesterday we were celebrating getting to 20,000 subscribers?
Right.
We're already almost halfway to 21,000.
I see that, 20.4K.
So, like, keep that flow going, y'all. Like, keep it coming. Again, it is completely free. It is completely fun and brings a completely different aspect to the show. So come join us on YouTube every single day, all of the shows throughout the day right here on 95.7 The Game. How about Colin in San Jose? Hey, Colin, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What are you doing?
What's going on, guys? Just heading into work. Thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Not a bad.
Hey, real quick, little shout-out to the Abakumovitz family. I had the privilege of coaching Tom's son, Kyle, in baseball. So, yeah, having fun putting that name on a lineup card. That was crazy.
Yeah, thank you. And if you put it on the back of the jersey, that thing wraps all the way around. You got to do a whole circle for the Abakumovitzes.
Exactly. Good people. And funny Dibs on the knowledge on the subluxation, but I'm a little disappointed we didn't get the subluxation sensation. So, maybe next time. But real quick, just on the Cowboy fan thing, and then being obnoxious. I don't know. It baffles me how many born and raised California people just decided one day to become Cowboy fans. But half my family is Cowboy fans. They, aside from Raider fans, are definitely some of the most boisterous. But it'll be a fun rivalry this weekend. Probably a little money on the line with the family. So appreciate you guys taking my call and shout out to the Abakumovitz.
Yeah. Colin, good luck.
Thank you for taking care of young Kyle Abakumovitz and coaching up the young Hungarians in the South Bay.
Yeah, name on the back of the jersey is like a full rainbow, right?
Completely,
that wraps around the actual
like
number.
Saltalamacchia, right?
Saltalamacchia.
Exactly.
Sure.
Same thing.
It's like, I don't know. Can we just go with one C? Maybe just shorten this up a little bit. But anyway, that is another thing about the Cowboys. There are a handful of teams that are those teams that people, no matter where you live, just woke up one day and decided that's my team. The Cowboys have a lot of that. The Steelers have a lot of that. The Raiders have some of that in basketball. If you are our age, there are Bulls fans everywhere because of Michael Jordan.
Right.
I get it. But on the other hand, and this is because I grew up in a big city, I get that. Not everybody does, but I don't even understand the idea of just picking a team that is not geographically with you.
It depends
I would never do that.
Right. It just depends on how you're raised, because I was raised in a household where my older siblings, particularly my oldest brother, Mikey 1.0, and I'll say it, I despised him. Couldn't stand him. So for me, it was fun to root against his teams, pick the teams that were winning, and therefore I could say, I'm a fan of this team who wins and your team stinks, and it was a way for me to get over on him in a paradigm where otherwise I was not able to get over on him. 6 years older, bigger, stronger, more physical, and down to pick on me.
Right.
So for me, I totally understand how it can happen in that situation.
Well, and you could also call me a hypocrite, or you could call me.
I have.
That's fine. I know it's one of your favorite words.
Yeah.
But no,
you took the hypocritic oath.
You can. Exactly right.
Yeah.
That's a 3. See, let me give it to you. Let me
there's a cut.
give it to you, right?
We'll go ahead and cut that.
Thank you. Anyway.
Help me help you.
You could call me a hypocrite, or you could say I can predict the future because I raised kids in Southern California to be 49ers, Giants, and Warriors fans. Geographically inaccurate. Until I fixed that dang thing.
Right.
And then brought them here.
You
and now
slapped
perfect.
it up, flipped it, and you rubbed it down.
What if if I had Dodger fans running around the house, especially then if we moved back here, gosh, things would have been haywire. So thank goodness that worked out.
And it obviously is a reflection of your kids' feelings toward you as a father, because if they couldn't stand you as a father, they would have gone the other way and been Dodger fans.
That's a nice thought.
Anyway. No, it's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
And for me, it was my brother Mike who, and I love Mike, and we've become very close over the years. But when I was younger and I was looking for wins as the youngest of 4, I mentioned earlier.
Chasing wins?
I was chasing wins, sharing a room with 2 older brothers, 3 boys in one room. And this was in the 70s, yeah. And things were rough. We didn't have a lot. So you had to fight. In my childhood, you had to fight for everything, literally. And so for me, this was one of the few times where I could get W's.
Yeah. I get it. Everyone's got the family dynamic, and it leads to stuff. And I get that's fine. But the people who are just like, I like their uniform, so okay, I'm a fan. It's just like I like, hey, do whatever you want. You get to root for whoever you want. There's no real rules here. But I do love, like for instance, our caller from San Diego today. I love a good parenting story where it's like, I hate the Cowboys because my dad told me I was supposed to.
Yeah.
So I do.
And we work with a guy who loves the Cowboys because his father was a Cowboy fan.
Yep.
Daryl the Guru Johnson. And so when Guru tells his story of how he became a Cowboy fan, born out of the love for his father, who I believe is from Texas, that I understand. And, he's been a fan since he's a kid, and he sticks by his team, even though it makes my stomach turn a little bit, like Michael Irvin makes you want to throw up.
Oh,
I understand it, and I respect it from Guru.
Yeah, I mean,
I respect that.
It is wonky and weird when you pair with the Dallas fandom that it's also, right, it's the Pittsburgh Pirates, and then who is it in the NBA? Sometimes Warriors, sometimes Lakers. I can't figure it out.
I think he's a Laker fan.
Okay, yeah. See, that's where it feels like a puzzle that you just dumped all on the floor. It's just wait.
I have to ask him about the Pittsburgh Pirate part of it,
right?
Because if you're from Alameda and you grew up, worshiping Willie Stargell, who is from Alameda,
okay,
I can see that, but. And, the We Are Family Pirates, it all happened when he was a kid.
79, right?
70, maybe that's why Guru, and, Guru was probably about 7 years old, because I think he just turned 50, so maybe that's part of it. I don't know. We'll have to ask him.
If your name is Sal, you are somehow involved in sports radio. That's just the way it works. You have to at least be a really good listener. So let's go to Sal in San Mateo. Hey, Sal, what are you doing?
How's everything going? Appreciate putting me on the radio.
Yeah, man.
I'm a Dallas Cowboy fan. I've been listening to this all morning today. I think you guys are giving Dallas 0 chance to win this game. Look at the last 7 teams and 49ers have played. I think the Chargers are the only good team you guys played. We got 2 Hall of Fame offensive linemen who can control your pass rush. Mike McGlinchey is going to has his hand full with our D-line.
Okay. Sal, I got to stop you there. First of all, you cannot come off of a win over the Tampa Bay Bucs and then accuse the 49ers of not playing any good teams in the last 7 games and point to a Chargers game when literally 5 weeks later they played the Tampa Bay Bucs and the Miami Dolphins, who are 8-3, and the Seahawks twice. I could do the same thing with the Cowboys schedule, but let me flip it back at you. We've been talking about hatred for the Cowboys in a historical sense. I haven't heard anyone say on this show today that this is going to be a walkover game. I think the 49ers are going to win. I give the Cowboys a chance. I said that earlier today.
You had them as a double-digit win earlier in the week.
A 10-point win. I think the 49ers win this game by 10. But it's not disrespectful they're going to win by 30. I didn't say, like, Sal, who said that?
Don't be disrespectful.
Sal's gone.
Sal's gone?
We ran Sal.
I think Sal was actually still there.
But we didn't anything, so I turned him off.
Sal is gone.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to run that Cowboy smack run it when Guru's here.
Well,
and
okay.
Guru's here. Hey, what's up, Guru?
Hi, Guru.
In an Andrew Wiggins shirt.
Look at you.
Yeah, baby.
And that's why you're Guru today. And
That's a freebie.
And not Guru.
That's a freebie. Shout out Warriors World.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm supposed to. He says, like, let's go, Guru and Steiny. Good morning.
How are you?
If we're going to talk about the quote unquote last 7 weeks and who these teams have played, like, I'm supposed to be impressed by this list for the Cowboys, the Colts, the Texans, lost to the Jags, played the Eagles
Playoff
with
team.
Gardner Minshew.
Best team in the league.
Commanders
With
lost.
Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, the worst last name.
Then they played, who was quarterback in Tennessee when they played the Titans?
How?
That kid?
No, Dobbs.
Playoff tested.
Was it Dobbs?
Perennial playoff
And the
team.
Commanders,
And then
how?
they lost by 3 touchdowns to somebody named Sam with the Washington Commanders. And then they
Knocking
beat,
on the playoff door.
Then they beat the Bucks, and now you're going to
Playoff
tell
team.
me that that's more impressive than what Brock Purdy's done?
Was that 5 of 7 playoff teams?
No, it wasn't.
When
It
you
wasn't.
do that,
It
though, you
absolutely
can
was
never
not.
put it at the doorstep of the team because
Like,
they
they're
play
both good.
who's on their schedule.
That's it.
Yes.
I always hated that, Dibbs.
Especially when you win 10 in a row. So
Yeah.
you can look at the Niners, they won 10 in a row.
Right.
And, they didn't play anyone. None of those teams were any good. It's the NFL where it's not easy to win any game, anytime.
Yeah.
Ask Charger fan how that feels when you get 4 interceptions and you're up 27-0 in a playoff game and you blow it. Or ask Minnesota, who came back from down 33 points. It's hard to win any football game. So the Niners, you win 10 in a row.
Yeah.
You get kudos. You get flowers.
I think whoever wins this game's got a great chance to go to the
There's
Super Bowl.
Well,
you got.
I'll say this: you
the
got
Eagles?
a difficult task.
Yeah.
If things go according to plan, whoever wins this showdown, Philly's waiting in Philly,
and that's
if
hard.
they handle, and that's hard.
And that's hard. And I do think Jalen Hurts will be back to health. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Sorry, Sadie, go ahead.
Well, first of all, Lane Johnson looks spry. My sources are saying in Philly,
Oh,
so
yeah?
he's going to be okay.
Okay.
That's a
for that
wonderful
game.
jacket,
No,
Snotty.
thank you.
And I love how you've
That is a good
adopted
jacket.
Philly now that your beloved Vikings are out.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. That one's going to be a tricky one for me.
Philly,
San Francisco. I'm going to have to play that one straight down.
If it happens.
Yeah.
If it
Just
happens.
do me a favor and pick against the local team. That tends to work for you pretty well.
All right. So, okay. as a great one once said, 2 things can be equally true. The 49ers can be a juggernaut, and their schedule might not have been that great. Here's the only reason it could. The schedule may matter, it may not matter. But if they, here's what I mean. If they run the table, the schedule won't have mattered. I guarantee you, though, if they lose to the Cowboys, then people will say, you know what? They didn't play anybody those last 10 games in the
but you don't meet people like that.
Lorenzo Neal talked about that 2 weeks ago when he was talking about the schedule. He said people will say that if they get beat.
This is an 11-game win streak. This is a
crazy.
National Football League 11-game win streak with multiple playoff teams on it. And by the way, I'm not here to sing the praises of the 49ers schedule. We had a caller comparing it to what the Cowboys have done the last 7 weeks. I'm way more impressed by the 49ers for 2 reasons. I actually think there are better teams on it, and the Cowboys have lost a few times in the last 7 weeks.
You think?
Which the 49ers have not. So the Cowboys are very good. They are on the list. The list this year has always been 5 or 6 teams. The list has always been Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, 49ers, Eagles, and sometimes Cowboys. And based off of what we saw Monday night, let's go ahead and make the list 6 teams. These are the 6 teams. So here we go. But I don't know why it makes sense or benefits anybody to start nitpicking who those 6 teams have played, when they played them, how they played them.
It doesn't matter.
You're in the ring.
These are the teams. Yeah. These are the teams.
It doesn't matter.
So let's rock and roll.
Why do we know
SOS
SOS means strength of the schedule, though? I mean, everybody talks
strength
about
of schedule
it in every
decide
sport.
the game
It's now
Sunday, though.
meaningless.
I know.
To me,
Yeah,
strength of schedule is meaningless when you're in
a college
this spot, when you're in this weekend. You either were the number 1 seed in your conference or you won a playoff game.
Yeah.
So nothing else matters, in my opinion. You're one of 8 remaining teams. You can look at Jacksonville and their strength of schedule, their strength of division. Their division stinks, yet they won a playoff game, and you're still here. You're one of the last 8 teams remaining. So none of that strength of schedule, that road here matters. If you lose to Dallas and you're the 49ers, you're not going to look at their schedule and say, man, if only they would have played tougher teams, they might have been ready for this one.
Well, let me throw this at you, though. Let's look at the NBA. For the 15 years, there was a discrepancy between the West and the East. So the Western teams, just by nature, played harder teams than the East on balance. So let's say those Cleveland teams didn't have anybody to compete against, but the Warriors had, 4 or 5 good teams, and the road was harder. And now they meet in the finals, and Cleveland's like, do you think it means anything at that point?
I don't, because, Cleveland still won 12 playoff games, and I think when you look at it, on balance, whoever was going to come out of the East wasn't going to be as good as whoever came out of the West anyway. And in football, I think it's different. So if you look at Jacksonville, let's say Jacksonville beats Kansas City, and they go to 11-8 on the year. Well, 11-8 is not impressive, but you would have beaten 2 teams. You would have won at Kansas City at Arrowhead as a 8.5-point underdog. So at that point, I think in football, because it all gets proven on the field one game, you don't get the series, you get the one piece.
I'll add here that I don't think it applies to these particular playoffs. We may have said all year AFC is overall stronger than the NFC
with quarterbacks,
but now we're down to the final 8, and there's no way anyone is getting to the Super Bowl without a really impressive road. Okay, Seahawks, Bucks, whatever.
Right.
Get some of that fat out of the way. These 4 teams in the AFC, if you come out of that 4, you did yourself a job. And if you come out of this 4, Niners and the NFC East, if you come out of that, then you did a hell of a job, and you're worthy.
And let me be clear. This strength of schedule, let's put the Niners aside for a minute. Here's what I really meant. Going back to the 1980s when I liked the Celtics, and the Lakers were in their dynasty. The Lakers always used to just waltz to the NBA Finals. 4-0, 4-0, 4-1, boom, they're in the finals. Meanwhile, the Celtics and the Sixers and the Bucks and the Pistons are beating the crap out of each other. Then they get to the finals, and in that case, I feel like that worked to the Lakers' advantage.
Yep.
Now, in football, and this is what I think about the strength of schedule as it relates to the Niners, I don't think it matters to basically everybody but Purdy, because they've all been there. Most of them have been there before. I must allow, though, that maybe Purdy's going to have a game against the defense that he didn't see in the regular season, and then maybe, that'll surprise him. But, no. Do I believe Nick Bosa didn't play anybody in the Of course not.
Right.
And that may even work to the 49ers' benefit.
This is probably that game. I don't think that outside of the Cowboys, they haven't looked as good in the second half of the season, but they're a good defense. They're capable of a hell of a game. They can cause problems for Brock Purdy. I don't really see anybody else in the tournament that can.
Philly?
Maybe because it's there, right? And so that kind of crowd energy
led the league in turnovers.
Yeah. But they're not great. They're good. They're not great.
They can be had.
This is the biggest defensive challenge that Purdy's had yet, I think.
And I think
this weekend,
the interesting part for me in this matchup is Dallas's best defensive attribute is their defense against the pass. They're 3rd in the league in sacks. Their pass defense is better than their run defense. So I think when we look at this game from a 49er standpoint, if I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm thinking 40 runs. If I can get to that 40-run plateau, I don't want to have Brock Purdy in a spot where he has to throw the ball a lot to win this game. And I look at the first drive against Seattle in the 3rd quarter. That, to me, is the blueprint for this one. 7.5 minute, 15 play, possess it, pound it. You've got such a multitude of running options. That, to me, is the blueprint for a Niner victory.
There's so many interesting sort of deeper statistics, though, also. Like I saw this yesterday, and this is a head-scratcher. So Dallas's pass defense is pretty good, but their pass defense is really good against WR1. They're the lowest-rated team against WR2, wide receiver 2.
That's a problem.
In the whole league. Right. So Brock Purdy, who we watch ad lib and move through progressions and have multiple weapons from Deebo, Kittle, Ayuk to check down.
McCaffrey.
That might actually end up being a strength. I don't know.
I think it's going to be heavy pass rush. I mean, the Cowboys are good at rushing the passer. Eagles almost set a record this year, so they're going to play the third and the first rated sack defenses.
And I'm a P1.
Thanks, Bino.
I heard 2 interviews yesterday. Well, one this morning with the boys in the morning with John Lynch. That was great. He talked about the effect of McCaffrey, and Helen Keller can see what that's done. But Tim Kalishaw was on Damon and Ratto from the Dallas Morning Post, and he went in on how Zeke's done. And I came in to, and I'm not saying he's wrong. He ain't what he used to be, but I came in and I was thinking about this. I said, Steiny, I feel like the Niners got the edge on Dallas everywhere if we take into the now. Okay, Dak, you nobody's going to say Purdy's better than Dak, but he's playing better. But what about the linebackers? You got Micah Parsons, or if you want to put him on the D-line, you got Bosa. Okay, you got you taking Van Der Esch over
Fred Warner. Yeah.
No, Steiny was like, but the cornerbacks. Now, I know that's the one hole right now. Lenore, Ward, whoever.
Both teams, though, have cornerback issues.
Yeah, but one has Diggs, Dallas, on a good day, but he can get burnt. But I just like,
Niners have Travarius, Mooney, Ward.
Offensively, I love your CD, but the Niners got more CDs.
It's a pass rush game for me. This is a pass rush game. I think the 49ers, if they get to Dak, he's not that mobile anymore, and they can force him, as he's shown this year, into turnovers. And the turnovers, Dibbs, you pointed this out last week, it is literally the definition of a 49er win or loss.
Okay.
If they turn it over 2 or more times, right?
They're 0-4.
They're 0-4. When they don't, they've never lost. So if Brock Purdy, if Micah Parsons comes and causes problems and causes a fumble or something like that, that's how the 49ers can lose this game. But if they protect the ball and Bosa is in Dak Prescott's lap, I mean, to me, those are the matchups.
Steiny had a list this morning about the Niner losses have come to quote-unquote dual-threat quarterbacks. Dak used his legs Monday. Do you put him in that category?
Not really.
Because Geno had the second quarter. Then after that, it was shut down city.
I put him in that category if Dallas is smart, because if I think about Dallas's big threat right now, it's the run game.
Yeah.
The Niners are number 2 in yards per game allowed on the ground, barely behind Tennessee. So that, to me, is a thing that favors the Niners. So if Dallas wants to get Pollard off and get him involved, and by the way, Zeke, I love you, Zeke, but 2.2 a carry, they've got to sit him down.
Well, he's had a nose for the end zone. He had a nose for the end zone.
Tough yards.
Well, that may be important because the Niners have had some important goal line stands during this run.
And Zeke had a carry at the 1 yard line.
That, to me, is the big matchup, though. It's the Niner run defense against the Cowboys run offense, because if you put Dak, like you said, Mark, into that 3rd and long situation, then the Niners can pin their ears back and get after Dak. But if they can run the ball on early downs, then you get to 3rd and medium, 3rd and short. That's where Dak can get loose and pick up 4 or 5 on the ground.
I mean, Dak can go pick up a first down here or there, but quote-unquote dual threat QB, I'm like, okay, Kyler Murray, right? I mean, even, I guess,
Daniel Jones,
Russell Wilson,
the old Russell.
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts. Dak doesn't move like that. He doesn't move like that anymore.
Yeah. But he used those wheels Monday. But like you said, Tampa Bay was a carcass.
He's like that. If Dak's a dual threat quarterback, then so's Brock.
Okay.
That's what I'd say.
And this is Quinn against Kyle. Dan Quinn's defense and the skedaddle, as I love, I'm giving myself credit. What Purdy was doing against
skedaddles yesterday.
What Purdy was doing with the outside rush, where he didn't like to turn, and he was chucking it away like it was De La Salle. I'm like, if you get a guy like a DeMarcus Lawrence or a Parsons or one of those heavy hitters, that can backfire. And I'm watching with my popcorn to see will it ever. But they have, on a good day, a defense with guys they can put on both ends to see if the skedaddle catches up with them.
I love it.
That's 2.
I love it. It's going to be,
I just feel like, and I know it's different in basketball, but, you talk about the matchups, and it's like, okay, Purdy and Dak Prescott. Okay, well, Dak Prescott's got to win the matchup if they want to win the game. Like, I always felt that way about kind of the Warriors, and it never really happened. It was like, you want to beat the Warriors? Somebody's got to win a matchup against Steph Curry. And obviously, nobody ever did, maybe with the exception of Kyrie Irving. But
I think you can also carry that to Parsons and Bosa.
I think the better player today should be the defensive player of the year. Or
whoever has
whoever wins the matchup
Parsons
gets
ran
the
out of
award.
gas. Yeah. He ain't built like Bosa.
Right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Bosa quietly, if you look at his splits, the last few games, he's been mostly neutralized in some of these spots.
But he has some help, a Greenlaw, like the other guys. This is going to be great, man.
They're focused on him. I heard John Lynch talk about that this morning, that Bosa had a lot to do, even though he was just the one who pounced on it, but he had a lot to do with not only the turnover that changed the game against Seattle. Same thing in Vegas, even though he got neutralized for most of the game. He had the play that finished that game off.
That's the game.
But they're dedicating so many resources to Bosa, it's opening up for other guys. I'm sure you watched Monday night closer than I did. I was running around getting dinner, following the game. But how did Micah look?
Oh, he was phenomenal.
He was dominant.
Yeah, but I don't want to. If Mike, if you're listening, they ain't here yet. I'm just saying Tampa Bay did nothing schematically to take them away that the Redskins were doing in other teams. It was just like he looked all the part, like dude. But he was getting what I call a free run at it.
Yeah,
I feel like Niners gonna have something. Bloop bloop, knock him off. And then he's getting, oh, God, I'm getting chipped left and right.
Plus the Kyle Shanahan factor. I mean, the threat to run. Tampa Bay, I think Tom Brady threw it the second most times in the history. The history
66, what was
of the National Football League.
Almost 70.
He was one attempt away from tying the record for most attempts.
That's terrible.
So if you're a pass rusher, you're like, dude, you're not running the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, Leonard Fournette, you're not getting the ball. I can get after you because we know you're going to throw it.
Remember last year. Remember, this is another thing because
last week.
These two teams,
Joe Biden,
we know the energy, energy and the emotion that we all bring to this matchup, and it's going to be now. This is the nightcap. We were the appetizer last week.
Yeah,
all the other three teams will have punched their ticket for championship weekend, and here comes the Cowboys and the Niners. These two teams. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I am pounding this home all week long. Discipline. Do you remember the game in Dallas last year? It wasn't just that the Niners ran out to a lead and then Jimmy got hurt.
And it should have been 30-10.
Right, but the Cowboys started to come back a little. But my God, there was a penalty on every play, it felt like. Do you remember? Dallas bit themselves over
Randy Gregory's last game as a Cowboy.
Over again. That can be a factor in this one. The Niners have been great at this during their win streak. Discipline. Flags, keep them to a minimum. That, I think, is a huge factor in this one.
Yeah,
I got to give you two kudos. I got to switch it up here because I almost crashed the caddy this morning. Norman Johnson, who you talked about, my father, 82 years old, going strong. You said something, I wanted to hug you through the radio.
Hit me.
I love my president. I voted for Biden.
Oh, boy.
But I've been complaining the last 2 days about give me something give me some energy. And he messed up Martin Luther King's daughter-in-law. He forgot the name. And then he got to Clay yesterday. Didn't get to Clay. He makes Obama feel like
Steph, Draymond, and Kai.
Kai Bowman.
Steph
Draymond. That's the president. No.
Kai Correa.
And he makes Obama
you got to play back-to-backs for Joe to mention you.
I'm with you. My dad's man. There's got to be a cutoff. At the age, I never aged.
Hey, if we're doing it on the front end, we came in with an arbitrary number on the front end. What do you have to be?
35.
35.
What was that?
So what? Can you be 99 and just be like,
I'll make heirs? But dude, you're the leader of the free world.
Oldest sitting president in history. Your boy, is number 2. And I said this earlier, Steiny, not to get all political, but if it wasn't for the guy who came before, we would be crushing Sleepy Joe. Sleepy Joe, Grandpa Joe is getting a huge pass. He's getting the Patrick Mahomes
was
treatment.
Like Busta Rhymes compared to this dude. That's how much energy he had. What's up? And I'm rooting for him.
I know, man. He's 80. How are we coming? Like, listen, we're making fun on sports radio of an 80-year-old.
That's my president.
Who couldn't remember a name. Why? Because he's 80. Like, holy
everything
hell.
he reads is like, you good. You gonna finish? Oh, man.
They had cue cards, but he couldn't bring them in because they were the size of billboards.
Forgot my readers.
Seriously.
That's my president.
Draymond, all right, Stein, go.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. What's going on? Matt Steinmetz, Daryl, the Guru Johnson. It's a Warriors Wednesday, and we'll have Bob Myers, president of basketball operations, general manager, at 2:30
Podcaster.
today. 2:30 today. The Warriors were in Washington yesterday. They clearly stayed overnight. They practiced, and right now they are en route to Boston, where they have a back-to-back against the Celtics and then the Cleveland Cavaliers. And, of course, the big game this weekend, Niners, Cowboys at Levi Stadium, 3:30. What's up, Goo? How you doing, man?
What's up? A happy hump day, and we got action. And real quick on the Warriors, these are the games. Tomorrow's a TNT game. Ernie, Kenny, Chuck, and Shaq. I'm talking about the president. I'm messing up. And this is where I think they'll show up. So I'm excited for that game tomorrow.
Yeah, I was thinking about the next two games for the Warriors, and I here's where I'm at right now with the Warriors. I really think they get the benefit of the doubt at 22 and 20, 22 and 22. The one thing, remember the We Believe team?
Yeah,
that made a run the last 20 games. Well, the one thing about that team that I realized is the sense of urgency fans have sometimes is actually more than the players. And for guys like Curry, Draymond, Clay, Looney, the guys who have been through it before, they do not feel like their backs are up against the wall right now. I'm willing to bet a lot of money on that.
Well, your boy has against you, and that's why, I didn't like what went down in Chicago. You thought it was a cute story in regard to, and I know it's just going to 82. Tell him. I ain't running from that. Bob did nothing wrong in that. The whole thing was, why is the junkyard dog, not ready to go? But with that said, they'll show up in Beantown tomorrow. You got Wiggins, no Kuminga or Wiseman, but Steiny, before we really, and Bob, for that matter, and Joe Lakeup, before they pull the trigger, don't you got to see those two pieces, whatever you want to say, small, big, Wiseman and Kuminga.
They don't need to see that.
You already think they know what it is when they come back. Wow.
Well, they know Wiseman probably will not help them in the postseason. And
damn, James, this was a terrible time to get hurt.
Well, so was all of last year. So was at the end of rookie year. You see a pattern here with Wiseman. Anyway, with the Warriors, so I feel like the big boys still think they have time, but they know they got two games here against Boston and Cleveland, but both those teams are good. There's going to be tough games. I feel like if the Warriors represent themselves pretty well, maybe they get 1-1, but both games are competitive, or even if both games are competitive, believe it or not, they lose two, but you know what? They start looking a little bit. Clay's playing tomorrow, probably not the next day, but they look pretty good. They go 1-1. I'm willing to say, okay, they may be ready to ascend. But if they don't look good these next two games, and I'm not saying it makes or breaks the season. Yeah. I'm not saying that at all. But they lose these two games and it doesn't look good, and they're 22 and 24. At that point, I feel like now it's like they've got nothing. They've got no identity. They've got no rotation. They got two guys coming back they don't know how to bring in. They got they will have built nothing as we approach the 50-game mark. Okay. That to me makes it infinitely harder to run the table and win it all like they did last year. At 22 and 24, with nobody really knowing who's playing, the rotations, Poole's going back, Poole's coming in.
But
I don't know.
I'm going old school popcorn. When you wanted to, they got time, Steiny. They got time. And I know I'm the guy that authored worry about what's going on in your backyard. But Steiny, are you telling me, as disappointed as I am if it were 22 and 24, outside of the Nuggets, you feel so confident in the series the Warriors couldn't take them? Memphis the same. Your boy Reruns out with New Orleans. Sacramento, Mike Brown, great story. Fox Sabonis. that's when the pedigree really, really kicks in. And I hope they don't take it to that before they wake up. But I thought before they lost the last 3 games of the homestand that they turned a corner. And then when Curry said, hey, we got to do it on the road, I'm like, oh, road, you better watch out. Then came that game in Chicago without DeRozan, and they were frozen. So, like, it's going to come. I just don't know when. But the one thing I take
I think that's
and why I feel like I got the advantage in this bet is they're defending champs, and the rest of the bracket is not out. Denver, cute story. But do you really feel like they could?
Cute story.
They wouldn't sweep the Warriors, Stoney. That's what I'm saying.
This is where you're. Of course, they won't.
Okay,
sweep
you know
them.
what I mean. So.
But this is where the arrogance comes in.
And I think I'm using some of that. Yeah,
is that
I'm one of them.
I know they go, well, we can beat anybody. Yeah,
4
guess
out of
what?
7.
And Memphis and Denver can beat you. Just because you haven't done it yet doesn't mean they can't do it this year. They're both going to be significantly better teams than last year. The Warriors were good. This year they're going to go into the playoffs maybe as a 500 team. Like, if you go into the playoffs as a 500 team, that doesn't mean you're a 60-win team just because you were years back. They go 42-40, and they got to play Denver and Memphis back to back in a series. They're not getting by both. I don't think. That's just me. I don't think they're going to be able to do it from like they need to get a top 6.
This too.
Top 6 or better. I think.
Okay,
that's just me.
When it's all said and done, I'll cut you off. When it's all said and done, right now we're taking temperature. If I said, Matt Steinmetz, why is this team 22-22 and 5-17 on the road? What would a majority of your answer be? Where would you go? Where would you point to?
2 things. One, just the hangover from winning it last year, absolutely.
But you're 17-5 at home.
Well, that's because the home takes care of itself with the young players and with the crowd. I mean, they're still champions. They can't summon it. So I think there's a championship hangover, 1. And then 2, absolutely, positively, they've got agendas. They've got different agendas on this team. They know it's coming to an end. Draymond Green essentially said so. He essentially said so to Taylor Rooks that he's pretty much out of here, or thinks he can read the writing on the wall. You know, Myers doesn't have a contract. So they know they are getting there, and I think that it's that part of it, and then it's a championship hangover. And what's going to end up happening is they're going to get to a point where they're going to try to flick that switch, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do it or not.
You're going to laugh, and you may not laugh. If you said, Goo, through the first half of the season, what struck you the most from a positive standpoint with the Golden State Warriors? And it was the guy I scoffed at. The guy I was like, give those minutes, Anthony Lamb, Stoney. And maybe that's what, hey, when he's your leading scorer.
It's Steph,
even
to me.
He missed 13 games.
Yeah, but the 30 he played, he's still, I didn't see any slippage.
Right.
I mean, you just asked me.
Yeah.
And Lamb's a nice story, but what'd you say? What's the best part of it?
That would be the brightest spot, because what you said about Steph, I take for granted and expect that.
Yeah.
Do you think Dre's playing possum when he says, and I'm asking, it's over, so hopefully that can be like, they'll be like, damn, Dre. And that'll help him stay here?
Well, you were the guy who thought Kevin Durant was going to stay even after he signed with the Nets.
He had the helmet on at the play.
Yeah. And he took a BART ride once, and there was a story about Kevin Durant taking a BART ride.
And like in the city.
In the San Francisco Chronicle. And everybody thought Kevin Durant was going to be here for 14 years. Weird. Public transportation's better in New York and Brooklyn.
Grow up.
Hey, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Mara West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. It's a Warriors Wednesday. We got Bob Myers coming up at 2:30. He's the president and general manager of the Golden State Warriors. And we got a big, big game on Sunday. Niners against the Dallas Cowboys. And even though Trey Lance isn't the story, he is the story, according to Jason La Canfora. Wait till I run this one by you, Goo, on 95.7 The Game.
per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching a kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
I want winners.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, remember Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. What's going on, man?
Just a lot. We got this.
Give me the most important thing.
Sunday's game.
Okay.
Yeah, it trumps everything. And I heard
what's on your mind about it. Give me something specific you're worried about, you're excited about. Pick an aspect of the game.
How the rookie quarterback, Mr. Irrelevant, is going to the poise. And I was listening to Bonte and Shasky. They did a great interview with John Lynch, Steiny, and the poise that Brock Purdy has. This is going to be the highest leverage situation he's been put in. Can he continue to be what we've seen. And I know you got at me this morning in the green room about, the lack of great defenses they played. But again, that's not their fault. But check this cutout from John Lynch talking about Brock Purdy.
You're throwing a sound.
Yeah.
All right.
Just the poise, the present, the pressure on that position in this league it's immense. It really is. And I think one thing that we saw from day one, he wasn't going to be phased. He talked a lot about early on in OTAs, particularly training camp, when you're not getting many reps, and Brock wasn't. You had Trey getting a lot of reps because we were trying to get him ready. Nate Sudfeld was going to be our backup, and so you're getting him reps. And so the number 3 guy at that point, you're getting 4 or 5 meaningful reps. They're all meaningful, but reps that are kind of live during the course of practice in the team periods. But whenever he went in, he made the right decision, and it was oftentimes a bold decision, not like the safe one, but like if throwing into a tight window was the right play, he was doing that. And when you make quick decisions and you anticipate in this league, good things typically happen. We saw that box being checked from the beginning. Then you get in preseason and he's moving the team, and man, this kid's got some swagger to him.
Man, and again, he wasn't dissing Jimmy, but we can all say Jimmy was safe more often than not. So this is why this kid has that moxie. I called it Brett Favre, Steiny, of, you shouldn't throw it, but he has that confidence in his arm that he can get it there. And I believe Lynch, again, we can go back to, why wasn't he the starter out of camp? It doesn't matter. I'm just wondering if they already know that they got their quarterback of the future. And that goes back to Willard the other day, where you're like, Willard, I told him, you can't do that, Mark. It's about the next 3 games. But damn, Brock Purdy, Steiny, he wasn't getting reps.
They do have their quarterback of the future. They just don't know who it is. It's either Brock Purdy or Trey Lance.
Right now, what would the scoreboard read in your world? I think
probably
it would be
Purdy's ahead.
Yeah, okay, no
so
doubt.
He'll come into camp the number 1. Yeah. But I saw there was a report from Jason La Canfora. The 49ers are going to be looking to trade Trey Lance. No, they're not.
Is that in print?
This is one of those things where it's like, of course I can't say no, they're not. But no, they're not. Why would you even consider that?
Yeah.
Why would you consider trading a guy with less value now than he's ever had since the day he was picked?
And to give up on him so fast without really seeing him get loose.
I mean, I get it. Some people don't want to talk about next year's quarterback situation, but I mean, they've got 2 quarterbacks. Somebody's going to win the job for week 1 next year. Either Lance or Purdy. It looks like it's probably going to be Purdy now, but we all know how things can change in 6-8 months.
But what if that phone were to ring?
And say, hey, you couldn't. What do you give? Nobody's giving him anything for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
The 49ers give up 2 firsts. Ooh. They'd be lucky to get a second for him right now. Probably not even that.
No, yeah, you wouldn't.
Probably wouldn't even get that. You're right, Goo.
So you think he's not making it up, but just throwing something against a wall, or?
I don't know. I saw Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area kind of address it too, and he scoffed at it too. The 49ers are not going to trade. It would be like, I guess the Warriors might trade Wiseman, but they ain't getting nothing for him, are they?
I don't know how you could.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And you went politics with what they spent for Trey Lance. I don't think they're done seeing, what he can manifest into. And I don't want to sound like a hater on the 4 days away from the biggest game of the Niners season, but we saw Kaepernick. Do I call it a flash in the pan? We saw Jimmy looked like he was going to be the savior. So there's still a ways to go, and I understand Purdy mania, and it's growing, especially if he gets this one this Sunday, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. And the thing that Guru and I were talking about, and it's pretty simple. Is it real? It's always kind of in the background. It's been talked about a little, and it's the idea that a dual-threat quarterback gives the 49ers, gives them problems. They lost 4 games this year to Justin Fields, Russell Wilson, Marcus Mariota, and Patrick Mahomes. Those were their 4 losses. Do those 4 quarterbacks have something in common that would worry you as a 49er fan? And then does Dak Prescott fit on that list? Is that a coincidence? Somebody told me that Stidham's really Ooh, he can move around, and he didn't have a bad game either.
Oh,
so
he didn't.
If you're a 49er fan, what about that? Does that worry you? The mobile quarterback, which has bitten him in the past.
Steiny, it would. It would worry me. And we saw DK Metcalf get loose last Saturday, and it was a game. 17 points in the second quarter, and this sports is amazing. It's all about timing. The play that he got right before Geno Smith's fumble, had he not slipped, I believe he could have took that to the house. So with that said, he didn't take it, but we saw, the secondary not have its best day. And we hadn't talked about this. What grade would you give both? I don't even want to put grade on it because he can never have a bad grade, but he wasn't relatively disruptive. So now here comes a better offense that uses the tight ends. You got CeeDee Lamb. We'll see, but that just adds excitement to what we're going to see. And the offensive coordinator for Dallas, because that's where it starts, Kellen Moore. Will he try to implement or put emphasis on Dak trying to be that dual threat? Because I'm going to say this about the Niner defense. Stidham made plays with his legs, but before then, great NWA, the rap group, had a great hit song called Quiet on the Set.
Oh.
And it's been relatively quiet on the set from dual threat quarterbacks since those 3 games you mentioned early in the season.
It has.
Yeah.
Of their last 9 or 10, who do you think was the best running quarterback? I should get the schedule up to look.
I want to say Mahomes, but that
would have been the last one. I'm saying since they've won their 11 straight, so they went against the Rams were one of them. That's a no.
There's no statue.
Cardinals weren't playing Kyler Murray.
Statue.
Seattle.
Yeah.
Geno Smith.
Well, Geno fits the bill, right?
A little bit, I think.
Do you put Dak in that category?
I don't know.
Because you were kind of hesitant.
You know what? I'll tell you after the game.
Well, see, you're front running Monday morning quarterback.
No, but when I look at the 49ers, I guess that's that would maybe be the one area, the dual threat quarterback. I will say this about Bosa, and I don't think it's possible for him to have a bad game.
Okay.
I believe, and I think Lorenzo Neal said this, but you can take a player out of a game. In other words, the Dallas Cowboys can absolutely form a game plan where they minimize Nick Bosa.
I've seen
so
Bosa.
When Nick Bosa doesn't register stats, I don't care.
Okay.
Because that means somebody else is getting him.
Hello?
Because that means it's just like the greatest basketball players. If you have to double, why do you think B.J. Armstrong was great and Steve Kerr? Because Jordan got double teamed and they got open jumpers. So that's why Bosa's the kind of guy that I wouldn't even know how to rank him if he didn't have great stats this past game. But I guarantee you if you talk to D'Amico Ryans, Ryans might say something like, actually, that was his best game of the year. Even though why? Well, because he occupied more people in that game than in any other game during the course of a season. So, Bosa, that's why.
And he's going to be fired. He was fired up for last game. That place is going to be, Steiny, that place is going to be a madhouse, I don't have to tell you. And Lynch also told Bonte and Shasky what I told you Monday. One of my biggest takeaways, Seattle did get some false starts. And I know that happens to teams on the road. But, Steiny, I believe a lot of that was because the crowd was crunk.
They're no more crunk than any other stadium.
You know what crunk is, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. We were talking about fans a little bit the other day. Yesterday, actually. Put that back there. And
look at my boy.
And, we were talking about fans. And I thought about what I was saying about, all the fans are the same. And I really need to clarify. The bottom of the barrel fans are all the same. Negative.
Damn, that's low.
They are, though. The bottom of the barrel.
Smuck.
Every fan base has a bottom of the barrel.
Okay.
All right. They're all the same.
They're ruthless.
Yeah, and they're annoyingly homerish. They are denigrating of the other team. They are, whatever, the typical obnoxious fan. But once you do get past that, once you accept that all fans have that, you know what? I think you can talk about a fan base. So my question is this, and it might relate to it relates to the Cowboys, but it relates to other teams too. At 888-957-9570. Do you hate a team and then hate their fans? Or can you hate fans, and that's why you hate their team? Like, if the Cowboys are so hated, is it because of their team or is it because of Cowboy fans?
No, I believe it's because of the coverage. It's because of the label. It's because they've been forced down people's throats when they haven't earned it. All of that. But if you're asking me, Stoney, and I hate a team, I hate everything that comes with it. I hate their broadcasters. I hate the radio people. Like, I don't hate.
So when I was growing up, I was a Yankee fan.
Bucky Dent.
Who was their rival?
Red Sox.
The Red Sox. I hated the Red Sox. I didn't even care about their fans. Now, I was in Pennsylvania and they were in Boston, but like, I didn't hate the Red Sox at all because of their fans. Now, fast forward to 2004, is that when they won it?
Yeah.
Now I thought something happened to the Red Sox fan base that made them somewhat obnoxious, like every other winning fan base of a franchise.
But
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but let's be honest.
Yeah.
The internet was introduced.
Probably.
And you probably had no idea what the fans were doing besides the 9 innings that you saw Boston and New York play baseball. But now we got the internet, and you see and hear. And
well, my brother actually was a Red Sox fan, and I couldn't stand him for a variety of reasons. Okay. But it wasn't because, like, I don't know, he wasn't really obnoxious.
He didn't rub it. Okay, well, there it is.
Like, okay, the Raiders. A lot of people hate the Raiders, right?
Battle of the Bay.
See, now to me, I think people hate more specifically the Raiders than the black hole. Like, that's kind of cool. For example, the Browns.
Yeah.
They have the dog pound.
It's the best.
Who hates Browns fans?
Well, because they're
nobody.
Yeah, because they're losing.
All right. Maybe
what
that's
if they start running off some stuff? There would be hate. Anytime I like to congratulate instead of hate.
No,
but when you brought up Raiders, it was territory. It was territorial here. Dude, Niners and Raiders was the best. I didn't care what the team's record were. It was the battle of the yay.
What years are you talking?
My whole existence being here. Every time they were here in Oakland.
When were they in L.A.? 81 to what, 94?
I get that, the Marcus Allen, Bo Jackson, but I'm talking about when they were here and I got to experience
one was
both
in the
games.
AFC, one was in the NFC.
But they were both in the Bay. See, the Warriors are everybody's team.
Were the Raiders and 49ers really rivals?
They had to cancel the game because of what went down in the lots.
That was after they moved.
But it was still. It got ugly.
Actually, Matt, I dislike Raider fans more than the organization. Huh. Interesting. But the highlights,
I don't know. No, I don't know how to separate the two.
Well, you're smarter than that.
Who would you like? Oh, I like the coach. Like, it all comes.
Well, give me a team. Any team.
The Celtics.
Okay. I can see how you would not like Red Auerbach or their fans.
Well, I actually respect Red.
Why?
What he did.
Tell me.
He told our guy on, what is it? The HBO show. He had the cigar and came in and said he would never win it. Hang Time. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, remember he came in and told him.
Steiny, you can answer that. You hate the Bay Area fan. No, see, this is not true. And honestly, there's this, again, the bottom of the barrel fans, which exists for every team. Yes, I don't like them. I like the Warriors a lot more than the bottom of the barrel fans. Yes, that's correct. No doubt. And the other thing about the Warriors that makes it, while I don't root for the Warriors, I don't root against the Warriors either. Because after watching
that what I'm playing. I know
because after 12 years of watching Steph and Clay and Draymond, you get a feel for Looney, you get a feel for guys, and I like them. I mean, Draymond's a piece of work, but I like him, and I like all the other guys, especially Curry. I'm just wondering if if you can separate the fans from the team. Like you're a Cowboy. You hate the Eagles, right?
Yeah.
The team or everything?
Well, I'm a grown man now, so if they win and run it off, which they have since Dallas has been, I respect them. Like, I ain't Harry fan no more, Stoney. I ain't banging. I ain't going in the parking lot fighting. That's why I walked to the.
You ridiculed Eagles fans for mistakenly cheering for Michael Irvin's
hurt. No, that was a fact. And they booed Santa Claus.
Do you want me to get? Yeah. You know what? If the 49ers.
I went to New York just recently, Stoney. They're different. They don't have enough.
You know what else is different?
We're
Pennsylvania from New York.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking about Pennsylvania.
I don't want to say Neanderthals, but they look at the world different. They're rough. The women are. Everybody's rough and rude.
Where?
Back east. That's my experience.
You better
back
be
east.
careful.
No, I'm being real.
You're crazy.
Yeah, everybody's like Archie Bunker.
If I can handle it, anybody can handle it.
Well, you got out when it really started getting thick. You soft now. SOFT. We from the Yay. You said it. I'm from the town.
If the I'm from Pennsylvania. Thank you. I'm from.
You referred to Joe Biden.
Yeah, somebody said you're going to hell for that. Actually said you're going to hell.
I voted for it. That
doesn't mean you're not going to hell.
But you know where I saw you not kind of laughing.
Like
you didn't like what?
No. Because you know what? As much as I couldn't stand the other guy,
Tom Sula.
We didn't talk a lot about him, even though we didn't like. No, I don't laugh at Tom Sula.
You did. This is kind of like you got one job, Joe. It's like
So you're making fun of old people. I mean, that's essentially what you're doing.
I'm not. My dad's 82. I love it. He's mad at me because, hey, you got people to help you with the stuff, Joe.
Round the big three.
Like this is where you always
when I'm down and out, I'm gonna play that
fun of an old person.
No, I'm not. I respect the elderly.
No, you don't. You don't respect him.
What we're honing in on.
How many times have you said it now?
Is we're going
if it were one little stick and jab, that'd be one thing. But this is about 5 times now. You've said something about Biden and you stuck it to him.
He's my guy.
Apparently not. You better be careful.
I need more energy.
You're not going to get it.
Red Bull. He's the red.
Well, then he's going to get heavy like the guys who said you are, and that didn't feel good. And
well, damn.
I know. It's a lose-lose, isn't it? It's an absolute lose-lose.
I need a second. Go ahead. Go ahead, plan.
I grew up a Niner fan because I hated my brother at that time. Didn't we all? And he was a Raider fan. Growing up, I disliked the fans more than the team. I'm with you there. 510.
How much do you feel like social media has influenced how much fan bases dislike each other?
A lot.
I'm starting to believe, Evan, to that point, they just showed the fight at the Niner game Saturday. Oh, good Lord. I honestly believe the fights are almost like, hey, I know we're going to go viral. So before, back in the day, you might like, you know what, I'm here to have a good time. I'm going to put myself baseball game. You think so?
Of course, it's alcohol. It is 3 words, alcohol.
But I get tipsy and happy when I who wants to fight?
Drink 4 more and see what you get like. Then you're back at Yoshi's trying to break up that dance and getting in that big fight. Oh, Jeffrey's inner circle. Yeah. Next thing you know, you find yourself up against it.
In the back of a squad car.
Bottom line is, if you fight at a game, you're a tool.
No doubt. I agree. Women are doing it now. This fight was women.
Well, that's all right.
No, I'll just let you do that. Yeah. I'm down on the fellow American. We're just ruder and me. I get it. We're pandemic. Things ain't what they used to be, but damn. President falling asleep.
There you go again.
Yeah, that's just.
There you go again.
Evan, real quick, can I just hear him pronounce give the Warriors love one time? It's not the.
No, he doesn't have it up.
Oh, he didn't have it up.
Oh, cut that. 4th grade reference. Yes or no?
I didn't even get that to you.
You got to get down.
Where he was reading, I want to congratulate Steph, Clay. No, what was it, Trey?
I got a stat for you.
Draymond and Kay. Well, you guys are shot.
He said K. What's K?
That was like the TV went black.
No, he said it. Got it.
And then everybody else has to be like, oh, keep going.
And Kay. Well, you guys are shot.
You got it. That counts. That's a good basket. That's a good basket. That's a good. He started it with a K.
It's like time is suspended, and everybody else is supposed to keep going like it's normal.
You know what?
Pop's mad at me. I hope he ain't listening.
Maybe he. Look,
I ain't Brian Gumbo. I make my mistakes.
One more time. One more time. Let me hear this.
Imagine the team around the big 3: Steph, Draymond, and Kay. Well, you
got it.
Incredible.
And who?
And here's the other.
It just stopped.
You know what? Clay hasn't played in a while. Maybe that's why he forgot him.
Hey, that's my president. That's yeah. My dad really mad.
Biden plays back-to-backs.
I bet.
By the way,
go ahead, man.
Just a couple things with the Warriors as it relates to tomorrow. They're in Boston. That's a 4:30 start TNT. Here's what we got on the injury front. Clay will play, which likely means he won't play against Cleveland. Kuminga, doubtful. Wiseman out. And Jermichael Green, doubtful.
What has happened
to
him?
The hope is Kuminga can play Friday against Cleveland, but no promises, and Wiseman's not going to play in the next 2 games.
Do we know? I thought it was a toe/ankle with Wiseman. Do we know for sure?
You know what?
Stein, it's going on 3 weeks, right?
I know. This is where I need to be better. I need to be better. I have no idea what Wiseman's
left
injury.
ankle sprain for James.
It's a high ankle problem, huh? Speaking of injured, all we do is talk about the Warriors' injuries. I've been in here now for 3 months, and my hip is just...
You in pain?
Oh, today oh, God.
I've never heard you say, Goo, I'm hurting.
This morning was bad. I had to walk because I dropped my car off and went to Bart. I haven't taken, aspirin.
You see the doc?
I think I have to. I think I got it. I think I'm
hip replacement's not on the table, is it?
I think it is. I actually do think it is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Not good. And of course, I asked Dan Dibley and Mark Willard for the last 3 months, hey, could you do me a solid and ask Panja?
You got it. He follows you. I did
but I don't
thing
like to. I don't like to
oh, God.
Slide into his DMs. I wanted those guys to ask. They haven't. All right. It is a Warriors Wednesday, and we're going to have Bob Myers at 2:30. But let's get back to the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. To the 49ers. If you're a 49er fan, be honest. Does the dual threat quarterback worry you? And is Dak Prescott a dual threat quarterback? Remember, the guests appear here on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. This segment was brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services. I don't see it, Bob.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence. Contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can find options that fit your budget, because giving you options is the right thing to do.
Oh yeah, like when I hold the door for someone. Sure, it may be weird if I don't time it right, and they're a little too far away, and now they're running. And we're both asking ourselves, is it worth it to run instead of just, letting them open their own door?
But still, it's the right thing to do. So get options based on your needs with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Did you hear? The new 2023 Silver Eagles are available in a perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. That's right. The American Eagle Silver Dollar in perfect 10 grade, just like perfect 10s for sports cards. Coin experts are calling this the biggest event of the century for coin grading. You must hurry. Very few silver dollar coins will receive the coveted grade of perfect 10. These American Eagle Silver Dollars are brand new, 99.9% pure silver legal tender coins minted by the United States Mint. Available now in perfect 10 grade for the first time ever. Just call and you are guaranteed a new 2023 just released perfect 10 Silver Eagle. With limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-969-0686. If you order now, you'll receive a free collector bonus over a $10 value free with every order. Call 1-800-969-0686 now to secure your new perfect 10 silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-969-0686.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The only thing Curry's got on me is a better handicap in golf.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was once asked by a buddy of mine if I could switch places with anybody in the world. This was when I was 20.
I love this.
25. Who would I?
Yeah.
I started running down a list, and he was like, I wouldn't want to switch places with anybody.
What's this person do, if I may ask?
Well, he's rich as hell right now.
Well, that's okay. But damn, that was his answer?
Yeah. Jimmy B.
He's still with us?
Oh, yeah. He lives actually, I went to college with him, but he's out here in the Bay.
Is that where you take your trip with your rich friend? He takes care of everything?
That's not my rich friend who takes care of everything.
Right, I thought that might have been him.
No.
Well, what if I asked you now, who would you switch with?
Nobody.
Brock Purdy.
Look at you.
I know what he means now. I've got perspective.
Your hip hurts.
I know.
Well,
what if that laugh was so loud they heard it off mic? That's a good one.
Well, ask me mine because I've been consistent.
Who's yours?
Jigga, Jay-Z.
Oh.
Dude. Coming home to Beyonce.
But with the personality that you have, like, you would have your personality
and hair.
in his body.
Yeah.
That you couldn't handle it.
Would you get all their life experiences as well? Or you just take over for them in their
I just got to take over.
Yeah.
Gosh. Just imagine. But the highlights. People saying get it checked, but I think you did.
Know. I did.
Be
yeah,
safe
but
and
I
sorry.
dropped it.
415.
Appreciate the advice on the
Damn, Star, I hate you hurting.
It's funny. It's bad in the mornings, gets better when I walk. I gotta do exercises. By the way, let me do some housekeeping here. I'm looking at our list. This is unreal. Hold on, let me make sure I got this. Justin, and then Irvin. So we're supposed to have Bob Myers at 2:30.
Yeah.
We're pushing him to tomorrow at 1:00. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. And I'm going to give you a little inside information that Vegas doesn't even know right now.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, their plane's a little bit delayed. They might be stuck somewhere.
Okay, gotcha.
You take that to Vegas.
You get a text.
That'll get you a half point. That's why we're pushing Bob Myers to tomorrow. But you know who got on today? It's unreal. First of all, we had John Lynch with the morning show,
did a great job.
general manager of the 49ers. If you want to hear that interview, you can download the Odyssey app. John Lynch was on with the morning roast. Bob Myers, he will be on with us tomorrow at 1:00. And then the afternoon show, Ratto and Damon have Justin Smith,
the Cowboy,
Steve Kerr, and Michael Irvin,
the playmaker.
I mean, that's pretty big. Those are big boy guests.
Look at you. You all fired up for them.
Those are big boy guests. On the other hand, let's got the Rich in Fremont.
Our guy.
What's up, Rich?
Hey, I'm from Pennsylvania. I've been living out here for like years, and you're not soft.
Oh, thank you. Rich, wow, we had another Rich from Fremont. Keep talking. Do not hang up on this Rich from Fremont. Go ahead, buddy.
Blend in a little bit, but, just...
Where in Pennsylvania are you from, Rich?
They're just going to win. It's just going to be a no-brainer. It's just they beat them last year in Dallas, so now it's going to happen.
Where are you from in Pennsylvania, Rich? Oh, boy. Thanks.
Little Joe Biden. I got stopped.
I didn't.
That's my president. He didn't say you were soft, but he said something that struck me.
I wasn't listening after that. I wanted to find out more about him in Pennsylvania.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So, and I'm telling everybody this. I'm looking at you. So the Niners went to Dallas and beat the Dallas Cowboys with Randy Gregory on that defense, which made them a better defense. Amari Cooper on that offense, which made them a better offense. I look at the Niners, now you got Brock Purdy, who's earning everything. The offense is prolific. The number one scoring offense, the number one rated defense. Now you have McCaffrey. Those are two just hurricane type of differences. So how can anybody, and I'm being real, Steiny, because I'm not Harry fanboy. I just don't see how Dallas can win this game. And if we take the temperature, my word today, of who's doing what, since the trade, this Niner team has won 11 in a row. Dallas scrambling. Look good Monday. But that was an 8-9 football team when it's all said and done. And I'm looking like, how can Dallas win this game, Steiny? Serious. The better team is the red and gold, I believe.
Maybe it is. So they shouldn't play the game?
No, I'd never go there.
It's 3.5. So clearly somebody thinks the Cowboys are pretty good.
Here's what a little science to why it was 3.5. Or were you just joshing?
Well, no, isn't 3 points what the home field's worth? So then that's even basically on a neutral field. So they must think highly of the Cowboys because we know they think highly of the 49ers. Here's what I would say. And you're in it. Okay, you're in it.
Yeah.
You're into the nuts and bolts.
Being real.
Here's what I would say. It feels to me like the Cowboys are better this year than they were last year. I don't care who's on the team. I don't care who isn't. What was their record last year?
They won the division.
What was their record?
13-4, I believe.
Was it that good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Might
so
have
now
been
this.
12. I'll look it up.
Okay, but this. What were they this year? 12-5.
Yeah.
So that's 2 years. If they won 13 last year, then take that as a group. They won 13 games and then 12 games. That's a good football
I think they
team.
won 12-5 last year.
So they've had
2 years back-to-back.
Okay, that's a good team.
Okay, yeah.
That's a good team.
Well, I'm not saying.
And you know what?
Yeah.
I think they're better this year.
But
I give the Cowboys. It's
is
weird.
Is good going to beat this Niner team?
I don't know. That's why we play.
And that's why you said, and I got to be honest, this defensive line for the Niners, it's Bosa-esque, and you got Armstead, but Steiny, you're right. They just proved you can get pressure on a quarterback if it's not just Bosa. by the others.
I mean, it's football. Like 3 turnovers dictate the whole
and
game.
Know I know this.
2 holds will get you beat by a bad officiating crew. That's both the beauty and the thing I hate about football, all at once.
And let's go back to
There's going to be 3 things that happened Sunday that nobody accounted for going into the game.
And I'll tell you what, one thing that happened last Sunday, to just piggyback off of that, if I were to text you, I think I did at half, I would have bet my left arm that there was no way the Niners would be down to the Geno Smith-led Seattle Seahawks.
But you would always make that bet.
No, I didn't give Seattle a chance.
I know you didn't. But you never give anybody a chance if they're a big underdog. You know what I mean? That's just kind of who you are.
Well, Tampa Bay was an underdog, and I thought they were going to win going away Monday.
But that's because it involved your team.
No, but I was in how they were playing bad. The world turned on Dak.
Right,
that was a reason.
Come on. That was devil tongue stuff. You know it, and I know it.
This is what I want you to do for me and the listeners. 888-957-9570. Give us a call with another example of an in-season trade that took off like this Niner trade, because I want you to hear this sound. If Evan could cue us up.
Look at you.
Now, see, I got to say this.
Damn.
A couple days after MLK. You're acting like me tying my shoe is graduating from Harvard. So ease up on the throwing. I did the backyard boogie 4 hours a day.
I apologize.
Right. Look at you like I went and graduated jail because I'm throwing the sound.
He's been a godsend, I'll tell you, everything you see on the field, you think you know a player, and then it's always you have a little bit of a different reality when you see him up close when they're on your team. And he's just as good as we ever thought he was on the field, or better. I think the intelligence that he plays with is really just elite. His skill, his versatility, all that. But I just think the commitment to being that player is probably what you don't know from afar. And man, this guy, I tell people all the time, he works coach's hours. He's here in the morning. When you get here, he's still here when you're leaving. And it's just so impressive. And
that was him on with Bonte and Shasky. It's just like let me tell you what I'm really feeling, because I got a question for you. I honestly wonder, would Jimmy have this team right where they're at now? With the McCaffrey style. Give me this. It started good. Remember I said Jimmy's looking different. He has something in the flat to throw to.
It's interesting.
Uh-oh.
It's just interesting, the 2 pieces of sound that Guru threw to today.
Tell us.
Please explain.
Yeah, Roxy Burns. I got Roxy.
It's like both are John Lynch going, oh, Christian McCaffrey, he's so great. I don't know that anybody's ever turned around a season like Christian McCaffrey. He's made us multidimensional. You can't say enough about him. And then the other one, Brock Purdy's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I can't believe what he's done. He's the greatest.
I want to laugh. I'm trying to see where you're going.
Give me something provocative. I want praise left and right.
No, it's about...
Get Draymond Green saying the writing's on the wall.
That's different.
Give me a quote where George Kittle says, you know what? I got to put the rat on the table. Garoppolo stunk.
Yeah,
that's the sound I want to hear.
They got to a Super Bowl with Jimmy and 2 NFC championship games. It's changed everything. And now I'm sharing with you, Jimmy has to be sick to his stomach. Trey Lance, for that matter, they went out and got McCaffrey and Trey was upright. Steiny, I feel like, and this is taking nothing away from Brock, as great as that story is, and a movie is in the waiting.
Go ahead and get around to saying it.
I think McCaffrey's Purdy too. If that makes any sense. Like whoever's the quarterback with McCaffrey in the backfield would have these games. Am I taking something away from the young man from Iowa State?
Why do you worry about that? You're so sensitive.
Because I'm real.
You're on sports talk radio. You might have to take some hits.
Because I always want to know.
You can't be liked by everybody.
No, it's not about light. This is about me. I'm going to Jim Carrey. Me, myself, and I.
The point you want to make is you think Jimmy Garoppolo, they'd be in the same spot with Jimmy Garoppolo?
You that,
I don't think so.
And is it far-fetched?
I don't think so.
And does that come under a hater umbrella to ask that question? Because you're like, Goo, McCaffrey's opened the lock.
I'm not saying that word anymore.
You won't even bend down.
Either.
You won't even bend down. You won't even give me the dub the people have. I'm finally saying, Goo, you were right on the weaponry.
About what?
The Niners' weaponry.
Right, once they got McCaffrey, they had weapons. That's
now
a fact.
They had him before.
So this is so funny.
Yeah.
He wants to argue that McCaffrey's one of the greatest trades of midseason. Everything changed.
No doubt.
But they had weaponry before. Well, they weren't,
I still
they needed a number one. They needed a. They never. You know what? And I'm sorry. Yeah. You want me to say it this way? I'll say it. Kittle, Ayuk, Deebo. Who else? Am I missing one more?
No,
none of them.
Mitchell.
None of those three are a 1. None of them are a 1.
Okay.
They're all 2s. But McCaffrey's a 1. All
they
right?
got within
McCaffrey's
6 minutes of a Super Bowl victory.
Great. That's great.
Then last year,
that's great. That's great.
We'll call them like a singing group. The non-number ones got you 1 quarter, 15 minutes
and
away.
They've come into their own because they've been pushed down the pecking order.
Well, yeah. It's just, that's the impact of McCaffrey.
Right.
And that's so. Yeah, but you took kind of offense to what Lynch was saying.
But no, I didn't.
Like it was just fodder. Like that was real.
Well, I didn't listen after he said he's a godsend.
That's what
I tuned out after godsend.
No, Steiny, that's what he is, man.
What would you consider him, Steiny?
Who?
McCaffrey.
He's been a catalyst.
Same thing.
An unforeseen
it's actually
catalyst.
not. It's actually not the same.
Yeah, because you didn't want to go.
A godsend's like a miracle.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a miracle. He's a football player, and that's it.
Oh,
he's been a catalyst. There's no doubt about it.
Godsend works for me.
The question is this. If you had to dole out, like, how much is McCaffrey and how much is Purdy of their offense improving?
What if I told you this
no shade at this guy, but I think it's this guy.
Too much. I'm using that too much. What if I told you I'll have a better answer as we progress? It could be Sunday. NFC Championship if they get there, a Super Bowl. I believe that is going to answer itself. But with that said, it's still, if some people are out there like, yeah, Brock's doing it because of McCaffrey, who gives a damn? I want to be a part of something, right? We all do. And
I think it's somewhat important as you move forward as a franchise, right? Maybe
something like the Xfinity mobile text line. I don't know if they're pulling or she pulling our chain. 80 McCaffrey, 20 Purdy.
Okay, I could see that. I think there's a lot of people out there that think McCaffrey. Look, 2 things happened right around the same time. They acquired McCaffrey, and Brock Purdy became the quarterback. McCaffrey was here obviously a few weeks before that, but then Brock Purdy came and it took off. So it got better under McCaffrey, and then it got really, really better once Purdy came.
And I'll say this about Brock. Goo, what does he do that you love? I don't care. He looks downfield, and that's why a part of the reason that this offense is taking off. Just look at the numbers.
Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on, fellas?
Talk to us.
I got to take it. Matt, you said I'm kind of offended, man. You know what I'm saying? Deebo carried us last year from
for a few
from that
right, but
from that Jacksonville game on. He carried us almost to the Super Bowl. He's a number 1 football player. I don't care what nobody say. He was punt returning, kick returning, running the ball.
Here's what I mean. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it. Here's what I mean.
And I've said what Rob said to you about
Deebo Samuel became a number 1 out of necessity.
Okay.
Flat out necessity.
Right.
He went to the next level when he became more of a runner.
And their season was on the balance.
Right. How many games are we talking? I'm talking about a guy who's a foundation for your entire offense for an entire season. Basically what McCaffrey's been.
Well, let me say this to that.
Deebo Samuel, by the end of the season, Deebo Samuel couldn't freaking walk.
I got you.
So, yes, that doesn't mean he can't be a 1 for stretches.
Yeah.
But if Deebo Samuel cannot carry the load like Christian McCaffrey.
And I'm going to say this to that.
Come on.
Because I've said what Rob said.
What are we doing?
What was the? Let's put it when he scrubbed his Instagram of the Niners.
Don't you get it?
We talked about
Deebo cannot be a number 1.
He might not like the way he's being used. It might be too much.
Yeah, but you can't have a number 1 who only touches it 10 times a game.
But I saw him in L.A. do it. I saw him in Dallas. I saw him in Green Bay in the playoffs.
There's no disagreement.
He parlayed that into
a
contract.
Do it short. Great.
And they gave him that money.
That's great.
with him being their number one, not knowing down the road they were going to get McCaffrey.
He was not going to be used the way he was the last 8 games of last year.
But
no
we all
chance,
agreed that
no
as they
how.
got closer to the offs,
you really think,
without McCaffrey, you think they would have used that? Like they're doing it now.
Yes, they probably would have. But you think he's going to be able to handle that over the course of his career? Do you think Deebo
bet on that.
The only way Deebo Samuel can be like a Christian McCaffrey is if he runs 10 times and pass catches for 8. He can't stay healthy doing
he got
that
contract without McCaffrey, Steiny.
That's
he
right.
earned it.
That's
all
of course
Rob
he
was
earned
saying.
it, but he ain't a number one.
He did it on the biggest level.
That's fine. He earned a contract. He ain't a number one.
I got to tell Rob and the listeners this. I was the guy up here. It wasn't
What's the argument? I don't get. I
was
why
saying
you're
they
coming
could
down
do
my
it
road.
without Deebo because he's hurt, and his ass was just getting off like he did his previous playoff games. Last week, he had a big impact.
Of course he did. I'm talking about week in, week out, week in, week out, week in, week out, week in, week out. Being the guy who touches the ball the most. Deebo Samuel cannot do that. In fact, he's most effective when you use him perfectly 8 to 12 times. Come on, Goo.
Well, you'll never be proven right now. Because they got McCaffrey, and now he was
totally broken down at the end of last year.
No doubt.
Deebo Samuel.
But they gave him that money because they needed him. He was a one.
Well, money was irrelevant. I never brought money into it. He just said number one.
We all talked about, maybe we speculated, he doesn't like the way he's being overused.
I mean,
now you ain't got to worry about it.
Sean in Oakland. What's up, Sean?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I just had to say, I think the Cowboys have a great chance because I think their offensive line is a lot better with Tyron Smith back and Tyler Smith at the tackles. And Steiner had a quick question for you.
I got one for you then, too. Go ahead.
Since you know the Bay Area the best, who do you, since scapegoat Jimmy Garoppolo's gone, who do you think the Bay Area is going to blame? Would they turn on Brock Purdy, or would they get all the blame to Kyle Shanahan at the
Shanahan
this Sunday?
Shanahan. Hey, I got a question for you real quick. Actually, now I forgot it.
Damn.
My bad. I'm sorry, Sean.
Well, let's leave it like.
Yeah. See? Go ahead. It says Joe Biden.
No, that's my president.
Go ahead and talk. Talk. You want to be in the H chair so bad.
What was the compliment? You know the Bay Area better than anybody. Who was that? Because
I think what he means is I'm the most fair and balanced about the Bay Area than anybody.
Stop.
You know I am.
Yeah, please.
You know I am.
That guy, he was a Steiny stan. I ain't hating. He goes, since
so
you
that
know
Deebo
the
Samuel.
best. Dude, you just went off.
Well, that's because you guys don't listen to the exact phraseology
Rob was
that
telling
I use.
you what I told you. You cannot take what they used last year.
This.
That was a Deebo run, was it not, Steiny?
I can't do that. The question
Why do
was,
you say even though it was by necessity, it was a bad thing?
The question is Deebo Samuel a 1? The answer is no. Do you believe he's a 1?
I do believe he's a 1.
He could do it all year long. You could utilize him.
Well, the
20 touches a game.
Steiny. No,
come on.
Steiny, he signed that contract,
and
they probably had an understanding as we get to week 19, go time, your workload will increase.
You don't understand what I'm saying clearly. And I don't mean you can't be a 1 if you're only touching the ball 8 to 10 times a game. That's what he's great at. He's great at that. But McCaffrey's the guy who's carrying it 20 times. You think, first of all, Deebo Samuel wouldn't want to carry it 20 times a game because he knows he couldn't.
Okay.
So, I'm not saying he's not a great player.
So when he signed
but
that,
he's not a 1. He's not
So when he signed that contract, I keep going to this, that wasn't, he put a ring on it, I'm your 1.
No. Of course not. Why did they get McCaffrey?
Well, because there was an opportunity, and you know what? They needed him, and they had Jimmy.
Why do you think they wanted a quarterback like Lance? What was Lance's?
To be dynamic.
Exactly.
Or Earl Campbell.
I just listen. I'm watching Deebo Samuel last week, and I'm like, this guy's unbelievable.
Right.
This guy is unbelievable. He cannot be brought down. He's automatic, at least 9 yards, and then some. There's something about him. I can't put my finger on why he is so hard to tackle and other guys aren't. He's fast, he's strong, he's got it all. And because of all those things, you can't use him 15 plus times a game. Like, I think he's gonna be like, you just can't.
Well, I'll say this. Because I think I know what you're saying, and then sometimes I go off like a firecracker. In any sport, what you try to strive for on offense is balance. And now that they got McCaffrey, Steiny, they got the ultimate form of balance. And that's, we don't got to run you in the ground, Deebo, because we got a dude that could take over the low. But any given day can pop off. And last Sunday, Deebo showed you. I told you I saw Seahawks like they didn't want the smoke.
Right, but you were mad that Ayuk only had 2 catches.
No, I see. You're putting words in my mouth. You cannot be mad when you score 41. I'm not that guy you think I am. Now, if we lose, now you can second guess. Give Deebo some credit, man. He's a one.
You know what? I almost said it. I almost gave you one. You know what I almost said? Shut up.
Threw us under the bus.
I almost said, shut
too.
up.
Yeah.
Give Deebo credit. I just gave him all the credit. 1 minute of great Deebo, and then said, but he's not a number one. Did you not hear the minute before I said, but he's not a number one?
What I'm saying is, when you end that or even say that, that nullifies anything that you said up until that.
Well, that's because you have no nuance, and everything's got to be great or terrible. I live in a gray world. I don't see extremes. I know there's a place in the middle that's more understandable and the way it really is.
Now, I'd be a jackass if I said you pick Dallas in 6. That was extreme.
And that was a gimmick. All right? All right, that was stupid because I didn't care at all.
Yeah.
Because you guys take all that
I was throwing that
S. I almost said it so seriously.
Speaking of which.
And I saw, guess what? Nobody's picked Dallas. Yeah. I'll pick Dallas.
I'm listening real quick. I'm listening to the changeover this morning. We got snitches.
What's new?
Talking about we were cussing on the stream. Dibs was saying it.
It's freaking sewing circle.
We need a team meeting. We need a host meeting without the boss.
Guess what? I ain't
like the Warriors.
I ain't in that. I ain't coming to no team
meeting. I'm catching strays, too many strays.
Right. You know why?
Do it when I'm around. They were like, Steiny and Guru were cussing. It felt good, though. Wow.
This ain't nursery school, Goo. This is a big radio market. San Francisco, top 5 radio market in the country, and you're going to bring gossip into it. Petty office politics.
I keep my ear to the street, dog.
When we come back, let's talk about 49ers. Oh, as Pete Franklin would say, and they are. Phone lines are jammed. By the way, I'm taking this one into my own hands.
What you got?
Next segment's brought to you by Yellow Sack. Yellow Sack is the sponsor of our executive show, but the executive show is tomorrow. The rain is slowing down. I would check out what Yellow Sack is and what they do, because you're going to need it on 95.7 The Game.
I said what I said.
It's a Warriors Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 2:30.
It's good for me and the job I'm in to not get too emotional, which is just more my nature. But what you have to exercise and you learn is patience.
And head coach Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto at 4.
He's the modern MJ. Now half the crowd's got blue and yellow 30 jerseys. It's just Steph. He transcends the game.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
When your home renovation waste becomes a disgrace, use Yellow Sack. With Yellow Sack Dumpster Bag, it's hassle-free next-day pickup, making haste of your waste stress-free and removing it fast. Call 1-833-YELLOW. That's 1-833-YELLOW. Or visit yellowsack.com. Take control of your projects today.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Birdie likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND. Enjoy.
Guru, you're like the U.S. Constitution. You're from the people, by the people, and for the people.
Who the F cares?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. All right, here's what's going on now. The Morning Roast had John Lynch on, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers. Real good interview. We're going to replay that at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, John Lynch. John Lynch, 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Executive of the Year candidate, John Lynch?
No doubt.
Yeah, probably. Okay. This is very simple. I'm gonna try to do this in 2 sentences. And essentially, once I say those 2 sentences, I don't think you're going to be able to disagree with me.
Okay.
When I say somebody in football is a number one, that player will be the player who touches the ball more than anybody else on the team other than the quarterback. That's what I consider a number one. All right? Deebo, over the course of a season, all I'm saying is Deebo Samuel is not a one. He can be a one at different times. He can take over stretches of games. He can take over games of football, 4 to 6 weeks. But it's like, if I said Klay Thompson's a 2, Steph's got 1 and Klay's a 2, like who would argue that? Doesn't mean Klay's not great. It's just Klay could not carry the load like a Steph. That's all I'm saying.
The Christian McCaffrey-less San Francisco 49ers, this is how I look at it, Stoney, and why I call them a 1. When you played the Niners, like the last playoff run, if I'm a D coordinator, who do we got to stop? Not whoever was running, not Mostert, not running back by committee. It was
Mitchell.
Deebo.
Again,
that's why he was an all-pro.
Well, I'm not saying Deebo Samuel's not a better football player than Elijah Mitchell. I'm just saying Elijah Mitchell carried the ball 225 times last year, which is, he just happened to be involved in more play. Like to me, you got to be the horse. That's all.
And now they got,
and he's been the horse in various games
and playoff games.
Exactly. But I don't think you want to play that game all year. That's all I'm saying.
And if we're correct, Stoney, maybe that led to something with the negotiations that maybe, and again, we never heard Deebo say, hey, they're using me too much. But conventional wisdom would be,
you know what, Goo?
This was getting old.
I think
and maybe that's
right.
why they went. And we want Deebo here for a while, not limping off the frozen tundra in Green Bay, on the ground in Dallas. And to his credit, I call him the tank. He always came back.
I could see that.
And now it's like, hey, Deebo, we don't even need
I could
the
absolutely see
player.
Deebo Samuel during contract negotiations saying, guys, I can't keep running 10, 12 times a game. I can't do that.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan looking him in the eye and saying, Deebo, we did that for one reason, and it was only one reason, necessity. We lost all our running backs. We needed to do, we needed you there. But trust me, it's not how I want to use you. And we are going to continue to look for a running back that can be more of a carrier. And maybe he said, I trust you. Or, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Let's go to Alex. Alex is in Oakland. What's up, Alex?
Hey, what's happening, Steiner? What's up, girl?
Hey.
So, Steiner, you're kind of contradicting yourself. You said earlier, I know you just kind of cleaned it up right there before you asked me, but Deebo has played just as much as McCaffrey has, and you said he'd have to play and hold the team as much as McCaffrey. He did that last year. You also said that McCaffrey, that he would be able, well, I guess my point is that he would be able to hold down a team. That's exactly what Deebo did, and he's played as many games as McCaffrey did last year. Deebo did, and held the team down. So you're saying he couldn't do it, he wouldn't be able to do it, but he did do it.
He did it for a stretch of games. He didn't do it for the whole season because Mitchell had more touches than him. It's a matter of touches. If that's
and
I'm
people
really
appreciated you clearing up. You're not saying Mitchell's better than Deebo.
Right.
You did. You said
I'm going to clear up their lack of understanding.
Because I'm
going to pull a Kyle Shanahan. Yeah. What did he say? Always great when more people can understand.
Oh, well, I hadn't heard that.
Actually, the more the better, I can help educate.
Listen to this. Listen to this stretch, Steiny.
Last point. And
take your time.
Christian McCaffrey had consecutive years where he, I think he had almost 400 touches. Yeah. 400. 350, I think. I think he had, 60. I think it was up around 400 if I remember correctly when they acquired it.
And that's where I was
it's
going.
A big difference.
When you look at the game, the logs games, Steiny, 2020 he played 3. So when we talk about McCaffrey, 2021 he played 7. 2022 he played 6.
Yeah, he's gotten hurt.
Yeah, no doubt.
So is Deebo.
Right, but
in fewer carries.
Understand. But now, you never once said into the mic, McCaffrey's Earl Campbell, give it to him 40 times. You didn't. The beauty of him is you can run him between the tackles, but you might, if I'm Kyle, how much do we want this guy to do that? Football's a brutal game. I don't got to tell you that. But moving forward, that's something to watch. And now that the Niners got a plethora of threats and weaponry, I don't believe you want to give it to McCaffrey 30 to 35 times. I'm not saying he can't handle it, but it looks he can do it all. But he's got 3 years not playing 8 games in 3 straight seasons. So when we talk about Deebo being nicked up, limping off is different than being out.
415, based on your logic, only running backs can be ones. Yeah, that's basically right.
But you don't mean that.
Yes, I do. Because running backs tend to have the ball. To me, a one is which player on your team is most relied upon to get yardage.
Your team. Huh? Justin Jefferson. I love you, Dalvin Cook. The one is JJ in Minnesota.
If you want to argue that, that's fine. But then you're talking about the best receiver in the game, essentially.
One of them.
And Deebo's not the best receiver in the game.
But he's a dual threat.
I mean, you think Ayuk's a better
route
receiver now.
It's not a route runner.
Right? Used to love Deebo now. Let's go to Brad in San Ramon. What's up, Brad? How you doing, buddy?
Good, thank you, guys. Yeah, calling about Deebo. Goo, you're right again. Deebo is the number one.
Got that.
Nice job, it has to do with the fact that it's not just the skill level, but it's also the threat level.
Yeah.
Think about Steph Curry. When Curry gets on the court, everybody knows what he's going to do, but the defense still has to play differently and adjust based on him. And that's what Deebo does. He forces the defense to do different things because he appears in different sets.
Okay. Let me tell you something. If I ever said something like that on the radio, you know how many stick the basketballs I get? You know how many stick the basketballs?
Nobody. It was just you saying that the one. What you were giving one.
Get out of here. Right. Come on now. It's just Deebo Samuel is just like Steph Curry. That's too dumb to address.
I think I know where he was going.
Dumb to address.
There's only one Deebo Samuel in the league.
You know it, baby.
Right.
He is
Kyle
a special player.
So I don't want to get into semantics
let me
about
tell you
is he a one.
I don't remember if you remember. Well, I don't know if you remember because you don't listen to our interviews. I asked Deebo. I said to Lorenzo Neal, I said the 49ers, they have 2 players, Lo. They have 2 players that, here's what I can't believe. Here's what I can't believe. This is why I respect these guys so much. Because you guys are playing NFL football. You're at the highest possible level.
Yeah.
The greatest players on planet Earth are playing football. And the Niners have 2 guys that, to me, just a sports fan, I can tell they're better than anybody else on the field.
Okay.
Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel. Okay? It's Deebo Samuel. He can't be tackled like other guys. Yeah. He is unbelievable. He is an incredible weapon. I'll stop there.
I'm blushing. You can't tell, but what you didn't say anything wrong, bud.
But he's kind of like
a car crash.
He's kind of like a Jamal Crawford in the NBA. Like
I'm picturing him on TNT. Go ahead.
He can get you 20 off the bench which is like, that's better than if he were your starter and you had. It's hard to explain.
He plays violently, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, but he never won. I don't know. That's why I was fascinated when he scrubbed the IG. I keep going there. I know they got a game, Stoney, but Deebo is rare. He's one of a kind.
Yep.
And I honestly believe he has some say-so, or his agent, about, hey, look, guys, I can take us down the stretch, but it don't take Einstein to figure out I'm a load. And when you got me running up against a brick wall in maybe week 7,
right.
I don't know if that's going to.
So you're answering your own question about why he's not a 1. If Deebo Samuel went, if that was part of management where he said, I can't run the ball as much, I mean, that's basically saying because I'm not a 1.
But we got to keep it real. We got to put all the chips on the table. He also had 1,000 yards in the air before we actually saw him turn into what he turned into. So, Steiny, it's just, I guess we're just different. We're disagreeing on the usage of a 1. This dude is special.
My definition of a 1 is very simple. It's the guy who touches the ball the most.
No, but then
other than the quarterback.
You're saying Elijah Mitchell's a 1 on the Niners.
When he's healthy.
I'm not throwing shade at him.
When he's healthy, he rushes 20 times a game.
That doesn't.
And establishes.
So does every other running back everywhere.
Okay.
But that don't make him a 1.
Is that true?
Yeah. Every running back would be all pro. They're not.
Okay.
Is it possible to have a number 1 at different positions, a number 1 running back and a number 1 option receiver?
I believe the Niners have that right now currently.
That's fine.
And a 1 at tight end.
I made it clear what I thought a number 1 was. So by my definition, all I'm saying is, McCaffrey's a 1.
Kittle like a 9er. So, see, now I can't do this. I can't, because
this is stupid. Let's move on.
It is. I'd love you for that. Because I was going to, you win NBA, Jamal Crawford.
Ben. What if Ben's in Oakland? Come on.
You've never done that.
I know. Well, I do.
Ronald Tillman on Twitch didn't like it. But go ahead.
Ben, he wants to come down my road anyway.
That's what I was trying to prevent.
Yeah. I've been waiting to come down your road for a while, Steiny.
Finally have
you just hit on this, but so you're saying who's the number 1 on the Vikings?
Right.
Is Dalvin Cook not Jefferson?
Probably, yeah.
Who's the number 1? So who's the number 1 on the Dolphins? It's not Tyreek Hill?
It could be. Did he lead the team in touches?
But if I'm a coordinator, go ahead. The call's calling.
Like, I don't understand what's so hard. You can say, Steinmetz, your definition of a 1 is idiotic. Like, say that.
Your definition of a 1 is idiotic. Okay. I'm saying that. Because what you're doing now is Tyreek Hill's a 1. He's a threat.
He's a 1 receiver.
He may not get the ball more than Mostert, who I love Mostert, but the 1 is the dude that coordinators stay up at night. We got to take him away. That's all.
And don't put words in my mouth. I never said you don't
say it if you agree with it.
It's about who touches the ball the most. To me, if that's stupid, then that's stupid. Which I get. I
feel like who's on first?
I mean, if anybody out, okay, let's put it this way. Is there anybody out there that thinks Deebo Samuel can last a full year?
Now, these are two different things. Okay.
Leading the 49ers in touches with a combination of runs and passes.
My hands up. I do. I would be nervous if I had to do it by default, and this is what the Niners have done. It got you to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC championship games.
Okay, then, so what's Kittle? Kittle can't be a 1.
You're already going to love me for
Kittle's not a 1.
See?
You can't have 2 1s.
No. In your world, because you're so fixated on numbers. Kittle's a threat. Now, I love that
they're all threats, Goo. Well, you're missing my point. Who gets the ball the most? Who gets the ball the most? When it's at the end of the day, who has the ball the most?
The running backs, Donnie.
All right.
You would tend to think.
And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Right.
I'm just saying, I guess it's always going to be a running back, especially a running back who can catch out of the backfield. Or like, what's the guy's name? Patterson?
Cordarrelle?
Yeah.
Yeah, how many touches does he get?
That's incredible.
That's why I didn't say it. I swear to God. That's why I didn't say it. How many total touches did he have in a year?
A bunch.
But not as much as you think.
Well, but you're not saying he's a 1. And he's a good player.
Honestly, here's the thing. This is where we're having the difference. Okay. It's not about how good or bad the guy is. I want to see how many times he touched the ball.
This year, 170. Last year, 200.
200 times, yeah. I mean, here's what I mean. Unfortunately, he's their one. And that means you're probably not going to be that great. But he's still, who's the one on, who's a bad team? Who's the one on
Pittsburgh?
No. It's not even a basketball. Who's the number one on?
That's where I was going.
Who's the one on
Charlotte?
Who's the number one on the Atlanta Hawks?
Well,
perfect. It's Trey Young.
I like Trey.
What I'm saying is, if he's your one, you ain't that good.
Well, that's an example, even though I like Trey, but it's totally different sport. You might be onto something if he's your best player.
And you're not I don't want to
No, you get. I think you get it. You're fixated on the numbers.
I'm not saying anybody's wrong.
Right. But what I'm
fixated
saying,
on the
what
numbers.
the people are speaking, Steiny, is I believe with your metric, scrubs can be a number one.
Yes.
They would get the, and that's an oxymoron.
I mean,
number one and scrub. That, you know what I mean? That's how it don't make sense.
Well,
because ones are bosses, ones are all stars.
Like Kemba Walker was a one,
and that's the perfect.
Was he? He shouldn't have been.
There we go. But we can move on now.
Rasheed
Wallace. Was the comp I was trying to
get.
Rasheed
Wallace, another example.
I love Sheed.
Yeah, guess what? He didn't win in Portland when he was a one.
Andrew Wiggins, Minnesota.
There you go. Lord. That's kind of what I'm. Yeah,
I think we got past this.
We ain't like other shows. We actually like each other. Let's go to.
That's pretty.
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan in Redwood City. What's up in our city, baby?
Oh, it's beautiful here. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Love your show. Thank you for taking my call. Who's the one at 95.7, Steiny?
Wow.
Take that off the air, but I wanted to comment one versus two, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to hear you extrapolate that out to y'all at 95.7. But so Kyle Shanahan, man, everybody was down on him. I think I talked to a lot of people. It was like, what's going on with Kyle Shanahan? Is he a good coach or not? I think this is more reflective that dude's a good coach, man. Dude can coach. You know, he didn't have confidence in Garoppolo, didn't have confidence in Lance, and man, look what he's doing. And everyone has something to do with it. But
no doubt, you're good point. I mean, thanks, Ryan, and we'll get to that pecking order in a minute because that's fun and controversial.
Well, there's a clear number one.
I agree.
I can't wait to get to it. Right. And I'm being objective.
This is a perfect example.
Yeah.
We're talking about who's a number one. We have a number one at the station, and there's no doubt who it is.
Yeah.
You know what?
You have your answer.
How about I go
mine.
1, 2, 3? We'll both say it, and we'll see if we agree. You want to do that?
Dude,
okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Right.
Hold on.
Okay. Who would be considered 95-7 the game's number one? 1, 2, 3.
Bonte.
Damon Bruce.
I got Bonte. And I love DB.
It's not even close.
Steiny, when you're a dual threat.
This is what you don't.
You're doing the morning. You're Ricky Henderson, and then you're doing the TV for the best team in the world.
That's why he's not a number one option.
To me.
Because he only.
He's Bo Jackson.
I know.
He's Dion.
That's my guy right here. Come on.
And he's David, dude. I didn't know. DB knows he's a legend.
And this is kind of what I mean.
That's so great. Hey, D, you know I love you. I was going exposure. That's
I said 95-7 the game. In fact, the fact that he does NBC Sports Bay Area hurts him.
No, but on the bottom
contest.
of the thing it says Ketchum and him and Shafty. He's Bo Jackson.
Number 2.
You know what I mean? Damon's a big boy.
Damon.
Now, if you say who's the number one afternoon,
Damon has
in
been
the country.
Damon is a fixture,
no doubt,
in the Bay
I'm not
Area,
arguing.
and has been for decades.
Can I catch Damon on TV?
He's in.
That's all I'm at. Yeah. Can I catch him on TV?
First of all, Damon's been in drive time for his whole career. Drive time.
Yeah.
For 30 years, how long's Bonte been in the business? How long's Bonte been in the business?
10 years.
And this is why you're never going to be a good GM. Right. And it's not that Bonte's not great. It's that you're ready to hand him the keys to the car.
He's earned them.
At a young age.
No. Age has nothing. He's 40. But listen, Stoney, do you get where I'm coming from? How many
you're
outlets?
Off base as usual.
I love Damon and his family. Ozzy. Everybody. Jack. Jillian. I know the whole crew.
I know, and here's another real example of you are so afraid to offend anybody.
No, this is real. When I leave Damon, I can only find him and see him tomorrow at the station.
It's not even close.
If I break my leg and I'm on the couch and grab the remote, I can double
with all
up
due
on
respect,
Mr. Hill.
With all due respect, if you went out on the street, more people have heard of Damon Bruce than Bonte Hill.
Well, okay.
Just because of longevity.
Yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's our one. Then he's our one. To me.
But you gave me the Dion Bo Jackson, the double up. The
What does that
TV
mean?
and radio. That's heavy.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh,
yeah. As somebody who's done that, I know how tough that is. But also,
and David is the man.
But what it also means
a legend. Ratto should have been the answer.
But that means while he's a bigger boy, Bonte, because he's got
two jobs,
right? Yeah. But they've diluted. They're both diluted in a sense. So basically, you're gonna say Bonte's our number one when you know damn well he's got somebody else out there. Yeah.
No, I just the idiot
I need
box,
a commitment.
The TV.
I need a 24/7 commitment.
Ratto could have been the one if we're going down here.
Well,
those are all my guys.
But we said
Dibs, Willard,
specifically
anybody.
at the radio station. So Ratto's print career matters, but
he's a legend.
Now, if you want to say, okay, what's the pecking order of our staff? Which includes all media, yes, Ray Ratto's number one.
All right.
That's not even close.
And Damon's,
but it was
radio. This is all love. It's all hectic, but yeah. The idiot box is
that's
heavy.
pretty good.
That's what my dad calls the TV.
The what?
The idiot box.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. 888-9.
You got a hug from
Actually,
Damon.
there's John Lynch. John Lynch on the other side. I see people on hold. If you want to hang in there, we'll get to you at 2:30. If not, you can call back. Let's see. Remember, Warriors Wednesday, always brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com, sponsored by Pfizer.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Oh, it's doing great. I've been on it now for about 3.5 years. I've lost 67 pounds, and I feel better than I did at age 40. The only thing I'm just getting older. That's the only thing that doesn't stop. Other than that, I feel good.
Listen, we're all getting older, but that doesn't mean you have to feel your age. Are you ready to turn back the clock? It's 2023, and there's never been a better time to start looking and feeling young again. Introducing Andro400.com. Andro400.com has proven solutions to melt belly fat, increase mood and memory, increase energy, and bring that spark back to your love life. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435 to see which product is right for you. Try the safe and natural way to start feeling and looking your best. And there's nothing to lose with an industry-leading 90-day money-back guarantee. Visit Andro400.com or call 888-400-0435.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Deebo Samuel in motion. Brock Purdy will dump it off to McCaffrey. He's got a blocker. He's headed for the end zone, and Christian McCaffrey has a 49er touchdown. Boy, some really nice downfield blocking.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's courtesy of Fox Sports. Unmistakable voice of Chris Myers. All right, 49ers general manager John Lynch did an interview with the Morning Roast. It was really good, and we're going to play that for you right now. So this was from this morning. John Lynch, great. General manager of the San Francisco 49ers, and the first thing he was asked was about the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey.
He's been a godsend. I'll tell you, everything you see on the field, you think you know a player, and then it's always you have a little bit of a different reality when you see them up close when they're on your team. And he's just as good as we ever thought he was on the field, or better. I think the intelligence that he plays with is really just elite. His skill, his versatility, all that. But I just think the commitment to being that player is probably what you don't know from afar. And man, this guy, I tell people all the time, he works coach's hours. He's here in the morning. When you get here, he's still here when you're leaving, and it's just so impressive. And I think there's an aura of confidence that comes with having a guy like Christian on your side. He's kind of our version of Bosa on defense, and he's been tremendous. I think the way he kind of assimilated into our team, like right away, it was like he was an instant leader. He just fit really well, and we always felt like this was a guy who we admired as we started thinking and started hearing that he might be available. You start thinking, wow, this is a guy we really like where our offense is at. Do we need to do something? No, but this is a guy, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. And I think the results have been tremendous, and I can't say enough about the way he prepares. And so it's been a great example. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
Yeah, I mean, it feels, and you kind of identified it there, like what he does spacing-wise on that field to open things up for Deebo, Ayuk, Kittle, and just his versatility in the run and pass game, and just formationally, it feels like this is the most open and dynamic and explosive this offense has ever been in your tenure.
Yeah, I think so. And, I think that goes to the development. A lot of that is the development of other players. Our offensive line's playing as well as it's played since we've been here. I'm really proud of those guys. There's guys you expect, like Trent Williams, who's as good as there is, good a football player as there is in this league, let alone offensive tackle. Aaron Banks has had a fabulous year, really come into his own. Jake Brindell's really held down the center. You got that rotation with the rookie Burford and Danny Brunskill, who kind of comes in, and they've done a nice job playing. I think McGlinchey's, people like talking all the time about what he doesn't do, but I think he's been really Mike's played his best football, particularly in the last month or so. And so those guys are, but Christian, he does. You're right about the spacing. Checkdowns that used to be 4 yards are all of a sudden becoming 12, 13. It's just, it's added a whole nother dimension. And then to be able to spell him with a guy like Elijah Mitchell, and now that you're having him back healthy, to be able to put Deebo on one side, Christian on the other, just presents a lot of challenges that the whole league is, having to deal with, and we're fortunate to have him.
John Lynch, GM of the 49ers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. We like to keep it real on the roast, John, and we will get roasted if we don't. And one thing we said about Brock when he came in was like, boy, the 49ers going to be able to hold up? Are they going to be able to win the division with Brock Purdy at quarterback? Well, all he's done since he started is win every game. And in the second half last week, he really lit it up against Seattle. What has amazed you the most about Brock Purdy in his short tenure with the 49ers so far?
I think just the poise, the presence, the pressure on that position in this league it's immense. It really is. And I think one thing that we saw from day one, he wasn't going to be phased. I talk a lot about early on in OTAs, particularly training camp, when you're not getting many reps, and Brock wasn't. You had Trey getting a lot of reps because we were trying to get him ready. Nate Sudfeld was going to be our backup, and so you're getting him reps. And so the number 3 guy at that point, you're getting 4 or 5 meaningful reps. They're all meaningful, but reps that are kind of live during the course of practice in the team periods. But whenever he went in, he made the right decision, and it was oftentimes a bold decision, not like the safe one, but like fitting into, if throwing into a tight window was the right play, he was doing that. And when you make quick decisions and you anticipate in this league, good things typically happen. So we saw that box being checked from the beginning. Then you get in preseason and he's moving the team, and man, this kid's got some swagger to him. And then I think, the thing that probably, like when people say what surprised you, because people say, are you surprised? Obviously, with this success, we are, how well he's played. But I think the area that probably has surprised us, you saw some running ability in college, but I didn't know he's this good an athlete. He's a very good athlete.
Yeah, same here.
Pete Carroll calling him Fran Tarkington. So, his ability to move on the field and create and extend, that has been, surprising for us. I can't say that we saw that. I saw a good athlete. I did not see this. And so he's been tremendous for us. And, it's been great to see those guys, whether it be Trey early on, Jimmy then came in, and now Brock picks it up. But the way they support each other, I think the job that Brian Griese has done with them, the job that Kyle's done, kind of tailoring the offense to each one of them, I think that can't go unnoticed. Kyle spends time with those guys every day. So I think the whole picture has just been from that quarterback position, and then Brock especially, here at the end has been tremendous.
Yeah, the short area quickness for him with a guy in his face and just making a guy miss with a subtle little move. I didn't think he had it in the bag. It's hard to tell. Training camp, you can't hit the quarterback. You don't know what's going to translate in terms of scrambling. But, there's a story about how you acquired Jimmy Garoppolo. There's a story about how you guys came to the conclusion to draft Trey Lance. What's the story behind how you drafted Brock Purdy?
Well, the story was he had really good reports. He played a lot of football at Iowa State. That the area scout that was there at the time was a kid. I call him a kid, but Steve Slowick, he's now in-house. He's a pro scout. His brother is Bobby, our pass game coordinator. And Steve was the area scout there. And, Steve would say, guys, I love the player, but you love the player more when you go hear from a head coach like Matt Campbell talk about this guy. And when you're using words like, or description such as this guy is a program changer. He changed our program here. He changed our culture here. Those type of things. So Steve Slowick would always talk about this kid. So you start watching him and you start really appreciating his game. We thought he might come out his junior year. He probably played a little bit better his junior year. Our grades were a little bit higher. He goes back for one more year. And then, prior to the draft, Kyle and I, when we're sitting down, we'd really like to come out of this draft with a young quarterback late in the draft, whether it be, a late draft choice or a free agent. We had some other things that we had to get for our roster that we needed. But, man, it'd be nice to come out with a guy we really like and want to invest some time into late. And so, you kind of then scouting kind of hands it over to the coaches, and the coaches and our area scouts work together. And so we handed a bucket of, probably eight to 10 guys down to Brian Griese and Clay Kubiak. They worked on it together, and they really came out convicted that they wanted to come away, in some form or fashion with Brock Purdy. And, because we had our nether needs, we had to add some corners, we had to add an offensive lineman, we were pecking away at those things. And then you get to the end, and there was a linebacker we liked, and then there was Purdy. And you just said, man, we think we have Purdy as a free agent, but, why wait on that? Because we knew there was competition for him as well. We had that last pick. Didn't know if he'd last. As soon as that pick right before us went, we said, Kyle and I looked at each other and said, let's just pull the trigger and bring him in. And so we did, not to try to be cute with the old Mr. Irrelevant thing. We really liked the guy. And I think the conviction of an area scout like Steve Slowick, the work that Griese and Clay Kubiak did, they Zoomed him a lot. They talked to a lot of people at Iowa State. And when you have that kind of conviction, people really pulling for a guy like that, you feel compelled to do something. And, man, I'm sure glad those guys were convicted, because he's really been something special for us. And I'm grateful to all those guys that I mentioned.
Hall of Famer as a player, John Lynch, here on the Bud Light Guest Line, GM of the San Francisco 49ers, and he's helped build this thing brick by brick into a bully, the 49ers, that is. And you brought up Kyle Shanahan and what he's been able to do with all these weapons. Brandon Ayuk goes for over 1,000 yards. George Kittle's just been dynamic over the last 5 weeks of the season. Tebow looked fresh last week against Seattle, especially on that 74-yard catch and run. How has Kyle Shanahan, though, John? You've been with him every step of the way since 2017. How has he grown as a head coach to what he is today from where he was in 2017?
That's a great question. I think he came in pretty damn good. I really do. And I knew, I had broadcasted games. I had played for his dad, broadcasted a lot of games that he was the offensive coordinator. So I knew, like, this guy's different. The level, the ingenuity, the detail, the rapport with players, those things travel. Those things your eyes can see. What I didn't know, a head coach is up in front of a team every single day, and you have to be able to command their attention, command their respect. And so I was blown away, when Kyle, right at the start, had never been a head coach, and the way he got up and earned those guys respect and earned their loyalty and all those things. So I thought he was really good from the start, but we all evolve. I think we've probably evolved together. I think some of the things we've learned in the talent acquisition and the type of players we want. You talked about being a bully. Mm-hmm. Early on we were so hell-bent on having speed, and we wanted to improve the speed, and we wanted people who could separate. Well, so you start picking players like that, but probably a lesson we learned, and how you end up with a guy like Deebo is you need some bullies. You need those guys, and that are going to play with some power and all that. So there's lessons like that. But I think other things, you have to be okay. Sometimes with playing younger players, and I think we've done a better job of that, and letting those guys develop. And you're going to have some pitfalls early when you do that, but you're going to reap the rewards when you put in that time. And so I think there's things that everybody evolves, but I guess the answer to that question, I think he came in really good. I think we're very fortunate. I know that we're very fortunate to have him as our head coach here. He's been great for me to partner with. He's loyal as the day is long, and he's special, and we're very fortunate to have him here with the Niners.
Yeah, and I think the underrated aspect of it's obviously the stars speak for themselves. Deebo and Kittle and all these guys, they pop off the screen. I'm impressed with the Burford and the Bankses and the Hufangas and the Gibsons and the Diamond Lenores. And I guess that goes back to the staff. They've lost a zillion people off this staff. And I look up, and he reworks it every single year. And it's all these new guys. You referenced Greasy, and who knows what happens with D'Amico Ryans this offseason. How he's built the staff, I think that's the most impressive thing for me, because every year you're losing 3 and 4 different guys.
Yeah, and that's a challenge. And, I think when you build a place where people want to be, they hear. And that goes to our ownership, the things, the only question Kyle and I ever get from the York family, from Jed specifically, is, obviously you have budgets and things, but is it going to help us win? And I think, I talk about things traveling, word traveling. That word travels. People want to be here. People want a part of what we have. I think, we have a real fun environment where people come to work every day and look forward to coming to work. And, now we're starting to consistently win. And so we got to make good upon that. But, that ability to reload has been tremendous for Kyle. And I think when you become one of those destinations where people want to be to build, you can endure some of that. It is difficult. We lost another one yesterday, Rand Carthon.
Yeah.
So happy for him. One of my great friends in this world, and I'm so happy for him. So you're really fired up, but there is a void. You're like, okay, how are we going to replace this? But that's why I think we're so in our process and about developing young talent. Because you always have to be prepared for somebody leaving, and I think that's one thing that we prided ourselves in, is you're always developing the younger scouts so that you can just, it's hard to replace some of these guys, but there are people there that are qualified and ready and prepared. And so it's something we think about a lot. And, I guess they say imitation is the greatest form of flattery. So when people are taking your people, you're doing something right.
John Lynch here on the Morning Rush on 95.7, courtesy of the Bud Light Guest Line. Who wanted the Cowboys more, the NFL as a league or Jed York?
Ooh.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just such a great matchup. I think it's ironic that, it was just like 2 weeks ago we were watching the highlights of the 50th anniversary of the catch and all that. So storied rivalry. Most importantly for us, as we start our preparation and continue our preparation this week, they're a really good football team. We saw that. Everybody who watched them play against Tampa, on Monday night saw that. So I think it's going to be a tremendous matchup. We have a lot of respect for their organization, a lot of respect for their players, a lot of respect for their team, and we know we have to, right now our focus is solely on preparing, giving ourselves the best chance to go compete and win on Sunday, and man, the environment's going to be special. Levi's is going to be rocking. I know it, and we don't have to ask for the faithful to show up. I know they're going to show up, but we would enjoy a little added intensity here on Sunday, because they've been a big part. There were some false starts against the Seahawks the other day where they were really flustered because of the energy and passion our crowd was bringing, and so we're looking forward to that, even at a heightened level this Sunday.
John, you're an old school football guy, and when I watch Nick Bosa, I see a guy that it feels like he could play in any era. And he was a little quiet this last weekend, but how important is he to the dynamic of that defense? Because you guys have changed so much personnel. There's been some schematic changes as well, yet he is as good as ever.
Yeah, I find that interesting that, a lot of people were saying, hey, the young tackles, and they're really good. John Schneider is really talented at building great rosters, and he brought some young guys in. They started 2 rookies, but there was a lot of talk that those guys shut Nick out. They didn't, like when Charles Omenihu stripped Gino on that, who forced him up? It was Nick. Nick kind of put him up into the abyss of Charles Omenihu, and Omenihu finished it. Nick always has an impact. You just look at the way schematically people approach us. There's always extra attention on Nick, which frees our other guys up. He's a tremendous player. And I told you guys about Christian's work ethic. There's probably one person in this building who rivals that work ethic, and it would be Nick Bosa. Everything from his diet to his lifting to his approach. This guy his focus in life right now is to be the best football player he can possibly be. He's become a really good leader. These Saturday morning after the walkthrough speeches, and you got to get in there because he speaks softly, but he carries a big stick, and his message is always poignant and powerful. His teammates really kind of thrive and wait for that every week. It's always some tremendous wisdom, and man, he's a special player. We're sure. I don't ever like picking number 2 in the draft. I hope we never do again. But to come out with a player like Nick Bosa, that changes your franchise, and we're reaping the rewards of that now.
Your linebackers, Greenlaw and Warner. I mean, these guys are tone setters. Yeah. And you talk about throwback players. I know they're obviously way more mobile than the old school linebackers that used to go head on with fullbacks. These dudes are just awesome. Do you get a lot of pride watching them out there thumping dudes sideline to sideline?
Love it. I love it. I played on a defense where we had a guy in Derek Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
And he's probably my favorite teammate I've ever had. He's in the top 3-4. And what a player, man. And it was sideline to sideline. It was hitting people and the hitting yardage, like no falling forward. He was knocking them back. Yeah. And we used to play Michael Vick, and we played Michael Vick fairly well. And that was largely in part because, we could put pressure on him, but then we had a guy in 55 that could track him down. That's what these guys remind me of. They've been coached well from the time they've been here. They're both pros. Fred's in that elite leadership, elite work ethic. He's an example for other players. And then Dre.
He's a maniac, John.
So impactful, man. He's all over the field. I love it. Kyle calls him Tyson. And so he's a tremendous football player. Those guys are they're tone setters. I think that's a great way to put it. And,
I love Greenlaw. John, before every game I'm watching him, he's like hitting his helmet.
I love him.
I went up to Seattle and saw him. I'm like, man, this guy is a throwback, dude. And sometimes he's reckless, but you know what? You need some of that on the defense, man. And he's out there popping dudes left and right. Real quick before we get you out of here, John, and we do appreciate the time today. We really do. And we can't wait for Sunday's game against the Cowboys, man. We've been setting the tone on the morning roast all week long. How close, though, were you last year to jumping back into television? You brought up television. You were a great broadcaster. And then I know the rumors were swirling after the NFC title game, but we're thinking, John, you're going to leave this? You just built this, man. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I get it's a lot of money, man. Are you even thinking about TV right now? What's the focus, man?
No, my focus on beating the Cowboys. You know, I was humbled, Freddie Godelli, the great producer, long worked with Madden and Michaels and all them. You know, he called at some point and said, hey, when you guys are done, I want to talk to you about something. I had no idea what he wanted to talk about. When you have friendships like that, you take the meeting. So my wife and I hosted him at our house, and only to be really shocked. And I knew it was when all of a sudden Amazon executives started showing up at my house. I knew something was up. It was flattering, and they had a vision for what they wanted to do. I listened to the meeting. I had told Kyle and Jed about it, and so they knew, and they were supportive that I should listen. But I had no idea they were gonna have an offer like they did. And so of course you think about it, but it led me to a lot of thinking. Why am I doing this? Why did I do it in the first place? And a lot of it came down to unfinished business. The other thing, I got up in front of our team and I talked about, how we proceed from a heartbreaking loss like the NFC Championship. And, I remember kind of being up there and saying, if I leave now, man, that's not cool, because I'm up here telling these guys how we rebound from this. And if I'm talking about my mind can't be anywhere else. And that's right about when I made my decision. I'm thrilled that I did. I love being here. Man, looking forward to Sunday, trying to get to the next level. The finality of this time of year in the NFL is what makes these moments so great. You don't get them back. And so we got to make the most of them. That starts with our prep, and appreciate your guys' support. Appreciate all the fans, the faithful. They're as good as can be. Our alums are going to be here and in a strong fashion. It's going to be a real fun environment. We got to prepare to play against a really good team and do whatever it takes to move on to the next step.
All right, that was John Lynch on with the morning roast. And some really, really good stuff. You want to react to that interview? 888-957-9570. You want to jump back into why I'm an idiot because only running backs can be number ones? We can also do that, too. The Road to Glendale, brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Also, Pfizer.
I'll be there when I'll be there.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
You might get wireless data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? If that's not really you, there's TracFone. You can get the same nationwide 5G coverage as big carriers, but you pick a plan that you need for a lot less. Unlimited talk and text plans start at $15 a month, no contract. And now you can get the Samsung Galaxy A03s for just $49.99. TracFone. Now you're in control. While supplies last, 1 month equals 30 days. 5G capable device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John By's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
If you're looking to get a new car, you could really cut expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Sure, you love your old car, but you know it's not normal to give instructions on how to open the window. It should be self-explanatory, but it's not. And notice how when you're in other people's cars, you can feel cushion in the seats? That's pretty nice, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renter's and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new car. It's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company. Coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Dancing crew, trip for two, nail the final interview. Game with Doug, brand new mug. Come here, kid, give me a hug. The more you want to do, the more we want to do. New COVID-19 boosters designed for recent Omicron variants are now available. Learn about eligibility and schedule a free, updated booster today at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount, at any time. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
In Novato, mostly cloudy, rain later, highs near 53.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This winter, there are new COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. Schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov.
It's good to see you, man.
Whatever.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That wasn't real, right? They put that.
That's editing.
Yeah.
I would never.
Because I would have went ham.
That's not me. That's not who I am.
We know. When you let him talk to you, Steiny is a butterfly outside the studio. He's godless.
All right, so maybe the phrase term number one's not really understood.
You want to take
football.
that L?
No chance. Absolutely no chance.
That's pretty
What
good.
are we supposed to be doing now?
Reacting to Lynch.
Go ahead and react.
I mean, he didn't tell a lie, and he's got to be feeling good. And
see, here's where you don't know
only
that.
guys like us will say.
You don't know he didn't tell a lie. But he's John Lynch on the 49ers in our area, so he gets the benefit of the doubt. Any other GM, if Jerry John, no, not Jerry John, if a Philly GM comes in, you would never say he told no lies, Steiny.
You're 4 days out from the biggest game of Brock Purdy's career and a chance for you to go to the NFC Championship game. You're in love with what you deem to be, the fans are, their future franchise quarterback. You're in love with your new toy, McCaffrey, a.k.a. the joystick. Deebo, Ayuk,
what
Bosa.
they're calling him.
Right now, it's all good in the hood, Steiny.
Who's saying it's not?
When I used to come home and my parents went grocery shopping, the Johnson household was better when the cupboards had stuff, you know?
Sure.
And right now in San Francisco country, the cupboard, it's a surplus.
Yeah. But you know what? It's like
what?
It's like you open up the fridge.
Yeah.
And what do you need? You need the milk. Well, guess what? The milk is front and center. It's right there, and it's Christian McCaffrey. And then what else do you need? Well, you need some eggs. You need some eggs. Well, hey, that's George Kittle. And then you know what? Some people put a little ketchup on the eggs. Some people put a little salsa.
I won't watch that.
That's Deebo Samuel. But he's in the back. First of all, you can't even get to him unless you take out the milk. McCaffrey.
Thought you were making pancakes.
Well, you got to move stuff around. Mm-hmm.
Why has Christian McCaffrey got to be milk?
Right about now is when you say that's a 4.
Yeah, I wanted to move on.
I don't care what you
want.
What
about the TV? Do you really think he thought about TV, Steiny?
Who?
John Lynch.
Okay. All right. Maybe I don't want you to come out with me after work. You just said he told no lies.
No, I told somebody
and
I was doing something
now he told you
else.
what he said. So why are you now asking me? Do you think he was?
I'm asking you, would you do it? Would you have made that leap? No.
See,
it was pre-McCaffrey too. They didn't have C-Mac.
I'm on.
So that conversation.
I'm on one.
Well, yeah,
it's like I can't even put myself in John Lynch's position.
Who the hell is John?
You know what I mean? Like he played foot. He played the NFL. Right. Can't relate. Stanford can't relate. Yeah. Silver Spoon can't relate. Oh, did I say that? No. I don't know what his background is. What else is he? Football executive, winner, Hall of Fame. Yeah, I don't know what I would do in John Lynch's position because I can't even fathom being that successful.
He went in 2021.
Bob Myers tomorrow at what? Is he back to normal at 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock, Bob Myers.
Big game tomorrow for him.
Yes.
For them.
Well, By the way, a lot of people don't put ketchup on eggs. They don't like that.
I've broken off relationships and not started one when I saw that that's what the other person would do.
Not with me, you didn't.
That's nasty.
You know I do it with my when I do my sausage and egg ball.
Is that what the smell is? I never knew that. Now I'll remove myself from the lab when you're doing that. And you should eat that in the – oh, wow. You should take that in another room, Jack. Seriously,
should.
I never knew you were mixing that. Now, Evan's oatmeal and peanut butter.
Carlito in Alameda. How you doing, Carlito? What's going on, my main man?
Hello, gentlemen. Right out of the gate, I want to get to the pecking order, 95-7 the game. Obviously, you guys are number one, no doubt about it. The 2 seed is Damon, and Dibley gets into the play-in. Everybody else, keep working. Thank you, gentlemen.
See, you made this a thing now. This won't die.
No. The gentleman.
It's out of control.
We should honor the caller that made it a thing.
He said it was us.
Okay, so out of my who's a number one, now this has come out. Nick and Clayton. Steinmetz is not. All right, go ahead, Nick. Have at me.
Number one.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, Steiny. Sorry to come down, but your definition of number one is confused, and it just doesn't make any sense in this context because, for one, you're ignoring the fundamental differences between football and basketball. While it makes sense in basketball, it doesn't really make sense in football. You can have a running back get more carries and touches than everyone else, merely because the 5 offensive linemen in front of them are supposedly better. And as far as the station number one, if you're going to go by your definition, by who's more opportunity or who's on the air longer, then number one's probably Dave Devone and Alan Stiles at night.
That's Dan Devone.
Yeah, he said
that would be
my
Dan
show.
Devone.
I'm a P1.
Now, let me say this.
I listen to it all.
Devone was an anchor up in Seattle. Fact.
And he swims the ocean before
That doesn't
his
matter.
shift.
That doesn't go into this equation.
I'm giving you a Devone stat.
I know. That's the only thing you know about him.
Oh, no,
Do you know anything else about him?
He's a good hooper. And he
That's
played
from
with
me.
you. Yeah.
Have you ever talked to him?
Yeah.
Have you ever welcomed him to the station?
I shook his hand. He's a teammate, Jack. You're my number one, Steiny. I feel like that's you're my number one.
Oh,
I should have said Steiny. Damn it. I was bothered. I can tell.
I think the funniest thing I heard today was Guru saying he's calling a team meeting. Oh, God. That's not for the eighth man. All right? That's for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green to do.
Okay.
They call team meetings. Ryan Rollins doesn't call a team meeting.
That would be to replace the team meeting that got rescheduled last week because somebody spilt something.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. That's
That
layers.
spill, man.
No, levels. That's levels. Last Thursday, I
You
spilled.
really got me low?
Huh?
You got me eighth?
It's just this for effect. It sounds better on the radio. That's about.
I don't care
It's
where
about
I'm
7.
at. That's where my boss thinks I'm at. 12-3.
Oh gosh, where do you want to go?
I want winners.
I mean, listen. Is you, by the way, here's. Remember back when he can be like that last half hour.
Oh, right, dude.
By the way, if you're tuning in for Bob Myers, seriously, the Warriors are on their way from Washington to Boston, and apparently they're delayed, and it messed up where they were going to be at 2:30. So we're going to have Bob Myers, the executive show, brought to you by Yellow Sack. That is tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Tomorrow at 1 o'clock. You know who passed today?
Oh, man. No, I don't.
Chris Ford.
Wow, the old Celtics coach.
Yeah.
Didn't hear that.
An old Celtics player.
Yeah, rest in peace.
So you know what he was known for?
No.
Okay.
I'm picturing him right now, too, Stoney.
With a mustache?
Yeah.
He was a head coach, too. Did he coach the Clippers? I don't know. Anyway, Chris Ford passed today, and he was the first player to make a three-pointer in the NBA in 1979.
That's amazing.
The ABA had the three-point line. The NBA did not. There was a merger in the mid-'70s. They played for a few years, and then they brought in the three-point line in the NBA. 79. I should know that off the top of my head.
I'll tell you
I'm
what.
going to say 79.
If Dibbs is not listening.
The game's been ruined forever.
That's the first question I got to them tomorrow on changeover. Who made the first three-pointer?
They'll know.
You think?
Yeah, they do homework.
Chris Ford, huh?
Yeah. Played Villanova. Guy
Damn, I
watched
didn't know
as
that.
a kid. Yeah.
Oh, rest in peace?
So you know what I said? What? Well, you know how everybody's always like, hey, Raymond Ritter, he's the best. He's the best ever.
No, they say
he's
goat.
the best PR.
They say goat, yeah.
So you know what I said? I said, we're supposed to have Bob Myers yet today. So we're in contact. And I said, hey, did you see who passed today? Chris Ford. He said, yeah, I know. I saw that. It sucks. I'm like, he made the first three-pointer. I'm like, what a gesture it would be by Steph Curry if he could pop on our show.
That's what I'm talking
acknowledge
about. Yeah.
the fact that this guy made the first three, and Steph Curry's now become the greatest three-point shooter of all time.
What time we got him?
I guess Steph said hit the pike. Actually, I don't know that because people maybe think it's true. Anyway, I just I floated it.
Wow. I like that. Finally. You got Lacob's number. He's never been on our show.
Hey, by the way, somebody, what happened to, somebody was laughing at, Westbrook. Westbrook was laughing at Phil Handy. You see that? Phil, you got to be better.
he said coaching staff.
He does.
I couldn't believe that, but yeah.
Please tell me you do not think Russell Westbrook was fouled by Embiid on that last play. Please tell me.
LeBron said it. I saw it.
Oh, well, then it's official.
Did you see the slow picture, the steal picture?
It's not a foul.
Steiny, he had his hand on the hand to where he couldn't go up.
Yeah. Good D.
Dude. So now I'm the cheater when I give out the wrong points. But now you're going to say good D on that when you know it was a blatant foul.
How dumb is Russell Westbrook as a player?
He's a Hall of Famer.
That's great. That doesn't mean he's a basketball Rhodes Scholar.
What'd he do this time?
He just doesn't have a feel. He's
sixth man of the year.
He just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. Never has. You know when I say, don't you get it?
He averaged a triple double. He's headed to the Hall of Fame.
There are two different things. You can be headed to the Hall of Fame, and you can have a little clue as to how to play basketball. Winning basketball. Well, come on, Goo.
I give him credit. We left him for dead. He was a joke, and now he's about to be sixth man of the year. Take that to the bank.
Ooh. No, he won't. I don't care. Somebody. Okay, who's the sixth man for the Boston Celtics?
Brogdon.
That's the sixth man of the year right there.
No, he's playing too. I like him. But
that's the sixth man of the year.
ESPN,
They're the best team.
The rankings had Russell projected to win it. It was NBA TV. It's Russ. Russ's award, and then if him being a good soldier.
Let's see, who's the second? Who comes off the bench for Denver? Who's their number one? Bones Highland?
Bones in there.
But he ain't. Russ is balling, Steiny.
Jordan Poole.
Man.
You know what? Jordan Poole, absolutely. But he probably doesn't have enough coming off the bench games. Oh, you know what? Remember earlier I said, this is what I do. Remember earlier I said I got an unbelievable stat for you?
Yeah,
and
because that
it was supposed to be a tease, but of course I forgot. See, this is what I do. You and I have gone back and forth on this player, and you've been harping on something. And when you harp on something, it does tend to get under my skin a little bit. You'll fixate on something like this, damn 10 points or something like that. And, this stat absolutely, positively will support something that you've been saying for half a year, for half the season.
Yeah.
And there'll be no victory lap because we're only halfway through the season. But Draymond Green shooting better from three-point range than Jordan Poole.
Wow.
Draymond Green shooting better from three-point range than Jordan Poole. Go ahead.
What? No,
It stinks, huh?
No.
Jordan Poole.
No, I'm a Jordan Poole stan. I got expectations. But I told you he was at like 29, 30% Jordan. And I know this year got off to a punchy start for Jordan Steiny, so he had to, a lot went down. So, I'm not even going to tell you I'm worried, man. If they're going to get to their ultimate goal, he's got to be a badass. I believe he can be he's got the guts to be a badass on a big stage. But if we're going to give grades out or what bothers you or irritates you, is him looking like me playing full court, the falling down when there's no contact. And I know Kerr mentioned that it was the speed. He's going too fast. So I ain't worried. But damn, that is a hell of a stat.
Yeah. By the way, Warriors at Boston tomorrow, then at Cleveland on Friday. JD will have your Warriors live at 3:30 tomorrow. 3:30. I think that's a 4:30 tip-off, right?
Yep.
In Boston.
TNT, baby.
In Boston. Okay. And the other thing I was going to say is I think they're big games for a couple reasons. But first of all, I think they got to get moving, but we'll see what happens. But to me, right now, there's only one thing really going right for the Warriors. The standings.
And that's what we said earlier.
The standings.
No doubt about it. And when you talk about standings, you know what's in the standings? Team's record. Right. There's nobody, forget just the record. When I look at Memphis, Steiny, I feel like I'm watching open gym. Jaren Jackson Jr. Do you know what they need Warriors. You to do night in, night out?
You did it again.
No, they got something people are trying to take. So my thing is, hey, and you call me Homer Simpson, I'm banking on when it's go time.
The Warriors have the worst defense in the league.
The Clippers are going the other way. Memphis, they can go bonehead on any given night. Okay, Denver, they do scary.
But the Warriors can't?
No, they're buttoned up tuxedo-like when it's time to go.
That's what you think.
That's what I'm basing it on.
I know.
That's what our bet is on.
Hope and prayer.
And tonight they better show up.
They're not playing tonight.
No, I mean tomorrow. Damn.
See, it's open gym. Well, the Warriors have a much worse defense than Memphis.
When you're champs, you can play around.
Oh, that's fine. That's what you took that from me from earlier because I said their backs aren't up against the wall yet. Mm-hmm. Something else I was going to say about the Warriors. It was another good thing for you, but now I can't remember. The standings thing. I know it's looked at as a positive.
Yeah.
And I know nobody's really conditioned to think this way, but the way the standings are could work out to be a negative, too, for the Warriors.
Explain that part.
With so many teams bunched up around 500, that means 1 dozen-game stretch where you go 3-9 is really going to hurt you. And I'm not saying that, but it could be any team. My point is after this, they're 46 games. Then they'll be up to 50. It's like at that point, if they're 500 and, they're 2 games out of the 5, but they're 2 games ahead of the 11, then you better stay healthy down the stretch because then you're one, not even like a big injury, but then you're one guy getting nicked up for 3 weeks and who knows? That's all I'm saying.
Speaking of which, who knows? Forget the seeding right now in the standings as you talk. Steiny, I'm looking at so many teams that I thought were going to take that step forward. Now, do I believe in Sacramento? I like watching them. Highest scoring team in the league. I get it. But when push comes to shove, you still got to show me. Missouri.
2 teams.
But
Denver and Memphis.
Man. And if you're the Warriors, you got to sip some champagne.
If you think
is that all you got, Steiny? Is those
really?
2? Because you may not have to go through either one of them if one slips up against somebody else in this series. I thought Minnesota. I thought Utah.
Minnesota?
Yeah, I thought they were going to.
Utah?
Clippers.
Nobody had the Utah.
Dallas.
Nobody had Utah winning 30 games.
Oh, gosh, Dallas. I told you about that Mark Cuban. Your boy, he fires shots, Luka. I need to be involved in everything. Well, and when I say thing, THANG, or y'all about to lose me. Yeah, Cuban, you won't notice letting go.
So let me get this straight. You were just telling me that Dallas is a bear, but they got worse after Brunson.
Oh, no doubt. So I don't even they're not even in the Warriors' way in my world. Yeah, you ahead of them, okay. Yeah,
and of course, Phoenix, they're gutless, even though they're a 500 team.
What is going on?
They're hurt. Yeah. They got 4 starters out
to win.
Well. Cam Johnson's coming back tomorrow. How about that?
Yeah, well, this is good knowledge. This is when the stand-ins do help you. Phoenix, especially. And AD comes back, Lakers will be in the top 10.
What are they now?
13.
What's their record?
20-24. Currently a game out of the last spot. OKC playing.
Yeah.
Dude, that's amazing. And they got 100 first-round picks?
All I know.
Wembanyama.
How far are the Lakers from 4? Who is 4?
Sacramento. They're 4 games back. Why would you laugh?
Because the Lakers have no chance to get up to 4.
But what's the meaning?
That's the bet. You and I bet.
What bet?
Don't do this.
We got to bet
We have 2 bets. One's for drinks. One's for $100. Don't do this.
The Lakers was last year. I know you know that. The Laker bet was last year, Steiny. I wouldn't do 2 bets out there like that. Oh, my goodness. I just cannot believe you think the Laker bet was last year.
Kobe.
Seriously. I'll come in on the weekend. We'll pull the tape. It was last year, not this year, Jack.
How about that?
Yeah. Stop. You can play that face. I'm just telling you, the Laker bet was last year. The bet this year, 2022, is Warriors win it all or the field. Dude, I keep receipts. I know you're not sitting there thinking we got 2 bets simultaneously. No, Lakers were last year.
You got a minute left, Sonny.
Yeah. Help him out, E. He going to help me pull that tape. Lakers were last year. Now, YouTubers, Twitchers, they'd be like, Guru, you did it this year. I know when we did it. So you were up there thinking we had 2 bets. We got one, Jack. Warriors in the field. Starts tomorrow in Boston. Yeah. Stoney, you've never went this long without saying anything. I'm concerned.
You do have to speak.
Yeah. The bet was last year Lakers. He's just so perplexed. You forget a lot. Now, those are facts. I fight for my life. The train is off the track, Jack. Justice Smith, 3:30. Damon and Ratto. Michael Irvin. And there's one more.
Steve Kerr.
It's Steve Kerr, the coach.
Bob Myers tomorrow.
And Bob Myers tomorrow 1. Executive show. It's not. I hate you forget. Now they're forgetting getting to the show. The other stuff was funny. Oh, we got to go.
John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast. Can you take us through the negotiations or how that trade transpired to get Christian McCaffrey midseason? Because you guys haven't looked back with Christian McCaffrey.
You know, you start thinking, wow, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Every week, Damon and Ratto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Ratto.
Bang, bang, Niner Gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hey, what's up? Mark Willard here for the Game Time app, the absolute best way to find your way into the hottest games, concerts, and events in your area at the last minute. My son actually turned me on to the Game Time app. He used it to get into a Padres-Giants game in San Diego this year. He's 15. He was like, Dad, I can get into this game tomorrow for like $15. I told him, you should do it. The Game Time app offers amazing last-minute deals on tickets, and with the NFL playoffs right around the corner, the Game Time app is where you'll want to be. But it's not only pro sports. I was looking at the app today to find Louis C.K. tickets. Ed Sheeran is coming to town. All the events, all in one spot with great deals. Game Time is the fastest-growing ticketing app in the nation, and with these deals, it is no surprise. So download the Game Time app, enter your email, and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Once again, enter your email and redeem code THEGAME for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last-minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught! Touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events. Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team. And postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs. Your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
There's a reason Golden State has become the trusted partner for professional builders and contractors. The breadth of what they offer is remarkable. Their product knowledge can save you time. They're the largest distributor in NorCal of many of the brands they carry. Golden State's newly refreshed app offers installation guides, building codes, and much more. And the GSTV link on their homepage is a useful resource. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
We got a great show for you this Wednesday afternoon. Thanks so much for stopping on by, man. It's going to pay off for you at 3:30 in a half an hour from right now. Since it's a week, the 49ers are playing the Cowboys. We thought we'd bring in the Cowboy himself. No, not Michael Irvin. He comes up later today. The Cowboy, Michael Irvin. 5 o'clock this afternoon. 4 o'clock, Steve Kerr at 3:30, the Cowboy. Justin Smith is going to join us. One of the best. That guy showed up and you understood exactly how good he was, 49ers, in the time I've been covering the team. And since this year's team is full of them, we thought it'd be a great time to talk to him. We'll go inside the 49ers locker room to talk to a guy who dominated when he was inside the 49ers locker room. I'm looking forward to that. Haven't heard much from Justin Smith. In his career, post-career, he kind of got off the stage and exited the building.
Yeah, he had the good sense to just say, you know what? I don't need to do this anymore. And when I mean this, I mean running into other people. I mean working out, talking to us, talking to I mean, just he walked out the way I think the coolest guys walk out, which is see ya, and then you don't hear from him again.
Very little anyways.
Yeah.
Hear very, very little. The thing is, what I don't understand is why so many guys get into broadcasting after they have made what is a level of cash, which means you never have to work again. And what it is, Ray, and it won't be like this for you because, you don't even take a compliment well, much less adulation, much less want or seek the spotlight. For some people, when that ends, the silence is so deafening, they don't feel like themselves anymore. And that's why a lot of people stay in headlines even though they're all done making them.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady's not done making headlines.
No, but he's not done making headlines. But I think he has reached the point where getting attention isn't nearly the fun thing it used to be, which is why when he's done playing football, he won't be answering any more questions except on one press junket for Fox. The rest of the time, he'll be talking about football in a hermetically sealed studio and cashing massive checks.
I heard someone say, well, when Tom Brady, should he actually exit the world of football to go into the world of broadcasting, he's going to have to sit down and talk and do more interviews than ever before. No. When you have the dollar amount attached to your paycheck that Tom Brady is going to have attached to that future broadcasting paycheck, you get to write your own rules. Let me just ask you this. Tony Romo, how often do you see him in other places? How often is his name popping up in any broadcast beyond the one he's doing with Jim Nantz? Not at all. And he's the highest paid guy out there. So if Tony Romo can say, leave me alone, everyone, I just want to be a broadcaster, Tom Brady's going to be able to do that too. But I don't think Tom Brady's about to get into the world of just broadcasting. I think he's got a little football left in him. Whether or not it's in Tampa Bay is really the only question that I think is out there. I think he's going to keep on playing.
Oh, there's no question he's going to keep on playing. The question is he going to do it for the money or is he going to do it for the ring? And since the choice will be his, we'll get that answer delivered from him. I mean, if he ends up with a mediocre to bad team, like, say, the Raiders, he's doing it for the money. If it's somebody who's close to making a run, let's say hypothetically like Tennessee, then we'll know he's doing it for the ring.
I just think that if he's doing it for the money, there's more money waiting for him in any broadcast booth. So if that's a motivation at all, I just think at some point, that whole I have to finish with the championship gets replaced by I just want to keep playing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if he just wants to keep playing, he's gonna drive a harder bargain because there won't be the lure of winning, and it can be a chore like it was this year, and it was a chore for him. Unless he really wanted to show the world he could throw 800 passes a year, which nobody had ever asked him to do.
No one ever asked any quarterback to do that.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, because I was thinking about this after yesterday's show.
I'm glad I left you with something to ponder in the evening.
Well, the rash, too.
Okay.
If he had as much control over that offense as I suspect he did, some of this might have been him saying, you know what? I'm just going to throw us out of whatever problem we've got. Because 800 throws is too many. Just by, and it doesn't matter who's throwing them. It means that you're one-dimensional no matter how good you are. And he had one of his lowest quarterback ratings for a year that he had in his entire career. Not because he was solely at fault, but because after a while, it seemed like his default was, I'm going to throw this somewhere. Because he had routinely games where he threw more than 50 times. And I cannot imagine a coach, let alone his, going, yeah, that's what we want to do.
No coach wants to be one-dimensional. The single biggest, advantage you can give your opponent is to play a level of one-dimensional football before it starts catching everyone off guard. Even the very best of Mike Leach and Air Raid started incorporating a running back because just it became something that people got used to seeing. And so you need to have a little bit of balance there. Part and parcel of the Dallas Cowboys' success in Tampa is that they got to just load up and come after Brady and not even worry about an abandoned running game. This is the advantage that the 49ers have that I think has, a lot of people looking at them as the team to beat in the NFC, even though the road to the Super Bowl doesn't necessarily go through their stadium. Not yet anyways. We'll see if the Giants have something to say about that on Saturday evening as they head into Philadelphia. But this is going to be a fascinating matchup that is either going to really provide, Ray, I think, a very close game back and forth, or it's an awful lot of Niners coming up on Sunday. I don't see the game as I try to put together what might happen on Sunday. I don't see the Cowboys 28, Niners 10. I just don't see it. I see 49ers 28, Cowboys 10. I see 49ers 32, Cowboys 28. Like, I see it being a very, very close game that the Niners pull out, or the Cowboys pull out. They could pull out the close game too. Or I see a Niner blowout. I just do not see a Cowboys blowout.
I don't think many people do, but what I do think is their path to victory is that they get off to a fairly big lead early, and then it'll be whittled down, and then you might get that 32-27 game you're talking about. But I don't know how the Cowboys win if they don't have a cushion going into the second half. I think that's going to be the task for them, is to force the 49ers to go away from the running game and the ball control that serves them so well. I think they want to have Brock Purdy throw the ball 45 times.
Sure.
Not because necessarily that's something he can't do, but it's not something the 49ers are good at. 49ers are good at running the ball 35 times and throwing the ball 25 times. That's their ethos. And if the Cowboys can get them out of that, they've got a puncher's chance.
Last week against Seattle, we saw Kyle kind of come out and play the game backwards from the very, very beginning. It's like pitching backwards. Instead of starting you with the fastball, we're going to go change up, then fastball. He came out throwing with Brock Purdy, and he came out using Christian McCaffrey as a distraction and eye candy more than, he even got a touch on that opening drive. McCaffrey's first touch of the day was his huge run, and that was the first play of the second series that the Niners had. So how Shanahan goes about calling this game is going to be fascinating. What his game plan, his opening game plan, his second half game plan, how it all gets rolled out. I mean, we know that he wants to be a front runner. The Cowboys, too, you're right. They want to front run this game. When you got a good defense and an offense that can control the ball, you want to lead, you want to sit on it, you want to start playing the clock along with your opponent. So this is going to be fascinating. And I tell you, I'm awash in nostalgia. I know you don't go that way. You don't roll that way, Ray. And it's nuts. I mean, that's one of the fun things about sports. All the memories, all of the feelings that it brings back up inside of you. There are so many 49ers fans who deeply hate the Dallas Cowboys. There are Dallas Cowboys fans who deeply hate the 49ers. When we have Michael Irvin on at 5 o'clock, we'll have to ask him, do you still hate the Niners? Because I don't think he does. As a matter of fact, I know he doesn't. I think he really admires Kyle Shanahan. I think he really admires this team. And I think when you get in the media, if you want to be good at it, you got to drop the pom-poms, and you can't just root for one team and against their, perceived enemies. You have to cover the league evenly. So I doubt that there is much remaining bad feeling in Michael Irvin's heart. I mean, we talk to him every week, for goodness sakes. Yeah. I haven't detected it.
I think he hates those 49ers, not these 49ers.
The memories.
Yeah, I think he hates the times in the mid-90s when they couldn't get around him, or really much of anybody else, because while they did win twice, that was also the start of their long downfall, because it's been that many years since they've won a Super Bowl. And up until last week, it was also the last time they won a road game in the playoffs. I mean, that's pretty staggering for a team that has been in the hunt that many times. I don't want to say that good, because they are not by any means an elite team, and they haven't been probably since he retired.
Yeah, for about 25 years, they're a middle-of-the-road NFL team with the biggest brand and hype machine the NFL offers any franchise.
Yeah, and the most powerful owner, because he generates the most money and gets a piece of everybody else's money too. That's Jerry Jones's brilliance. It's not as a football guy. I mean, he can spot, C.D. Lamb would be fun to have, but he also falls in love with guys like Ezekiel Elliott, runs them to death, and now he's a ghost of what he used to be.
He also falls in love with the idea of, how can I help you better your ownership suites and your Diamond Club level suites.
That's what I mean. He gets a piece of everybody else. It's the most amazing thing. I suspect that anybody who wants to buy into an NFL team now, that's mandatory. You got to come up with Jerry's cut.
I wonder if, Because, I mean, I know that he did the suites at SoFi Stadium. I believe his company did the suites in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium that Atlanta built in. Did they do the suites at Levi Stadium too?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But so it's not like absolutely mandatory, but he also never had approval rights over who owned the 49ers. 49ers, have, been operated by the DeBartolo / York family since 1976, which is before Jerry got in. So he doesn't really have the kind of leverage that he would have with a new guy.
When I was growing up, Ray, 10-year-old little boy Damon, for 1 year, got this. It came in hot, didn't it? Jeez. Sorry, I'll check the levels next time. 1 year. 1 year. 1 year. It's been gripping my life ever since. The best teams of my childhood, I was a child of the 80s, were the Niners, were the Cowboys, who drifted into the 90s, and the Buffalo Bills, who I always understood in real time, even though they didn't win a Super Bowl, going to 4 in a row is even more impressive than winning one. It really is. They were so good. They were so good. The fact that no sweet, loving memories or stories of triumph are ever attached to them is ridiculous because they were awesome. But the Cowboys and the Niners won everything. And I grew up in that stretch, Ray, where whoever came out of the NFC won the Super Bowl. Was that 13 years in a row, I think, that happened in between the 80s and into the 90s? It was a long run of NFC teams. These were the teams that were always there. I having not grown up a Cowboy or a Niners fan, I have a level of nostalgia baked into me because of this matchup. When I used to defend playing Candlestick forever, it doesn't matter how much of a dump this thing is. What's important at Candlestick was never the stadium. It's the field. That field is hallowed ground. That field isn't just 49ers history. That's NFL history on that field. You got to play on that swath of land. That, to me, redo the stadium around it. Figure it out. That field was special. This matchup is special. There's an awful lot of nostalgia rolling around this city. Nostalgia is a very, very powerful drug. But when you get over it and you just zip yourself into the present, you realize this is sort of a whole new version. Even though they met last year, this is a new version of that because no Christian McCaffrey, no Deebo, and that defense was good. Wasn't quite this.
And also, the Cowboys don't come in as the best team in the league because there was always something about them back in the 90s where the championship went through Dallas. And if it didn't go through Dallas, it went through San Francisco. This time, the championship's either going through this town or Philadelphia. Dallas is a wild card team. You could dress it up any way you want, but they were the road team Monday night because they couldn't win their division. And they still, as many noticeable players as they have, Prescott, Lamb, Tony Pollard, Parsons, they don't have the ability to walk in as the bully. And that's why I think a little bit of the bloom is off the rose. It's not a clash of titans. It's quarterfinal. And you can't dress up a quarterfinal and make it a Super Bowl.
No, you can't. But it's an even fight. I mean, I'll give Dallas a little bit more respect than I think a lot of Niner fans want to give them. That's a good football team. That's a really good football team. So if Dak is feeling himself, that defense has a lead to sit on and play with. If there's any sort of, hey, they actually did play well against the run here, it could be an uphill climb. Kyle Shanahan today at his press conference was asked what Dallas's main strengths are as far as he's concerned.
I think starting with their D-line. I mean, it just, Dan Quinn jumps off the tape to me there. The way he gets those guys to move. I mean, they got some real good rushers. Everyone knows about Lawrence and Parson, but, I mean, there's not one bad one there. The way that they stunt, the way they can create one-on-ones. There's a reason they're number one in getting to the quarterback with sacks and pressures, and it does jump off the tape.
So there you go. They got a defensive coach who officially knows what he's doing. Dan Quinn is one of the premier candidates to be on the head coaching search. You know that he's going to want to, make the statement, yeah, we're the team that knocked the 49ers out of the playoffs at his round of interviews if he's able to. But Shanahan is right. The 49ers are built because of that defensive line. That is where they put so many draft picks, so many choices, invested so much time, energy, money, and it's paid off for them. Cowboys got the same thing going. They do. They've got the same thing going for them. They are big and heavy up front. And when you got a game on the line of scrimmage, you officially got a football game. When it's not a clear-cut advantage in either team's direction, you got yourself a football game. I think this is either going to be a close coin flip, either team could win it, or the Niners really could have that kind of a day where their defense sits on their opponent to the point where at the end of the game, you're talking about 12, 14, 17 points. A rough afternoon. Well, 13 more than 12. I don't think it's going to be 12, but we're not going to play scoregami on this one. We got some really interesting stuff to get into today. Justin Smith, in about 10 minutes, the Cowboy, a 5-time Pro Bowler with the Niners. He was with the Niners for 7 years of his career and was selected All-Pro 5 times in those 7 years. A hell of a player. He joins us at 3:30. Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock. They're obviously in the last 2 legs of this road trip, which began in San Antonio, went to Chicago, then goes to D.C. to take on the Wizards, and then the White House itself. And now here comes a rematch of the NBA Finals. Was that going to be enough to motivate Draymond to really want to go out and get this one? Because if he needs to import a couple of fans yelling at him from Washington to go to Boston, that's the way the Warriors brass is kind of looking at this, going, maybe that's the motivation we need. The city of Boston should have plenty of people screaming at Draymond Green to motivate him. As a matter of fact, the F-U Draymond chant never came in louder or clearer than anywhere when it was bouncing off that parquet floor. Someone's here. Can we stop using the word hate? It's such a terrible word to use. No! This is sports. It's the playoffs. You're allowed to hate the Cowboys and the other team. We understand sports hate and real hate are different. Stop being an absolute wuss in every moment of your life.
I hate when you yell.
I know you do.
So stop it.
No.
You suck.
No, I won't do that. No. You don't get to select the words you would like out of my mouth. This isn't a plug and play.
But the volume.
No, don't get to select that either. It keeps the show up. It keeps you awake. It keeps the guys in the studio awake. There are 2 things that make people stop flipping channels faster than anything else in broadcasting. There is a study done. What do you think the 2 things are that make people stop flipping channels the fastest?
Intelligence?
You're way off.
Okay, well then, go ahead.
You actually think intelligence has a place in the world of grabbing attention these days?
I'm not talking about grabbing attention.
God bless you. No, that's what I am. What do you think?
You want to keep an audience, though? I don't want to be yelled at.
I didn't say keep an audience. I said the number one way to make somebody stop flipping channels. Lots of noise, lots of cleavage. What options do you think we have to work with?
We don't have to yell. We make lots of noise as it is.
A little extra noise every now and then. A well-placed blip of aggression. It's good for the broadcast, Ray. You should be thanking me, not condemning me.
Yeah, well, I'm planning to go into my golden years with my ears working.
You're going to be fine. You're going to be
that's
fine.
True. I'm probably going to be dead by August.
You're going to be okay. I'm not blowing out your eardrums. Turn your headset volume down there, Grandpa, if it gets too loud for you.
If I could, I would.
No, you can't turn it all the way off. You can turn them down.
Well, then that takes a lot of the fun out of the show for me.
Is Lucas going to come in here and help you?
Get away from me.
Seriously, reach across Ray and see if he doesn't bite you.
If you touch this, I will harm you.
No, he's going to turn it down for a little bit. No, you're okay.
I just don't want you to yell. There's no point in yelling.
All right, then I won't yell anymore.
Good.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt
He's
you.
yelling again in about
Hurt
5
your
minutes.
eardrums. No, I'm not going to yell. I'm just going to put something else in your ear. Someone's like, you guys, pretty sure you both have some cleavage to offer. Yeah, and I guess on YouTube you could get a little peek down blouse, but most people are listening on the radio. Cleavage on the radio really doesn't work well. Believe me, we tried.
No, don't be saying we.
I.
If I could get shirts that would fit up over my head, I'd do it.
Here's something for your ears. We're getting closer and closer, Ray, to maximum football. By the minute, by the second, ticking off the clock. We get closer and closer to divisional weekend. Saturday at 1:30, we got Jaguars and Chiefs, 5:15, Eagles and Giants. If you are a 49er fan, congratulations. It's the rare NFL weekend where you're also a New York Giants fan. Bengals and Bills at 12 o'clock on Sunday, 3:30, Cowboys and 49ers coming up. Did you see that the Grand Poobahs who decided that they were going to start the wild card weekend with the 49ers officially kicking off in the worst time slot there is, ruined the entirety of the ratings win for the NFL during wild card weekend? Wild card weekend ratings were actually down 4% year over year, which doesn't make an awful lot of sense until you realize that they put the wrong games in the wrong spots. If you want a big primetime audience, you put 49ers, Seahawks in a primetime slot, and you will get a big primetime audience. You know what didn't get a big primetime audience, even though it was the best comeback of the entire weekend? Chargers, Jaguars. Two teams nobody cares about. They screwed it up. Not only am I an A-plus radio talent, I would have been an incredible network executive as well.
You missed your calling.
I certainly did. I know more than these bozos. Where do you put the 49ers? Well, let's put them in the least desirable time slot in the world. Why? Why would you do? You can put them wherever you want. So why would you put them there? That's so stupid. By the way, last year, 49ers and Cowboys had 40 million eyeballs on it on CBS. 40 million eyeballs.
Not an apt comparison, though.
No. But
and
this game, Sunday night, could have 40 million eyeballs on it.
It could conceivably. I just don't know that Seattle had much of a draw, which I suspect is probably the reason why it got the Saturday afternoon slot. So they didn't think people were going to watch what they thought was going to be a blowout and eventually turned out to be one. I mean, it was the least interesting game of the six.
But on its surface, it played out that way. But on its surface, it didn't look that way. Not to me,
I thought Seattle would have a hard time. I didn't think it would go the way it did. I thought 49ers would go ahead early and just stay there because I didn't see how Seattle could keep them from doing anything. And for a half, I was wrong. But eventually, that game played out as I think most people figured. So, besides, you got Saturday night off. What are you complaining about? There's no money coming out of your pocket.
I understand that.
Well, except for the fact you might have taken the wife out.
We did. We had a
well, then it was
lovely,
money out of your pocket.
It was expensive, too. We went for it. We don't go to restaurants very much these days. So when we do.
So maybe that's your bitterness.
It's there.
Yeah. You could have saved, what, $250? Well.
Up.
High roller.
Damon and Rat, no.
Or you've done things that your wife could punish you for.
Well, there's a lot of wheels in motion here.
So this wasn't a meal. This was bribery.
It was an ask. It was an ask for honey, you want to go to dinner and forgive me all at the same time? She said, sure. Let's bring another couple too. I said, sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
And you picked up the tab.
No.
Because you were physically afraid of her, as you typically are.
When we come on back, a guest we should all be physically afraid of. God, he was a great player for the 49ers and throughout his career. The Cowboy, not a Dallas Cowboy, but the only Cowboy the Niners ever really wanted to claim. Justin Smith, one of the best defensive ends in franchise history, is coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Believe it or not, it's also a Warriors Wednesday, which means we're going to have Steve Kerr at 4 o'clock today. And that's brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name in the Bay Area since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today And we are also Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th. You'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
Laying waste to your town. Mastodon. Gojira. The Mega Monsters Tour. April 20th at Concord Pavilion. With special guest, Lorna Shore. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Mastodon and Gojira. Part of the Mancini Sleep World Concert Series.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Shop limited-time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help you. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZQL.com.
Find ZzzQuil at Walmart or walmart.com and start your journey to better sleep today.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we are streaming on YouTube. You can go to youtube.com/957 The Game right now. You can watch us live. Oh boy, what a sight it is to behold. Damon and Ratto working for you on the Otis Bird III chat line. We've taken the word memorial out of it because Otis is living well and doing well, and we want it that way. We've got an awful lot coming up here, and soon Justin Smith will be joining us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy, but Justin Smith right now, not easy to get on the blower. So as soon as Lucas makes that happen, we will let you know indeed when it does happen. Kyle Shanahan, I guess he's been going over memory lane with his team, his young team, showing them that, hey, Niners and Cowboys in the playoffs, that used to mean something around these parts.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's how rivalries happen, and you guys knew it from the '80s when it started out, and I mean, I remember so much in my childhood from 6th grade to 9th grade because I was here 92 to 94, so it was the biggest rivalry in football to me growing up, and then usually that goes away when you don't meet in the playoffs a bunch, and we had a big game last year, we got a big game this year, so the more you do that, the bigger it gets again.
Yeah, it really is a premier rivalry in my mind still. I think in everyone's mind it truly is. And here we go. 49ers and Cowboys in the playoffs for the second year in a row. We want to get into the Wayback Machine, though. Justin Smith was the 4th pick of the 2001 draft by Cincinnati, got to San Francisco in 2008, and in 7 seasons became a 5-time All-Pro Pro Bowler with the 49ers. We've been talking about the impact that Christian McCaffrey has had since showing up, and I've been saying that, you know, there are certain athletes that until you see them play every snap with your own 2 eyes, you can't appreciate how good they really are because they might be playing in off-brand cities or, you know, make the kind of plays that don't make the highlight reels, so you got to watch the whole game to really get to know. To me, Justin Smith is on the top shelf of guys like that I've covered in my career. I knew he was good when he was in college. I knew he was good when he was in Cincinnati. I didn't know he was great until I got to watch him play. We go inside the 49ers locker room again this week to find a man who used to hang his hat there, brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality. Shop at your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill supermarkets for all your tailgate needs. Justin Smith, thank you for joining us today. Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto will be joining us here in just a moment. It's a pleasure to have you on, man. How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing excellent. And I really mean it. I don't think anyone understood the player that they were getting because your career starts in Cincinnati. Then you come to San Francisco. We got our eyes on you, and it was obvious that you were a guy who made everyone around you better almost instantly. I'm guessing you took an awful lot of pride in that. How much different do you think your career would have been had you either played it all in Cincinnati or gone somewhere other than San Francisco?
Well, it's hard to deal in those terms, you know. It's like you deal with what happened to you, but went to Cincinnati, went to San Fran, had great times in both, and had a lot of success in San Fran.
At this, you know, stage, as many years away from the game as you are, do you get any pangs this time of year about the Super Bowl you were in but didn't win?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, without a doubt, wish we'd have won it and should have got it done, but it is what it is. Got to live with it. And, man, really rooting for the guys to be able to push one across the finish line. You know, they've been back, and I think they can get it done this year, honestly.
Justin Smith joining us here, longtime 49er, and, you know, we get to talk to the Cowboy during Cowboys Week. Going back to that 2012 season, as you were on the way to a Super Bowl, a quarterback change happened in your year. And, you know, a little bit different than the change that brought about Brock Purdy, but it goes from Alex Smith to Colin Kaepernick. In relation to the situation that the Niners have been in this year, what can you tell us about dealing with a quarterback change and what it's like when your team really does have Super Bowl aspirations? It's got to be a huge hold-your-breath moment at one point, and then when you realize the next guy can play, then all of a sudden you start breathing a little bit easier. Everyone preaches, oh, we always have confidence in, but that can't be reality.
No, it's always the next man up attitude, but that guy can play, and Purdy can play and get it done, and been enjoying him. He's got a hell of a defense to rest on. I think they got all the pieces in place to push it all the way, man. I mean, I think Nick is a once-in-a-generational player, and anytime you have one of those guys and filled in with all pros across the board, you have a shot.
What makes Nick Bosa the best in this league right now in your own mind?
Just besides what he brings to the table physically, just I don't know if it's his dad, his brother, how he dedicates to his craft. I mean, he's got everything. He's got all the tools. He's got speed to power. He's got working half a man. He can do it all. I mean, he's a complete player, and I think one of the big reasons they're going to get there.
If it's Bengals 49ers in February, how do you divide your loyalties?
Right down the middle. I did 7 years both places, so I'm right down the middle. Either way, I'm good. But I had more success in San Fran, and I enjoyed it more out there. So definitely, I'm rooting for San Fran.
Justin Smith with us here on 95.7 The Game. A lot of people want to know because we have not heard much from you since your playing days. You have slipped off of the out of the spotlight, and you don't seek it. And, you're not trying to be a member of the media like so many former NFL players these days. What are you doing? Like, where are we talking to you right now, Justin? Where are you these days?
I'm off the grid for a reason. But, I just enjoy doing my deal with my kids, my family, and stuff like that. And I got 3 small boys, and actually in Dallas right now, heading back to Missouri.
Nice.
Right,
These 3 boys of yours got football in their futures?
Yeah, my oldest has been playing, and we're just trying to toughen him up a little bit so he can be a player.
Well, I'll tell you right now, having that Justin Smith DNA coursing through your veins has got to be a real good place to start. I looked this up, got into some of your numbers before we called you today, and I didn't even get into the tackle numbers. I didn't even get into the sack totals or pressure totals. Because to me, the most impressive thing of your career is 217 starts in 222 career games. You basically, with the Niners, missed 2 games, I believe, in one season. And you're at a position that is getting cut blocked and beat up by the strongest guys on the other team every single game. Harbaugh called you the toughest guy he had ever been around. How did you do that? I mean, how much of that was you? How much of that was just you got lucky?
I'd say a lot of it was luck, honestly. I mean, I got rolled up on so many different ways, or stop blocks, or this or that. Just played with guys that were better physically gifted than me all day, and they just got hurt for some reason. So I chalk a lot of that up just luck, honestly.
What was the most guys who ever tried to block you on one play?
The most guys tried to block me?
Yeah, on one play. I mean, because you were routinely double teamed. I imagine sometimes they'd put a third person on you because you were that hard to handle. But
Yeah.
did they ever get to 4?
We'd have 3 or something, but that'd usually be about it. 2 guard tackle and like a chip or something. But usually the extent of it.
Does the fact that it rarely worked dissuade them at all from sending 4 at you?
No, I don't remember 4. 4's after the line. We had too many other good players for that.
Justin Smith with us here. Did Alden Smith ever call you and say thank you for the unbelievable start to my career? Because couldn't help but notice he changed as a player when he wasn't playing off your hip.
Well, we did a lot of different things when Alden was playing with us. It was the way we beat protections and things like that. I haven't seen any other team really do since or before, honestly. So, plus he's a great player. Alden was a great player, but we had a lot of different stuff going on with him.
And yeah, no, there's no doubt there was a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not in any way here, Justin, asking you to bury Mike Singletary or Jim Tomsula or the brief time that you spent with Mike Nolan, but you're with the 49ers for 2 seasons. And then in 2011, Jim Harbaugh and Vic Fangio shows up. It's one of the best coaching rooms the 49ers have ever had with the success that you guys had in a short amount of time. Did that instant change, was it something that you could feel overtake the team right away when Harbaugh and Fangio walked into that room?
Yeah, well, I mean, I could mainly speak for Fangio because he was the defensive side of the ball, and it was really separated. Jim mainly stayed on the offensive side, or that's all he really did, stay on the offensive side. But Fangio is one of the best minds I was ever around, and the main reason was he allowed us to up front beat protections based off what we heard up front with the O-line, and he allowed 2 shell coverage to stay in place all the time. And for a quarterback, it's hard when you're not showing exactly where you're going or single high coverage.
In what ways is, and maybe the answer is none, but since you've retired, how has defensive line play changed, if at all?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, you got to really watch the tape that they watch to see how it's changed and the rules changed. And I haven't stayed that involved to really be able to answer that question.
What means more in terms of getting ready for a playoff game? Is it having home field advantage or the same amount of time? Because we know that the 49ers have a home field advantage here against the Dallas Cowboys. What the Dallas Cowboys don't have is the same amount of time to prepare. The 49ers were the first game last Saturday. The Cowboys, they won on Monday night. So they're actually coming in with, 24 hours plus almost 48 hours behind prep time that the 49ers have. Does that mean anything at this point in the season?
I don't think you need that much time to prepare, to be honest with you, because you kind of know what they're doing and how to prepare for anybody week to week. I think it's more of the home field advantage is huge.
Is it the home field advantage? Well, okay, let me ask this then. How long does it take to prepare for a game? If you've got 8 days as opposed to 6, you could still get the work in, right? I mean, how much time do you actually need to prepare for a conference semifinal?
2 to 3 days. I mean, they can only run the ball in 5 holes, right? So, it's not as hard as these guys try to make it out to be.
That is the line of the week.
That's the best answer we've heard all week.
Absolutely. Justin Smith here, just dropping gold on us on 95.7 The Game. You went from what was at the time a new-ish and state-of-the-art stadium in Cincinnati, and then you show up in San Francisco to play at Candlestick, which everyone, called, at best a cockeyed masterpiece, at worst a dump. But boy, we missed that dump, and we loved that dump. Did you love Candlestick, Justin?
I love Candlestick. I think Candlestick was way better than Levi's Stadium, to be honest with you. But it just had so much history and stuff like that it made it awesome to play there.
You know, I agree with you completely. To me, Levi Stadium, well, number one, it's about 50 minutes south and in the wrong city, so I don't like that. And it's a little sterile. I don't like when all of the luxury and press boxes are on one side and then not on the other. It creates a weird. Have you been to Levi's?
Yeah, I played in it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You played it. I was thinking because your last year was at Levi Stadium. The last the 3 playoff years that you were on this team was at Levi Stadium, and you had only been to the playoffs or Candlestick. Excuse me, I'm getting it all mixed up right now. But you went to the postseason just once in your first 11 years, and then you got to go in the Harbaugh years. Did you spend any time as the veteran in the locker room telling the younger players what a privilege it is to be in the playoffs and that you need to savor these moments because it took you so long to get there and then get back there?
Well, I mean, you got to take each year at a time, and yeah, I mean, it's hard to get there. Some teams are usually notoriously in there. Some teams can never get in there, and I was on a franchise that could never get in there beginning of my career. So, yeah, I took full advantage of it and try to let the young guys know that.
What do you think of the Bengals now?
They got a guy. They have several guys. That's why they're there. They have a quarterback. They have some O.D. and unless you have that in place, you're not going to be in there, as everybody knows, right?
Well, I tell you what, Justin, we were really happy to have you on today. It was great to catch up with you. And to thank you, our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are going to send you 10 pounds of prime steaks. You get to choose your cut, cowboy. You going ribeye, porterhouse, or New York strip?
Oh, let's go ribeye.
That is the correct answer. The man just knows. He's an experienced vet if there ever was one. Justin Smith, thank you so much for joining us today. It was great to catch up with you, and I mean it. We could put it on a T-shirt. There are only 5 holes to run through. That is phenomenal. You're the best. Thank you so much.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys.
That was great. Justin Smith. That was great.
One more myth beaten down.
There you go. There are no halftime adjustments. There are only 5 holes to run through. Anything else we need to strip out of the mythology of football?
Oh, give us enough time. We just have to wait for somebody on network television to say something else stupid and, extraordinarily technical about. I mean, the only difference, I think, ultimately in football is the terminology. Now it almost sounds like gibberish, when in fact it's probably the same techniques that have always been taught. You have, better players doing more remarkable things, and there are some strategic tweaks. But by and large, the elements really haven't changed in the last 40 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to the game that will forever remain the same. Namely, it's about blocking and tackling. Everything else is just there to sell tickets. But
that's the part that's changed.
What?
How they sell the tickets.
How they sell the tickets has changed dramatically. There is no doubt about that. And of course, yeah. Have you ever been to Levi Stadium? Yeah, I played there. That was great. Of course he did. That's right. But that's how terrible the entrance into Levi Stadium was for the 49ers. It's like it stripped them of any real home field advantage. It stripped them of fan interest. It stripped them of Jim Harbaugh, who was out that year. And I'll say this about Levi's. It's at least now loud. For a minute there, it wasn't even loud in there. Not even close.
Well,
it's loud now.
It's had 8 years to figure out a history. And I think between the 3 winning Shanahan years and the 3 winning Harbaugh years, people now have something to draw on. It's still not a great stadium. Ingress and egress still kind of suck. One side you freeze, the other side you're a baked potato. But stadiums are largely about memories. And now after about a decade, the 49ers have created some.
Well, that's part of it, but stadiums, as they're being conceived and built, are now about amenities. And even though Levi's has a lot of amenities baked into it, it just, to me, it looks like Levi Stadium reminds me of Walmart. It reminds me of like a rectangular Walmart that the whole press box and stadium side is on, and then the rest of it could have been Stanford Stadium. It's Stanford Stadium on steroids is basically what that stadium is. But Stanford Stadium at least has that cool, well, you walk through the hills to get in some of the entrances, and like it's built into the crevice of the landscape, where Levi Stadium was built in the parking lot of an amusement park, and it has all that charm and feel of it.
Well, I'm not talking about the charm of the place. The place is relatively charmless because there's only so many things you can do with a football stadium. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but
you're working with a rectangle. But when you're talking about
SoFi
memories,
Stadium,
though,
SoFi Stadium, come on.
But it goes back to the amenities,
right? But just the design of those stadiums now. I mean,
well, but that's the exterior. Once you get inside, you're working with the same shape. What I'm talking about is people can now draw on memories because the stadium's been there long enough, and they've had enough success that they can create an atmosphere where one did not formerly exist. I mean, everything else is about how much you want to charge for the beer and how nice the plastic cup is you put it in, essentially. Everything, I mean, you know, if it's about amenities, well, then football is basically for rich people. If it's about the game itself,
in-person sporting events are basically for the well-to-do.
Nobody pays more money for tickets than NFL fans. That's a given. It's more expensive than any other ticket there is, more expensive than any other amenities there are. But if you're talking about memories are entirely the realm of the players. They're the ones who create the atmosphere. And if they win and fans are still sitting on their hands, then maybe you're in the wrong place.
Hopefully Levi Stadium's the right place this weekend. 49ers and Cowboys, 3:30 on Sunday. And if you want to make some memories, this is a real good opportunity to do that. Again, Levi Stadium, it'll never be great, but the football team that calls it home has a chance to be. And that's what really, really matters. That's all that really matters. So here we go. Somebody says, do the Niners stay at Levi's after the contract is done? What contract? What are you talking? They're not leasing. They built that. That's theirs. They own it. They're going to be playing there forever. Forever. And I don't know. I would have to debate you, Ray, on the NFL is most expensive ticket price. The NBA, I think, might want to challenge that theory at times.
For the finals, maybe, but everywhere, any other game? I mean, the Super Bowl,
Well, is there a $3,000 seat at Levi Stadium? I don't think there is one. There's a $3,000 seat for Warriors Hawks on a Tuesday.
No, you could pay $3,000, not for a seat.
Right. No, I'm talking one seat at Chase Center, $3,000.
Well, for the Super Bowl, yeah, you could get that. I don't know that you're getting $3,000 for a game against the Pacers that costs $3,000.
Courtsides, yeah. Yeah, they go for that price point pretty much every night of the year. It's been a while since you've been to an NBA game, right? It is not.
Well, no, it's been a while since I've paid for a ticket.
It is. Well, good for us.
But,
Thank you.
You're still. I mean, you take the number of seats, the price you pay. I mean, an NFL game is pulling in infinitely more than.
Well, yeah, because the stadium is 3 times the size of it.
Okay, but the price point. I mean. If courtside seats are what you're going to measure it by, then you have to basically compare that to the suites, to a seat in a suite at an NFL game, which probably goes for about the same.
Either way, sports are expensive.
Oh, no question.
As an in-person, just, hey, let's bring the family of 4 down and play a little, we're at the game today is not as easy as it used to be, that's for sure. When we come on back, $12,000, family of 4. When we come on back, we got Steve Kerr joining us. He was just at the White House. He is on his way to Boston, where they meet the Celtics tomorrow, Cavaliers on Friday. An awful lot to get into with Steve Kerr next here on 95.7 The Game. And remember, the road to Glendale is brought to you by Marist Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, and together. And we're also brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. but hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and every single day we're doing the Fast Five. Your opportunity as a Morning Roast listener to get in on the show with me and Bonte, 8:50 every single day.
Ryan in St. Louis, what's happening? You're on the Morning Roast Fast Five. What you got?
I think we should be incredibly optimistic about the 49ers' future when you consider how good our defense is.
Fast Five, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
The listening you love is on the free Odyssey app. Your trusted local radio stations, coverage of your favorite teams, live news from your hometown, and millions of podcasts on demand. Best of all, you can completely customize your listening experience. Follow topics you care about, like leagues and teams. Pause or rewind your local sports and news, and add shows to your queue to catch up later. There's a lot to listen to, so get started and download the free Odyssey app today.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions. Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with Autosave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
So, as you know, we got 49ers and Cowboys coming to town on Sunday, but it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. You can visit friedmansappliance.com today. Steve Kerr about to join us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. I know that we are calling a hotel in Boston right now to get a hold of Steve, who I believe is going to be joining us in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, boom. Oh, God, he is punctual at all times. It's really impressive. Steve Kerr, brought to you by Xfinity Supercharger, home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Steve, we were talking about how, you know, we got playoff nostalgia. 49ers and Cowboys obviously have a ton of it. They even met last year in the postseason. And the Warriors are offering us up a little NBA nostalgia from just last year starting tomorrow night. You guys are in Boston already. Here we go with the Celtics again. I think that's going to have your team's full attention tomorrow night, and that's a good thing, right?
Oh, yeah. It's so exciting to be back here. I mean, that was such a fun series, and you know, you land in Boston and drive through to the streets of the hotel and with nothing but great memories. And this place is always a phenomenal atmosphere anyway. You know, even without the finals rematch, playing in Boston is one of my favorite games of the year. So it's definitely extra special given that it's a finals rematch.
Yeah, I know that there were a lot of laughs about the fans in D.C. who are getting on Draymond, and he said, hey, thanks for waking me up and shaking the best out of me. And a lot of laughs and your talk from, you know, I think Bob Myers saying we'll buy those two guys a train ticket and get them on up to Boston if we need. Here's a nice thing, and you know this, Steve, about Boston. You're not going to have to import any ire for Draymond Green in that arena.
There will be some new guys yelling at all of us tomorrow. So that's right. We don't need to fly anybody in. But yeah, I mean it's been a great atmosphere in that building forever, just because of the history of the Celtics and the tradition and the fandom that exists in Boston, just for all their teams. So it'll be an exciting night.
Well, since the fans haven't changed, is there anything about the Celtics that's changed, even just a little bit?
Ray, can you say that again? You were going in and out. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, since the fans at the Garden don't change, is there anything about these Celtics that are different from last year, even incrementally?
Anything about their team that's changed since last year?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Malcolm Brogdon was huge for them. He's the perfect fit for that team. You know, combo guard, big, strong guy, so excellent defensively, shoots it well. So I think they're better this year than they were a year ago.
Steve, how much is your team going to change, if at all, from the guys you were when you started this road trip to the guys that you might have playing at the end of this road trip. Any updates on Kuminga and Wiseman and even Andre Iguodala, who came back into the fold, threw down a dunk, and then needed the next week off? Jermichael Green, how is your team healing?
Yeah, so we had a practice in Washington, D.C. This afternoon before flying to Boston, and J.K. and Jermichael both scrimmaged. We had a 3-on-3 with some of the guys who don't play as much, and those two guys, just coming back from injury. So, they were rusty as you would expect, but it was great to see them on the floor. They looked healthy, and I think there's a chance that maybe they could play in Cleveland. I doubt they would play tomorrow, but I'd say there's a chance that those guys could play in Cleveland.
Are there any other accommodations for this back-to-back that you're making sort of rotation-wise?
We'll see. We always sort of wait and see, how the week goes, how the games go, how everybody's feeling, and so we'll have to figure it out as we go.
You guys have had the luxury of being able to set your own sort of timelines and goals, and it feels like this is a year where a lot of your timeline is starting to run out. Might that change the way you distribute minutes down, in the second half of this season, or ask Clay, if he is feeling good, hey, let's give it a shot on a back-to-back? I mean, I envision him playing back-to-back games at one point in the future of his career. Might that be a point we see in the next month or two?
Yeah, I talked to Rick about that the other day, and given that Clay missed the game last week with knee discomfort, we're going to be careful, but we do think that there's going to come a time this season where Clay could play back-to-back games. It's just we're just trying to be very careful and make sure we keep all the guys in a good place for the long haul. That requires constant care from the performance team and communication, and we just kind of figure it out as we go.
Do you long for a day when you don't have to check with the medical side on your players?
Yeah, I mean, those were the days. You had one trainer, and guys didn't even know they were hurt because we didn't have a performance staff to tell them they were hurt. So it was a different era, a different time. But there's a reason that LeBron's in his 20th year, and you got a lot of guys who are extending their careers. We've just learned so much, and we've figured out how to handle.
Let me tell you, we need to reset this phone line for just a second because there was an odd clicking. So the glitch wasn't on your end, Ray. Like, I heard you loud and clear, and then something was going on.
I am a human glitch.
You are a glitch, but this particular glitch had nothing to do with your existence.
No.
It's a phone line that we're not blaming on Steve's cell phone this time around either. This is a landline in a hotel room. They're probably staying at the O'Connell Lodge,
Yeah, because that's what they do.
Yeah, they're probably, to stay in Boston's a little too expensive, so they're probably in Amherst.
No, they're probably staying at a place where they can walk to the arena, like a courtyard.
Courtyard, by the same place that Butcher Boy went when he was at the finals last year. Same room, probably.
Ew. God only knows what went on in there.
I believe we've got Steve back now. And Steve, are you with us once again?
I am. I can hear you now.
Yeah, there was just a crazy clicking that went on in your phone. Obviously, the Celtics have bugged your room, and we've caught them. Speaking of sabotage on the political front, do you even need instructions on how to get into the White House anymore? You know your way around at this point?
Yeah, that was fun, and it's what an honor to have been there several times. It's pretty cool.
How much security do they put everyone through before you're allowed that close to the president and the vice president of the United States?
Yeah, quite a bit. I was telling some of the guys when I played for the Bulls before we won the championships in 96, 7, and 8. my younger brother worked in the National Security Council, and so his office was actually in the White House. He was an intern there, and this was like early '90s. And every time we came to town, he would call me and he'd say, "Hey, does anybody want a White House tour?" And I go, "Yeah, sure." And he'd say, "Just grab 4 or 5 guys and take a cab over, and I'll meet you out front at whatever 6 o'clock." And literally that's how it would work. Like, we'd cab over there, he'd meet us at the front gate, we'd show our ID, walk through a metal detector, and walk right into the White House. And we'd take a tour. He'd just walk us all over. And it was so different. This was, I guess, 30 years ago now. It was so different. It was basically really easy for someone like my brother who worked there just to say, "Yeah, come on by. I'll show you the place." So a little different now.
It's harder to get in a Chase Center than it used to be to get to the White House, it sounds like. Since you've been there so often and you know so many corners and where hallways lead to, are you compelled to ask to see something that maybe you wouldn't normally be allowed to see? Like, is it time to start sharing top sensitive secret information with you, Steve?
When you're in there, there's just there's a reverence. There's just you're just so awed by the surroundings that you just there's a sense of, I don't want to screw it up. I don't want to screw anything up. I'm just going to behave, and whatever they ask me to do or tell me to do, that's what I'm going to do. And it's a pretty incredible place. Just the inspiration of all the history that exists there, and thinking about all that has happened there, and then to be there and to have the president, be so personable and kind. Man, what an experience.
So Draymond's even on his best behavior at the White House?
Even Draymond.
He didn't try to record a podcast from the War Room or anything like that?
I don't think so.
I tell you, we could have a runoff between you and Steph Curry, who is more wired to be the better politician, because the two of you guys, you got the look, you got the likability. I mean, Steph, he's ready to join the MC circuit. Like, he's better at talking into a microphone at this point in his career than I am, Steve. He is just so comfortable as being the man in the room who is speaking on behalf of the group. It's really something else. And then I saw that you, Clay, and Moses Moody, you went into the press room and you actually had a talk about gun safety. Does that happen spontaneously, or was that asked of you? Tell us a little bit about that, because I know that topic is near and dear to your heart.
The first part, Steph is incredible. I mean, he's just he crushes it every time he gets in front of a microphone, in front of a group of people. He's just made to be the face of the franchise. I mean, he's just so perfect for the job, and he's so impressive. The combination of confidence and humility and authenticity is what I think draws people to him. So we're so lucky to have him. It's we count our blessings every day. As far as the second part of your question, we did a panel on gun violence and gun safety that included several senior White House staffers and Clay and Moses and me, and all three of us have done work, with gun safety, gun violence prevention, through our own, charitable work, and so it was really fun for us to learn about what this administration is doing to try to help curb the issue, and then talk about what we can do to chip in wherever we can. So it was really interesting, and that was something that was put together by both the Warriors and the White House. I think someone from the White House suggested it. It was brought to me a week ago, and I said, "Yeah, I would love to do that." And it was fantastic.
What did you learn on the topic that you didn't know before? Because you're pretty well read on it, so I can't imagine a lot surprised you.
No, I learned that the president has executive authority to issue certain executive orders as it relates to this stuff. So, the president can't sign an executive order to ban, AR-15s or something like that, because that's, protected by the Second Amendment. But the president did recently ban the sale of a contraption that apparently is used by shooters to improve their aim, and it's something that they attach to the gun and then kind of put on their shoulder or their elbow or something. I had never heard of this item, but apparently it's been used by people in mass shootings. And because it's not the gun itself, the president actually has the authority to sign an executive order and ban the sales of that. And I had no idea. I had never heard of that. So that was something I learned.
We obviously know how gun violence has touched your life. I did not know that Klay Thompson or Moses Moody, carried a torch for this particular topic. How and why do they relate to it?
Moses does a lot of work in Little Rock, his hometown, with young people, and pretty much every corner of our country is touched by gun violence, as we know all too well. And so part of what Moses does with the kids he works with is to try to help teach them about avoiding violence and so he was really interested in being part of the group, and same with Clay. Clay does a lot of charitable work, things behind the scenes. He and Steph and I a few years ago went to a gun violence prevention event in Oakland that was incredibly moving, and none of us have ever forgotten it. And so these guys do a lot of things behind the scenes that people don't hear about, but they're all really interested in our communities.
With all the things that you got to do yesterday, how, I don't know if jarring is the right word, but I'll use it because I don't have a better one. How jarring it was to get back to the business of basketball, at least in preparation for Boston and Cleveland. I mean, that seems like an unusually strident leap.
It was it was a wonderful day yesterday. I mean, it's such a great reminder of our accomplishment, but also of our opportunity that we have in this country to do what we love to do. And so I think there was just a feeling of gratitude from all of us yesterday. And then, you wake up this morning and it's just back to work. And so the good thing is we all really love what we do. So we went to practice and there was music blasting and guys were getting a ton of shots up and, a lot of laughter. And then we got on the plane to Boston. So we're right back at it.
Mr. Fab, E40, or Too Short? Which one of those three guys is getting a 10-day contract with you?
I think it's got to be E. I mean, just because he's, he's such a big fan. He's already got the jacket. He's next to us, every game. And by the way, I've heard he had game back in the day. I've talked to a couple people who knew him, when he was a teenager. I've heard he had a nice game.
All right. Well, I mean, he's tall. He's a big guy. Probably, could throw a box out around. Tough to get around. Are these guys on the team plane? Do they get access?
No access to the team plane.
I look at it this way. I've seen a lot of teams roll into the White House. I've never seen any team roll in with three bona fide, totally legit rappers like you guys just did. Warriors remain the coolest team in sports, and that's all there is to it. Steve, thank you very, very much for joining us. Good luck in Boston. Good luck with Cleveland. Boy, that's no easy task. Donovan Mitchell's sort of reborn in that uniform, is he not?
He's been amazing. Yeah, so tough back-to-back, but we're excited for the challenge.
Good luck, and we'll see you next week. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks. We'll see you.
Steve Kerr, here on 95.7 The Game. Mr. Fab, little game maybe. Too short. Again, the problem is the scouting report is in the man's name. Too short to be considered a basketball entity. E40 had game. All right, You're not going to need to sell me hard on that. I believe that.
Low block, I presume.
Low block, and I just, like John Sally level, can't get around my behind. Big booty.
Yeah, I could see that. Although John Sally, I mean,
he had a dumpster.
That was real estate.
He had a dumpster. Anyways, thanks so much to Steve Kerr for joining us from Boston. They got the Celtics tomorrow. They've got the Cavaliers on Friday, which means, Ray, you and I, short shows on terrestrial radio, but when we're off the air, because John Dickinson's going to get you ready for both of those basketball games with Warriors live at 3:30 tomorrow and on Friday, Ray and I are going to be over on the stream, in the stream, islands in the stream. That is what we are.
Don't do that.
Do you want to be Kenny or Dolly?
Neither. Thank you.
So, look, we got an awful lot still happening today, and really, at 5 o'clock, it's, with all due respect to Justin Smith and Steve Kerr, the conversation we've been looking forward to the most this week. The one guy that you want to talk to the most this week. 49ers, Cowboys week, we got him. Michael Irvin. Here at 5 o'clock this afternoon, we're really, really looking forward to talking to him about the game that he just attended in Tampa. You probably saw him hugging Jerry Jones at the end of that game. We'll find out who did the most amount of swearing as points after touchdowns were being missed 1, 2, 3, 4 times in a row. Was there a celebratory 5th point after touchdown dance either created by Michael Irvin or Jerry Jones? Again, they were together. And will they be? Look at it this way. There's no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt that Jerry Jones is going to be at Levi Stadium on Sunday. I wonder if Michael Irvin is going to be there. That's one of the many questions we will have for him about the 49ers and Cowboys matchup. And obviously, we're going to have to walk down memory lane a little bit with Michael, because who knows memory lane than a guy who played in the middle of memory lane. So we'll find out if he still carries some animus in his heart, if you will, since the word hate was not liked by someone else earlier today in today's show, and we want to make everyone comfortable. It's the goal of the show, Ray, to make every listener comfortable. How are we doing?
I haven't been comfortable since I got here.
Well, that's all right. That's normal. When we do come on back, though, you know, sometimes when you're giving a compliment to the new boss, you're also taking a huge shot at the old boss. Did you read Sam Farmer today in the LA Times by any chance, Ray? Did you see the column that he had about Anthony Lynn? It was a really nice profile of his career, how, you know, what didn't work out for him as head coach of the Chargers has really paid off for him now as the running game and assistant head coach of the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. And he actually did a year, not even in purgatory, but he was with the Lions for a minute there before he is now with the 49ers. And he's got a lot to say about how the 49ers go about running business and how I'm guessing the Chargers go about went about running their business, and how that is a big difference in between these two franchises. So we're going to take you into that story. We'll even throw out a future bet or two before we have Michael Irvin joining us live at 5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. So don't you go anywhere. It's Damon and Ratto. The merch store is open. You got to check out the Relevant shirt about Brock Purdy. It is fantastic. Anything you might need, you can find at 957thegameshop.com. We are also brought to you by calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hey, it's Damon here telling you about the tax and crypto attorneys and accountants at Kugelman Law. You've probably heard that the IRS is receiving $80 billion to increase enforcement and audits of individuals and small business owners. And if that news worries you, if you have unfiled tax returns, if you're already getting notes from the IRS or the Franchise Tax Board, then you need to contact Kugelman Law at sftaxteam.com. I have met the guys at Kugelman Law. I've met with them. They're approachable, they're down to earth, and most importantly to you, they're straightforward and they're transparent. They strive to provide effective and efficient resolutions to all your tax or crypto needs while offering straightforward and transparent pricing along the way. So visit sftaxteam.com to schedule a consultation today and get a fair and honest assessment of your tax or crypto issues. Check them out, sftaxteam.com. And Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This is a paid endorsement that does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast. Can you take us through the negotiations or how that trade transpired to get Christian McCaffrey midseason? Because you guys haven't looked back with Christian McCaffrey.
You know, you start thinking, wow, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy tonight with a chance of showers tomorrow afternoon, high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. At Total Wine & More, save big on what you love this month with hundreds of deals on amazing wines and spirits. Love what you find at the lowest prices only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
The Road to Glendale brought to you by Marist Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Thank you for stopping on by here to 95.7 The Game. It's Damon and Ratto. We just had Steve Kerr on. People on the YouTube chat page are saying, thanks for having President Kerr on. Yeah, guy's something else, man. Absolutely something else. He is a very good representative of the Bay Area. To have Steph Curry be pretty much perfect at it as well. I know this season isn't going the way the Warriors want it to, but they still represent the Bay Area very, very well. There is no doubt. And they did get to roll into the White House with Mr. Fabby 40 and 2 short, which makes them the coolest basketball team in the NBA still.
It does add another answer to the reason why they didn't go during the Trump administration.
I don't think a lot of rap got bumped in the Trump White House.
No.
None.
I would say, less than. Well, I'm sure somebody played it secretly. There are some people in Washington.
Earbuds.
Yeah, very much.
Earbuds were
double earbuds.
Yes.
With a headset on top of them.
Look, I want to get into this article before we sort of spread it out into what the Niners are looking like coming up this weekend. Sam Farmer, who is a great writer for the LA Times, wrote a profile on Anthony Lynn and his happiness with the 49ers. Basically, he started the story saying, Anthony Lynn is now working for his old ball boy and coaching one of his good buddy's kids. The ball boy, obviously, is Kyle Shanahan, and the friend's son, that's running back Christian McCaffrey, whose father's Ed was a teammate of Lynn's when they were both with the New York Giants and the Denver Broncos, where Shanahan was the ball boy. Lynn was fired by the Los Angeles Chargers after the 2020 season, and he spent last year as an offensive coordinator in Detroit. Now he's coaching for San Francisco, and it's something of a homecoming for him because he was a 49ers player from 1995 to 1996. He is the running back, or the running game coordinator, I believe is his official title, along with assistant head coach. I don't think he was asked by Sam to compare or contrast the 49ers and Chargers in any way, but he went out and he did that. And he basically said, quote, talking about the Niners, this organization will do whatever it takes to win. Resources out the ears. That was different for me compared to what I was going through in LA. So it's just like, man, this is what it's supposed to be like. I forgot how that felt. End quote. That's pretty pointed. That's pretty pointed. Now, the resources that the 49ers have are obviously considerable. But it's funny. Their facility doesn't necessarily reflect that. And I'm not talking about Levi Stadium. I'm talking about their actual practice facility. It's a fine facility. It really is. Indiana University has a nicer practice setup than the 49ers do. And that's the worst college football team in America. College facilities dwarf the facilities that the 49ers cram themselves into in their old headquarters, which is now their glorified locker room and practice space. Alabama, their weight room alone is the envy of every single NFL weight room. Like that is facilities on another level. But for Anthony Lynn to say that this team will just do whatever it takes to win, and the team that I used to be the head coach of won't, which had stellar brand new facilities, obviously. You know, SoFi Stadium, all that comes with that, their own wherever they're, I don't know where exactly the Chargers work out and have their team headquartered, but I'm guessing that's got to be at the very least new, which comes with the phrase state of the art, just sort of baked right into any athletic endeavor these days. So what's he really talking about? What's he really talking about? Because I guarantee you that the Chargers have physically better facilities than what the Niners have.
He's talking about leadership. He's talking about commitment. He's talking about organized way to operate. And it's not a surprise that the Chargers are at least moderately shambolic, the way they go through coaches as quickly as they do. There are some places where facilities aren't the field and the locker room. It's, quick access to, the best computer minds you can get to. I mean, the Raiders have historically been behind in that area too. So
apparently, though, and I'll tell you this because I've driven past it when I've popped on into Fortenbaugh's casa there in Henderson, and he lives right down the road from the Raiders facilities. The Raiders facilities that they prepare in to play. Obviously, it's not helping them much, but they are gorgeous. Well, they're unbelievable.
No, I'm not talking about whether they're gorgeous or not. I'm talking about what goes on and who gets to be in those gorgeous facilities and what they're thinking about and how much pushback there is if Anthony Lynn wants to do something. I mean, preparation and organization are not just where you do it. In fact, where you do it is almost beside the point. It's what you do and how you do it. And I think what Anthony Lynn is saying is that the Chargers are behind the curve on that part. That the 49ers are probably closer to state of the art in terms of the football operation. Even if the elevators, may get stuck or you have to walk 5 extra feet to go to the bathroom, I don't think that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about sense of organization, a sense of purpose. The difference between a team that's gone to a Super Bowl, a conference final, and another playoff round in the last 4 years, and a team that always seems surprised when it wins, which is what the Chargers are.
Well, luckily they're not surprised very often then.
They're surprised often enough. I mean, for a team that, has these spectacular fiasco losses, they're usually in a position where that fiasco loss gets remembered because they're on the verge of making the playoffs or, knocking on the door. They're not a terrible team in terms of results, but given the level of talent they've got and the shambolic organization above them, it's a wonder that they get there at all.
Well, they never get it all on the same page. If they got the right quarterback, they don't have the right defense. If they got a hell of a defense, their offense isn't getting it done. Even if they have a good team, well, now the head coach is officially the question. They never have all angles of their triangle sharpened very, very well. Yeah. And look, there's been an awful lot of criticism thrown Jed York's way over the years here from me on 95.7 The Game and the old station too. Like Jed, I think more than anything else, Jed York disappointed a lot of fans who thought that he really was going to represent new and modern NFL ownership as a clear leader. And then let's face it, the exit from Candlestick to Levi's Stadium was a boondoggle that took a little while to recover from a PR standpoint in the region. And then the termination of Jim Harbaugh is where anyone else who was still in faith with Jed at that time after the move to Levi's, the rest of the fan base basically broke faith. And no one was very impressed by Jim Tomsula or Chip Kelly getting the jobs, and those looked like bad decisions, and Jed became persona non grata. What I think Anthony Lynn is also saying here is that beyond the bad PR, Jed York is actually very good at this. Damon, you might not like the stadium he built, but he built a stadium that took his team's wealth and put it in the top 5 in the NFL and will keep it there. He has run an NFL team that has had no scandal, no off-the-field problems since Aldon Smith stopped driving directly into tree trunks to speak of. I mean, they really haven't. And I'm not saying that that's a bunch of choir boys or, the Jed York infamous quote of, we want to win with class is what's really taking place here. But he is a good owner. I don't understand. There is no argument that you could make over the last few years that Jed York isn't a good owner. What would be your talking point if you wanted to prove in a court of law Jed York isn't a good owner. I don't know what you'd have. Outside of firing Jim Harbaugh, and I don't like Levi's Stadium, what have you got?
Firing Jim Harbaugh, though, was a fait accompli because Jim Harbaugh forced that firing. I'm not going to hold that one against him. Jim Harbaugh became the problem in Santa Clara.
Could have been Trent Baalke, but, we don't have both guys telling their sides of the story there. But, I mean, I've heard it a lot of different ways.
Okay, all I know is when you pick a fight with the owner, you're asking to get fired.
You are.
And if Jim Harbaugh doesn't understand that, then he's a fool. That said, Jed York only fails when he becomes involved in the football side. And that means hiring a new coach because he's never been a meddler. And since Kyle Shanahan has been here, Jed York makes himself next to invisible, not just publicly, but in terms of what goes on with the football side. He concentrates on the thing that he knows, which is the business side. He spends far more time with Al Guido in that part of the building than he does with Kyle Shanahan in that part of the building. To that end, that makes him at least not a bad owner. And he covers all the checks asked of him by Kyle Shanahan, which is essentially what an owner is supposed to do. If you're not inherently a football guy, your job is to hire good people and make sure they have resources. I think he's hired the right people. And as far as I know, they have plenty of resources.
Again, the quote one more time from Anthony Lynn in the Sam Farmer LA Times piece. This organization, talking about the 49ers, will do whatever it takes to win. Resources out the ears. This was different for me compared to what I was going through in LA. So it's just like, man, this is what it's supposed to be like. And I forgot how that felt. Anthony Lynn talking about his time now with the 49ers. And by the way, as a running game coordinator, doing a bang-up job, Anthony Lynn. The one thing that I did like in that Hard Knock season was Anthony Lynn. I really liked Anthony Lynn. He came across great in all of his meetings, in the ways that he would relate to players, in the ways that he was just so honest with his running backs at the time. He basically sat down a kid on HBO, Ray, and had a meeting about, you're fat. And he didn't even joke. He didn't curb it saying, you're a little overweight. You're carrying a little bit too much. He's like, straight up, you're fat. If you're going to play for me, you're not going to be fat. So you have to not get fat. And it was just very honest. I liked Anthony Lynn an awful lot. And he obviously is enjoying his time here with the 49ers an awful lot. When you talk about bad owners, sometimes good football teams are good enough to overcome their even bad owner. I was asked this about an hour ago on the Xfinity mobile text line. Someone from the 650 said, D, what'd you think about Paul Brown doing a pregame interview implying that Joe Burrow should basically take a pay cut?
You mean Mike Brown?
I'm guessing he meant Mike Brown because Paul Brown, I believe, is unavailable. But I did not hear that. I don't know where that's coming from. But I read it aloud because I do know that Mike Brown is as tight-fisted an owner as you could possibly find in the NFL. And for him to be looking at Joe Burrow and thinking hometown discount is insanity. There aren't four guys in this league who should make more money than Joe Burrow.
I think objectively, yes, but without knowing what the quote is, I'm not sure that he said Joe Burrow should take a pay cut. Even he's not
He
that.
implied.
He might have implied that, for us to be able to sign everybody that we want to sign, he might have to temper his hopes at getting all of it now. That you've heard owners say before. That said, Joe Burrow doesn't have to take a dime less than the max. He's established.
That's a made guy. You want to talk about made guys?
He's a made guy, and made guys you don't nickel and dime on. I mean, in a hard-capped sports, the guys who get squeezed are the guys at the bottom end, not the quarterback. And the truth is, since quarterback money is going through the roof, followed by wide receiver money, Jamar Chase has to get paid. T. Higgins has to get paid. Joe Mixon.
Mixon's going to get paid.
Yeah, I mean he was not a wide receiver, but
he's very good.
You know, and the cap always goes up. So this is not about money to spend; it's about money to manage, and that's Mike Brown's job to manage that money. So I don't think it's about a Joe Burrow pay cut. I think it's maybe about, please don't ask for $50 million, because if you ask for 45, we could spend that $5 million on one of the people you throw to. Maybe it's still pie in the sky. You don't do that in public. It feels like people can misinterpret it easily, which I suspect is what's going on here. But I don't think it's ever a good look to start worrying about contract in January.
In a playoff run, as your team is going to Buffalo.
Yeah. I mean, that's, you know, I have to look and see where this story appears. But it does not sound genuinely authentic to me.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anything. I had my TV on this morning, and I did not see this making the rounds on any of the shows, so I don't know where it came from other than the text line, but it had look at it this way. We were talking about ownership, and I think that Jed York has completely recommitted himself to being a good NFL owner, and the proof is in the pudding here. And I'm not saying that he ever went out of his way to be a bad owner, but bad things happened on the route to the best version of Jed, which is, you could argue, we're in right now, right? Here's a question for you, Ray. It says, it's from the 831. I don't even, 831 area code? What is that?
Mars.
Okay, so from Mars, they want to know on the Xfinity mobile text line. Ray, 20 years from now, do you think Jed York is in that Robert Kraft level of owner? Now, he also says Jerry Jones. I don't think there's ever going to be another Jerry Jones.
Well, no, there will be one. Somebody is going to be running this league when Jerry Jones passes.
There will be an alpha owner, if you will?
Yeah, there always is.
Okay. But Jerry is, I mean, like the days of the Lamar Hunts are over. The Mara family is kind of over.
There will be, I mean, I could easily see Rob Walton becoming the new kingmaker just because he can throw the biggest wallet on the table. And the guy who could throw the biggest wallet on the table is usually a guy who gets what he wants, even from his fellow owners. But
Monterey County, by the way, is the 831. Santa Cruz. Come on, fellas.
No, I don't think Jed York can be a kingmaker. He doesn't have the money for it. He's also officially not the owner. He's only the club president. His mom is the owner.
Okay, but that's just, I mean, that's the detail of paperwork.
No, but it's more than a detail of paperwork, because it means he has to go to her to clear a lot of expenses.
I don't think Denise is going to be here in 20 years, which is when this question's time frame was taking place on.
Okay,
so in 20 years from now, there is no doubt in anybody's mind that Jed York will have inherited the 49ers.
Let's say he inherits the 49ers, and there isn't a huge family fight,
right,
which I would bet there will be. But let's say he is that guy. He still doesn't have the wallet for that, because the only thing we've learned in the last 5 years of ownership changes is that the price of getting in is a hell of a lot higher than it used to be. I mean, right now, the Yorks as a family are worth probably $6 billion. Rob Walton's worth $57. There's one right there. You know, Jody Allen, who, you know, runs the Seahawks, has her late husband's money behind her. So that's $50 billion.
Now, you're right. Money talks. In all rooms of power, money talks.
Yeah. Robert Kraft is a player, too. He's in the neighborhood of $10 billion.
But Robert Kraft wanted to be a vocal NFL owner. Jerry Jones clearly lives to be a vocal NFL owner.
Yeah.
What if Walton just wants to own the Denver Broncos? Like, he doesn't really want to be a kingmaker or a power player. Jed York, you might say he doesn't have the money from somewhere else to be financially wealthy without the 49ers. But then 49ers, 20 years from now, are going to be worth $10 billion.
They're all going to be worth $10 billion.
They're all going to be worth that. So by just being in the club that long, he will have established himself as enough money to make plus experience matters. Yeah. And 20 years from now, Jed is, you know, an owner in this league, a representative at the ownership table in this league for almost 40 years.
Okay. Do you think John Mara is a mover and shaker in the NFL? He isn't anymore.
Not anymore.
You think the McCaskies are movers and shakers? They've owned this team since 1920.
Right, but they've abdicated any responsibility of even the Bears themselves, much less the league.
But the nature of ownership has essentially changed. It's now, you have to bring massive amounts of money to any table you're in, and Jed York is not going to be able to go up to David Tepper, who's worth $12 billion, or probably closer to 15 now. Just say, I really think you ought to do this for the good of the league. Because David Tepper will look at him and say, bug off. Go back to the mailroom. Leave me alone. I can buy and sell you twice. Jed York's wealth in 20 years is going to be the football team, and only the football team. David Tepper has other pans in the fire. Jerry Jones is a real estate magnate, and runs the corporation that basically is in every other NFL city. People who are going to own teams now have other things. You're going to start seeing like Saudi oligarchs buying into NFL teams because the price of getting in will become prohibitive. So Jed York is never going to be one of the rich guys in a sport, in an industry where the richest guys do the most talking.
You're right. But I'll just counter with this. Personality matters. In any room you're in, personality matters. And if the room is full to the brim of an extreme level of wealth, your ultra extreme level of wealth really isn't that much more of a separator of who you are and I am as you think it is. Because at the end of the day, we're both, we have enough money that we couldn't spend it all in our lifetimes. We have an ungodly level of wealth. So now it's about how do you treat people? How do you talk to people? How do you build consensus? How do you go ahead and create alliances? And I think Jed is very good at those things. I've been at dinner parties with Jed York. I've watched him work the room. I've watched him get up and speak at charity events. I've watched him work the floor at Media Day at a Super Bowl in New Orleans. He's got a personality, Ray. And people like Jed York. And having people like you goes a real long way for any leader.
But not in that room. That room is different than life.
But people like Jerry Jones.
No, they fear Jerry.
They don't just fear him. They like him
Jerry
too.
Jones.
They like him too.
They fear him because he can get things done to them or for them. Stan Kroenke is not a pleasurable guy, but he got into the club because he befriended Jerry Jones, not the other way around. This is about power. And in that room, power is the real separator. Clark Hunt has got plenty of money, owns the Kansas City Chiefs, is considered maybe the nicest guy among his peers that there is in the NFL. He is not a power broker. The power brokers are the guys who can just say, I'm too rich for you to push around. And Jed York, for all his attributes, and I'm not questioning a single thing you said about that, is not going to be able to be a power broker in that league, experience or no. Because the funny thing about when the richest guy in the room is a new guy, the richest guy in the room is going to want things to change so that it works in his advantage. And experience becomes less and less important. I just think the club of billionaires is just different. I mean, there is no more successful league in any sport in the world than the Premier League. And the most powerful owners there are Saudi oligarchs who bought in the last 3 years.
And Russian oligarchs who just got thrown out the last time around. So take all your money and power and beat it when the world says so. So
but
that
I don't see
too.
the world. I don't see the world walking into an NFL owners meeting and going, "You have to leave now."
Hey, depends on what an NFL owners meeting looks like 20 years from now, I guess. How about this? When we do come on back, you want someone who knows what it's like to live, thrive in the rivalry that is 49ers and Cowboys. We got the right interview. It's the one we've been looking forward to all week long, all day long, and hopefully you have too, because he joins us next It's Michael Irvin coming up in a matter of moments here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
John Lynch, GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast. Can you take us through the negotiations or how that trade transpired to get Christian McCaffrey midseason? Because you guys haven't looked back with Christian McCaffrey.
You know, you start thinking, wow, if there's a guy to go get, this is a guy who could, the word we kept using was unlock what we do and make us even more tough to deal with. The productivity's been great. It's really been a nice deal for this organization.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time.
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome.
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you.
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't.
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Oh, Purdy likes to stream.
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend. It's mating season, duh.
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Thinking of selling your house, but you don't want to deal with repairs, cleaning, realtor photos, and showings? With John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you don't have to do any repairs or pay any commissions. Call 510-426-7000 and John will give you a fair cash offer without any inspections, showings, or other headaches. That's 510-426-7000. When you sell to John Buy's BayAreaHouses.com, you decide when you want to move, according to your schedule and your terms. John buys vacant houses, inherited houses, beautiful houses, fixer-uppers in any condition, as is. John buys BayAreaHouses.com provide you the easiest sell possible and assist you in every step of the way. If you want to sell and have any questions, please call 510-426-7000. That's 510-426-7000 and get the offer you have been waiting for.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover. We'll help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
This winter, there are COVID-19 booster shots designed to help protect against recent Omicron variants. If it's been at least 2 months since your primary series or original booster, schedule your updated COVID-19 booster dose at vaccines.gov. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
5 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game, and it's the interview we've been waiting for all day, all week. Oh, man, all year, considering you can only hope you might get something as special as 49ers Cowboys in the playoffs. And you can only hope that you have Michael Irvin, the Hall of Famer, the playmaker, as a weekly guest on your show should something like that happen. And believe it or not, it's happened now 2 years in a row. Michael Irvin joins us on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Michael, thank you for joining us as always. It feels like about a year ago we talked about this same game, and you doubted the Cowboys going into that game. Your doubts were proven right. What is your level of confidence in the Cowboys this time around?
It certainly is not tantamount to the level I had going into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game. So when we said we were going to do first take in Tampa, I was like, yeah, let's go. We're going to win this game. I understand. I can run my mouth as much as I want. I know we're going to win this game. I said 30 points a game, and that's what Dallas was averaging with that. Beat 15 points a game. That's what Tampa was averaging. I don't care what language it is. I don't care in any and every language I know, and also all the languages I don't know. 30 beats 15. Even in Brother Hology, 30 beats 15. And Brother Hology language don't always make sense, but this time it does.
We've been asking everybody all week, what is your favorite, Cowboys, Niners playoff memory? And obviously this answer has an awful lot to do with where you grew up and who you rooted for and who your dad might have rooted for.
Right.
And you are the first guest all week where we can actually ask, you played for the Dallas Cowboys. Did you carry a hatred in your heart for the 49ers in your playing days? Because we talk to you every week now, and it's obvious you don't hate a single NFL team. You love covering the league. You love football players. But did you have a hatred in your heart for the 49ers?
I had a strong competitive battling in my heart for everybody. I'm telling you something. Listen, man, I told people, like, when I retired, I finally got a chance to go see San Francisco, to go see Washington, to go see Philadelphia. I had been to all of those cities, and I never went anywhere. I've never gone even out to dinner in any of those cities as long as I was playing. I didn't want to go and mix and mingle with nobody. I wanted to just build up a disdain for the person I was playing and the team I was playing against. So I never left the room, Never went and met anybody. Didn't want to start liking anybody. I had a strong competitive battle. You know, hate is such a strong word. Hate is such a strong word. But a competitive battling with someone that I think is as strong as you can get without saying hate, because I knew I was going to have great battles. And these battles are great. My favorite moment between these two dogs, listen, it goes back to Dwight Clark in the catch and watching that. My dad was a big Cowboy fan, you know, so we watched that. And I was like, oh, my God, where did he come from? That ball was going out of bounds. That was a throwaway. All the things that everybody said, I was saying it. I was right there. And then later on, to be sitting in the locker room playing for the Dallas Cowboys, coming back in the Candlestick, coming back into San Francisco to play and saying, I guarantee you, we would give anything we have to win this game. That 92, I put man in the locker room, we were actually dapping each other up saying, prepare to die. We're prepared to die. We're not losing this damn game. We're all out. We'll lay down out here and die, all of us, before we lose that game. I'll never forget that locker room before that game. That was a locker room that, we were ready to go play.
Monday night was the first time Dallas has won a road playoff game since you played.
Since that game I was just talking about.
Yeah.
Since that first game, right.
Exactly.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
Is that a hurdle that they needed to get over? Is it something that doesn't really matter to players? And to that extent, is being on the road going to matter that much Sunday?
But that mattered. That mattered this time. Because anytime you have something that's standing in the way from you being, and people keep bringing it up, you hadn't done this in 30 years. You haven't done that in 25 years. Even though a lot of those kids weren't even born, it still matters, because that means it's been carried on. They carried it on during their watch right now. Forget all the other times it didn't happen, but right now on my watch, it's happening. So, you hear that stuff, and yes, it matters. And when you climb over that hump, especially when that hump has a Tom Brady statue right on top of it, a GOAT statue, that matters too. If you know, Jerry was telling people about some of the conversations we had. And I was liking this game, winning on the road, winning against Tom, to how hunting animals, how they train hunting dogs. You know, and when they smear the nose of a dog in the blood of the animal that they are hunting, it's called first blood. They get such a thirst for it, such a taste for it, that they'll do anything to hunt like that. Hopefully for the Dallas Cowboys, they got a taste of first blood, beating Tom Brady in that situation, and they'll do anything to hunt and win like that.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. So the 49ers are getting the taste of Seahawks out of their mouth. They're picking their back teeth. They got the bird out, and now here indeed comes the Cowboys. And I think the 49ers and Cowboys would have been billed as one of the best offenses in football against one of the best defenses in football. Now I think it's one of the best offenses and defenses in football against one of the best offenses and defenses in football. All of a sudden, the 49ers offense has caught up to how effective the 49ers defense has been. And I would say the same thing in Dallas as well. This looks like a really fair fight to me going into this game. It's been hard to handicap. So let me just ask you straight up. What, Michael, do you like most about this matchup for the Cowboys, and what do you like the least?
I like this matchup the least out of all the matchups the Cowboys could have fallen up upon. I would rather have this in the NFC Championship game. If you have to do it on that stage as opposed to doing it any time before. But that being said, and I'll tell you why, it's because the San Francisco 49ers, they have all the kryptonite for the Dallas Cowboys. They can run the football very well. You know what I mean? That's one of the issues Dallas has is being able to stop a great running game, and they can certainly run the football very well. And another thing Dallas has speed, and Kyle Shanahan uses Dallas' speed as to their detriment with all the misdirections and everything. I'm really worried about Michael Parsons because I'm sure they're going to throw him so much eye candy that it'd be hard for him to just be focused and play direct football. Those are my big concerns, man. You've seen it. I've seen it when they played the Rams, when they play teams like the 49ers. It's so much misdirection that sometimes the speed that's a great asset becomes one of your liabilities. So you got to be disciplined, very, very disciplined. That's why they sing you all of those motions.
If Parsons does get distracted by the eye candy, who's the Cowboy on defense that is going to be most reliable and be able to pick up at least some of that slack?
And I'm still here. We hadn't had, I didn't hear what you said, or we dropped that's just what I'm saying. There was no name came straight to my tongue for me to say it right then, if you know what I mean. I can go deep into it and start looking into it. It's unlike San Francisco. You know, you guys got Warren, you got so many talented, Greenlaw, so many talented players on that defense, and talented early picks in the draft. We got guys that have been hard-earned guys that work hard and trying to earn it, but I don't think they have the physical talent that San Fran has, certainly, on their defense.
Hall of Famer Michael Irvin here on Damon and Ratto. Is C.D. Lamb the Cowboys' best wide receiver since you, with all due respect to Des Bryant's peak of about a 3-4 year run that was outstanding? C.D. Lamb looks to be the real McCoy to me. How good is he?
C.D., man, I'm telling you, he's a talented wide receiver. And it's hard to say, like, is he the best Cowboys had since me? I mean, we just haven't seen enough yet, but he is so great for this time of the football, for this time in NFL. I said he's the most talented 88, the most talented 88, because I couldn't play inside. Ed didn't really play inside, and Drew, I don't even know if they were playing inside, and Drew was playing, but you know what I'm saying. C.D. Lamb to play inside, he was the top slot guy this year in the NFL. So, you know what I mean? He go inside, he play outside. That means he's a very talented guy. It's just now also, though, those other 88s you're talking about, they were like, hey, what's that quote, Rich Flair? I spent more money on spilled liquor across this country. I'm a diamond Rolex wearing, private plane fly. Those old 88s had a whole lot of flair. Heads with the X in them out, whole lot of flair. CD doesn't have as much flair, but boy, I see he has the most talent as all of them.
I love any Ric Flair quotes you can work into an interview, that's for sure. Michael, when in your mind did Pollard pass Zeke as the best option to do damage out of the Cowboys' backfield?
Well, that hadn't happened in my mind. Because I've always been consistent with this, man. I've told you guys this, and it's one of my number one things when I'm talking about building a team. Physicalness. I love that we have Pollard and he can hit a home run, but he is the lightning. I need the thunder. The thunder moves the whole world. Everybody feels the thunder. Everybody don't feel the lightning. The lightning hit way over there. Everybody. When you hit somebody in the mouth like Zeke does, even if the person that didn't get hit, it's not just the person that got hit, it's the corner way on the other side. God damn it. He ran in them hard. Now he's thinking about, do I really want to tackle this joker when he comes around this corner? You see what I'm saying? That physicalness, you can't substitute that for it on the football. It's important. So in my mind, I still want that physicalness. This is why I'm so afraid of San Francisco, because of that physicalness. Not because nobody's speed, nobody can run. I can deal with speed and running. It's that physicalness that breaks a man's will. And that we don't want to ever give up. And that's why San Fran is where they are, because they don't give it up.
How then, if you're not the more physical team, how do you win a game where you have to finesse teams? And how often does that happen in the playoffs?
Well, and here's what you're talking about. How do you try to get ahead on San Fran? Well, I've been running around. Let me tell you what I'd liken this to as an analogy. I took this thing back to Rocky IV, one of the best Rockies out there. And he was fighting Drago, a perfect Drago, a perfectly well-oiled machine, just like San Francisco. Went all the way to Russia to fight him, just like Dallas got to go to San Francisco. And he was hitting, and they were punching, and they were fighting. And then once Rocco, you hit him, you cut him. He bleeds. He's human. Not going to finish him. Dallas got to find a way to cut him, to make sure they know, not just Dallas, but also San Francisco know that you bleed and you're human, and then try to beat them. They got to cut them by attacking their strength. Got to be able to run the football, even though nobody runs in San Francisco. And then you come back and give them a lot of small cuts by spreading the ball around. Don't give them one focal point, or like C.D. Lamb, the T.Y. Hills have to make plays. The Noah Brown and Michael Gallup have to make plays because they're so good. Somebody has to be open right away to kind of nullify that pass rush. It's going to be a hell of a night, and Dallas has to be at their best, at their tip-top best. The kind of performance they had in Minnesota, have a chance at winning this football game, just a chance.
I mean, you're checking all the boxes here. You're quoting Ric Flair. You're quoting Rocky IV. You know, if you need another part-time job in your life, do you know how good of a corner man you would make? You would make an excellent corner man. You'd make a great corner. He's not a machine. He's not a machine. You'd make a great corner man.
Dude, that was a great Rocky, though.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's so apropos here because the way San Fran looked, and especially last week, it looked like a machine. It looked like, oh, my God, nobody's going to beat this team. They look like a machine, man. And I don't care what anybody says. So we asked the other day, they said, well, look, what makes their running game so great? And everybody, having Christian McCaffrey is, man, it's been such a perfect fitting up there, and I told you guys about that. But having Deebo in that physicalness, that Deebo is physical, man. It sets a whole different tone, man. It's just a whole different tone. And that made this thing perfection. That's why they got to go in there and they got to cut him so they can see he's not a machine. They are not a machine. You can beat him.
What do you think, Michael, of Brock Purdy's performance on Saturday morning? I think he surprised a lot of people, not only how comfortable he settled into that game after he was off to a little bit of a, I don't even want to call it a nervous start, but he was letting some balls float on him a little bit, but then he settled right in. And he's got wiggle on him, man. He can move around the pocket.
I told y'all, man. I told you the vibe I got when that man walked out there. It was the vibe that it was exactly what I'm seeing. You know what I mean? Everybody, and I've been trying to talk to you like, stop, people. All right, it's time to stop. Time to stop. I love him more than anybody else, and y'all know this. Y'all know I got a real man crush on Kyle Shanahan. I think he's the best coach out there right now, and you know that. And we all been talking about, man, Kyle Shanahan calling great play, and he has. And the defense got a great play, and they have. And he got a great running game, and they do. But don't take away from what Purdy has been doing. Purdy has been looking pretty back there. And I'm talking about some of those, he ain't just dropping back and dumping the ball off here, dumping the ball off there. It ain't Sean McVay in his ear saying, go to the running back, go to the wide receiver, go to what. You see this dude making plays. This dude jumped one way, jumped the other, threw that ball, and got smacked in the mouth. But he delivered that ball perfectly, and Ayuk should have caught it. It would have been a phenomenal touchdown. And it hit Ayuk right in the hand. That ain't Shanahan. That ain't no defense. That ain't no receiver. That's Purdy looking pretty. That's Purdy looking pretty. Y'all can stop messing around and give the man his credit.
Speaking of quarterbacks and credit, just to veer away from the 49ers for a second, Tom Brady threw the ball 66 times against you guys the other night. And there were a lot of people thinking that this might be a sign that he's coming to the end. Did you see any of that in his play? And if not, where do you think he ends up next year?
So I think Tom Brady still has football left in him. You better believe it. And for Tom Brady to be 8-9, for to finish his team, the season, the way he finished the season, I don't know personally. Because I've never experienced it before. I've never gone through it. And I ain't saying that to boast in any level. At any level, God knows I did everything I should have experienced but I did. But the guys that I do know that have, they tell me the toll it takes on you. It's a ripping. It's a ripping on your life. For Tom to even have the season he had, to get those guys to a playoff in the midst of a ripping, I thought that was incredible. Do I think if he goes and finds a better situation or in another situation, can he still perform? Yes. They force Tom to do what he does worse, and that's play outside in. I always say he plays inside out. And when Godwin came back slowly on their leg, and Gronk retired, he didn't have that force on the inside. You send him to a place that has that force on the inside, where he can play early football. I can take out the defensive line if I can play early football with that force multiplier in the inside, like a Chris Godwin when he's healthy, or Wes Welker, or, my man Julian Edelman. When you give him one of those guys, and they don't play with that guy, and then go outside with a Mike Evans, he can hurt you. He just had all of his kryptonite happen at one time. The voice, that's a kryptonite for anybody, not just Superman. But then you come back, the interior of your offensive line get hurt, and then your middle guys, the Godwins, the Grunts is gone. All of that, that's what they call a tsunami, all happening at one time. Tom can still play football in the right place.
Michael Irvin with us here on Damon and Ratto. So we saw you on Monday night in the owner's box with Jerry Jones. As soon as the game went final, the two of you guys are hugging. Obviously had a great time. The two of you get along. Who is the more nervous watcher of the Cowboys, you or Jerry Jones?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. I'm so invested, like it's my $10 billion investment. But it ain't mine. You know what I'm saying? It ain't mine. Jerry's a competitor, guys. He's a competitor. And he's such a deep down believer. When we first bought the team, that's one thing he said, man, I just believe the Dallas Cowboys and that brand. It's the biggest brand in the world. It's the greatest brand in the world. It should be on every lip, every minute of every day. And basically, he grew it that way. We talk about the Cowboys, talk about that brand as much as I don't know what. I catch myself sometimes working on TV saying, man, I'm tired of hearing myself talk about this. You know what I'm saying? So that's what he's done because he believed it. Yeah, he watches it hard. He takes it hard when they lose. I know how hard I take it. I would probably say he takes it even a little bit harder, you know what I mean, even than me.
So who made the most noise or swore the loudest or sighed the loudest when Brett Maher missed his fourth straight point-after touchdown?
Well, I'm sure I did that. I'm sure I did. Let me tell you, because I was, games like that, I also do box appearances. That means I go from box to box, spend a quarter over here, a quarter over there, and 1 quarter over there.
He works the room.
And, box appearances. So I'm moving from box to box after you miss one of them. And I'm in the elevator. So I got my security ushering me from one box to the other to watch the game with the next group of people. And I'm in the elevator. And I forgot. I'm just in an all-out, real breakdown. This mother, dude, I know something. Boy, I'm going to go right on that field and whoop his dude. I'm going off. And I look up, and 2 or 3 people on the elevator got the camera phone. Oh, I said, hey, man, listen, man, y'all can't post that. Y'all can't post that, man. I don't want that kid family hearing me talk about it like that. Don't post that like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I was like, oh, my God. Oh, God, man, they's all get like we won't do it. But yeah, man, I got rattled. You got Tom Brady on the other sideline. That's Tom freaking Brady. Let's freaking go. You can't be missing no field goal, no extra point. Or at that. It was insane. If you go anywhere near that, They have no chance in San Francisco.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game. As we've been saying all week, this game is special. It's part of the crown jewel of a lot of people's playoff memories. 49ers and Cowboys means a lot. There are very few straight line players, one team to another, but obviously there is some crossover there. And I just want to take you back. It's the 1994 NFC Championship game, and the Niners win it. After that season, Dion Sanders goes from San Francisco to Dallas to play with you guys. Can you take us through that? Did you call him? Does Troy call him? Does Jerry call him? Did the two of you start going at each other in training camp right away before you became friends? Like, take us through the Dion leaving the Niners, joining the Cowboys saga.
Well, yeah, I was a recruiter in that case. I was a recruiter. And you know, my deal was up. We were doing a deal. Jerry was just saying, I just want to give you full disclosure here. You know, we have an opportunity to bring in Dion, you know, and I want to tell you about it and make sure it's okay. And I just asked, what? Yeah, are you joking? I said, you know, we talked to these people. I said, man, you got my full blessings on this, my full blessings. So absolutely, we just start working towards that. I said, I'm going to work on the back end now that I know it's a possibility. So I started calling Dion and talking, you know. Dion was saying, okay, man, well, Michael, what is it like? Tell me, what do you mean? And my exact quote to him, I said, San Francisco, man. I said, it's great. I said, but to get an understanding with Dallas, they say if they had to multiply by 10, and you just start scratching the surface. I said, come on in and take a visit and let me show you. He said, all right, let me set it up. Let me set up. He said, I will call you back when I come through. I said, call back so I can set it all up. And, boy, I put on the party that night. And, boy, we set that club up. Boy, we had no club. Everybody was over there. Come welcome Dion. Come help us woo him across the water. And, I mean, everybody came out, and we had a blast. I mean, a blast. It was, you know, yeah. That's about all I get right here. We had a blast.
Yeah, I bet it.
And soon after that, it was like getting one of them kids that you were recruiting, right? You didn't want to let them out the room. I had all my recruiting helpers right there. I said, man, you ready? I say right now, you said, Mike, stop playing, man. That's, you know, I ain't want to let him out the room. I love him so much. He and I, you know, we're best of friends. It's so funny, though. A lot of the dudes, man, that I played against, now I'm retired, they're my best friends. Gerald Green, Aeneas Williams, Deion Sanders. I see these dudes. I talk to these dudes all the time, man. You know, so I was happy to play with Dion, man. We had such a great time playing together, man. And such a great few years together. I wish we could have gotten more.
It truly is a brotherhood in the NFL, and I would have loved to have been at that party. I'm guessing it was a whole rosary party, meaning the next day you had to do the whole rosary to get through forgiveness.
Right. You know, when you go to church, hey, let me tell you, some people always say, man, them people in church, they think they perfect. No. I ain't got to say because they're perfect. The difference between me and the person ain't in church. I'm a sinner. I know you're a sinner, but at least on Sunday, I'm trying to get to the doctor and get healed a little bit. You know, get me some healing. You just don't sit up in this sin. I ain't gonna come and take your Tylenol. I ain't gonna come and get no castor oil. I'm trying to come in here and get some of this and help clean some of that stuff.
Michael, you're a treasure, man. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure. And we were looking forward to today, and you certainly delivered as always. Thank you so much.
Yeah, baby, I'm looking forward to it, man. I like to say I'm in a win-win because I'm such a big 49er fan because we get to talk. You guys know how much I love Deebo and everybody, man, on this squad, man. Those are my boys. Boy, what I sure would love to let the Cowboys. Y'all had a Super Bowl just a few years ago. Just 30 years ago. I'm so sick of hearing everybody say, you ain't been nowhere in 30 years. Hopefully we can change that.
Michael Irvin. Thank you so much, Michael, here on 95.7 The Game, a weekly guest, and there's never been a better week to have him. I mean, 49ers and Cowboys. What more do you want? That conversation was fantastic. Somebody on the text line says, he's got a lot to say, but I don't think he believes any of it. Mike knows his Cowboys are getting blown out. Look, I'd be shocked if they got blown out. I think the 49ers could win comfortably. I don't think either of these teams is getting blown out. They're both too good. I'd be really surprised if there was a straight-up blowout. I don't think there is really any scenario where the Cowboys are the recipients, or the authors of said blowout. I think the 49ers, I think this game is going to come down to a tight fourth quarter game, or the Niners are winning 10, 16 points.
Yeah, I was going to say define a blowout. Like 3 touchdowns or more?
Yeah, a blowout. To me, a blowout is indicative of did you breathe hard in the game? Were you worried about the outcome of that game? I think there will be moments of this game where the outcome of the game is absolutely to be worried about by both fan bases.
Were you worried about the Seahawks game at any point?
So I wasn't worried as much as I officially began in my mind. If the upset's happening today, this is what that would look like. Right up until those back-to-back possession turnovers, that was a football game. And this is going to be a football game, too, on Sunday.
It might be a football game, but I could easily see it being a football game for a half, and then the 49ers doing what they do, and then winning by 18. I don't know how this is going to play out because we've yet to see one of two things happen. Brock Purdy falling behind a good team early and having to rally. I mean, they did that against the Raiders, but that was almost like that was like spring break for them. But having to deal with coming back from behind against a quality team, which the Cowboys are. Let's say if the Cowboys are up, let's say 17-13 at the half, I don't think the 49ers will break stride at all. I think they fall behind by 10 or 14 in there. All of a sudden, they're going to have to rethink what they do because one of the things about the second half that people haven't mentioned, the 49ers threw the ball only 11 times in the second half because they didn't feel they needed to. So they want to be able to keep the ball on the ground.
Well, they also had a couple of really big plays pop for them that made,
But that said, in terms of play selection, which is what I'm talking about, the 49ers did not feel compelled to try to engage in a boat race because they want to control pace of game more than any other team. And they've built a team to do just that, which is why it's important to them. If they have to start hurrying up to the line, if they have to start throwing on 2nd and 7 rather than being able to hand the ball to McCaffrey or Mitchell or doing something with Deebo, that becomes a different equation. It's one we haven't seen yet. So that's the wild card for me. Can the Cowboys do enough things early to make the 49ers think about changing what they do?
Well, they're going to, that's the thing. All right, if the 49ers have to chase the Cowboys, they got more of a football game than Kyle Shanahan wants to be in.
Oh, no, yeah, no question. I'm just saying we haven't seen them have to do that now in 2.5 months. And that, to me, will be the most interesting kind of game. What do you do when you have to punch up?
Well, and somebody here on the 415 says, that Dallas defense and their secondary, they got ball hawks, and that's something Purdy that really hasn't seen. Not only do they have those ball hawks, but they've got the defensive line as well that is more like the Niners' defensive line than any other defensive line in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan talked about that today at his press conference when he was asked, what is the primary strength of Dallas you're worried about?
I think starting with their D-line. I mean, Dan Quinn jumps off the tape to me there. The way he gets those guys to move. I mean, they got some real good rushers. Everyone knows about Lawrence and Parson, but, I mean, there's not one bad one there. The way that they stunt, the way they can create one-on-ones. There's a reason they're number one in getting to the quarterback with sacks and pressures, and it does jump off the tape.
So that is a good defense. It's a very, very good defense. Is it the best defense in football? Luckily, that's on the 49ers side of the field, but it's not that far away. It really isn't. So you've got a defense that is going to have to play differently than it just played down in Tampa to slow down the 49ers because they got to ignore a running game that wasn't even offered in Tampa. They will be offered a running game by the San Francisco 49ers. And if they do fall behind, Ray, the trap that Shanahan needs to not fall into is to start asking Brock to do too much. The 49ers need to commit to their running game. Doesn't matter what the scoreboard says.
There's a point at which you might have to, though. I mean, if now it's the middle of the third quarter and you're down 2 scores,
we're running the football because 1 touchdown now means we're just down 1 score, and I'm running the football with Deebo. And look, we might have a little bit more razzle dazzle to it. We might have a little bit more gimmickry to what we're doing. It's not just going to be 1 of 5 holes, Justin Smith. At that point, that was a great quote from earlier in today's show by Justin Smith. But
if it's going to be them down 2 scores in the second half, it will mean in part that the 49ers couldn't get a running game going. Because I don't think that this is going to be a 10-3 game or a 17-3 game at halftime. It will mean that the 49ers have not been able to move the ball running. That's the only way that they fall behind by 2 scores, unless they start giving the ball up. And that's the other thing that they are better at than anybody else is they don't turn the ball over.
Hopefully that all holds form coming up on Sunday. Somebody here also on the text line says, here's their definition of a blowout. If you pull the starters, it's a blowout. Yeah, if you're pulling starters out of a playoff game, you're on easy street, that's for sure.
That works either way, though.
Somebody says, Irvin quoting Rocky IV. That's got to be the best interview of the day. Thank you. It was fantastic. He really was. He's great. He always is. Somebody says, hey, when are you guys all having Jerry Rice on? Well, we're not having Jerry Rice on, but the morning roast is on Friday, and I believe they're going to be giving away like an NFL Blitz video game. Like not for a console, like an official arcade-level NFL Blitz video game. So there you go. You get Jerry Rice and a possible video game to win coming up on Friday, unless the contest has already been decided. I don't know anything about the contest.
We don't do graft here.
We don't, no. 8:30 is when you're going to get some Jerry Rice coming up on Friday morning, so that is mandatory listening.
Can I also give you a quick update from our show?
Please.
I learned earlier today, we're going to have Dana Carvey on the stream at 3:30 tomorrow.
Dana Carvey from Saturday Night Live?
The very same, diehard Niner fan.
I love it.
He's going to be with us tomorrow.
I'm a Dana Carvey guy through and through. Love it. We're chopping broccoli tomorrow with Dana Carvey. 95.7 The Game. Put it in the stream, baby. Ray, we're going to be in the stream tomorrow.
Yay.
It's going to be great. Bring your bathing suit.
No.
We are going to give you a little test on Greek mythology here in a second. Are you ready for that?
Oh, that'll be a thrill.
You're going to be great at it. I know you will be. One other thing that I want to get to, it might be something. It's probably nothing. But ProFootballTalk.com, and I was wondering why so many questions about Trey Lance and his future are popping up here on the stream and on the YouTube text line. Why am I getting all these Trey Lance questions? Well, now I know why. Today, Mike Florio on Pro Football Talk basically said he was saying Ran Carthon, has been hired out of the 49ers building and becomes the new Titans general manager. Trey Lance apparently posted on his Instagram a story of Carthon, and then beneath that image, a trio of fingers crossed emojis. Again, could we just all start using language again? Can we stop talking in hieroglyphics? But so we got 3 crossed fingered emojis, and then, as Mike Florio does, says, whatever Lance's intent, it's reasonable to wonder whether Lance has his fingers crossed in hopes that Carthon will, in his new job, trade for Lance. Even if that's not the message Lance intended to send, people will assume it's what he meant. And frankly, it would be hard to blame Lance for wanting out. They went all in to get him back in 2001, but the expectations and the pressure became immense, and it feels as if he's never been fully embraced. What are you talking about? Dude, this was Trey Lance Central. Throughout the entirety of an offseason, of a preseason, of training camp, it was, you can't get Trey in here fast enough. It's not that Trey Lance wasn't embraced. It's that he was broken. That's the problem. Let me tell you, there shouldn't be any questions about Trey Lance's future with the Niners. Because for the next 2 years, he's going to be a San Francisco 49er. The price is right, boys and girls. The price is right. He's also clearly a player that they really liked. liked enough to draft him, liked enough to give up on Jimmy Garoppolo in an NFC title game. They like Trey Lance. They like Trey Lance, I think, more than we do now, but they still like Trey Lance, and they're going to like a quarterback room that's going to be about $10.5 million next year.
But if that's a hint that Trey Lance wants to put out there,
it's lame.
Whether it's lame or not, that's the language of the 22-year-old. And I'm not trying to read into tea leaves. What I'm suggesting is he might decide, at least in his head until somebody convinces him otherwise, that maybe the future here is now more Purdy flavored than Lance flavored. And if that's the case, he may be scouting around for another place to land. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't speak emoji either. But that's the hint that he's putting out there, because he knows how people are going to read that.
You speak Greek?
I barely speak English.
Well, here we go. What does Ray know about Greek mythology? That and other questions around the corner as we wrap up today's show here on 95.7 The Game. We are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, joins us here in the Morning Roast.
When I watch Nick Bosa, I see a guy that it feels like he could play in any era. How important is he to the dynamic of that defense?
Nick always has an impact. You just look at the way schematically people approach us. There's always extra attention on Nick, which frees our other guys up. You know, he's a tremendous player. And I told you guys about Christian's work ethic. There's probably one person in this building who rivals that work ethic, and it would be Nick Bosa.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster. Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you're considering remodeling your home in 2023, talk with your architect or designer about utilizing Golden State Window and Door for your upcoming project. Each location across the Bay Area features beautifully planned displays. You'll be surprised by the variety of styles. Their respected partners include Anderson, Milgard, Marvin, and many other top brands. For locations, images, and more, visit goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
When your home renovation waste becomes a disgrace, use Yellow Sack. With Yellow Sack Dumpster Bag, it's hassle-free next-day pickup, making haste of your waste stress-free and removing it fast. Call 1-833-YELLOW. That's 1-833-YELLOW. Or visit yellowsack.com. Take control of your projects today.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Final segment here on 95.7 The Game. Damon and Ratto, it's good to have you here. The Road to Glendale brought to you by Merowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together. Ray, tomorrow, together, you and I will be going into an auxiliary studio after about a half an hour on the air because we're going to have Warriors in Boston. And then on Friday, it's Warriors in Cleveland, which means it's another short show for us. So we're going to be hopping on the stream. Bring your bathing suit tomorrow. We're going in the stream.
I'll do that fully clothed. Thank you. Nobody deserves that.
Skin to win, baby. Come on.
I wear a raincoat in the shower.
We want to thank our guests today. Awesome guest list. Thank you very much. Lucas, good job. Grandy, great job as well. Justin Smith, Steve Kerr, fresh off the White House visit, and Michael Irvin talking about an awful lot of memories with the Cowboys and the Niners. Ray, I don't know what subjects you were interested in when you were in school, or I don't know if you don't like movies. I'm guessing you never saw Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Did you ever see Raiders of the Lost Ark? It turned archaeologists just for a minute into the coolest vocation you could have in the mind's eyes of a child. Like, you're telling me that it's not just sitting in rooms studying maps, but like you get a whip, you get a gun, and you get to go run around the pyramids and ruins, and like all of a sudden archaeology was like the coolest thing. And I've always kind of been into archaeology since, and one of my favorite subjects has always been Greek mythology. I tell you that to tell you this, Ray. Archaeologists believe that they have found Poseidon's temple. Huh?
Okay.
Does that mean something to you? Would you be excited if we actually had found Poseidon's temple?
I'd be intrigued. I mean, that is until Disney bought it and turned it into a amusement park under the sea.
There would be that. There would be that. By the way, Under the Sea is a wonderful Disney song. Do you know that from The Little Mermaid?
I'm vaguely aware of it only because my children tortured me with it for years.
That's why it's Hata, Under the Water, Under the Sea.
There was no reason for you to do that.
Look,
if that ends up in my head on the drive home, I will hold you responsible.
So anyways, these archaeologists are kind of poking around this location, which is prone to tsunamis, and, that is right in Poseidon's wheelhouse there. The remains were first found in 2021, but it wasn't until a few months ago that archaeologists realized that they were probably on what's left of the Temple of Poseidon, considering nobody knew where the Temple of Poseidon was. So they either, Ray, have stumbled onto something incredibly unique, or somebody absolutely knows how to pad that archaeology budget that was about to be cut off. Hey, guys, it's just a site, but it could be the Temple of Poseidon, so we're going to need another couple $100,000 to keep digging. It's either way, it's a genius move by the on-site archaeologist.
If all they asked for was $100,000, then shame on them if it's a grift. Because if it's a grift, you've got to go deep.
Go deep, even in Greece, right?
That's one thing they care about. Oh, the Greeks have been working with with no apparent currency forever, and for years they would go to the European Union and say, we need more money, and they kept being told no, but they kept saying no, we need more money, till the union broke down and gave them more money. So the grift is never ending.
Especially if you can throw in a little, hey, what do we export? We export ruins and pictures of ruins. That's pretty much the main export, I'm guessing.
Yeah, that and heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. Poseidon, of course, is the god of the sea and earthquakes. He is the brother, for those of you who do not know, of Zeus, who is the god of the sky and really, the top shelf liquor of all of your Greek mythology gods. Their other brother is Hades, who was the god of the underworld. Originally, there were 12 main Greek gods. Ray, we just went over 3. How many of the other 9 do you think you could get? We're talking about the original Olympians from Mount Olympus.
Okay. Doc, Sleepy, Donner, Blitzen, and Todd. I don't really remember the others.
Aphrodite?
Okay.
Ares, Dionysus, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Athena, Hephaestus, Hera, and Demeter.
Okay.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Dionysus, I believe, was the god of alcohol, among other things. So.
Dionysus definitely was in that club with Michael Irvin as they were recruiting Dion Sanders.
Oh, he was basically working the door. They weren't letting him in.
How much damage was done that night?
Oh, blood on the moon. They're still digging They're still digging people out of the drywall.
Speaking of archaeology, everyone.
Yeah, it just that you don't get archaeologists for a site like that. You get forensic scientists.
I feel like we've done enough. I feel like we've said enough today.
We've killed enough things. Yes.
Are you good? Are you satisfied with today's broadcast? Would you like to end it now?
Yeah. Sports don't build character; they build early departures.
Departure, it's what we do right now. The arrival of Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean is coming up next. It is Warriors Roundtable, brought to you by Fremont Bank. A full hour of Warriors talk coming up next year on 95.7 The Game. Now, officially, I need to let you know that sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Laying waste to your town. Mastodon, Gojira, the Mega Monsters Tour, April 20th at Concord Pavilion, with special guest Lorna Shore. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. Mastodon and Gojira, part of the Mancini Sleep World Concert Series.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. You're invited to take your seat.
Take a seat
at the Warriors Roundtable.
Left side, it's a three. In and out, rebound, out to Curry. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket.
Welcome to the table. On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors. 95.7 The Game.
Curry fires away. 3-ball. Above the break.
Now here's the voice of the Warriors at Warriors Vox, Tim Roy.
Welcome to the Roundtable. Hi, Tim Roy, filling in for Kevin Dana, and Gary St. Jean is on assignment. We're coming to you from Boston, where the Warriors will take on the Boston Celtics. Game 4 of the road trip, 4 o'clock airtime, 4:30 with the tip. And that, of course, is tomorrow night. And it's a rematch, of course, of the NBA Finals. The Warriors won the game earlier this year at Chase Center. Boston will try to hold serve in this one tomorrow night. And if the Warriors win, they're guaranteed their first winning road trip of the year. A reminder, the Warriors 22-23 season is presented by Kaiser Permanente. Later on the show, I'll talk with Mark Spears of the Undefeated about the scoring explosion in the NBA and the tremendous talent that is spread out league-wide. And we'll revisit 2 great moments. What a road trip. The Warriors starting the road trip, playing in front of the largest crowd in NBA history, 68,000 plus at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio. And then the visit to the White House yesterday, where not only did they hear from President Joe Biden, but also Vice President Kamala Harris, who, of course, hails from the Bay Area. And she did not hesitate to mention that when it was her turn at the podium.
Everybody, please have a seat. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's good to see everyone. It is so good to see everyone. What a wonderful day in Washington, D.C. So while we are gathered here, I do want to take a moment to address the many Californians who have been impacted by the extreme weather that has hit the state. They and our very courageous first responders are in our thoughts and in our prayers. And I've been in constant contact with California state leaders. And the president will have more to say about our administration's response. But they are very much, those Californians, in our mind. And now I will talk about our beloved Warriors. So as a very proud daughter of Oakland, California, it gives me immense personal pride as the Vice President of the United States to say, Dub Nation is in the house. My family and my Bay Area friends are among the many who are gathered here to congratulate our Golden State Warriors, the 2022 NBA champions. So on a personal note, I have been a Warriors fan my entire life. And this team has been a constant source of joy and pride for me and for so many of us. Doug and I, the first, second gentleman of the United States, together with our family who are here, have watched this team on television and in person. I have a fond memory of a particular playoff game in Oakland at Oracle. So we were headed to the game, but stuck in standstill traffic. And we were worried that we were going to miss the tip-off. Now, I was Attorney General of California at the time, and to the dismay of my security detail, I decided to jump out the car and take Bart instead. and got on a jam-packed train with all the other fans. We got to the game on time, and yes, the Warriors did win. It was a glorious day, and I even caught my Lakers fan husband cheering them on. 6 years later, after President Biden and I were elected, the Warriors presented me with a jersey with the number 49 to commemorate my number as vice president. It still hangs next to our treadmill at home. And as many of you may know, I work out every morning. So every morning I look at that jersey, a symbol of grit, determination, and teamwork. My pride in the Warriors today is not only because they win, but because these players, their coaches, and this entire organization consistently stand for the principles of equity, equality, and justice. Which they do with great integrity and excellence. So for all of this, I congratulate our Warriors, and it is now my great honor to introduce two people who embody and live by these important principles. One of them is a two-time MVP and a four-time NBA champion. The other is the champion of our nation. You're welcome. Please welcome Steph Curry and the President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Hello, everyone. Please have a seat. I'm tempted to say, as honors them to be here speaking, I'm not sure I wouldn't be even more excited if I was standing back there. Kamala, thank you very much. Feels like a war home game. And the toughest ticket in town. And this has been a tough ticket to get in town. Nancy Pelosi, where are you, Nancy? Nancy? Greatest speaker in our history, and this is our home court right here. Folks, it's so wonderful to be here. Paul, good to see you, Paul. There's several other members of the California delegation here, are also here, along with several city and state leaders. But as Kamala said, we're all closely monitoring the storms, the floods, the landslides all across California. And our heart is with all the families in the communities that are hurting, and all the brave and historic and heroic first responders. Working closely with Governor Newsom, I'm in constant contact with, and the entire delegation, I issued a disaster declaration to support recovery and to rebuild. And I'll be traveling to California on Thursday to assess the damage and see what additional support may be needed. Difficult moments like this remind us that we are one America. We're one America. And folks, I know the team we're honoring today understands what it takes to work together. Let me just say that the Golden State Warriors are always welcome in this White House. Always welcome. No more droughts. I mean, in California. And congratulations to the team, though, to Peter and Joe. Congratulations to the staff and coaches and fans, and most especially to the incredible players standing behind me. Today, the Golden State Warriors are known as one of the most successful franchises in basketball and all of sport. And 4 NBA titles, 6 finals, and in the last 8 seasons. That ain't bad, man. That ain't bad. The stat line of a dynasty. But the last couple of years are pretty tough. They struggled in 2020, missed the playoffs in 21, and critics wondered if this team was gone for good as a championship team. But fellas, I know what it feels like. I've been there. But my dad used to say, Joe, get up. Just get up and never give up. But you never gave up. And you always believed. Coached by one of the greats, a man of courage and humility. 5 rings as a player, 4 as a coach, Steve Kerr. By the way, he's run out of fingers. You all see the size of those rings? He has to walk a line like this. Well, I tell you what. And one of the best executives in sports, Bob Myers. The rebuilt. And reimagine the team around the big three, Steph, Draymond, and Kai. Well, you guys are something incredible. I mean, you add up to 72 feet. You're amazing. I swear to God, you're incredible. You worked like hell to come back after missing 2.5 seasons and injuries. You brought Andre and you signed another group of up-and-coming stars. In 2022, you showed what you're all about, heart and hustle. Finishing near the top of the Western Conference at the end of the regular season. In the playoffs, defeating Denver, Memphis, and Dallas. And in the finals, beating the Boston Celtics for the Warriors' 7th title in franchise history. That's pretty damn good. Steph, earning your first finals MVP award. Finals, that's not bad, man. How does it feel compared to all those other MVPs? Was the best one? All right. Well, I tell you what, it goes to this 2 regular season MVP awards, including the first unanimous MVP in NBA history. And cementing his place in history among the best ever. You know, and they don't do it with a style of play that does anything other than reflect America. Constant motion with individual freedom and personality that comes together as one team. A team that plays with joy, with drive, to be their best, and reflects the vibrancy of the Bay and the culture of our country. It's no wonder why millions of people at home and around the world stop and watch you play. And that's true. Wherever they can tune in, they watch. You entertain, and above all, you do something that I don't even think you guys think about a lot. You inspire. You inspire, unrelated to basketball. You just inspire. And let me close with this. On Sunday, it would have been Dr. King's 94th birthday. I believe I had the great honor of being the first sitting president to deliver a sermon at Sunday's service at his cherished Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. Fellas, we've been on some big stages, but that was something special and humbling for me. You could feel his spirit. You literally could feel his spirit, at least I could. His moral vision of a beloved community where we move forward, and we move forward together. It's exactly 60 years ago this month when President Kennedy hosted the Boston Celtics as the first NBA championship team to visit the White House. A few months later in August, the Celtic legend Bill Russell returned to Washington, this time to stand at the Lincoln Memorial to hear Dr. King deliver his I Have a Dream speech. I know this is the first season without Mr. Russell since his passing last year, and we miss him, but we know that all of you carry forward the through line of greatness and service that he and Dr. King represented. It's fitting we continue the tradition to host the day after Dr. King's holiday. Look at what this team does. Speaking out against racism, standing up for equality. Speaking out loudly against racism, standing up for equality. Encouraging people to vote, empowering children and their families to eat healthy, learn, and play in safe places. Rallying the country against gun violence. And, Coach, I want to thank you again. His dad was a great man and professor at Beirut University, and so much more. But he was a victim of gun violence. But it matters. We always believed that America can be summed up I believe, in a single word. I was asked by Xi Jinping on the Tibetan Plateau some years ago. He said, "Can you define America for me?" This is God's truth. And I said, yes, in one word: possibilities. Possibilities. Each of you, individually and together as a team, prove that anything is possible if we do it together. There's nothing beyond the capacity of this country if we work together. Nothing. I really mean it. Believe that with my whole heart and soul. Our national motto is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. Well, you put the Dub Nation in that place. Strength in numbers. That's the warrior spirit. That's also America. And now it's my honor to introduce someone I really admire, not just as a player, but as a person. We all know the state line of championships and MVPs. We see the highlight reels, one of the sharpest shooters to ever play the game. But when you watch Steph Curry play, you can also see a man of character who puts in the work, who walks his faith, who loves his family, and brings people together as one of the great sportsmen of our time. And besides that, the only thing he and I really have in common, we both married way above our station. Way above our station. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for that, President Biden, Vice President Harris, entire White House staff. Thank y'all for welcoming us here, the entire Warriors organization, every teammate I have, every coach, front office, executive, staff, everybody that's here celebrating with us. We are a team. We do it together, and to be able to celebrate our championship together with you here, it means a lot to bring that trophy here. It means a lot. I think we were here 7 years ago for our first championship. So to have another opportunity to be here means the world. We had a connection, obviously, with your former boss, President Obama, with his Chicago ties and watching Coach Kerr and celebrating championships there. But there is a connection to you. I know you grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that's 2 hours away from Philly, which is where the Warriors organization began. In 1946, we won our first championship. So 46 has a nice ring within with you as a 46 president. So that is a great connection there. And then obviously Vice President Harris representing Oakland, representing the Bay Area the way that we do every time we step foot in the court, which you'll be able to do here in D.C. means the world. So you are, I know, a huge fan, and you're loud with it too, and we love that. So we appreciate you. Keep doing. No, that's yeah. We love that spirit, and we want to continue to make you proud with everything that we do. Again, for us to be here to find the common synergies within what we do on the court and what we represent, and when it comes to providing hope, inspiration, belief to everybody that watches us play, that's what you do in your roles leading our country, and to continue to do exactly what you said, do things together. Continue to preach that message. That's what we're all about, and obviously in the pursuit of winning championships and doing amazing things. We brought some gifts for you. We have 2 jerseys, a number 46 and a number 49 that we would love to have you a part of Dub Nation forever, and maybe find it maybe on the wall in the Oval Office or in your office. That would be, we'll come back. Hopefully we'll be able to come back and check and see if it's up there, but I want to say again, thank you for letting us be here to celebrate, and for our families, our staff, everybody here on the stage. It means the world, and hopefully this isn't the last time. So thank you.
Oh, it's so exciting, so fun to be here. To visit the White House, to be on the grounds, to meet the president and the vice president, and to see our team, celebrating. Our entire organization really celebrating the championship today. This is a special day.
Second time at the White House with the Warriors. The first time was fun. I got to see Obama, which is special to me. And this time, I think I'm just more relaxed this time. Just making sure the young guys get a chance to see everything, get a chance to take it all in, and enjoy the experience. As you get older, you get a little more cynical, and you stop appreciating things you once did, and then you get old and forget that you should have appreciated those things. So making sure that they're having a good time.
It's absolutely amazing to be back after 7 years. Obviously, we know what this means, and so to accomplish that is always incredible. I think, when you've accomplished that before and didn't quite get the opportunity, it sucks. As a kid growing up in Saginaw, Michigan, you only dream of seeing the White House, let alone having the opportunity to attend or be celebrated. And so for us to have this opportunity is absolutely incredible. Thankful for President Biden and the administration for rolling out the red carpet like they did for us today. It's been an amazing experience and one that never gets old.
Yeah. So Steph and I were invited to go into the Oval Office with the president, and he showed us the history on the walls and the art, and told us stories about his career and his family, and asked us about ours, and it's a wonderful visit.
Today was amazing. Something we've been looking forward to for a while, to come and celebrate a championship from last year and meet President Biden, Vice President Harris, the whole staff, White House staff, and people that love the game of basketball, love what we've been doing as part of Dub Nation, and talk about some important things around issues that are near and dear to our hearts as players, the organization, Coach Kerr, and the second time we got to come here is pretty special. I've never been more nervous doing a walk in front of, play in front of 19,000 people every night. But when you turn the corner with President Biden, and this is what he does every day. I was a fish out of water. I didn't know how to compose myself. It was definitely a moment I'll remember for a long time, and then be able to speak at the podium right after him, and on behalf of my team and the whole organization, it meant a lot. Visiting the Oval Office, which I know there's no footage of, but I actually put my 2 feet in there and got to see, the behind the scenes of where President Biden does his work, and his safe space to lead our country. It was cool. He showed us around, all the history of it through pictures and memorabilia and stuff that talk about his family, his political career, and things that are near and dear to him. And it's like we were at home with him. It was pretty special.
So lucky to have the chance to work with number 30 as part of my NBA journey. Hey, our upcoming broadcasts are brought to you by Ticketmaster. Tomorrow night, the Warriors are in Boston, 4 o'clock with the airtime, 4:30 the tip. They take on the Celtics, and then yet another back-to-back. The Warriors will lead the league in back-to-backs this year. They go to Cleveland to take on that up-and-coming Cavaliers squad. 4 o'clock with the pregame show, 4:30 with the airtime. And then no rest for the weary. The Warriors will fly back Friday night, land about 3 in the morning on Saturday, and then Sunday, the early game, 5 o'clock with the airtime, 5:30 with the tip. It's the Lunar New Year celebration as the Brooklyn Nets are in town. And then on Wednesday, wrapping up what I think might be the toughest 4-game stretch of the entire season, the Memphis Grizzlies come back to Chase Center. You remember how much fun it was on Christmas Day, the tidings of great joy between the two clubs. 6:30 with the airtime, 7 o'clock with the tip. That ball game on Wednesday night brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And then Friday, Toronto's in town, brought to you by NBC Sports. 6:30 the airtime, 7 o'clock with the tip. And on the Memphis and Toronto contest, Tom Tolbert will be alongside. We'll continue with a conversation with Mark Spears when we come back here on the Roundtable, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Roundtable is brought to you by Pfizer.
When temperatures drop, COVID-19 cases may rise. So, if you test positive and are at high risk, act fast. Even if your symptoms feel mild, ask your provider if an authorized oral treatment could be right for you. Visit treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids, K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analysts and former Warriors Chris Mullen and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Kareth Burke and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now boarding.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
If you want to save money and start the year right, Staples has you covered.
I need everything to restock my business. File folders, break room supplies, even business cards.
Staples has you covered with big savings on everything you need for your home or office. And now at Staples, Rewards members get $30 back via Staples store bonus when they spend $100. That's $30 to use toward everything everything from ink to tech. Save big right now at Staples, the working and learning store. Rewards members only. Store bonus redeemable in-store only. Offer ends 1/21.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Each and every member of Dub Nation has a seat at this table.
If everybody would please take your seats.
The Warriors Roundtable has returned on 95.7 The Game.
Knocked it down straight on for about 28 feet.
Now here's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy.
Hey, the roundtable rolls right along. Mark Spears of the Undefeated and Anscape will join us in just a moment. Join us live at Chase Center on January 22nd. The Warriors take on the Brooklyn Nets. All fans in attendance receive a set of custom red envelopes for our Lunar New Year celebration. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives are standing by. It was before the ball game in Washington, D.C., where I caught up with Mark Spears, doing what we do, watching players warm up, listening to the bounce of the balls, and talking some round ball. Well, here we are. We're kind of in our office here. We're sitting courtside in Washington, D.C. before the game between the Warriors and Wizards on Martin Luther King Day. And Mark, I'm still amazed once in a while that we get paid to do this.
I tell people all the time, and this is a true statement, that I write about basketball for a living. And this is my 24th season. I know you got me beat. Congratulations on your recent award as well. And but you know, I actually, being in D.C. is kind of interesting because I played college basketball here one of my years at the University of D.C. And I'll never forget, and God rest his soul, my coach Ed Epps told me, if you care about basketball as much as you do that goddamn journalism, you'd be a hell of a player. And I just think I knew that, you know, my best way to the NBA was writing.
Well, we're all the better for it. We appreciate that. But what a great year so far for the NBA in this regard. You know, we have so many talented players right now in the league, and they're putting up some incredible numbers. Why do you think there's been like a little bit of mini offensive explosion this year?
That's a really good question. I'm going to try to come up with an answer for it. I just think right now the offensive players are just so good at the elite level that, you know, I don't know if I have an understanding of, even as good as they are, how they're able to do this. You know, I know threes are available to the greats as much as they want, but defenses shouldn't be that bad, man. Like, what happened to double teams or, like, you know, make somebody else beat you. So I don't have an answer because I'm actually kind of confused that we've had so much big output.
Well, usually the coaching staffs will find a way. So I think eventually they'll figure out something, and we'll try to slow this down a little bit. But I just think what a great time to be an NBA fan. You know, you got Giannis, you've got, you know, Donovan Mitchell put up 70 in the game. You know, you got the Splash Brothers, you got Embiid, you got Luka, you got LeBron, you got all these great stars around the league. You know, and every now and then somebody will write an article about how the league is, you know, it's going down a little bit, but I don't see that. It just seems to get better and better and better.
Yeah, I think the only gripe now is that stars are missing games, you know, and I think when LeBron walks away, when Steph walks away, the league will be in good shape, the same way it was when Kobe left and Michael left and Magic left, Bird left, right? But I think the one thing that's plaguing the league right now is so many guys are taking time off. It's kind of confusing to me as well, because aren't our doctors better than they've ever been?
Well, I think we know too much now. You know?
Bill Russell didn't have this doctor, right? Kareem didn't have this doctor. Larry Bird didn't have this doctor with this much information and technology and equipment. but yet today's stars are missing more games than ever in league history. And so I think somehow that has to be fixed.
You know, one way I think they could fix it, and they've started doing this, let's take case of the Warriors. Warriors had a tough stretch on the road, and both times it ended up in New Orleans.
Yeah.
So the fans didn't get to see Steph in those games.
Both games.
Both games.
Yeah.
So why not, just have the Warriors come to a place like that and play 2 games?
Yeah.
And Steph will play in one of the 2, right? So I think that's one way they can kind of get around that. I mean, it's maybe altering the schedule.
Well, to your point, too, one of the benefits of that is then you don't have to go there 2 times. Like, I think it's easier on your body, too, when you're there for a couple days. One thing I saw when I was in the bubble, wasn't that when Anthony Davis was his healthiest?
Yeah.
And I think the reason why was he didn't have to go anywhere. He didn't have to get on any planes. He was in the same place. It was warm, right? Like,
yeah.
My knee's killing me right now in this cold. I think that maybe it's time for teams to, go somewhere, you play a team twice. Unless they're in your division, maybe you could split it up that way, but no reason to not play the Spurs twice while you're out there. Maybe the fan doesn't like it, but it does make it easier for everybody to see. But obviously, that doesn't fix the Eastern Conference.
No,
because you're only like in Washington. You're not going to see Clay, right?
Right. So yeah, it's a really tough equation. We're talking with Mark Spears here on the Warriors Weekly Roundtable. I'm Tim Roy. I'm filling in for Kevin Dana on the Roundtable, which is kind of cool. But let's talk about the Dubs for a second. Do you have any rational explanation that you could put on this home and road, conundrum that the Warriors have created?
Man, you're asking me all these questions that I don't seem like an NBA expert. No, because they've always been so great on the road, especially in the playoffs. So very confused by it. But I don't think the team overall is playing that great right now. Got to get Wiggins back going to an all-star level, and I think that will spark this team more when he's able to do it. I think Steph will even start playing better. I kind of feel like there's some rust to get knocked off with those 2 guys, even with Iguodala, who I don't think is playing today. So that, there's too many guys being missed. It's too many different lineups not getting used to each other. But the thing is, about the only silver lining to this is the Western Conference is helping them.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's running away with it. But still in all, man, it's past the midway point now, or it's at the midway point now. Hey, now, got to start winning some games.
It's funny, in the West, whatever team goes on the 5-game winning streak bolts to the top.
Yeah. Yeah, like somebody said, I was in Memphis yesterday for some MLK stuff, and like, yeah, if we win tomorrow, we'll be in first place in the West. They're like, yeah. Tim, go ahead and take your turn in the seat.
Yeah, exactly. It's tough to stay in that Iron Throne.
But the question is are the Warriors going to get back in that seat this season? And it's seeing less and less likely. I mean, the thing is, though, like, you don't want to be in a playing road, man. At least as long as they're in the top 6, I think I'm not worried about them, but they got to be in the top 6.
Okay, one thing I'll mention to you that I looked up. On January 17th, 2022, the Boston Celtics record was 23-22.
Yeah.
So anything is possible there. But I wanted to ask you a final question. I grew up in Connecticut. I'm a white kid just outside of Hartford. I did witness some riots when Martin Luther King was shot in Hartford. Saw some riots in Hartford, Connecticut. But what does MLK Day mean to you?
It means a lot of things. I mean, it's funny to think that he wasn't alive in my lifetime, right? And not saying how old I am or how old you are, but I was always inspired by him. He was one of probably the only black figure of importance that I got taught about in school. And so I think peace, I think unity, I think fighting through adversity when I think through him. And I also, what I hope for is that this holiday isn't seen as just a black holiday. I want it to be seen as it's an American holiday, and that people of all races, will take time to learn about his teachings on this day, and not just ignore it because it's a black. It's not a black holiday. It's obviously celebrated by black people, but it should be celebrated by all people worldwide.
Amen to that. I appreciate your time and your insight as always. And there's that sound of the bouncing ball that we have.
On MLK Day, it's there are some certain days during the NBA season that are really fun. Obviously, Christmas, the season opening game, playoffs. But to me, like MLK Day is always special because, if you've never gone, go to one. Yeah. So you could just see the celebration during the game and the videos and the tributes and the lessons and everything. It's a really, really cool game to experience.
Mark, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
We're so happy that Mark Spears chose journalism as opposed to pursuing that basketball career. Don't get me wrong. He was a great basketball player. To play at the collegiate level, you have to be really, really good. But we're so happy he chose to write because NBA fans are richer for it. He's one of the all-time best. Listen up, Dub Nation. All-Star voting is live. Dub the Vote. Brought to you by Google Cloud. Gives you the power to send your favorite Warrior player to this year's All-Star game. Go to Warriors.com/dubthevote to vote now.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analysts and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Garrett Burt and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Splash! Curry responds here at Chase Center, and you aren't here to see it. Draymond with the emphatic block, and the crowd erupts! A crowd you could be a part of! And that's another bucket from Clay. Incredible! What would be even more incredible is if you were here. How much more incredible would that be, Bill?
It's incalculable, John.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Tickets on sale now at Warriors.com.
Warriors fans, it's time to dub the vote for the best all-star ensemble on the California coast. Captain Clay can bring the wave. The heartbeat, Dre, keeps this band jamming. You know the party will have a splash. If Poole is invited, Wiggins will bring that smooth sense of style. Loon can conduct the tunes. And don't forget the reigning all-star most valuable performer, Stephen Curry. Dub the Vote presented by Google Cloud. Vote for your favorites at Warriors.com/dubthevote.
Growing up, you were always warned not to get carried away. But in the world of Corteo by Cirque du Soleil, it's all a part of the festivities. Join us in the mysterious space between heaven and earth for the world-class acrobatics, imagination, and humanity of Corteo, a joyous celebration of life. Join us at the Chase Center from August 23rd to August 27th. Corteo thanks its official partner, Air Canada. Get carried away and find your tickets now at CirqueDuSoleil.com.
Warriors fans, it's time to dub the vote for the best all-star ensemble on the California coast. Captain Clay can bring the wave. The heartbeat, Dre, keeps this band jamming. You know the party will have a splash. If Poole is invited, Wiggins will bring that smooth sense of style. Loon can conduct the tunes. And don't forget the reigning all-star most valuable performer, Stephen Curry. Dub the Vote presented by Google Cloud. Vote for your favorites at Warriors.com/dubthevote.
Hey, Stephen Curry, it's game day, and you know what that means.
That you're going to talk like an announcer all day long?
Yes, and fans get 10% cash back in arena or online at Warriors Shop by using Rakuten.
That is pretty exciting.
Cash back on Warriors gear is exciting, Stephen Curry.
I think they know it's me.
Good point. We just need to tell them the website.
Rakuten.com/Warriors. RAKUTEN.com/Warriors.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analysts and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Garrett Burt and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
If you've just joined us, don't worry. We saved your seat.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down.
At the Warriors Roundtable on 95.7 The Game.
Curry behind the back. Wade stops it, pops on the way. Ridiculous three on the right sideline.
Now here's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy.
When you have the job that I have, one of the great jobs of all time, and that's to be the voice of the Golden State Warriors, on a road trip you look for singular moments, and every now and then you get a special moment, an historical moment. This road trip, it started out in San Antonio. The Spurs celebrating their 50 years of pro basketball, both in the ABA and the NBA, turned the clock back and played the game in the Alamo Dome. And they opened it up from its usual configuration to fit as many Spurs and NBA fans as they could. And they broke the all-time record. 68,000 plus on hand to watch the Warriors play the Spurs. Golden State ended their season-long homestand with a rather disappointing result. 83-60. Poole double clutches a 17-footer, had it blocked from behind, and Bridges comes up with it. Bridges has been everywhere tonight for Phoenix. Lee gets the ball to Craig. He's wide open for a three.
Jeez.
My goodness, this is out of control. The ensuing road trip starts here in San Antonio, where the Spurs are celebrating 50 years of basketball. And to highlight that history, tonight's game is in the Alamo Dome, where the Warriors have a soggy memory.
Ladies and gentlemen, just proceed calmly from the affected area. Everyone else, stay in your seat and remain calm.
Golden State is in San Antonio.
A leak in the roof. And it seems like every time we come to this place, there's something wrong relating to water. Up above, out of absolutely nowhere, this is the most asinine, ridiculous thing I've ever seen as a broadcaster.
It is certainly the most bizarre. Now, I don't know whether someone went up there and turned on a fire hose. Obviously, it is a fire hose to protect the place here, and it is very powerful.
Well, you know what happened? I think it got ignited and triggered by the fireworks display.
Yes, automatic.
Just as we went away to the interview, you may recall, you heard the fireworks begin. Didn't have a chance to comment on it because we were leading into the interview.
That is a sensitive smoke alarm.
Unbelievable. Well, that's the kind of smoke alarm you like to have in your house, I guess, but not in an arena that seats about 30,000. There are a lot of soggy nachos here in the Alamo Dome right now. Unreal. Well, now they're trying to just calm everybody down and usher them back into the seats. Yes, you're not seeing anything wrong with your television. It is a water delay. Last year, as you pointed out, there was an 11-minute rain delay during a heavy rain shower because of a leak in the roof. And it seems like every time we come to this place, there's something wrong relating to water.
Maybe someone is sending a message. Yeah. This place was built for football. These people that you're looking at, they are totally drenched. I mean, some of these people, their clothes are absolutely sopped, particularly the ones that were right under that big fire hose.
Well, the Spurs are going to get a humongous cleaning bill, that's for sure, from all these people who dress to the nines. Look, they're mopping up the scorer's table. Look at these people, little kids, they can't believe it. You think this will make a few highlight tapes tonight?
I think it will. And fortunately, this is a very hot and humid area, and it is still very, very warm. It was around 80 degrees today, but the humidity was around 90 to 95. So can you imagine if this is the dead of winter?
Yeah. We'd be on a frozen pond right now getting ready for hockey. Well, I heard of trying to cool you off, but this is ridiculous. We're going to step aside, try to mop up our area here, get dry. Don Nelson and Ed Gregory of the Warriors coming out. They are in disbelief. We'll step away here on opening night. What a way to start things off, and we'll come back with more wetness in just a moment.
18th season as a head coach, 13 as a player here. We're talking over 30 years in the NBA. Is this the most bizarre moment you've ever seen?
We've been hosed. No question about it. This is the biggest wet T-shirt contest I've ever seen.
That's why he's smiling so much. I just recalled something. When I was with you in the Celtics back in the 66-67 season, going down to Providence, Rhode Island, those were some of the home games we used to play down there at that red barn. Didn't it get iced out one time? The floor had condensation and the game was not able to be played?
Yeah, we'd canceled. I've been involved in one cancellation, and there should have been another one where we had a slippery floor one time. But usually it's condensation from the ice. Never like this. This is bizarre. This is Greg Popovich, big blast off, huh?
You know, I'm reading the papers the last couple of days down here, and they're talking about Don Nelson and some of the funny tricks that you would be pulling in the game tonight. But I can't believe this would be planned.
No, not by me, although I wish they'd cancel the game. I'd rather play it in a month or two.
I've seen you do some color commentary before. I'd like you to describe this action. You were in the locker room. This is what it looked like.
Well, that reminds me of a lot of friends of mine after they've had too many beers.
Can you believe the deluge of water? I mean, those stands were completely filled, and those people were drenched. And it went on for about 3 minutes.
Miss Joy's sitting right over there. She's all wet. Look at, there's some umbrellas opening up. Those are the smart people. How'd they know that?
I don't know how they knew to bring an umbrella. Recall last year we played here, there was a rain delay when the roof was leaking?
I do, yeah. And, that was cause for some problems. But, boy, this thing doesn't want to miss anybody. It's just spraying back and forth, isn't it?
It's unbelievable.
Reminds me of you in the wind.
Ladies and gentlemen, just proceed calmly from the affected area. Everyone else, stay in your seat and remain calm. The problem is being corrected right now by the fire department. Just remain calm. Obviously, fans, there will be a delay. Just stay in your seats or go out into the concourse area if you choose to do so. The start of the game will be delayed.
Well, only thing I remember is my wife's hair got wet, and I paid $60 to get that hair done that day. And with her not working, I'm paying all of the bills. She used to work as a nurse, but she retired, whatever that means.
Ellie will throw it in. Duncan, Elliott, Robinson, and Kerr on the floor. Delay of game. Into Sean Elliott. He fires the three and hits it! His sixth of the game. What a shot! Bob, it looked like he was going to step out of bounds. He caught it and tight-roped the sideline. What a shot!
I get the pleasure of announcing that once again you set a new standard for the NBA. Tonight's attendance is a record for an NBA game at 68,323. Congratulations.
How about that? NBA record 68,323. And you would talk about a great ambassador for the NBA game, David Robinson.
Same old stuff. The defensive end, it begins with sprinting and turning. At the offensive end, it's about cutting, making the passes. Everything's 0.5, good to great, everything that we talk about all the time. That's the deal. We'll make shots or we won't. I don't care. We care about all the other stuff. So communicating early is important because they move and chase space better than anybody. Great test for us. Great learning experience.
Ball comes up top. Collins guarded by Looney. Passed to the wing. Deflected and saved by Poole. Iguodala runs it down on the break and raises up for a right-hand slam. Andre coming down the floor left to right. Turn the clock back, number 9.
Oh, he loved that.
My goodness. Ball thrown in at half court. The Spurs will let it run out as well. Final 7 seconds. Well, it's been a festive atmosphere tonight. 68,323. A new NBA record for attendance, and the Warriors put on a show for them tonight. Golden State with 8 players in double figures. The only 2 players who played and didn't get the double figures were Draymond Green. He had double figure rebounds with 12. And then Andre Iguodala, who had 5 points. A lot of handshakes and hugs on the floor. A lot of respect between the two ball clubs. And the final score, 144-113. My thanks to the great R.C. Davis for his work on those features. We may have to get back to doing more of those features because they're great fun, they're well done, and it gives you, the fan, the chance to live or relive those experiences. We'll check the upcoming schedule in just a moment, but a reminder, Dub Nation, AEW Revolution is coming to Warriors Ground. Don't miss AEW's Revolution's debut at Chase Center on Sunday, March the 5th. Get your tickets now at chasecenter.com. Wow, this hour just flew by. I'm Tim Roy filling in for Kevin Dana. Glad you've been with us here on the Warriors Weekly Roundtable. Our upcoming broadcast brought to you by Ticketmaster. Tomorrow, the Warriors in Boston with that NBA Finals rematch. 4 o'clock with the airtime, 4:30 with the tip. Friday in Cleveland. That's a very good squad. 4 o'clock airtime, 4:30 tip. And then the Warriors come back home, a quick turnaround to take on the Brooklyn Nets. That's 5 o'clock with the airtime, 5:30 with the tip. Tom Tolbert will be alongside for the Lunar New Year celebration. And then Wednesday, the Memphis Grizzlies come to town. 6:30 the airtime, 7 o'clock with the tip. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And Friday, the homestand continues as the Warriors welcome the Toronto Raptors. Presented by NBC Sports, 6:30 the airtime, and 7 o'clock with the tip. Hi, Tim Roy. Thanks for listening to the Warriors Weekly Roundtable. Thanks for Kevin Dana. Let me keep his seat warm for next week's show. And a pleasant good night from Boston, Massachusetts. Warriors and the Celtics tomorrow night, starting at 4 o'clock, right here on your home for Golden State Warriors basketball, 95-7 The Game.
You've been listening to the Warriors Roundtable.
Curry breaks it through, one hand free, up and good!
On the exclusive home of your Golden State Warriors.
Got playful and nailed it!
95-7 The Game.
For tickets, call 888-GSW-HOOP.
The reigning 2022 champions are back in action, and NBC Sports Bay Area has you covered every step of the season. Catch Warriors pre- and post-game live an hour before and following each game, hosted by Bonte Hill with analysts and former Warriors Chris Mullin and Festus Ezeli. And get your Warriors news all week long on the Dubs Talk podcast with Kareth Burke and Monty Poole, featuring special guests and in-depth analysis. Authentic moments live here, only on NBC Sports Bay Area.
What's up, Dub Nation? It's Stephen Curry. I love the sound of the Warriors crowd, so I've asked for them to help with this Rakuten commercial, the app that gives you cash back at thousands of stores. Plus, fans can score 10% cash back with Rakuten on Warriors gear either in arena or online at Rakuten.com/Warriors. Just join Rakuten to get cha-ching on all your favorite Dubs things. All right, now that's a little too much. Visit Rakuten.com/Warriors.
Cloudy tonight with a chance of showers tomorrow afternoon, high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest tax refund, plus a chance to double your refund with the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal return. Ends 4/2/23.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there!
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
All guests appear on the Bud Light guest line. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. 21 and over. Please enjoy responsibly. He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
When those nights happen, I kick myself afterwards for not walking into the locker room and banging on the walls, during our pregame meeting and yelling, do you guys understand what's about to happen?
He's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
The NFL playoffs live on Odyssey.
Throws, caught, touchdown as time expires.
Unbelievable turn of events. Non-stop coverage from the biggest sports radio stations in the country. Podcasts dedicated to each NFL team and postseason games streaming live for free.
Takes the handoff, looks right, throws right, end zone, caught, touchdown.
Your playoffs, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
Here we go. Hi again, everybody. Welcome in to the 7 o'clock hour. We're doing it live alongside Alan Stiles. You know the drill. This is Dan Devone. Got you covered, getting you ready for some playoff football. How about them Cowboys, Cam? The Dallas Cowboys are coming to town. And that should excite you, unless you died last Tuesday. Want to get into, we've done this. Everybody's done this to death. But when you get into some keys to victory for that of the San Francisco 49ers, and I don't want to go through the laundry list, but something that's just often overlooked, and they're not the sexiest dudes in the room. In fact, they're sometimes the big uglies, and they're called that for a reason. But that offensive line of the San Francisco 49ers, which gets no love, but will here tonight on 95.7 The Game. Because, Alan, I'm a true believer that that's where all things originate. Whether you run the football, whether you throw the football, it's them big fellas up front. And just to take you back a year ago, do you remember the offensive line and the situation going into that Dallas game as well as the postseason? Mm-hmm. I mean, you had Tom Compton starting. You had the big fella Trent Williams, who missed about a month with that high ankle sprain, and he was hobbling on one wheel. In fact, the entire team was a bit banged up. So, again, when you're trying to find reasons why this should be entertaining and the Dallas Cowboys could give the 49ers a game, I'm all ears, Dallas. Where are you? Convince me otherwise, because I think it starts up front, and I think the Niners punish the Dallas Cowboys on both sides of the line, starting with that O-line.
I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but doesn't it feel like we sit here and we talk about Brock Purdy and his ability to avoid the pass rush, Could you say that maybe you wouldn't feel as confident if it wasn't Brock Purdy back there? Because it feels like he's
wasting no time getting into the Brock Purdy love.
No, I'm just saying it feels like he's moving around a lot, right? And I don't know if that's because of him and like you've talked about not stepping up in the pocket. So I don't know that that's on the offensive line, but it doesn't feel like he has all the time in the world back there.
Well, he has enough time to dissect the defense. I think what you're referring to is that, you don't have more than 4 seconds, which is an eternity. And once it gets to, once that mental clock starts to go down and go off, then you've got to, he has the ability that if you go through your progression and nobody's open, unlike that of Jimmy Garoppolo, you're like, this could be problematic. He does have the ability to extend, hence the word extend. It's not as though it's a fire drill right from the get-go. Somebody came free and I got to start running for my life. Yeah. No, this is things are broken down. Nobody's open, and I'm going to extend to the outside, and I got these quick feet that are going to let me get there. But I just wanted to start there with the offensive line. And if you guys want to get in on it, I do, because they just don't get enough love. But I'm glad you mentioned Brock Purdy, because I just want to throw this out there. 888-957-9570. You ready to play a little game with the Kahuna?
Sure.
You excited?
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Ball's on the 5-yard line. All right? It's the divisional playoffs. You got the 8 teams that are still standing. 5-yard line. There are 90 seconds to go. Your team is trailing by 4 points.
Okay.
I want you to give me in ascending order the 8 quarterbacks that are still standing, and I'll give you an opportunity. Starting at number 1, who do you want that quarterback to be to lead your team down the field, get to the promised land, walk home with a victory? Would it be Patrick Mahomes? Would it be Jalen Hurts? Would it be Brock Purdy? Would it be Josh Allen? Would it be Joe Burrow? Would it be one Dak Prescott? And or could it be Trevor Lawrence? And let's not forget Daniel Jones. How we slicing and dicing this thing? If you've got to go 95 yards in 90 seconds and I'll give you 2 timeouts in your back pocket, which quarterback are you starting with?
So I'm going Mahomes.
Oh, by the way, before we get into that, I don't know if you noticed something with all of those quarterbacks I just mentioned. Did you know what the common denominator is there? They're all under 30.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell you about this idea? I need the grizzled veteran. Give me Tom Brady. Where's Aaron Rodgers? It's a young man's sport right now.
Oh, it is. And I just saw something about this is the new generation. I believe all the quarterbacks currently that are still in the playoffs were all born in the 90s. There's not one left that was born in the 80s or anything like that. So to your point, Dak Prescott almost looks like one of the older guys. When you go through the numbers, you're seeing guys born in 98, 99. Dak Prescott's born in 93. So it's definitely a young man's game. I mean, but I'm going Patrick Mahomes 1.
Thank you.
I think that's easy money. I would go Joe Burrow 2.
Oh, okay.
After that, it gets a little squirrely. After that, it gets a little sticky. I really want to put Josh Allen 3.
You have to.
I think you have to, right? Because even he might throw the ball to the other team, but he's going to move the football. You just hope that he throws it to the guys wearing the same uniform as him, the same jersey. So that's 3. After that, it gets even squirrelier. I'd probably... I guess you have to put Dak, but I don't know that I would put Dak. We saw Dak in a version of this against the Niners last year, and he ran the football and didn't give it back, whatever the case was, and he blew it. So,
yeah, I would say Dallas is one of those teams that has to play from in front. Because I don't entirely entrust Dak from having to come behind.
Well, you know what Dak does? He comes back, right? But he comes back so his stats don't look horrible, and he makes it look respectable, but they don't win the game. He's famous. We talk about empty calories. Dak's a guy with some empty calories on him. So I guess am I going Dak 4?
I don't know. This is your list.
I might go, I think you have to, I would give Dak respect. I would go Dak 4. Probably from what I've seen, You might go Purdy 5.
No, I knew it.
You might go Purdy 5. I've seen Purdy play more. I mean, I know Trevor Lawrence did some things.
I don't think he can jump Trevor Lawrence.
And with Jalen Hurts is really. So you're saying you would have Trevor Lawrence 5.
I would have Jalen Hurts, Trevor Lawrence,
and then Purdy
5, 6, and then Purdy.
Okay, and then Daniel Jones last.
I guess Purdy and Daniel Jones are sort of a coin flip for me.
So okay, and
that's not a knock again on Purdy. It's just that because the offense is so good, he's playing from in front, and he did it against the Raiders.
But because of that, if this is a quarterback, are we saying this is a blanket team? Or is it the team that they're on? Because that would make me want to elevate Purdy and keep him at 5, based on the team that he has.
Well, yeah, of course. This is their.
Then I'm putting him 5.
It's not about the team. It's about a quarterback, and are you comfortable with him doing it for the team he's currently playing with? Have you seen enough of the body of work where you're like, yeah, I'm comfortable with him at number 5. He's better than the other guys. Again. Not a reflection on Brock Purdy, but just these are one of those things that we're talking about the proverbial, checking off boxes. He did it against the Raiders, but you just don't know. And maybe after this game, maybe after this run, if we were to revisit this conversation, maybe he elevates to number 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. But until we see it, it's an unknown commodity.
I mean, the bottom line is between Jalen, Trevor Lawrence, Daniel Jones, and Brock Purdy, it's really just who you like more. Because none of them have done anything. None of them have done anything in a playoff atmosphere like what you're talking about.
It doesn't have to be a playoff atmosphere. I didn't qualify it with playoff. I'm just saying if the ball's at the 5-yard line and you have to march the length of the field at the end of the game, could be a regular season game, who do you want? Because a lot of these guys don't have playoff experience or it's limited. I think a lot of people like Jalen Hurts because of the ability to run and the fact that he can throw. A lot of people are in on Trevor Lawrence because of what it is that he pulled off last week. In a playoff game and feel as though that the rookie has come into his own. There are those that think that Daniel Jones turned the corner last week as well. I don't think Brock Purdy gets a lot of love in this scenario that I just drafted up simply because, again, we just don't know. Like a lot of things when it comes to this young man. No idea. No idea how he's going to respond. But I do think that one thing about Brock Purdy, and thanks for playing along, and anybody else who wants to chime in, 888-957-9570. The 8 teams remaining.
What about you?
Nah, I don't do that stuff. But here's the thing about Brock Purdy. Is that, are you noticing this about him? That he has got, I think once you like to do the dating analogies.
Right? I love it.
Those shows. I think that once the honeymoon is over with him, and I'm just talking about from a relationship standpoint. It has nothing to do with his play on the field. I think that there is going to be a side to that of Brock Purdy that is very fiery, that has not been unveiled up to this point. From what I see of this guy, it's like sort of the proverbial powder keg. Like I saw him for the first time, and I like this. I mean, he not necessarily chewed, but he and Brandon Ayuk weren't on the same page. And verbally, he overthrew Ayuk. It was the play when I believe the broadcaster said, he just missed Deebo Samuel.
Deebo was wide open.
But Brock Purdy had some pointed things to say at Brandon Ayuk. Like, dude, don't break off that route. I think there's a fire burning there. I don't think he's comfortable right now to challenge anybody.
I couldn't tell in that moment if he was mad at himself for missing Deebo or mad at Brandon Ayuk.
No, I think he's mad at Brandon Ayuk because I just see that as a temperament. There are stories from Kyle Juszczyk where he came into the huddle, and this is early on when he took over for Jimmy Garoppolo and was telling veterans to shut up. Like, when you want to get, he's not saying, hey, shut the hell up. But when you get the play in, you're a rookie quarterback, and then some of the guys in the huddle are still talking about the previous play.
Yeah.
Or like, man, I got, the ref just jobbed me, and he's just like, shut up. This is the play. Like he has. Yeah. I think that right now we all think Brock Purdy is just like that little, the little mini pony that you just sort of pet. Nice guy. Oh, he's such a beautiful storyline. I think that there is some fire in this dude that's going to be unveiled at some point. It's coming. In what venue or how is he going to display it? I don't know. But he's got a little. Like that psycho Tom Brady who's the nicest guy off the field, but on the field, he's absolutely out of his mind.
Yeah.
I think there's a little of that in this young man, which is good because I think all part of the competition.
I think it's great. I mean, he lets his emotions out on the field, and I personally like it. You know I love stuff like that, Dan. And I do think that people like that. When we talked last night about the it factor and how can you measure the it can come in different waves. And I think that a guy like Brock Purdy, when you see that type of emotion, there's no way you can't get behind that. And it's the emotion, again, how he behaves and how he acts after plays. Yeah, he's juiced. Yeah, he's hyped, but he doesn't seem surprised, right? He's not surprised, and that's what I've loved the most. He doesn't seem surprised at the success that he's having. Because if he was surprised, he probably wouldn't be having this much success. He only continues to elevate. And when you see him react and when you see him, he is living out his dream, and he's not living it as though he is dreaming. He's living it as though I've asked for this. I wanted this, and I got this opportunity, and I'm not going to let it slip by.
By the way, the text line 510, Dan, no one thinks it's funny when you yell, "How about them Cowboys?" I like it, man. I like it. It bothers you, doesn't it? Because I'm with you. I hate them Cowboys. This stirs emotion, man. Sorry, I'm a little sidetracked here. When you talk about Dallas, I grew up in this rivalry. And I don't hate a lot of things. I hate Dallas. I hate everything about Dallas, and I hate the Dallas Cowboys. And in fact, I saw this. I don't know if I can mention the guy's name. He's affiliated with another station. But somebody did a special on the last time that they played, looking at the history between the two teams. And the last time they played a football game at Kezar Stadium. Are you familiar with Kezar?
Yes.
You're out Alameda Island, which, by the way, I got a little footnote for Alameda Island, which I want to remind me. I want to revisit that.
Okay.
But Kezar Stadium, the last game that was ever played at Kezar's where the Niners used to play before Candlestick, apparently was back in 1970-71, and it was the NFC Championship game between the Dallas Cowboys and the San Francisco 49ers. And the Dallas Cowboys defeated the San Francisco 49ers. The shots from that, the guy who displayed this going back to the history of the rivalry. I mean, old Kezar, there were people standing on buildings like it was Wrigley Field looking over, because, it's right in the middle of the city. It's right there at Golden Gate Park. People on rooftops watching the game, 55,000 strong. I mean, it was vintage San Francisco, and it struck a chord. And sorry, I know I'm going on a tangent here, but somebody talked about, how about them Cowboys? Because I'm just trying to spark the rivalry. I know it annoys people, but
you're going to do it anyway.
When I was a kid, I grew up with Kezar, man. If anybody who's played high school football in the city, you've played at some point at Kezar. We used to play, I went to St. Ignatius. We would play Sacred Heart. It was the neutral field. We were in those locker rooms, man. And I remember our coach saying, this is where, John Brody and the San Francisco 49ers used to dress. I mean, these are hallowed grounds. Can you hear the walls speaking to you? I mean, it was freaky. It is in my DNA of playing at Kezar, the Dallas Cowboys, the 49ers, although I'm not a 49er groupie like a lot of other people, but when it comes to this rivalry, I grew up with it. And with that being said, I hate anything that has to do with Dallas. And it all stems from this rivalry. And like I said at the top, man, if you can't get into what's going on Sunday, I think you died like 10 days ago. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I lost my track. What were you just talking about? You were referring to, what were you talking about?
Well, now I just want to talk about the rivalry, since you want to go that way.
Yeah, but we were talking about Brock Purdy. Yeah, thank you. As it relates to Dallas. And we've done this before. Is this the biggest challenge for Brock Purdy?
We're just going to, well, how could the answer be no, though?
Yeah, exactly. There's no doubt.
Right.
He's never faced a defense like this. They're number 2 overall in the NFL, all right? DVOA, next to that are the San Francisco 49ers. He has never played in a game like this. Is that fair? I know we say it every week with Tampa Bay. Oh, there comes Miami, here comes Tampa Bay, and you got to play Las Vegas and New Year's Day, all this crap, but this is it.
No, and there have been a lot of conversations about, remember going into the playoffs, not so much now, but there have been a lot of conversations about strength of schedule and who the Niners have beat, who these teams have beat, and then it came out that strength of schedule, a lot of the teams with the best records, yeah, surprise, surprise, they have easier strength of schedules. So there's nothing that shouldn't be a slight, but obviously it comes off as one. And everybody, when we talk about schedules and things like that, how many teams, okay, what do you expect them to play? There are not a lot of really good teams out there. They're not a lot of outstanding teams. So week in, week out, if you're taking care of business, I guess you have to find something. But no, you're not going to play the Eagles and then the Chiefs and then the Bengals and then the Bills. Nobody has a schedule like that. So everybody wants to come down on the schedule. Now we get to the playoffs, and we went through, okay, who Brock Purdy's going to play. With that being said, who is the toughest team that he's played so far?
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean,
I know where you're going with
at the time, it was, I guess, the Dolphins, and then the Dolphins ended up having their whole situation. Maybe it's the Commanders.
Yeah.
Even though I guess it would be technically the Bucs, since the Bucs made the playoffs. It's the Bucs or the Seahawks, I guess. So in that regard, this is easily the best team that they've played before. But every time we've had this conversation before, he's been up to the task. The question is it that much of a is it that much of a jump between the Seahawks and the Cowboys?
And I think after this game, and again, it's not a statistic, a quarterback statistic as far as wins and losses. This isn't hockey and goalies. But if he does play well in this game, I think you have to say, okay, he's taken another giant step towards legitimacy. Mm-hmm. The biggest one he's taken to date, because this is a good football team.
Right.
You can say what you want about Dak, but Dak has got toys. CeeDee Lamb is a premier, top tier, one of the best wide receivers, and that's saying a lot because there's a lot of talent littered around the NFL right now. And Dalton Schultz, CeeDee Lamb is amazing at wide receiver. Dalton Schultz, better than average tight end. I mean, say what you will about Zeke. I think he's half dead. Give the ball to Tony Pollard, but that's for you Cowboy fans to deal with.
And you can get Tony Pollard. You could get him lined up. He's not Christian McCaffrey, but he's done some Christian McCaffrey-esque things. And then you sleep for a second. And don't forget, I mean, this is another guy, an older receiver. People were sleeping on T.Y. Hilton. No, he's not who he was, but he can catch a football. And he seems to find a way to get open. Not to mention, he doesn't need to take the top off and do the T.Y. celebration that he used to do, because they got Michael Gallup for that. So they got some guys that I know maybe the secondary, if you look at certain statistics, we've mentioned how DK Metcalf, besides that bomb, wasn't really a bad game for the secondary. The problem was they did give up that bomb, so it's hard for us to take it away. And now you have some guys coming in that if Dak decides to throw the ball to the right team, and if he can evade that pass rush from the Niners, you gotta be on top of it. They could come in and put some points up, and that's the thing. The same idea with the Cowboys as it was with the Seahawks. You let these guys get off to a hot start. That is the one thing. I mean, I know technically that, look, Brock Purdy has come back. They were down they've been down 2 scores multiple times in the regular season. They were down by 1 against the Seahawks going into halftime. So we have seen him do it. But the difference is, Dan, he would have to do it against a much better defense than he's had to do it against before.
All right. Phone lines are now open at 888-957-9570. Robin standing by. We're Eltzman in the city of San Francisco and is going to give me some Kezar nuggets and knowledge. Robin, how are you tonight?
I'm okay. So, hi, Alan. How are you, too? So, listen, guys, it's not so much Kezar knowledge. It's just that when you said Kezar, it kind of reminded me of my mom. She's deceased now, but she was probably one of the 10 fans in Kezar when they really, back in the day, when they really sucked, the 49ers. But this is what I want to say. On social media today, we got in a big fight because there's these fan things called Faithful 49ers. So the admin told the people, I guess they're not local 49er fans, please do not refer to our team as the San Fran 49ers. We do not call San Francisco San Fran. And so we got into this big, long fight. I mean, about they can call this city whatever they want and their team anything we want. We're like, no, you don't. You're an outsider. You don't call San Francisco San Fran. I just wanted to tell you guys that San Fran 49ers. I'm so sick of listening to Michael Shahan, Michael Irvin, and today Justin Smith on the interview referred to San Francisco as San Fran. And I wish we could start a marketing like T-shirt saying our team is San Francisco 49ers, not San Fran. But the other point I wanted to make, too, I agree with you, Alan, that I was watching All Madden documentary the other day, and he said that the football game is played at the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. He said that's where it all really starts. So, you know, I appreciate that insight, and because that's how John Madden felt. And the last thing I want to say is this. Have you heard the perspective that Brock Purdy is nothing more than, and all of us are all caught up into the same dynamic as Jeremy what's his name? Jeremy Lynn. That Brock Purdy's nothing more than the other flip side of Lynn's sanity, and that he is not the future for the 49ers because Brock Purdy will turn back into a pumpkin the same the way that Jeremy Lynn did, and that he was nothing more than a poor man's Jimmy Garoppolo. Have you guys heard that? Peace out, and thank you for the time. Bye.
We certainly have. And I'm glad that Jeremy Lin did what it is that he did because he provides sort of this, you know, he's the barometer, right? Like, are we seeing somebody that's just playing, you know, beyond their skis because they have this remarkable sense of confidence? And we can cite historically an example where it happened not in the NFL but in the NBA because of insanity and what happened to the New York Knicks.
I'm trying to remember the time frame with that. Did that ever? He didn't go to the playoffs during Linsanity, did he?
No.
So then I think that's where the buck stops because Brock Purdy just did what he did in a playoff game. So to me, obviously they're different sports. There are more games in basketball, things like that. But to me, like we've mentioned, Dan, the Linsanity run could get you a Super Bowl. Like, I don't even know if calling it a Linsanity run is a bad thing because you don't know when it's going to end. He could win a Super Bowl. He could.
Well, I do. I think it's a backhanded compliment because I think that Linsanity was a guy that played for a stretch of about a month, where was this guy came out of nowhere and people were saying he was the real deal. I mean, it would divide people when it came to sports chatter. You go into a sports bar in New York, and this guy was heralded as the second coming, and then he essentially became a good guard. You know, I think he went to Charlotte. He kicked around in the NBA. He was a good guard, but he clearly was never the guy that we saw during that remarkable run. So if you're equating the two, I think it's an underhanded compliment and almost an insult to that of Brock Purdy. And I don't see Brock Purdy going away and being a quarterback that is never going to sniff and or repeat what it is that we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
I know we got to get to it. All I'm saying when I say Linsanity run, I'm just saying that we don't know when it's going to end, number one. And number two, he could win a Super Bowl and during that said Linsanity run, but we don't know what he's going to be next season or the season before. That's it.
All right, I love the text line. Continue with some. Well, I don't love the text line like you love the text line. I'm saying I love the text line when they're coming with this Kezar knowledge. Teach us. Talk about Kezar. You can even talk about the Kezar Pub. Good bar right across the street. Anybody from Sacred Heart that's played from the Mahoney? Where are you guys? Leo, everyone else on the phone line, hang out during the break. We got to sell some things. We'll be back. Alan Stiles and Dan Devone will continue on 95.7 The Game with Leo when we continue after this.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. We learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Ariya not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Are you ready to lose that belly fat and get in shape? How about spicing up those romantic moments or increasing your energy and improve your mood? If you're ready to feel like you did 20 to 30 years ago, we have your ultimate solution, Ultra Max T. Since 2004, Andro 400 has helped men like you safely and effectively lose belly fat, boost T levels, and spice up those spontaneous romantic moments. Andro 400 has now developed the ultimate T booster, Ultra Max T, the most potent and all-natural fat-melting, romance-enhancing T-boosting supplement available. We're so convinced you'll love how you feel using Ultra Max T that we offer an unconditional 90-day money-back guarantee. So if you're ready to lose that stubborn belly fat, boost testosterone levels, and reach your peak romantic performance, order Ultra Max T today. Call 888-400-0435, 888-400-0435, or go to andro400.com. That's andro400.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With 11 fuel-efficient hybrids to choose from, there's one for everyone. Toyota, let's go places.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Save now on appliances and more at the Truckload event at Lowe's. Get deals on select major appliances and take home what you buy same day. And save an additional 10% on all in-store clearance appliances. Plus, get store-wide savings on even more items. Stock up on GE Sync Reveal 60-watt dimmable smart LED light bulbs for just $9.98 each. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowe's.com to shop the Truckload event today. Exclusions apply. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Valid 1/12 to 1/18.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, You do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Man, I'm really enjoying some of these Kezar nuggets that are coming in. Kezar was the premier concert venue of its era. The Rolling Stones. Wow, Led Zeppelin all played at Kezar, which is still there. It's modified now. It's a great place to work out. You can run the steps, run the track. They still have high school football there. But Kezar was the last game ever played, a National Football League game, was against the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC Championship game, a game in which the Dallas Cowboys won and went on to the Super Bowl, in which I believe they lost. But it's great to see the old pictures, man. Seriously, there's people on rooftops that are looking into the stadium. It's like a scene right out of Wrigley. Mm-hmm. If you're from the city, that gets you going. All right. We also want to get into the Golden State Warriors and get you ready for a big one coming up tomorrow right here on 95.7, the game when they take on the Boston Celtics. But back to the San Francisco 49er conversation, and Leo's been hanging out through the break. Leo is in Walnut Creek. How are you this evening, my man?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Good. What's up, man?
I was just calling in. I'm an SI grad myself, and I remember Kezar playing football there in Kezar Stadium when it was still the big stadium before the redo. Then, of course, the basketball was also there at Kezar.
That's right.
It was awesome. Awesome place to be. As a high school student, be able to play in a place where NFL players were daunted the field as well. And then to go to what Marianne had to say, my stepfather, diehard San Francisco 49er fan, had season tickets since Kezar, but yes, he hated when we would say San Fran. But of course, I would bug him because I'm a Cowboy fan.
Oh, all right. Now, how did that happen? What if you played at Kezar? You grew up in the city. So where's the Cowboy affiliation?
Well, I'm a transplant, so I'm originally from New Mexico. So at that time, there was no Arizona Cardinals. So you were either a Denver fan or a Cowboy fan.
See, now,
a big Roger Staubach fan. So that's how that happened. But I've been Candlestick. I've been division when Cowboys and Niners division series games there. Crazy, and I'm going to the game Sunday. But I don't think it'll be the same atmosphere as you would get at Candlestick.
No, hell no. There's no way. Is there a game, Leo, that stands out from not necessarily at Kezar, but out at the Stick more than any others when you're talking about Cowboys-Niners rivalry?
Oh, yeah, that division series game, the last one that happened there at Candlestick, whenever the thing that stands out to me the most is
in the slop
when the Niners came out and the fans were so loud. I was standing right next to somebody, and you could not hear yourself talking. It was so loud, and I think that was the first time when you would ever say you could feel the electricity in the air. That's when I understood what that meant. It was crazy.
Leo, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for the call. See, I can appreciate someone like Leo, right?
Well, can you? Because he said he went to SI, and you didn't bat an eye.
Well, he went to SI, but see, here's the thing. If you're going to be a Cowboy fan, don't grow up in San Francisco and say, well, I just like the Cowboys or I watch them on TV.
I don't care. If a De La Salle grad calls in, what year are you? I'm giving them their flowers, Stan.
No, but here's the thing is that if you're a Cowboy fan, I will give you a pass if you grew up in the area. So you grew up in New Mexico. He couldn't pull for the Cardinals. He's out in the Southwest. He glommed on to the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. You put location above everything else. So I don't have any tolerance for people that grow up in California and are New York Giant fans. You got to have some sort of a tie. You either had to grow up in the area or you can't just simply throw a dart.
I used to feel like that, but honestly, and look, I've had this kind of bandwagon take, whatever it is, for a long time now. I personally don't feel like that anymore as long as you don't leave. If you can't have a random team, you can have a random team, but you can't have a random team, and then if that random team starts playing poorly, you just hop and your local team starts playing well. That's what they say about Warriors fans. They say Warriors fans, a lot of them used to be Lakers fans. And when the Lakers stopped playing as well and the Warriors got good, oh, well, I'm in the Bay Area, I'm a Warriors fan, when they were never Warriors fans. Now, I don't know how many of those are there that are out there. I've heard the same thing about some Kings fans. You had Chris Webber, everything. You were Kings fans. Now all of a sudden the Kings aren't good. The Warriors are good. Now all of a sudden you're wearing Warriors stuff. So if you stay where you are, I don't mind. I don't mind. You can be a fan of whoever you want. You can live in San Francisco, be a Cowboy fan for absolutely no reason, but you got to stay there. That's how I personally feel.
All right. By the way, the text line is chiming in. Too much SI and Sacred Heart love on the show. Should shout out to De La Salle. Okay.
Thank you. 925, of course.
You know what? There's not enough.
There's
not enough SI, Sacred Heart. I'll throw Reardon in there. The bums from Reardon. I'll even throw Bellarmine out there. We don't do enough of WCAL. Everything is De La Salle.
How do you figure?
It's all about De La Salle.
It's all about SI.
Well, when do we ever talk about SI on this show? But that is city football. Kezar playing for the Mahoney, Sacred Heart. I mean, that is, you talk about San Francisco, De La Salle. Come on, man. Although De La Salle would just clean the floor with any team from the city. You know what? Because you guys out in De La Salle and out in Concord.
It's De La Salle.
De La Salle, out in the East Bay. You guys are in pads at what, age 8? I mean, you're playing at a young age. In the city, where do you play? I mean, I know you can. There's more opportunities now than there was when I was growing up. But you played basketball when you were a kid because you had courts. You had hoop courts.
Okay.
It's an urban game, but you can't. None of my buddies grew up with like pads, and I didn't even know how to throw on pads until I got to high school. People from the city typically don't play. This isn't true necessarily. This isn't foolproof. But for the most part, when I was a kid, kids didn't play football until you got to high school. You guys out in the East Bay, Bellarmine, St. Francis, used to kick our butt because you guys were doing it at like age 9.
That sounds like an excuse to me.
You guys were pretty good. How is De La Salle now?
Good. They lost.
Sal.
Well, they lost State. That's kind of unfortunately been their thing lately. They lost to Sarah to start. Bonte was at that game. I believe his nephew or his cousin was playing. And Bonte was at that game. I was mad that he didn't tell me he was going to be there. You know, you can't come to my neck of the woods and not let me know. But NorCal in general had a terrible run at it, Dan. Apparently, SoCal football has just surpassed NorCal football. It was a clean sweep.
Yeah,
not one Northern California team, one state.
All right, so I do want to get back to the game for a second here. And I know it's a kicker. I don't know how much we can put into this. So, I mean, special teams, any coach will tell you that oftentimes it's going to win a certain percentage of games throughout the season. Any good football coach, high school coach, coaching at any level, you pay attention to special teams. That was the first thing we used to practice at SI, speaking of which. But Brett Maher and what this guy did, I've never seen that before. Missing 4 consecutive extra points.
Is that the yips? Can we qualify that as the yips?
But is that a factor going forward? I mean, if it comes down to this guy winning you a football game and you're a Cowboy fan, what's your level of concern for a guy that could not connect on extra points? And I'm not talking about 1, 4 in a row.
I personally think that if the Cowboys, whatever he does on his first kick is going to dictate everything. If he makes his first kick, whether that's an extra point or a field goal, wipe it from the slate. Okay, I'm back. That's how I feel because you're in a new stadium, you're in a new city. All right, we left the bad vibes, in Tampa. We're good to go. If he misses that first kick, whatever it is, I don't know what you do if you're Mike McCarthy. I don't know. I really don't. You can't. I mean, in this day and age with analytics, a lot of people talk about going for it on 4th and going for 2 anyway. So maybe you figure if you have missed, what would it have been? 5 of your last 6 kicks, right? Because he made the 5th. If you have missed 5 of your last 6 kicks, I have to go for 2.
That's significant.
It is.
Very significant of a game that if some people believe that the Dallas Cowboys can stay in this thing and it comes down to a field goal or 2 or 3 points, I mean, that's the difference between winning and losing. I've heard a lot of people chime in on this. I know Dak Prescott was visually upset after he missed one of his 4 extra points. When it comes to kickers, and I heard this being bannered about, I think it was on Dan Patrick's show, there's nothing you can do. It's a kicker. Like, I don't think you can approach him as a player, as a captain, as a leader, as a Dak Prescott, as a Micah Parsons, whomever. You can't, there's nothing you can say. If it's a position player and you're a leader and it's a bonehead play and you feel as though you can impart some wisdom, talk to them about being constructive, coach them up a little bit as a peer, that can be effective. But as a kicker, they live in such a different world. Like, I don't know how to even approach that. It's just let them be.
You're on an island.
Yeah. There's a reason why they're on a stationary bike when we're all hitting in 100-degree weather in double days in the middle of August. Like, that's something that it's beyond, I would say, everybody's bandwidth. You just sit there and you pray. And there's a reason why when you get those shots, as we like to say in the television industry, the cutaways, when there's a game-winning field goal, and you have players that are just holding hands, because when it comes to a kicker, nothing you can do about it.
Right. When
it comes to an offensive, defensive line, you may feel, though, you have more control. But kickers is just nothing you can do about it, which takes me to the bigger point. The 49ers, again, I'm giving sort of the unsung heroes their just due this evening. I started with the offensive line, which is something that's not sexy, no one wants to talk about, and special teams. Remember where they were a year ago? The laughingstock. It lost them games a year ago. They have been consistently one of the best in the NFL. And when you talk about Robbie Gould, when you talk about Ray McLeod, this is a good coverage team. This is good kick return. They do everything well. And why I think when the stars are aligned and you have a football team that has no glaring weaknesses. If you look at this football team a year ago, Alan, you could point at multiple things. Injuries, they weren't healthy. Trent Williams, Jimmy Garoppolo, yes. Go ahead, Cam, if you want it any time. Jimmy Garoppolo went into that game with a ligament that wasn't attached to his thumb, if you recall. Go ahead, Cam, give me one.
Keep hope alive.
Thank you very much.
Keep hope alive.
Thank you very much. He may get into the Super Bowl. Just keep hope alive. We may see Jimmy again. He had that ligament not attached to his thumb. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then Randy Gregory, in fact, he started that game, I think, like 10 of a 13, I want to say. He was just, boom, moving it down the field. He was on target. I mean, he was throwing deep down the field as well. He was off to one of his best starts. Randy Gregory, if you recall, then landed on him, and that's when he injured the shoulder. And, of course, we know the story from that point forward where it required surgery, and he ultimately comes back to the San Francisco 49ers because of it. But that's where he injures the shoulder. So now he doesn't have a ligament attached to the thumb. He's got the shoulder issues, and that's when he threw the pick. I'm not making excuses, but just look at the numbers. After the shoulder injury, he immediately fell apart, but he gutted it out. Jimmy Garoppolo was not healthy.
Right.
Trent Williams wasn't healthy. That special teams was a mess. Ambry Thomas was your starting cornerback. This team is so much better this year taking on the Dallas Cowboys in round 2.
Yeah. No, I mean, they are the most complete team. And, you know, Dan, when we look back at training camp, and we did so many conversations, and the offensive line was the musical chairs for a little bit, do you think this team, from what we were hearing, do you think this team, because we were hearing that this team was really good, is it, I guess it's not fair because of the McCaffrey trade, which kind of skews everything, but at the beginning of the season till now, they were already, and nobody knew that the Rams were just going to completely implode. The Niners were in the mix, but I don't know that they saw this coming. But at the same time, we were saying they had the Super Bowl ready roster. So you have a Super Bowl ready roster, which you could argue it was similar last season, right? But again, they had injuries, things like that. So you have a Super Bowl ready roster. Question was at the quarterback position. What did you do? Not only did you keep the Super Bowl roster besides Emmanuel Mosley, that's really the biggest loss that they've had. You keep the Super Bowl roster besides him. You add Christian McCaffrey, and you get the play that you're getting from Brock Purdy. So you got to say that it's exceeded expectations. And once again, this is why you have a juggernaut like this. This is why you really got to cash in, Dan. Because let's do it like this. Who's left in the playoffs that you would say, when you talk about windows, and I know Joe Burrow said the window is my career, who is in danger of their window closing? Who really needs to cash in? You feel like the Chiefs are just going to be there forever. And you feel like, I mean, with Joe Burrow and the Bengals, nobody expected them to be there last year, and here they go again. We'll see what they do against the Bills.
No, it's the Niners.
Those are the only teams, right, that because of the quarterback position, we can't put Brock Purdy there yet. Those are the only teams that you can kind of feel, all right, well, I mean, they got Mahomes for how many years? They'll be back. They got Joe Burrow for how many years? They'll be back. The Niners feel this way. I think the Cowboys feel this way. I think the Bills feel this way because they have a running quarterback. Those are probably the three prime teams, if you will, even though I know the Eagles are the 1 seed. I would say the Eagles probably feel like they're a smidge ahead of schedule, right? Maybe right on schedule, a little bit early.
Oh, they're ahead of schedule.
Giants way ahead of schedule.
I don't think anybody saw this coming out of Philadelphia.
Right. Giants way ahead of schedule. Jaguars way ahead of schedule. So you have to see the Niners and you have to think, you got to do it. You are on schedule and you are as healthy as you're going to get.
By the way, the 510 says all you talk show hosts always got to talk bad about Jimmy G and going after Jimmy G. Man, do you not listen to the show?
That they must have caught the literally. And by the way, you want to talk about Jimmy G. Dan is going on about Jimmy G about how he was flying it downfield as if he were Mahomes, and somehow that gets misconstrued. This is it, Dan. This is it right here. This is the problem with you Jimmy fans. Nothing's ever good enough. You just gave a minute and a half diatribe about how well Jimmy G was playing, and all Jimmy G fans can do is find the negative. That's the problem with Jimmy G fans.
Let's get out to New Mexico is the location, and Joseph wants to join the conversation and talk about the 49ers. What's up, Joseph? Welcome aboard.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Now, I listen to you guys because I'm tired of watching national ESPN, all those sports talk radios, and all they talk about the Cowboys, no matter how bad they're doing or how good they're doing. That's all they talk about. And being from New Mexico, and I know that last caller said he's a Cowboy fan, but I've been a long time, and there's a lot of fans in New Mexico who are 49er fans. So you didn't have a choice of just the Cowboys, or as I call them, the Cowpies, and the Denver Broncos. You had other choices, but either you lead or you follow, and that's what the Niners have done. But no, I give you guys props. You give Jimmy G his due credit. He was good. You know, I go back to Kaepernick. And, you know, he was the same thing that I feel we're seeing right now with Brock Purdy. The only difference is Brock Purdy has more maybe college experience, and maybe that's what's helping him. But I think the 49ers had a roster that, I mean, since 2019, we're just Super Bowl ready. And Kyle and John have done a great job of building that roster. And CMC just was the missing piece, and I think this team is loaded for bear, and it's going hunting.
Hey, Joseph,
got the Cowboys.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Do you run into the Maloofs out there in New Mexico, the guys that one-time owners of the Kings, and now I believe
no,
they own the Palms,
it
right?
Was funny, yeah. No, I used to see them all the time when they were in the Kings, but since not recently. But when the Kings had their heyday and they had a Weber and you would see them. They're always making the news, but the local news only talks about the Broncos or the Cowboys. They don't even mention the Cardinals, but no, man, there's the 49er faithful out here in New Mexico. And like I said, I've been a Niner fan since 83, 84 season. That's when I jumped on the bandwagon, you know, and been on it.
Thanks, Joseph. We appreciate it, and thanks for listening. And, yeah, the hell with ESPN. Let's get out to Concord, California. Speaking of De La Salle, 49er David's hanging out with us.
All right. Good to hear from you guys. I am here to tell you it is okay to refer to San Francisco as San Fran. I lived in the city for 15 years, biggest Warriors, Giants, and 49ers fan there is. And, some people got to get off their high horse and just relax. It's just a nickname. We're not insulting a family member. Call it San Fran if you want to. I'm okay with it. Let's move on. See you later, guys.
Thanks, 49er David. That's an interesting take.
That's great. Because for a while, to be fair, Dave's in Concord now. I grew up in Concord, so I really wasn't in the city too often. My mom worked in the city, so Giants games, things like that. But I didn't grow up in the city. So at first I heard, don't say Frisco.
No.
Then I heard, don't say San Fran. So I didn't know if it was either or just neither. But apparently, is it just neither?
It is a little silly, but I grew up in San Francisco, and as much as I appreciate the caller, we do take offense to San Fran. But again, if you're going to talk to a Dallas Cowboy fan and you're saying, hey, don't refer to us as San Fran, what's the first thing they're going to do?
Right.
They're going to annoy you and piss you off. But and I don't know. I guess if I was to go to therapy and someone was to sit me down on the couch and say, well, damn, what is it that bothers you about San Fran? I don't know. Maybe, it goes back to my childhood and something's amiss. I'm just telling you, it's annoying if you grew up in the city. I mean, and you just call it the city or San Francisco.
How many 4-syllable cities are there out there? It's a lot of syllables. If you want to say San Fran, Frisco, I just always, I feel like at one point it was, don't say Frisco. And somebody on the text line is saying 925 Frisco's always been fine. I heard Frisco was the problem. I heard San Fran. For a while, Dan, I thought Frisco was not good.
It's not.
But San Fran was okay.
And if you say the city, people in New York are like, come on, man.
Exactly. If you say the Bay is the Bay, but there are other bays, and some people call their bays bays.
All right, let's get out to Foster City before we get to the break. And the rest of the people on the phone line, hang out through the break. We will get to you, 888-957-9570. But just give me Rick as we end this segment. Hey, Rick, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm good, thanks. Hey, I'm a native like you, actually 3 generations, and for me, I've always hated Frisco more than San Fran.
Mm-hmm.
Something about that really always rubbed me the wrong way. And I think out of towners should just say SF. Like
that works.
LA, right? Everybody knows it, like LA.
Where'd you grow up in the city, if you don't mind me asking?
Totally. So it's funny, Dan, the reason for my call is you were mentioning that game last year when Jimmy had a thumb injury, right? And played through it and then hurt his shoulder and gutted it out. And, well, you got to always give that up for Jimmy first and foremost. Talk about a warrior and putting his meat on the line and taking his injuries for the team and playing through it. And, I give him props for that all the time. But, it's funny. It at the time, with that game, that was right after Trey had played really well in that Houston game. And I thought, they should have left him in and gone into the end of the season and into the playoffs with him. And then if he crapped out, they could put Jimmy in and, to come in and save the day. But, Jimmy needed to rest. He was injured. He shouldn't really have played. So it occurred to me while you were talking about this, I was thinking about that time last year, and it's like, it's funny. The Niners could have had their ride with a rookie last year if they would have stayed with Trey.
All right, we got to get to a break. Didn't mean to cut you off, Rick, but we'll continue the conversation. I do want to get into Trey Lance. A shout-out to the Sunset District. You remember Paulie Ann's? He used to sell ice cream way back in the day. We'll be back with Alan Stiles and Dan Avone right after this.
Golfers, tee it up this Thursday through Sunday at the Golf Mart for the Callaway Fitting event and be the first to score the new Paradigm woods and irons. The woods are engineered with forged carbon to maximize distance and forgiveness. The irons feature a forged face for increased launch speed and spin. A new paradigm in performance. Go to worldwidegolfshops.com and reserve your free custom fitting experience happening this Thursday through Sunday. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Now at Big O Tires, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Nexon and Aspen tires with installation purchase. See participating store for offer details or BigOTires.com for additional cash saving specials on name brand tires and auto care services. Ends January 29th.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wendy's knows cold and soggy fries are the worst.
So soggy.
That's why we're serving up hot and crispy fries all day, every day.
And all night until close.
With natural cut potatoes, sea salted to perfection.
Show me that potato skin.
Wendy's hot and crispy aren't like other fries. We're your dream fry. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and crispy fries.
Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and we'll replace them.
Trevor Noah has added 2 more San Francisco shows to his Off the Record tour, December 8th and 9th at the Masonic. All shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster. For your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Trevor Noah, head to 957thegame.com.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Thank you very much, and welcome aboard. Alongside Alan Stiles, this is Dan Avone as we get you into the 8 o'clock hour. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Brian Rennick, host of the 49ers Web Zone No Huddle podcast, will join us as we continue to do the deep dive into the San Francisco 49ers and getting you prepared for the big game coming up on Sunday when they take on the Dallas Cowboys for the right to move on to the NFC Championship game. Somebody, just before we went to the break, was referencing and talking about Trey Lance and how Trey Lance should have got some run last year when Jimmy Garoppolo was injured, once again hurting that shoulder in the game against the Dallas Cowboys in that wild card playoff weekend when Randy Gregory landed on it. And I think a lot of people just dismiss it and forget about the dude was playing with a bad wing. I won't. We don't need to revisit that because I know how much it annoys you. But how about Trey Lance? And just for a moment, I get it. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the here and now. And I probably more than anybody else talk about, live for today. And what the 49ers need to do is eat what's on their plate, which happens to be the Dallas Cowboys. But if we were just to sort of get outside of our bandwidth for a moment and just think about Trey Lance and his future, there are some rumors that are flying around. Tim Kawakami, who is about as reputable as it gets in these parts, entertaining, at least putting that nugget in people's ears that there could be a scenario where there is a trade involving Trey Lance this offseason. I mean, would you put any credibility? Could you see that as a possibility going forward?
Yeah, the quote is, I think the 49ers will listen to any trade offers for Trey Lance, but I don't think a trade is realistic. So he's saying it without saying it. And sure. Answer the phone. I know the Colts really like Trey Lance. That came out last week. They really liked him during the draft. You have to listen, Dan, because if you think Brock Purdy is your guy the way he's playing, and if you think you can recoup anything close to what you gave up, now you're not going to get those first rounders back, most likely. But if you think you can recoup something back, then yeah, you would listen. I don't see why you wouldn't. Just like you said, not realistic, but why would you say, so basically, are we saying Trey Lance is untouchable? You can't say that. You cannot say that. Now, if the season was already over because Brock Purdy stunk up the joint and Jimmy Garoppolo has probably priced himself out, that would be different. But that's not where we're at.
Yeah, here's the thing when it comes to the 49ers, when you're talking about they gave up, because I know a lot of people like to go back there, and if the Niners, let's just say, weren't playing well, one of the first things that people love to revisit is you gave up so many draft picks, which they did, those first-round picks, and mortgaged the future to get Trey Lance. True, but I also think you have to keep in mind how smart the 49ers are when it comes to whether it's pragmate or how you say it,
pragmatic?
No. The guy who handicaps the
Pragmarate?
Pragmarate. Thank you very much. The 49ers, they are head and shoulders above the rest of the league. They have, despite everybody would think, you're like the Los Angeles Rams, man. You just went ahead and gave up all these draft picks to win right now with Trey Lance. They have 11 picks in this year's draft. 11. Mm-hmm. Now, the majority of which they're not first-round picks, but quite frankly, when you look at this football team, do you really need them?
Not really.
I mean, I don't need to go through the Dre Greenlaws and the George Kittles and the Juwan Jennings, and the list goes on with the players that are in. Brock Purdy is basically the poster child for 49er football as far as guys that can be drafted from that third round on. And they get all these compensatory picks. They may get some more for DeMeco Ryans. They have compensatory picks that, you lose Arden Key, you lose Laken Tomlinson, but you also are acquiring draft picks. And the 49ers have 11 picks in this year's draft. And for a team that has done so well in the back end of that draft, they're fertile, man. They're going to be okay. Mm-hmm. So I just think you need to revisit when we talk about you gave up so much to get Trey Lance and you mortgaged the future. Yeah, for first-round picks. But
this is a team that for every first rounder that's done well, for every Brandon Ayuk, there is a Solomon Thomas. Mm-hmm. And there is somebody that has not worked out for the 49ers. Whereas I would say in the back end of that draft is where they have lived.
Yeah, and we're getting to the point now, the more Brock Purdy wins, that we have to have this conversation. We're really going to have it once the season's over. But obviously this thing is going to come up. And I'm trying to figure out if you are in the camp of you should hold on to him because of the picks, or at this point, you feel that you can listen because in a way you've recouped it, right? If we were to say, I mean, look at, a lot of these guys, the Carson Wentz's, a lot of these guys that were, a lot of these guys have flash in the pan seasons, right? And even if that is what this is for Brock Purdy, we have no clue. The story is not even done being written yet. You're about to go as far as, and obviously, great team, great roster, all that good stuff, great coach. You're about to go as far as guys that have already gotten paid the bag. And you've gone further than guys that got paid the bag. Dak Prescott got it. What if you beat Dak Prescott, right? So ultimately, I feel that the whole point of this is to win a Super Bowl. Even if you don't win it with Trey Lance, and I think that's what comes down to it, Dan. Does anybody still look at, if you win a Super Bowl, do you still look at the Trey Lance miss? Because if we want to play this game, well, if you don't do one thing, you don't do another. Could you make the argument, and hold on, I'm going tinfoil hat now. You can make the argument if you don't take Trey Lance, maybe you don't take Brock Purdy. You could say that, right? So I'm trying to figure out if they win the Super Bowl, does anybody care? Even at this point, even if you don't. If you get to the Super Bowl, does anybody care about the picks anymore?
No, you shouldn't. And you shouldn't, because that's just, you roll the dice. And if you're management, you'll do it from time to time, which is why when people were saying he just hitched his wagon to that trade, or what it is that he just did in getting Trey Lance. If it doesn't work out with Trey Lance, I remember taking calls and people were so adamant, if it doesn't work out with Trey Lance, say goodbye to Lynch and say goodbye to Shanahan. Mm-hmm. That's not necessarily the case. That thing could fall apart, and it is. It's falling apart in front of our very eyes. Mm-hmm. You just move on. You could just say, yeah, we screwed up, and then you just move on. It's not the end of the world because of what it is that you did on draft day 2 years ago. Let's get out to my man in Lemoore. Dre's hanging out and wants to join the conversation here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Dre, you drive by and polish my statue right there on Shaw Avenue across from the Gottschalks?
You know what? I was looking for it, but the Gottschalks ain't there no more. I found it there by Macy's. Standing high and standing proud.
Thank you very much, my man. What's up, Dre?
Hey, you guys, that was a good question you just before was Mr. Styles. Myself, I don't think you get rid of Lance just because of how good his contract is financial-wise for us. Mm. And right now, I've got to say, Purdy is the man. I mean, I've been a Niners fan since I was a senior in high school when they won their first Super Bowl, and I'd been laughed at by all my friends for being a Niners fan during the 70s. But he was last best. Anyways, guys, what I'm getting at is you got two guys that are under contract, real salary cap friendly contracts. And what I'm seeing from Purdy right here is it's phenomenal, but I'm getting a little pissed off watching ESPN this week. You know why, guys?
What's up?
Everybody seems to be high on Dallas. They want to talk about Dallas. Dallas does this, Dallas does that. They are forgetting who they're going to play against. Who's won 10 games in a row? Purdy's beyond the rookie right now. He looks like a seasoned vet. He's the man. We're going to whip that butt next week. F to the star. Hey, you guys, thanks for taking my call. And your statue, you're doing fine there.
Thank you very much, Drake. Keep an eye on that thing. You know what he's referring to. I was a sportscaster in Fresno. Yeah. They built a statue of
You've been everywhere. And, one of these days, I want to sit down, get in even earlier than we already do for the show. And I really, because sometimes I get really confused with your timeline does not match up to me at all. At all. You were in Hawaii, you're in San Francisco, you're in Washington, You're in Lemoore.
Because I make a lot of stuff up. What can I tell you?
You were in New York at one point. You're WWE. Honestly,
well, WWE and New York are one and the same.
Oh, okay. Well, we figured out one thing, but I did want to say to Dre and really all the Niner fans out there, I think you should embrace it. And the thing about it is, don't take this personally about the Niners. Because they talk about the Cowboys even when the Cowboys aren't in the playoffs. They would find ways to talk about the Cowboys right now. They would still be talking about the Cowboys' loss if the Cowboys lost to the Bucs. So this isn't necessarily it probably feels like disrespect. And yes, it is a version of disrespect. But the Cowboys as a brand is just so ridiculous. And that's what drives the ratings. Because I liken it, Dan, going back, because it's not the same anymore. But I don't think LeBron even draws the same ire. But you were hate watching LeBron. And I think when he was in Miami, you were hate watching LeBron. When he was with the Cavs, if you were a Warrior fan specifically, you were hate watching him. Maybe not even just Warrior fans. There's something to be said about evoking emotion. And the Cowboys just evoke emotion either way. And that's all these national shows want to do. So the more people say stop talking about it, but the ratings say the opposite, if the ratings dropped off a cliff whenever they talked about the Cowboys, they wouldn't talk about them. I think a lot of it is hate because it's crazy, Dan, because would you say that, you know how they say about the Raiders, a lot of different teams, they say this. To me, they say about way too many teams. The league is better when blank is good. The league is better when the Raiders are good. I heard someone say that about the New York Giants. Now I thought, okay, you guys are just saying it for everybody now, right? The league is good when teams are good. Surprise, surprise. Read here, read all about it. But when you're talking about the Cowboys, it's almost like if the Cowboys were a legit juggernaut, right? Like the Chiefs, I don't know that the hate watching would continue the same way, or if it would just be, all right, they're talking about the Cowboys. But there's something to be said about you have Stephen A. Smith because the Cowboys have been right in the middle. I feel like that almost makes them more compelling because you don't know, right? And I don't know. I could be way off here from the 90s when they were rolling a bit, but I feel like the hate watchers enjoy it as well because they have been unable to get the big one. So you like to watch because they do get ridiculed as well.
I don't know that it's exclusively hate watching or hate mongers. I think that there's also a huge undercurrent of legitimate Dallas Cowboy fans. We heard one tonight. He's out in New Mexico. There's a lot of Cowboy Nation out there. Mm-hmm. What it is, they're sort of similar to that of the New York Yankees. And you're right. When you're talking about the networks, you're just looking to move the needle. And that's what the Dallas Cowboys did. Think about it. We're talking about a team that has not won a road playoff game in 30 years.
Yeah.
Yet it's dominating the airways. When's the last time they won a Super Bowl? Back in the 90s with Troy Aikman, once again, 30 years ago. Yet they dominate the headlines when it comes to Stephen A. Smith and all those coconuts over there at ESPN. Why? Because they are a divisive team. And I think that there's as much hatred as there is fandom when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys. Which means as much as we hate on Jerry Jones, and you see Jerry Jones in that shot of him in the press box after they lose again, we'll see it again this weekend. Jerry Jones is rebuked as the Dallas Cowboys lose again, and he's upset. Jerry Jones, yes, he wants to win before he dies, but he's making money hand over fist.
Either way.
And the reason is because they stay relevant on ESPN and the networks. People continue to talk about them. Nobody sells more merch. Nobody has a bigger brand. Nobody does more in terms of revenue than that of the Dallas Cowboys. Why? Because we love to talk about them. So for those Niner fans this past week, I feel your pain. If you're looking, for sort of an equal opportunity employer, as they like to say, and getting both sides of the story, no, it's going to be slanted 70-30 with Dallas Cowboy coverage.
And let me tell you this, it's not going to end this week because what's going to happen, Dan? The Niners are going to beat the Cowboys by less than 14, so you can get me my hoodie. They're going to beat the Cowboys, and there's going to be a segment about the Niners and whoever they're playing. And then there's going to be at least one maybe 2 segments about what's next for the Dallas Cowboys.
McCarthy, is he out the door?
McCarthy, Dak Prescott, do they take a Q? If Dak Prescott plays bad, do they take a QB? So it's not the Niners are disrespected. It's just the Cowboys and the ratings that they draw. And I'm going to tell you right now, I was talking to our boss Matt here, earlier today, and the NFL, let's talk about dream matchups. What's the matchup the NFL would want the most? In
the Super Bowl?
I'm talking about just moving forward. This
one this weekend is about as good as it gets.
Well, I'm saying they want Eagles Cowboys. They want Eagles Cowboys.
Yeah, maybe. I think the Eagles and the Niners might
they already
right
have
there
it. They already have Niners. Well, you're saying if the Niners play the Eagles?
Yeah, what are you talking about? Yeah.
I'm saying for the NFC Championship.
Yeah, I think Niners-Eagles is also as compelling.
We just had this conversation, though.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand the Dallas vibe, but I think that this year, because of the way the 49ers are playing in Philadelphia, the 2 best teams, that maybe you might be right with Dallas, but I think it's very close.
Yeah, and the Niners, they got, the story, and don't get it twisted. The Niners, I think that's the difference. Fandom, it's hard to measure fandom because I know that the Niners have a ridiculous fan base, right? I would say probably top 5 in the NFL. But that doesn't maybe it's a West Coast thing and Cowboys are kind of in the middle, right? Because even though the Niners have that ridiculous fan base, I don't think that they drive. It's easier for, I guess, East Coasters, and maybe it's because the Cowboys are in the NFC East for some odd reason. Maybe that's why, East Coasters, and obviously that's where ESPN, they're in Bristol and all that good stuff. Maybe that's why Cowboys ring bells everywhere, whereas the Niners, you can't say that they do, even though I wouldn't undersell how big of a brand the Niners are.
I am glad you mentioned the NFC East, because this takes me back to one of my pet peeves, and I think and you're well aware of, I hate playing the schedule game.
Okay.
Which everybody, which you enjoy.
Is this your victory lap now?
Everybody else enjoys doing.
And I'm going to do it again next season and the season after that.
Beginning of the year, this is what... And what did everybody say about the NFC East this year? It was a joke. It was a laughing stock. 3 teams. I don't know how far you got to go back to find 3 teams that are still standing in the divisional playoffs out of one division. And guess what division that is? It ain't the AFC West, as everybody had talked about. It's not the NFC West, as everybody proclaimed in the beginning of the year. It is the NFC East. The New York Giants, obviously, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Dallas Cowboys. And Washington just missed going to the playoffs.
Well, and I'm not agreeing with you because I don't care about being wrong, Dan. All right, we're going to do the schedule game next season and the season after that and the season after that. But really, the NFC East is what a lot of people thought about in terms of the NFC West when you look at the Rams, the Cardinals, and the Niners. The NFC West, they had 2 teams make the playoffs. It was one team that they expected and one team they didn't even expect, the Seahawks.
What about the AFC West? It was supposed to be epic this year. Oh, my goodness. I don't know a division that has ever seen this much talent.
That was one of my coldest takes.
One of?
Well,
I'd be here all day with you.
No. I said it could this be one of the best divisions in the history of football?
Now, can I just tell you, as a veteran of this industry, that one thing you should not do as you continue to go forward with your television hits there on KRON. By the way, how'd it go?
I sent you the YouTube.
I know, I'm sorry. But I saw it yesterday when you showed me. It looks like good stuff.
You saw 7 seconds.
Oh, how long was your hit?
5 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I will watch the entire
You think
thing.
I sent you a 15-second YouTube?
So here's the one thing that you don't want to do is never remind the fans of anything you've done wrong. Like, don't ever go back and say, oh, that was a bad take. I got it wrong. You don't need to remind people. Short memory in this industry.
I said it was a cold take. But I'll let you remind when I have a hot take.
That's what you do, is you remind people when you're right. Colin Cowherd is one of the worst at predicting games, predicting what's going to happen. But when he hits it, he will remind you. But when he's wrong, he just moves on. And he doesn't. You have no idea that the dude was 0 for 16 in every game he picked.
Well, but he has a whole segment where Colin was right, where Colin was wrong.
Yeah, but even that's really judicious. It still
he was like, I was wrong in this way, but actually right in this way.
All right. So when we continue here on 95.7 The Game, we are going to move on with the 49er talk and join Brian Rennick, host of the 49ers Web Zone and the No Huddle podcast, as we get ready, for course, for the big game coming up on Sunday. Before we do that, I was teasing about Rafael Nadal got knocked out of the Australian Open. He's the defending champion. Mm-hmm. He gets beaten today by a guy by the name of Mackenzie McDonald. Mm-hmm. Biggest upset thus far in the Aussie Open. Now, Mackenzie McDonald knocks off Rafael Nadal, who went in as the number one ranked player in the Aussie Open, and he was expected to take it home with a record-setting another Grand Slam victory. And the kid, Mac McDonald, you know where Mac McDonald is from?
Where?
Right here in Piedmont. Shout out to Piedmont High School. We were talking about shout outs here in the Bay Area. This is all of you out there. Orinda, Piedmont, Montclair, Piedmont High, stand proud as Mac McKenzie makes history tonight, knocking off Rafael Nadal. Now, this is how it involves you. You know where his mother grew up? Alameda Island.
Wow.
Very proud of Alameda Island. She mentions it time and time again. That's where she grew up. They don't live there any longer, but congratulations to Mac McDonald knocking off Rafael Nadal. That is your tennis knowledge of the night. We continue. It's back into the San Francisco 49ers. Brian Rennick, host of the 49ers Web Zone and the No Huddle podcast, join Alan Stiles and Dan Avone in 2 minutes right here on 95.7 The Game.
So, the other day, I bought an extremely chatty...
Boring story time!
Make that an extremely catty cockatoo.
You're welcome!
Apparently, the pet store won't take it back. But, hey, I'll manage.
I love that for you!
Just like I manage without home internet.
No, you don't!
Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable.
Aw, Purdy likes to stream!
But I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
My lady friend! It's mating season, duh!
No home internet? It's not that bad. No, not there.
It is that bad. Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
It's back and it's better than ever. The 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. January 21st through the 29th, you'll see hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast, like motorhomes, travel trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, van conversions, and truck campers. Go to RVshows.net for more information. Don't miss the Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable. To treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little. To provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to the 8:30 hour. It's Alan Stiles and Dan Devone here as we continue to talk about the San Francisco 49ers and get everybody's juices flowing and get you ready for kickoff on Sunday as they battle the Dallas Cowboys for the right to move on to the NFC Championship game to take on the winner of the Philadelphia Eagles and the New York Giants. And to help us as we continue on, let's bring in Brian Rennick, the host of the 49ers Web Zone and No Huddle podcast. Brian, what's going on with you tonight? How are you?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How about yourself?
Doing really well. So, Brian, let's start here. Everybody obviously has the 49ers as a clear favorite. They've been dominant up to this point. Just talk to me. What are some areas of concern for that of 49er fans if Dallas was to be competitive in this game and or pull the upset? What do they need to do?
Well, I think the concerns, you could argue there's concerns on both sides of the ball. I think on the offensive side of the ball, the biggest concern is Micah Parsons and Mike McGlinchey. McGlinchey's been playing really well as of late, and I have confidence that he can continue that play. But Micah Parsons is one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, and I think that ultimately he will probably get his. The question is, can you really limit it to just Parsons? And then the thing I am the self-proclaimed, or at least one of my co-hosts, Zane Naxby of the No Huddle podcast, dubbed me the captain of the Brock Purdy hype train. And I've been on board since that Miami game. I got to be at that game, which was awesome. But the one thing that does concern me is we've seen him when the pocket collapses and he escapes, it's almost exclusively out to his left. And that concerns me a little bit because obviously that is a tell, right? That is something that they could focus on. The one thing that got me really excited in that Seahawks game was when he escaped to the right and hit Elijah Mitchell for that touchdown on that check down in the red zone. And so I think I would imagine that Shanahan recognizes that. I would imagine Purdy recognizes it. I think that's probably something that they will try and make sure he's not He's not doing too much. And then on the defensive side of the ball, the Dallas offensive line is great at pass blocking. And so this defense, which has been so dominant all year, is really built around getting home to the quarterback. And if Dallas is stout in their pass blocking and that defensive line can't get home, I think there are some areas to exploit in the secondary. So to me, if Dallas is in this game or if Dallas wins this game, it's because the defensive line wasn't getting pressure on Dak, and it's because the defensive line of the Dallas Cowboys got pressure on Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brian, it's interesting because we've been doing this thing where, well, maybe not you since you're the captain of the Brock Purdy hype train, but we've been doing this thing trying to find other areas, trying to find other boxes that Brock Purdy has to check. And we haven't really needed to ask those questions because he keeps checking them. But I will say, they've come back from down before with Brock Purdy. But if this I do feel that if this Cowboys team gets going early offensively and Dak kind of kicks whatever out of his head in terms of interceptions or playing poorly, and they play with that confidence, this could be a situation that we haven't seen Brock Purdy in if you're coming from down a couple scores against a defense like this. Does that worry you, even though it might be a box that he's already checked? He's now having to check it, would you say, against the best team that he's faced so far in his young career?
Sure. Up to this point, the best defense that he's faced, you could argue, is the Washington Commanders, and he played well in that game, obviously. But the only comeback he's had is against that Raiders team, which was arguably historically bad in the second half of games with some collapses that they had on the defensive side of the ball. And so while he has checked that box, he checked it against a defense that isn't quite at the level of Dallas. And so if they do go down, sure, that's a concern just because we really haven't seen it against this level of competition. But the thing that I've loved most about Purdy is his poise. It really is the part of his game that I think has allowed this offense to elevate to the level that it has. Nobody has played this position and operated this offense at this level since Kyle Shanahan has been the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. And I think that all comes back to the kid is just unflappable. And that's really not anything that you can measure. And so, was Brock Purdy the last pick in the NFL draft? He absolutely was. Was it because nobody thought that he can play the position? I think it's because he's 6'1", 220 pounds, and 6'1" is probably, being a little generous, if you will. And so I don't think teams can really measure that poise, though. And you hear his teammates talk about how no moment has been too big for him, how from the moment he stepped in the building, he's just been grinding and doing what he needs to do. And so while there is a concern there, I think his poise, his ability to overcome mistakes, his ability to shake slow starts or slow halves off and come out and light it up, right? He was 9 of 18 in the first half against Seattle, and then came out in the second half and was 9 of 11. So, I think the poise and the unflappable nature of Brock Purdy gives me confidence that I haven't had in this offense really since Shanahan has been here. There hasn't been a point in any game where I felt like, oh man, we're in trouble, or oh man, we're out of this. Even down 10 to the Raiders when you shouldn't have been, I never once wavered in they're going to figure it out. And so this Dallas defense is good, but I have faith not only in Brock Purdy, but Kyle Shanahan as play caller as well.
Brian Rennick, host of the 49ers Web Zone and the No Huddle podcast, joins us here tonight on 95.7 The Game. Let's talk about, listen, if it isn't our man Nick Bosa that becomes the Defensive Player of the Year, I think it's going to be Micah Parsons. He was the run-up a year ago to T.J. Watt. Do you see the 49ers, and you know that Kyle Shanahan is devising something probably as we speak, to utilize or take advantage of this man's athleticism, his energy, and his speed to maybe run underneath, in between him, much like that of what it is that Andy Reid in Kansas City did to Nick Bosa and influencing him upfield as they ran right at him?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think you saw it in the game last year as well. You know, there were multiple times where you could kind of see Parsons' head on a swivel, like which way do I need to go? And there were also a couple times where you saw guys like Brandon Ayuk absolutely plant him into the ground while run blocking. And so, you know, when you have a player like that, and that's the thing is Kyle Shanahan is elite at scheming around a defense's best player, especially if that player's on the line or is a pass rusher. And you think about how this team has been able to neutralize arguably the greatest inside pass rusher of all time in Aaron Donald, to the point where Donald isn't very much of a factor in any of the games that the 49ers play against the Rams anymore. And I think that has a lot to do with scheme and a lot to do with Kyle Shanahan understanding how to neutralize players like that. And so the interesting thing to me will be how often is Parsons a pass rusher and how often is Parsons out in coverage. And I think that's where Kyle Shanahan could probably exploit him as well, is out in coverage. I mean, Parsons is a great player. I'm not taking anything away from him. I understand his impact, but I just don't think that this season he's had the same level of impact as Nick Bosa. I think Bosa will be Defensive Player of the Year. And if it goes to Parsons, I think that's a snub. But he's definitely going to, like I said, he's going to at least get his once or twice in this game. The question is can you take advantage of him in other ways? And I think Kyle Shanahan will figure that out.
Brian, there's been a lot of conversation about the secondary. Deommodore Lenoir comes up with an interception against the Seahawks, but DK Metcalf, you know, he had that big catch. And besides that, Charvarius Ward, Mooney Ward, he did a decent job, and a lot of people forget that he was matched up against him in Seattle and did a pretty darn good job out there as well. But how worried are you about the secondary? And when you look at the Cowboys and this offense, CeeDee Lamb, right, he's trying to really enter stardom. I would say he's already there, but he's really trying to solidify himself as a star receiver. You got Gallup. They bring in T.Y. Hilton, who I would say is probably overachieving based on what people thought that he might do. You got Dalton Schultz and a couple other tight ends that they'll throw to as well. How worried are you about the secondary, and how much would you give this wide receiver core for the Cowboys in terms of their props?
Yeah, you know, I think if you look back at the times that this defense has struggled, it's largely struggled against teams with a clear-cut, legit wide receiver one, right? They struggled against Devontae Adams. They've struggled against DK Metcalf on Saturday. You know, they've struggled against A.J. Brown last season when he was with Tennessee. And they brought Charvarius Ward in, I think, because they recognized, hey, we struggle when teams have that dog at wide receiver one, and we need someone that can kind of match that. And I think that's why they brought in Charvarius Ward. And while Ward had a rough game on Saturday, Metcalf did get the better of him. I have a lot of faith in Ward based on how he's played, not just this season with the 49ers, but in previous seasons as well. You know, he came in to the 49ers with one of the highest grades in man coverage from Next Gen Stats in the league. And so it's in him. And I think that they're going to lean on him to try and really take CeeDee Lamb out of the game. And then it really comes down to those linebackers in coverage on those tight ends, which I think is a matchup that the 49ers like, right? With Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. Both those guys are not only, Fred Warner is elite in coverage. Fred Warner erases the middle of the field. He is arguably, and I don't even want to say arguably, he is the best coverage linebacker in the NFL, to the point where, you know, he essentially took the entire Miami Dolphins offense away from them based on his play in that game. And so those tight ends are dangerous, but with Jimmy Ward, with Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and even Hufanga and Gibson, I think that they can hold their own. And so, I mean, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, I'm telling the Cowboys, you have to beat me with T.Y. Hilton and see if he can do it. And so it'll be interesting to see if they do man up more, or if they play what is a bread and butter, which is a lot of zone. But yeah, I'm concerned just because, you know, anytime you've got a potent passing attack that you're going against, you're going to be concerned for your secondary. But I think the 49ers, and I know I have a lot of faith in Mooney Ward, and Diamador Lenore stepped up last week. He's been having some rough games, but yeah, I'm excited to see if he can carry that over as well.
Bri, before we let you go, give me a final score on Sunday.
Oh man, I on our No Huddle podcast, I have picked the 49ers in every single game this season. I'm not going to stop now, and so I am going to pick the 49ers. This is, I would argue, probably the toughest game that they've played since that Kansas City Chiefs game. This Cowboys team is balanced. They've got a great defense. The offense has been sputtering a little bit. They kind of put it together against the Bucs on Monday night, but the 49ers also beat that Bucs team 35-7 just about 4 weeks ago. So as impressive as that win was for the Cowboys to get that monkey off their back in terms of winning a road playoff game, I don't think that is necessarily a precursor to, a dominant run through the playoffs. And so I think Kyle Shanahan knows Dan Quinn better than maybe Dan Quinn knows himself. And I think he's going to have some things ready for Quinn and that defense that they're not ready for. And so I'm going to say that the 49ers, I'm actually going to go out on a limb and say that they are going to keep this 30-point streak alive. They're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys 30-24.
Ooh, okay. Relatively close. There you go. For all of you that are online, you got an app, go right to your MGM or Bet Spurts, whatever it is, and lay down the money because you just heard from the man, Brian Rennick. Hey, Brian, thanks so much for the time.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a great one.
That's Brian Rennick, host of the 49ers Web Zone and the No Huddle podcast. So a lot of people see this thing as close.
It's hard to see a blowout, right? I think I'm trying to figure out. I don't think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were very good. And I know they weren't good on offense. I guess, I don't know. Todd Bowles prides himself on that defense, and the Cowboys put up points. But again, they put up points because the offense, the Buccaneers offense couldn't do anything. So I don't know if I'm likening it, Dan, to when you play against some scrubs in whatever sport, right? And then you start feeling good about yourself. And then you go up against some dogs, and it kind of humbles you a little bit. And I think the Cowboys, you could say the same. The reason you can't say the same thing about the Niners because the Niners have been rolling. So yes, the Seahawks weren't great, but the Niners have been rolling. You look at the Cowboys; they've had, just like Brian said, they've been sputtering a little bit offensively. They're losing to teams that they shouldn't. So I don't know if what they did against the Bucs was an aberration or if it just clicked and now they feel like they can get it rolling.
No, I think they're a good team. I think the Bucs stink, but, Seattle stinks too, and the 49ers took care of them. So you take care of those teams you need to, and you beat the hell out of them and you move on. So credit to them. I think they're a good football team. I really do. I think Dak Prescott's a better than average quarterback. I think that their defense is legit. Again, this isn't a reflection on them. It's about the San Francisco 49ers. Mm-hmm. And if I was to compare these two teams a year ago, which I've done throughout the entire show, and you were to think about San Francisco winning that game on the road at Dallas after they had been on the road more than any team in the history of the NFL, I think 12 road games, and they had to play all those games in the postseason, including the elimination game on the road at SoFi, and the story goes on. And you compare them to this year where they're healthy, and they're just scary deep at every position. And they're so balanced offensively, defensively. And I get it. There's always a level of trepidation and hesitation when your team, if you're a Niner fan and you don't want to get out in front and say, we're better than everybody, we're just going to stomp the Dallas Cowboys. But get used to it. You're going to stomp the Dallas Cowboys. Not because the Cowboys are a crappy team this year. It's just that the Niners are that much better.
Yeah.
I just don't see what it is, how this thing is going to suddenly get derailed or off the tracks. They're just too healthy. Now you're working Deebo into the equation. It's too much.
I mean, I don't know, Dan. You are one mistake away on both sides from this thing being flipped.
They've made mistakes.
Yeah. You talk about giving a team hope. They gave the Seahawks hope. Now, I know they've played the Seahawks. That was their third time. They gave the Seahawks hope. The Seahawks just weren't good enough, right? You can't. A team like the Cowboys, I feel like they need that momentum. But what I will say this, if for some reason, if the Niners are able to get out and score early, and like Brian said, if they're able to put up 30, I just don't trust Dak Prescott to not throw an it's been a while, Dan, and I'm not even going to bring up your boy, but Dak Prescott has some no throws. He definitely does. He has worse.
What has it got to do with Jimmy Garoppolo?
Because that's the term. That's the
your term.
That's not my term. Everybody
you hang
says
on
it.
to that thing
It's not my term.
Falling off
Everybody
cliff.
says it, not just me. Dak Prescott has the
Every
no throw.
quarterback has an
No, but Dan, Dak Prescott has an interception problem.
No, he does. He's a turnover machine.
If the Niners are able to put him in a position where he needs to throw the football, I just don't trust that he's not going to throw at least one interception, and I think that will be the difference in the game. If Dak plays a clean game, this could be dicey, but I don't trust Dak Prescott to play a clean game.
Dak can play a clean game.
He can play a clean game against the Bucs.
Yeah, he can play. I'll say give him a clean game against the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers who lead the NFL in interceptions. They lead the NFL in takeaways. Mm-hmm. Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt, and he plays a clean game. I still don't see a road to victory for the Dallas Cowboys. And
I see a very close game. I see a coin flip. If Dak plays well, I know it's the Bucs, but if that Dak does come on to San Francisco, I think it would be a close game. I don't think I can for sure say if Dak plays a clean game. But that's what I'm saying. We're all talking, and we all assume that Dak's not going to, because he hasn't. I did want to talk about this, Dan. This is the battle, I would say, of the unfinished business in a way, because the Cowboys feel like they have unfinished business because of how they ended last year's playoff run with the weird, he ran when he shouldn't have ran, and he didn't give the ball to the ref, and the Niners win. The Niners went to the NFC Championship last season and lost, right, to the Rams, a division rival. So they both feel like they have unfinished business. So I think that's another part of this where, look, it's all bulletin board material. It shouldn't make you play any harder or than you already would have. But I do think it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I don't see the unfinished business part. Maybe for the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know. I don't live in Big D, but I don't see the unfinished business part with the 49ers. I think if Jimmy Garoppolo was still the quarterback, maybe that's a little bit more applicable. I think the complexion of this team is so different. And I think this team expects to win. If you watch enough football, you grow up with this stuff, you can just sense it, man. The 49ers are so much clearly better than this team. The only thing, and listen, if I lose my sweatshirt to you, if they lose this game or if it's a close game, the only thing that I cannot account for is Brock Purdy. I'm getting out in front of this right now is while he's playing well, and I think he's going to continue on that trajectory. If the bad game happens, if he gets wide-eyed or if something happens in a big moment, I can't see. That's the one thing I can't handicap because I've never seen it before. We are still, as I've continued to say, watching his body of work unveil in front of our very eyes. So I have no recall. I have nothing that I can bounce this off of. I can't say, well, I've seen him in the playoffs, and I like Jimmy Garoppolo in big games. I know the 49er fans don't like him in big games in the playoffs. I don't know what the hell playoff games you are watching. Jimmy Garoppolo gets it done. I have more confidence in him than I would say Brock Purdy right now, simply because I just don't know about Brock Purdy. That's not a reflection or an indictment or going after Brock Purdy, but rather, again, there is this huge unknown factor when it comes to this guy. That's the only thing, if I was to qualify the fact that I think the Niners are going to roll these guys, it's just that Brock Purdy may suddenly come down to earth.
Yeah, and really coming down to earth, honestly, Dan, if coming down to earth could also just be, and I hate to say this word, just be luck or unluck. I mean, has Brock Purdy even had a ball? We were talking a couple weeks ago about...
he's been lucky.
Well, we've been talking a couple weeks ago about interceptions that aren't necessarily the QB's fault, right? It hits you in the hands, but you tip off your hands and somebody comes in and intercepts it. Even something like that. So it's not even necessarily about Brock Purdy completely misread something. He has not even had any of those type of dicey situations where the ball just hasn't really bounced his way. The only thing I would say about the unfinished business, Dan, I would say the Cowboys more immediate. They just lost to the Niners. I think for the Niners, this is a culmination. You've had Shanahan, you're back in the playoffs. You've been to a Super Bowl. You've been to an NFC Championship. When are you going to do it? You have the team. You have right now you have the QB. Right now you have the team. You have the momentum. It's unfinished business because he's never finished the business. So at some point, you got to do it. And it reminds me, you can say every year, and I know they're going to catch a stray. I know I pick on them. Gonzaga has unfinished business in the March Madness because every year they get close and they can't do it. So it's not necessarily this immediate, they got us last year. But at some point, Shanahan and that team, they got to get it done. And I love my last chance very similar to the coach at ELAC at East Los Angeles. He's never won a state championship.
The hell are you
He's
talking
gotten
about?
close.
Okay.
He's gotten close. I'm just saying it's unfinished business.
No, ELAC, you threw me a curveball there, but I know where you're going with it. So, the one thing, and I don't know who I was reading, and this makes sense to me when it comes to Brock Purdy, is that Brock Purdy, someone was asked to, heap his praise, and he talked about all the things that Purdy has done well. Mm-hmm. And it's a long laundry list. But then they said, well, what are the things that he is not doing well that could scare you potentially coming up on Sunday? And he said, and this really resonated with me, the one thing that he sees him doing frequently that's not good is that he's missing guys. Okay, he's missing some guys, and you can do that against Seattle. But if you leave plays on the field consistently, that's a high wire act. And against a team like that of Dallas, it can come back and bite you in the butt. If you're leaving plays on the field because you missed Deebo or you're missing a seam route simply because you didn't see it or you got out of the pocket too quickly and decided that you wanted to run and dance and show off your speed or the lack thereof, whatever it is, and you're leaving potential big plays on the field, that always typically, according to, I think it might have been Chris Sims, says typically what happens is that at some point in time will come back and it will get you.
Yeah. And I am interested in the X and O's behind what Brian Rennick said because, look, I got fried when I talked about what Brock Purdy hadn't been doing at one time. At one point, he wasn't really throwing to his right too much. And the next thing we did see is he does love to go to his left. Everybody, hey, well, this, that, the third. I don't know. I'm not a defensive coordinator in the NFL, so I don't know how they're going to scheme it. I think it was really interesting what Brian said because Kyle Shanahan probably notices it as well. And that's a question because you don't want Brock thinking, though. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, do you tell him?
No. And I don't know how he mentioned this, and I get it. Okay, so say your natural reaction is to roll to that side. What is it, to his left?
Mm-hmm.
How are you supposed to defend that? What's the advantage Dallas has?
I was going to ask that. Is it an overload situation?
There's not.
Yeah.
There's nothing. You're really going to overload that side of the field and leave whoever it is.
Well, I mean...
I get what you're saying.
If you know he's going that way, you scheme so that somebody's...
It's so in the moment that I don't know, because you're talking about a play that's broken down, we're going schoolyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how you schematically will defend that other than, I don't know, maybe you occasionally will bring, if you're going to bring pressure against Purdy, you would bring it to that side maybe.
Yeah.
So that he's going to naturally roll into that, or you're going to make him awkwardly go to a place he doesn't want to.
Or you let him go to his left, but then you make sure whatever receivers are over there, because now he's got to throw across his body, which you're not supposed to do.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that if we're to break down some of the we're up against. We'll continue the Brock Purdy conversation. There's one thing I wanted to get to that, let's just wrap it up before we get to the break, is that when he does that, I know he's throwing the ball away. You just hope that he doesn't try and make something out of nothing. Now, he's been really good at just saying, I'm running, this has been fun, outran some guys, but I'll live to see another day. He's done that exceptionally well for a young player. You just wonder, is this the game, the big moment where he tries to fit it into something that wasn't there, or tries to go across his body because he sees a guy, but because he doesn't have the arm strength, a DB closes in on that thing? I mean,
Diggs, that's his thing. He'll get toasted, but he'll intercept some balls.
Oh, remember Diggs going into this game a year ago? He led the world in interceptions. All right, we're going to continue the conversation. Time to talk some Warriors. Move off on the Niners briefly. Alan Stiles and Dan Devone get into the Dubs next.
Business owners, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify at paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see Signature Kitchen Suite's full line of luxury built-in appliances, including the first Pro range on the market with built-in sous vide, induction, and gas all on one cooktop. And now it's easier to build the kitchen of your dreams with the Dream Suite Savings Program with additional bonus rebates. You can see all of the Signature Kitchen Series appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network with advanced gig speed Wi-Fi and cyber threat protection in one solution. Get started for just $49.99 a month. Plus, add Comcast Business Mobile and you can save up to 60% a year on your wireless bill. And ask how to get up to a $750 prepaid card.
Flight 291 is now aboard.
Yep, you're going places. And when you get there, be ready to do business. The complete connectivity solution from the company that powers more small businesses than any other provider. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. New 50 megabits per second internet and Comcast Business Security Edge customers only. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig internet required for gig Wi-Fi. Mobile Savings compares pricing of top 3 carriers.
I wanted to know why some people who get COVID-19 get it so bad. I found out it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, smoking, and asthma. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, there are things you can do, like asking your healthcare provider if an authorized oral treatment is right for you. Learn about an option at treatcovid19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
1 pill in the morning, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
No H2O is the leading waterless mobile auto detailer in the Bay Area, offering a full range of detailing services. No H2O comes to your home, business, or wherever is most convenient for you and gives your car a great wash with no water. No H2O auto detailing is ultra convenient and gets great scratch-free results for your car. And remember, no water is used. Call Brian today at 925-238-8182, 925-238-8182, or visit them at noh2owalnutcreek.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
So the text line just going right after us. By the way, speaking of the text line, where is my man? Because let's just keep the streak going. Yes, Jimmy can jacket. There you go. The streak is alive. We're now at 59 consecutive shows. Where I've gone with jacket. Thank you very much. So 59 consecutive shows where I've appeased my man. I think he's the 510. I love that dude, by the way. So Styles and Devone, not enough pull to get him to the White House to see the NBA champs. Warriors be honored, but we do have one of our own who was there.
Whitley was there, capturing the whole thing. You can check that out on our Twitter page and Instagram.
Yeah, so
Maybe
Whitley,
TikTok too.
Whitley was there, man. She took care of things from the White House. Congratulations to the Golden State Warriors, chopping it up with one President Joe Biden. Of course, they refused to go during the Trump era when they won a title. Steph Curry and company, as well as Steve Kerr, said, no, we're not down with that. But now back into the White House. Of course, they coordinated things after that victory against the Washington Wizards. So let's just set the stage. Tomorrow night, they're taking on the Boston Celtics. And then after that, they go back-to-back again because they got to take on Cleveland. I'm not saying it's vital, but it is. When we talk about big games and big, to end a road trip, I would say this is the biggest two games on the road to date. They're obviously going to get bigger as the season goes along. But if you can win one of the two, it means you come home with a winning road trip. Is there one after? I think
no, after that, it's Nets. It would have been the KD return, but he's injured.
So you would go 3-2 if you can beat either Boston and or the Cleveland Cavaliers, which I think is gigantic. To come home on this 5-game swing and come home with a winning record at 3-2 for a team that has been absolutely horrible on the road. And I think if you know anything about back-to-backs and the Golden State Warriors, for a team that's on the wrong side of 30 as far as their stars are concerned, there's not going to be any Klay Thompson. Steve Kerr, we've seen this before. He may shut everybody down. So I think that win has got to come tomorrow night because I ain't going to happen against Cleveland.
This is a tough little mini gauntlet for the Warriors because you got the Celtics, Cavs back-to-back. That's tough. We know what Donovan Mitchell's been doing, and the Celtics have been a machine. Then Sunday, you have the Nets, and although, yes, they don't have Kevin Durant, I mean, they're a respectable team. You can't just mark them as an L. And then on Wednesday, Dan, you got Memphis. You got Memphis on Wednesday. So to your point, you got to get one of these just to feel good about coming home. But I'm going to tell you what, it's not going to be easy because you beat those Celtics and you beat them good. And they didn't forget that because they were playing really well. The Warriors, after they lost that game, the Celtics had a little scuffle there, and now they're back rolling again. So they're not going to forget about that. You're in Boston. You know they're going to boo the heck out of Draymond Green.
You hope they just boo. It's going to be more than that.
It's going to be more than that.
Go back to the Barstool F.U. Draymond.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, these two games, the pessimistic Warriors fan is coming back out, Dan, because I'm just hoping. I think it's a great call about Steve Kerr possibly resting the soldiers against the Cavs. I'm not even talking about 2 wins. I'm talking about you got to be respectable. If whatever games the starters play in, you got to be respectable. Even if you lose, you can't have two snoozers, just 2 absolute blowouts. You can't have it.
You got to be competitive against Boston. My only concern about Boston, you're afraid of Memphis. I think they got Memphis' number, believe it or not. But the one thing, speaking of having guys' numbers, how long or how many times are they pushing fate of keeping Jason Tatum under wraps?
Right.
He went for 51, I think, the other night. They pretty much keep him in check. I just get that feeling that his breakout game is coming against the Golden State Warriors, and tomorrow it could be.
Yeah.
That could be the night. Because, I mean, even going back to the finals, he didn't really go off. And this is a guy who's considered in the MVP conversation.
Right.
And the Warriors have done a really good job of locking this dude up. And I just wonder whether, and he's like, I need to make a statement.
Yeah, even though it feels, because you said that you feel like the Warriors have the Grizzlies number a little bit. But couldn't you say that about the Celtics? I mean, we are a ridiculous Al Horford 3-point, shootout and away from the finals not even being as close as they were. So I don't know. I think at some point the Warriors are going to lose to the Grizzlies in the regular season. They play them 4 times, and they very well could lose to the Celtics. But I think you could say that they have both of their numbers, to be completely honest with you.
It'll be a lot of fun, and of course, all of it right here on 95.7 The Game. When we talk about the Warriors, they're showing signs. They're taking steps. Looks like Steph again after the injury. Wiggins is still rusty, and you hope that tomorrow could be maybe the breakout game. He's not the same. Clay will be back. They're headed in the right. I know I've said this before. The one issue I have now, maybe this is attributed to the injuries of Weissman and Jonathan Kuminga, but I think Steve Kerr likes to play this style of play, and it won you a championship last year, so I get it. He's not going to get off of it anytime soon. You talk about Memphis. You can talk about the rest of the league. The Warriors and their idea of playing 5 out, essentially, and living and dying by the 3, the rest of the league has caught up to that, as we have often noted. In a lot of regards, they have passed the Warriors.
Yeah.
And it's almost cyclical where the big man has now come back into the fold. Who's the MVP candidate right now? Obviously, it's Jokic, I think. And Jokic and Denver are good because of Jokic and a big. Who's the best out in the East? I would say Milwaukee, and it's no coincidence that it's Giannis, yet another big. You talk about Memphis. Memphis is gigantic, starting with Adams, starting with, the kid out of Gonzaga, Brandon Clark, and then Jaren Jackson. The Warriors in this idea that we won one and it validated that they continue to do this 5 and out and live and die by the 3. Cam, if you're standing by, this to me, it wasn't just a flash of PBJ getting some run because, they needed him. Mm-hmm. I want to see more of a 6'10" dude like that of PBJ.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Cam. Let her go. Thank you very much. I really want to see. I want to see a team that's vertically challenged, and you got a guy at 6'10" that's showing you he's got some potential and some ups. That it's not we got no one else to play. Let's use PBJ. He's sitting there at the end of the bench. He should maybe not get in the rotation, but you need to see some height because every darn team comes into town or on the road, and the Warriors are just clearly, whoever it is, they're just out-rebounded. There's putbacks simply because they're just not as big and they can't match up with the height underneath.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Dan, when you mentioned that the Warriors have been passed by, some teams still have those traditional bigs like the DeAndre Aytons of the world, but they've also been passed by in the and I know this sounds crazy because they won a championship, but just in the way of not even having a traditional big like they don't. But the dudes that they have are still 6'9", 6'10", but they're those wings, right? They're just really big wings. So it's not so much when everyone's, well, what center do you want? It's not even necessarily about that. They're just a smaller team, period. And I'm looking here, Dan, you know what it is, and I know he was injured a bit last season and during the finals. Robert Williams, he's licking his chops. He's getting ready to lick his chops going up against the Warriors. And it might be, you better work on your pump fakes, Warriors, because it might be a block party.
So the text line is saying on the 510, it's not their offense, it's their defense. Well, bigs, as it relates to the Golden State Warriors, I'm talking about defense as well, because they have no one to counter a Robert Williams. They have no threat in the paint. You can be big and just I've seen whether it's Vucevic, who has a career game against these guys, Porzingis had big numbers. Bigs just go off on the Warriors because there's no one to challenge you in the paint. Draymond is having an amazing season. He might be the defensive player of the year. At least he's going to get in that conversation, but he is 6'6" at the end of the day. And 6'6" against 6'9", 6'10", and 7-footers, while Draymond does a remarkable job, there's an easy way to do it, and that is just get some big bodies who have some potential. And when I see a kid like that, a PBJ, I know it sounds a little ridiculous, and people overlook the fact, oh, come on, man, move off on PBJ. But he's 6'10" and showing you that he can do some things. Why be so dismissive of a guy like that?
Yeah.
Because you don't have any. I mean, Kevon Looney is the only guy that you can rely on that can mix it up in the paint and get you rebounds, offensive and defensive rebounds. Aside from that, who? Who are we relying on?
So, I mean, yeah, because even the Wiggins rebounds, you can't rely on them because that's based on who he's guarding, where he's going to be on the floor. So that's a little bit different than booking. This guy's going to be underneath the basket, waiting to get a rebound. I would
consider Wiggins a big to counter other bigs.
No, I wouldn't either. He can have some good rebounding games, but you can't book him in for said amount of rebounds because he's not always going to be under the basket. He rebounds good for his position, right? I think you would say he rebounds good, period, but not compared to bigs who we get paid to get rebounds. Well, I don't have to worry about my offensive skill set. I get paid to get rebounds.
You know, one thing that I did recognize, at least it should be evident, I think, to a lot of people, is that it's not desperation, but Steph Curry has intimated as much that we're now past the halfway point, right? Mm-hmm. We're in the game like 45, that enough, guys. We can no longer take the one step forward, two back. It's time now. We have to stop showing signs. We got to start making our push here, okay? Mm-hmm. We've been treading water and sort of sinking for a while. It's time. And he said as much, and then I don't know if you happen to catch this in game against Washington. He's being vocal. Mm-hmm. Anthony Lamb made a stupid foul against Porzingis, and Steph Curry let him have it.
Yeah.
And you don't see that very frequently. Matter of fact, you never see it. But he chewed him out. Chewed out as far as Steph Curry chewing somebody out. But he let him know that is not acceptable. Knock that off, dude. Mm-hmm. Be smart.
Yeah.
And let him know right there on the court. I think there's a sense of, again, it's not desperation, but it's go time. And I think the veterans are letting the kids and everyone else know that we've been patient, but it's time to put it into another gear.
Yeah. Look, you have time until you don't have time. That can be applied to basically every part, every facet of life. And I think that's where the Warriors are at now. We don't, at this point, look, there's a lot of rumors going around in terms of what ownership wants to do or front office wants to do compared to what the coaching staff thinks that they need. Until they make a move, right? They're not even really good moves. I still haven't seen anybody come up with a really good move for the Warriors to make that doesn't include giving up one of their young pieces. And if you're good with giving up one of the young pieces, then that's fine. I don't know that the Warriors are going to do that. So they are who they are. They have who they have, and they need to find a way to make it work. We had a lot of similar conversations last season. Now, you saw more high of highs last season, but you also saw some low lows too, and you saw them getting owned on the glass, and they just win in spite of it, Dan. But what we're seeing now is that they're not winning in spite of it. You know, a couple games ago when the Warriors, they had a chance, I believe it might have been against the Pistons or somebody like that, and they just, every time they finally got them to miss, they couldn't get the rebound because they had to go fast five, and that's the one thing with Kevon Looney, why I talk about more of those hybrid guys or just bigger guys. Kevon Looney can't run with those guys. So when that second half or whatever, I don't know if you've noticed this, Dan, but the second half, I don't know if the game speeds up or whatever it is, Kevon Looney a lot of times is not as, he doesn't play as much. And I thought maybe he would get more run now with Kuminga out, but they're just choosing to stay small because the other team, they have different lineups that they're either able to get up and down the court. And Steve Kerr, from what we've seen, said, all right, well, I got to sit Kevon Looney here, or whatever the case may be, down the stretch. And we've seen some of those losses have come from big rebounds that the team wasn't able to get. So I think it's definitely go time. And I think Steph, Draymond's back. Have we done a show since Draymond brought the podcast back?
No.
So he's back.
Yeah.
Right? We can get into that a little bit later as well. They know that they can't fall too far behind because that flip, that switch, that whole deal, you can only flip it if you're close enough to flip it. If you get too far down, it doesn't matter what type of switch you can flip. It does not matter because it's too far gone.
Yeah, it's not only flipping a switch on the season, but I think even in games, this idea, and there was sort of their MO going back in the day that, it's like playing with a kiddie for 3 quarters, but we'll flip the switch in the game in the fourth quarter. You can't do that anymore. First of all, you're older, and secondly, you don't have the personnel to do that. So they're living dangerously, which is why they got to play better as far as turnovers early in contests. Someone of the 415 is trying to tell me Steven Adams is no longer in Memphis. Unless something happened as of within the last couple of hours or in the last day or so, I think Steven Adams is still definitely part of the front line of the Memphis Grizzlies.
According to Google, he is.
Yeah. All right. I wanted to highlight and just talk about one guy that is completely, I think, at least in my estimation, done a complete about-face, and that's Anthony Lamb.
Mm-hmm.
Again, one of the reasons why I'm slow to Brock Purdy is because he looks like a dude who should be delivering my paper.
I walked past 3 guys today in the city when I was going to the gym. I walked past at least 3 guys today that I did a double take I thought was Brock Purdy.
Oh, you need to stop. Are you stalking this man?
No.
So you need to get a restraining order?
Look, we talked about De La Salle earlier. I went to school with at least 14, 15 guys that look like Brock Purdy.
He's one of those guys that looks like somebody, but you don't know exactly who it is. Brock Purdy, by the way, we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers and how he's made this amazing ascent to what he's doing right now as a third stringer. He did the exact same thing at Iowa State.
Mm-hmm.
He came in as a freshman and was number 3 on the depth chart. Like, they had their starter, they had their backup.
Right.
And again, it was almost the exact same blueprint where he just balled out. And they kept saying, well, you're smaller and, you're not that guy. By the middle of the season, he had taken over the starting quarterback position of that of Iowa State and didn't relinquish it for 4 years. So this is nothing new to this guy.
He's not new to this. He's true to this, Dan.
So I want to talk about Anthony Lamb, man. I look at him and there's something about his body type. He's just not very well put together as far as NBA players are concerned. He looks like a G League guy.
He's another tweener.
Yeah, but he doesn't excite me. You see the guy and you're like, what is that? Lumpy, just sort of doesn't have the athleticism. But the measuring stick for me is when the ball's in his hand, do I have a sense, do I feel good? Like something more often than not is something good going to come out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I'm at with this guy.
Yeah.
Like when he puts it on the floor and wants to get to the rim, now I'm at a point where like this guy can finish or he's going to get to the line. He makes good basketball plays. And when he's shooting an open J, I'm like, that's an awkward looking Jimmy, man. But that thing, he's coming straight, string music more often than not. He's hitting that thing. So he's grown on me. I feel as though this weird looking dude is making more positive plays for that of the Golden State Warriors than he is negative.
Yeah, and I think because of the fact that he has hit those threes early and he's hit, whether they're wide open or not, he's making the defenses respect his shot. So now that opens everything up because now he can get to the cup. He can facilitate, do some things. And that's the thing, Dan. I mean, at this point, is he when we say, okay, well, these guys are it was very clear Ty Jerome was playing because of the injured guard. Steph Curry was out.
I'm not down with Ty, though.
Okay, that's fine. Anthony Lamb, unless you're saying he's taking Kuminga's minutes, he's been getting run basically all season.
But he was getting run when Kuminga was
exactly. So he's not necessarily filling as a two-way player. Okay, he's helping us out for now. I think Steve Kerr. No, this guy's a part of the rotation.
That's interesting.
And I'm starting to think about
playoffs start tomorrow. You're playing Boston. Is he in that? Is he getting run?
I guess we got to see what Kuminga is when he comes back.
Well, Kuminga's going to be part of the rotation.
Okay,
I think we've already established.
Okay,
that.
Well, they have their starting 5, and then on the bench you have.
So you're going to go 9 deep with. You're going to go
Anthony
9
Lamb.
deep with Anthony Lamb.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you got to sign him if you want to.
Well, they're going to do that. But then again, where's Weissman in all of this? So it's some interesting decisions. I mean, really, can you? I know it sounds weird. It sounds sort of gross, to be honest with you, that this is the defending champs and this guy's part of the equation to winning when you look at Anthony Lamb. But how do you? What is it that you would say? Why remove him?
Well, I would say, yeah, this is a championship team. It's a team that won a championship last year that's been playing mediocre basketball all season.
Yeah.
But he's been a part of what success that they've had. So, and I think it's a good point because when you look at how this came to be, it's not easy to win over fans when we don't know who you are or we want somebody else. Anthony Lamb has gotten pretty close to winning me over in terms of, all right, when he's in the game, he does.
I feel good
he
when the
plays
ball's
pretty
in his
well.
hand.
Yeah.
They give it to him on the wing. I'm like, you know what? I feel more confident with the ball in his hands than I do Jordan Poole. Because Jordan Poole will be amazing, but I will tell you right now, put me on the witness stand, I do not feel confident because I'm not exactly sure. He's so hit or miss. Like he can.
All right, Dan.
He can break down a defense, but that ball could bounce off his leg. He could shoot a 3 and come up straight, beautiful, net the thing, and then the next one, he's missing everything.
I think he's getting real close to one air ball a game. I don't know what that is, but I feel like I see one air ball from him again. But stop it. Stop that.
Well, I'm just saying that there is when I think about Jordan Poole, because he's just still growing, but he's so important to this team because he is such a fabulous scorer. And the way he scores with his speed, I love watching him play, but he's just, and I've always maintained this, he is not consistent. And that's understandable for a young basketball player who's got all the potential and the upside in the world. But I also think that the bigger picture is that it lends to that, aside from Steph, who's consistent on this team? Who can you say, because they are a very inconsistent basketball team. And I think Jordan Poole at times is the poster child. Like he does not put together, like Steph, you pretty much roll him out there. And this used to be the Warriors. This used to be their DNA. You know what you're getting. This is the best team in the NBA. Let's just roll out the crew and then plug in the likes of Livingston or Barbosa or whomever. You know what's going to happen. But now it's good some nights, and then we get excited, and all of a sudden it leaves them for a couple of games, and it comes back. I think the level of consistency is where the concern should be with this basketball team, and I think it all starts with Jordan Poole.
So Steph is consistent. Clay, I would now put in that category. Clay's
come back.
He's come back, and he's come back in a big way. So kudos
but are you
to Clay.
willing to say that this is Clay going forward?
I am now, because this stretch has
I would
been
agree with you.
Going for a while now. Draymond Green, I mean, that fourth quarter from Draymond Green, can we talk about that for a second?
Yeah, Draymond's been consistent the entire year defensively. I'm saying on the offensive end, who consistently are you going to say, okay, that's going to that's our 20 to 25?
Yeah, unfortunately, Andrew Wiggins, that injury, he hasn't been able to get his footing yet. But I would say, and you know what? Before I even continue to go in that direction, when Andrew Wiggins was rolling at the beginning of the year, Clay wasn't doing anything. So maybe if there's any light at the end of the tunnel, Dan, they got to work through it. But if these guys do start clicking like they did last year, you can live with Jordan Poole being inconsistent if you have consistency from 3 starters. So if Andrew Wiggins, kind of figures out where he was offensively, he was on a great year shooting from 3 before he got injured, I feel much better about it. But I guess to counter you, I would say, how many teams have more than 3 consistent scorers?
But the Warriors have not been any team in the NBA. That's my point, is that this is a team, if it wants to get back to winning an NBA championship, we got to see and recognize that consistency.
Okay, last year, who were their 3 consistent scorers?
Wiggins, Jordan Poole, I guess, at times. I mean, I get what you're saying, and it came towards the end of the season, and obviously Curry. Who am I leaving out here? I guess it was Jordan Poole's ascension towards the end of the season.
Well, I think it's this. It just has to be a group of 3 on any given night. If you want to win a game, if you want the best shot to win a game, you need 3 consistent scores on any given night. Doesn't necessarily matter who it is, right? But just throughout the course of it. So if we're looking at Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Steph, and Jordan Poole, 3 of those 4 have to not be, you can't be ice cold. And if you are, then you need something from the bench. So I don't think it has to be, I don't think teams have 3 consistent scores. You just have to have 3 consistent scores in a night.
So if the ball's out of the wing and Jordan Poole is dribbling and looking for an opening, and then also the ball goes out of the other wing and it's Anthony Lamb who just catches and is either looking to make the pass or make the smart play, you feel more confident with Jordan Poole putting it on the deck?
Can he just shoot?
I'm just saying. I get a sense of confidence when it's in Anthony Lamb's hand and Jordan Poole.
They're 2 different jobs, though. They're 2 different expectations. We got to get to.
All right, we continue here on 95.7 The Game. I want to plug what it is that I just pitched. And I'm talking about an in-house sort of basketball tournament here at 95.7 The Game. We'll continue. We wrap up the show on the other side right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. Fast just got a whole lot faster.
Xfinity has the fastest internet with up to 6 gig speed. Plus, Xfinity Mobile is the fastest mobile service with 5G and millions of Wi-Fi hotspots. You heard that right. Xfinity just increased internet speeds again. And Xfinity Mobile gives you can't catch me speeds. The fastest internet, the fastest mobile service, and major savings? Can't argue with the facts. Now through March 21st, new customers can get started with 1.2 gig internet with unlimited data included. It's all just $50 a month for 2 full years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/faster. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Thank you to all of the business owners who kept people employed during the pandemic. For all you've done, you may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Paychex is proud to have helped more than 45,000 businesses secure over $9.2 billion in ERTC claims, an average of $190,000 per business. 50 years and thousands of experts in HR, payroll, benefits, and insurance. You may be eligible to claim the Employee Retention Tax Credit, a payroll tax refund from the United States Treasury Department, applicable to businesses who kept employees on payroll during the pandemic. The window is closing to claim your refund. Contact Paychex to see if you qualify. Visit paychex.com/ERTC to find out how Paychex can help you get additional cash into your business. Paychex.com/ERTC. Paychex.com/ERTC.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
The Manufacturers RV Show is back. See hundreds of RVs from dealers all over the West Coast. Don't miss the 34th Annual Manufacturers RV Show at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton, January 21st through the 29th.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Shop limited time deals at the Truckload event at Lowe's, happening now. Save big on your favorites across the store. During this event, get up to 50% off select tools and accessories. Plus, find the perfect floor tile for your home for less. Get up to 50% off select styles while you can. Head to your local Lowe's store or visit Lowes.com to shop the Truckload event today. Valid 12/29 through 1/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowes.com for details. Discount taken at time of purchase.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
So I was right in the midst of putting together the big basketball tournament.
Okay.
Right here at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dan is real big on this, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty excited. So what we're going to do now, we're in the infant stages. We're brainstorming right now, okay? Mm. We're throwing stuff against the wall and see if any of it's going to stick. All right?
Okay.
So what we want to do is we thought about doing a little 3-on-3. Guru will hit me up from time to time and say, Devone, you got some run. He's really he's playing in a league. I don't know if it's full court. Right. He's like, can you play? You know, I got
in the city?
Got an opening. I don't know if it's in the city. He just said you got an opportunity. I said, now, man, my schedule's kind of busy. So I don't know if we go 3-on-3 tournaments. It's a little bit too competitive. Maybe, we want to get everybody involved. So I thought what we would do is a horse tournament.
Okay.
But I mean a competitive horse tournament. Like we're shooting jimmies. We're shooting free throws. I want to, we got to make a shot. Mm-hmm. All right? And we'll do it in teams. And so right here at 95.7 The Game, and we'll let people wager on this as well.
Right.
All right? From what you know of all of us, including Lucas, my man Alan Stiles, Guru, Chuck upstairs. I just was texting with Chuck because we want his cameraman to be part of this.
Right.
And all of the personalities here. Someone suggested that we get Willard involved. Apparently Dibbs has got no game whatsoever. We can, we'll put that out there because I don't think the fans have any idea as to who can play this game or not, or who's an athlete or who's not.
Right.
And so we'll get out there. We will televise this. We'll get a camera. It's not going to be live, but we will play a horse game. And I don't want this thing to be sloppy. I want this to be well put together. So
buttoned up.
I'm thinking right now, if we were to put together teams, like a team of horse. First of all, can you do that in the game of horse, or is it sort of an individual?
No, I mean, it would be like shooting pool with two people. It's just your turn when it's your turn.
Actually, you know what? You can't do teams. So what we would do is we would just go 3 at a time, and you would advance to the next round. So what we have to do is have at least 9, if not 6 players, and then you get it down to the final 2. Right?
I like teams. How can we do teams?
Well, you can't do teams in horse. Anybody want to chime in? You got a live mic over there. We could use some sort of input. If there's some way that we can work in teams. Okay.
Look,
Lucas is here, and Lucas scares me.
Okay.
You'll go to horse racing, man. The only time, the most money I won on horse racing is that there was this horse called Lyrical Table, and all I remember was he was getting dusted, and no one gave him any respect, sort of like Smarty Jones. And I just remember hearing the PA guy going at Bay Meadows because I couldn't see the horse, and all of a sudden I heard his Lyrical Table, the threat on the outside. I was like, go, Lyrical, go! This horse just came down the stretch. The threat on the outside. That's Lucas. He's the threat on the outside.
But listen to me. Let's say it's me, you.
Go ahead. You didn't acknowledge any of that, but go ahead.
That was awesome, Dan.
What are you saying?
It's me, you, Lucas, and Cam, right? It's you and Lucas.
Cam,
no.
Cam's on the fence.
Just hang on. I'm trying to explain to you how you could do teams.
Okay.
It's you and Lucas versus me and Cam.
Okay.
You shoot first. Me and Cam decide who goes first for our team.
Okay.
You shoot
I get
first.
Where you go. Okay.
You make it, so I have to match you. You shoot first, you miss. I shoot it, I make it.
So Lucas the letter is hung on the team.
Lucas, Lucas has to match me. This and the third.
All right. So as of right now, if I was to think off the top of my head, Lucas, Alan Stiles, Dan Devone, Guru, I know Steiny can play. Played with him back in the day.
He might play horse.
He's not going to play in a game anymore,
Right.
but he can do. I'm telling you, this dude's got the one thing you will learn as you get older, you don't lose your golf swing and you don't lose your jump shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure he can get to the free throw line and still hit 8 out of 10.
Okay.
So I'm going to put Steiny in there. Is there a sleeper that we're omitting or overlooking?
I know Shasky's big on baseball and softball. I don't know about his basketball. I know he actually coaches a bunch of basketball. So Shasky.
All right, so Shasky. We're just going to Bonte, not happening.
He can help. He'll do the live. We'll have a live video
Aaron Banks
that everyone can follow through on. So he can do that.
Okay, so what are we up to now?
So we're at me, you, Chuck, Lucas
4, Shasky 5.
Shasky 5. We'll tell Steiny.
Guru 6.
Guru 6. That's 6 right there.
Yeah. So we'll leave Steiny out of it.
It's up
we
to
can
you.
use Steiny, but we need an 8th.
We go Steiny. You go Whitley if you want. She's a hooper.
Yeah. Is Whitley a baller?
She's a hooper.
Is Whitley a baller? I mean, I'm not
is.
just because this is serious stuff.
Look, she said she's a baller.
Whitley is a part of this. All right. So there we go. We got our 8. We just got to reach out to Steiny. I'll hit Guru right now. And
You're the organizer.
And so, speaking of which, we got our man here, the Chuckster. Speaking of chucking it, let's get out to Chucky Walter. Part of it is now official. We are going to have you been listening, Chuck? We're going to have the big horse tournament involving yourself. Your thoughts?
I'm in. I'm going to go Jackie Moon. I'll announce the thing. I'll shoot the thing. I don't even need the photographer. I'll pick up the camera and MMJ it myself, and I'll also knock down some 3-pointers and kick your ass in a game of horse.
All right, now don't go anywhere. Now, can you seriously guarantee? Because these guys were saying, well, we'll do it. You know, Alan likes to do everything on his phone, right? His head is like, he doesn't see the world, is what I'm trying to tell this kid. So I don't want this shot on the phone. You can assure me that we can get this on a legitimate HD camera, the real deal stuff.
I'll get the camera, and it's got to be post Super Bowl. We got to sneak this in a non-busy week, but I'm sure we can find some time before opening day. And I can't guarantee it, but I can just about pinky promise you that we can maybe sneak the kicker on our game day show.
All right, awesome. So here's where we want to go with this. Now, this is where Lucas and 95.7 The Game come into play. You know what the venue's going to be, Chuck? We want to go. It's Chase or nothing. So we want this thing shot, and we're going to shoot this thing at Chase. It's going to be put up online here at 95.7 The Game. Mm-hmm. So we're talking real deal stuff, all right? So we're going to do it at Chase. It's going to be legit. I don't know if we can, if Robin wants to come by, if we want a live audience, that'd be kind of scary. I don't know if we want to go down that.
That'd be fun, though.
Yeah, how do we let these people in?
I play better with the crowd, personally.
HD is old. There's no such thing as HD anymore. All right,
it's
so
4K now.
I'm talking about the legit camera. So Chuck is gone. I'm getting excited here. All right, so we just give me the 8 again. Let's count them down.
Lucas,
Lucas, the young man out of USC. Looks like he's from Humboldt State. Guess again. He's a pride of the Trojans.
Are you going to do that for everyone?
Yeah. Alan Stiles out of Temple. Baseball player, try to hoop it. That's 2.
You.
Danabo, enough said. Kahuna, baller, odds-on favorite. Go on.
Steiny,
the pride, I believe from Connecticut. Came out to the West Coast. Chuck Taylor's, old school. Go ahead.
Guru.
Don't mess with him in the paint. Now, my question with Guru is that when you get into a horse game, you got to have a little finesse. You got to be able to he looks like a guy who can mix it up.
Bruiser.
So, and I don't know his game. I'm just saying off the top of my head.
Shasky,
I don't know anything about as far as his hoop game. You would know better than I. You played baseball with him.
Well, you were doing your intro thing.
Yeah, but I don't know his game. Okay, Joe Shasky, the pride. I believe he went to Reardon High School. I went to SI, so immediately we can't be on the same team.
Can't be on the same team. We had Whitley.
Is Whitley a dark horse? Is Whitley a baller?
That's what I've heard.
Okay. Now, we got to get confirmation that Whitley's playing in this thing.
I know.
All
and
right.
then lastly, Chuck.
And then Chuck. I've seen Chuck's game. Chuck don't scare anybody.
Steiny's from Pennsylvania, by the way.
From Pennsylvania. I knew it was back east. So, Chuck, I'm not worried about. Guru could scare me. I'm afraid of Lucas. And for some reason, you don't scare me. Maybe because I see you every night.
All right.
Oh, no, you do a little bit. You might have some game with that left hand, that little set shot.
There you go.
All right. So I'll open it up. 888-957-9570. Who would you say as of right now is your odds-on favorite of all those people that I just mentioned of winning this thing? What do we want to call it?
Something with it's called the game.
So people are putting in. They're not saying Whitley, but Whitey is the odds-on favorite. So we're getting Whitey into this thing. We were saying Whitley, not Whitey. But if Whitey wants to jump on board, but then we got to come up with a 10th then.
No, that says Whitley.
Oh, it does say Whitley. Okay. No Shamari.
If we get Whitey, we get Shamari.
Well, I think that Shamari, if Chuck is going to call the thing, I think Shamari could be the analyst or his sidekick.
There you go.
Provide the color.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I mean, I feel good about myself. I feel good about, I mean, look, Steiny, like you said, if we're just playing.
Steiny's scary.
If we're playing horse, then that's a problem. Because I'm more of an in-game shooter.
I know we can't play a game, though. That'd be a little too intense.
You play 21.
Don't you agree? Nah, it's a little too.
You can play it soft 21.
Nah, but that's just it. Go soft. If you go soft, go home. Don't do it.
Look, we will play horse. If anybody wants to stay and play 21, we'll play 21. No. I'm going to play 21. I will be there.
But so this is going to be about horse. And first of all, okay, so what we need to work on next show is what is the prize? Mm-hmm. And then we got to work on playing this thing on the true hardwood out there at Chase.
I say
it's going to be televised. I mean, we got a camera.
Okay.
We may have a location. And I don't know what we do for an audience if we want to bring some people in.
I think we could, if we
It'd
had
be a good time for Felicia to finally show her face.
Why?
Because it's part of,
we could have some type of camera that allows the YouTubers and Twitch streamers to watch.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea.
So we can do that.
So we'll go live. But this thing has got to be uniformed. It can't be like we need to do some practice rounds. We can't just say the ball's bouncing away. That's another thing. I want a ref. I want somebody. Horse. Well, I want somebody to retrieve the ball. I don't want to my next shot, I got to go get it. I want a couple of people to retrieve the ball.
The rest of us will get the ball.
And yes, I want somebody. So because I grew up playing horse. I grew up playing butts up pig. Pig. Like we didn't have the patience for a horse. We'd play pig and butts up. If you lost, you stick your butt up in the air, and every guy at the free throw line gets to throw the basketball at your behind. So I grew up with this stuff.
I was with you for pig. The other part,
it's called butts up. Let me tell you, if you play butts up,
yeah.
You don't want to hit the dude in the butt because that's the fleshy. You want to go for the back of the ankles. That's what really has a guy screaming, especially if he's wearing shorts. Okay. You want to leave that mark.
I will note that.
So I want a ref because in growing up and playing, I will tell you there are arguments like, dude, I do not have an H. You got HO. No, dude, you got HOR. You know those fights.
Sure.
Right?
Well, Matt's the ref.
Why? He's a player.
No. Matt, our boss, Nahigian.
Really? We're going to get him involved? Everyone's going to be like...
I don't know. You said a ref. I'm trying to find Cam can be the ref.
All right, Matt, let's have Matt come in and it's not reffing. It's just somebody's got to keep tally.
Sure.
And if we were to edit this thing perfectly in post-production, which I know Chuck can do, we would hang the HO. You would see it visibly on the screen.
There you go.
All right, so that's what I want. The big three, the 3-on-3 tournament. Mm-hmm. I want this thing. I don't want it to be sloppy. Anything I get involved in, it's got to be well put together.
You know what? I want to do this, but if we're going to do this, Dan, we might as well also do a 3-point competition.
Oh, okay.
Because everybody can do it. You get to go around. That would be pretty good.
Maybe we should just do that.
Just do a 3-point competition. Everybody gets to go.
Let's do that. I think you just did it.
It's fun.
How do we work in free throws? Because I don't miss my free throws.
We can do. Look, we can. I think you're over, and I think a 3-point competition would do better visibly.
Yeah, you're right.
To fans,
you're right.
Because
are we okay? We've just revised, Lucas. We're going 3-point. All right, 3-point contest. All right.
What about JD?
Yo, JD can play.
Can he?
Yeah. Well, he played in high school.
JD did.
Yeah.
I think he did mention. We were talking about.
Well, I don't know if he can play. He's just.
We were talking about hooping at some point. Throw JD in there.
Okay, we'll get JD involved.
You could do 3-point competitions with teams, or go solo bolo.
At some point, you got 3-point contest has got to be solo.
Yeah,
I don't know how you. Oh, so then we got to get a clock.
We can get a clock.
Can we get Chase to get the clock and the horn? And while they're at it, can we get introduced?
Yeah, the DJ.
Yeah.
DJs, just get everything.
All right. Skills competition, all of the above.
When is the last time you shot a basketball?
Well, I coach, so occasionally. Although they always want me to play. I don't play with the kids. I coach at the Boys and Girls Club, so I haven't picked up a ball in about a good 2 months.
Shasky asked me to play softball every time he sees me and asks me how old I am every time, and I tell him how old I am. He goes, "Dang it!" every single time.
Why?
Well, because I can't play in his league. But he continues to ask me, continues to forget that I cannot play in his league.
He wants a ringer, huh?
Yeah.
Is he a good baseball player?
Yeah, he posted a video not too long ago of taking hacks in a cage in San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So who is, seriously, just be honest and let's just say we got to take yourself out of it. Or you can keep yourself in it and you could just say my biggest competition would be.
Okay. Going back to the basketball?
Yeah, going back to the 3-point tournament, which is officially underway.
The 3-point tournament, my biggest competition would be, I really do hate to say this, but if I'm not going Steiny because that's too easy, why do I feel like Chuck could get hot and just be talking?
Is he left-handed?
He is, and just talking trash the entire time.
He is one of those guys that's just sort of like, he's kind of like a little sort of ADD, but in a good way. Like I'm ADD, but if you just get locked in, there's just no stopping him. Like people go into that world.
I think that's
weird
it.
sort of.
He's either going to win the whole thing or be out in the first round, or maybe not make a shot.
Yeah,
it's one of the two.
Everybody's going to be taking time to measure and line up their shots. He's going to get it and go, like pop a shot. Like that'll be him. And he's either going to be draining everything and it's going to be epic, or it's just going to be a joke.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's feast or famine. All right, who's after him? Would scare you?
Well, fine. I mean, like I said, we're not counting Steiny. So, unfortunately, I would have to put you next.
Okay.
I would have to put you next just because it's anybody that I feel probably has a consistent shot. Even though I don't know about Chuck, I just know he just strikes me as that type of person who could just get on a hot streak. I would say you. Like you said, I don't know. Guru's a big boy, so I don't know how much he's had to shoot, right? He's probably, when he hoops, he's probably normally one of the biggest guys out there, so I don't know how often he has to shoot. So that's why it's no disrespect,
Are we thinning the field a little bit by taking, are we sort of marginalizing people like Guru who are big and they got game?
Well, we don't know. I don't know if Guru can shoot or not. I have no clue. All I know is he'd be one of the biggest guys on the courts that I play on, so I don't, you know what I mean? So after Guru, I'm gonna believe her for what she said. I would take Whitley.
Oh, come on!
No, when you, I don't know, a lot of basketball
You're picking
players.
Whitley because she's easy on the eyes.
No, I'm picking it because you have a repeatable shot. It looks like you have a repeatable shot. You look like you have a repeatable shot.
Yeah, Whitley could be. See, I don't know enough about. This is great because I don't know anything about Whitley's game. I don't know about anything about anybody's game, which is going to be really interesting. But we got to get a clock. So this is your job, 95.7 The Game, and you can keep this going starting tomorrow morning. Hit up the morning roast and come up with a name. All right, we need a name for this thing. We're leaving this in your hands. If you guys can come up with a name with our 3-point contest. Chuck said the best time to do it would be right after the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, we'll plan on this. And then we'll get this thing going. We need a referee. We need the location. And this has got to be legit. Are you going to come out with, are you just going to be rocking the new Jordans? And
I don't play in Jordans. Who plays in Jordans?
What are you playing in?
I might go out and get some new shoes for this, though.
Wow,
if we're doing this legit. Look, that means I'm going to go to the Nike outlet, Dan. I'm not going anywhere crazy. You know what? I don't want to disrespect him because he was dribbling pretty nice with the flat ball in the green room. So I got to put Lucas up there, too. I'm putting Lucas up there.
Yeah, this is good because there's going to be some sneaky, scary athletes or shooters that are going to come out of nowhere. And if there's anybody out there that we're overlooking that's a producer, Spadone, any of those guys?
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm thinking off the top of my head. I don't know if Evan Giddings balls or not. I know he played baseball.
Yeah. All right. All right, it's on. You guys need to come up with a name. We'll continue this. I think you and I are back after it next week, beginning on Monday. Until then, enjoy the 49er game. Star Sings with the Golden State Warriors coming up. They're going to replace us tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game. For the entire crew, that would be Cam, Sterling, Lucas, and Alan Stiles. This is Dan Devone. Until next time, saying good night, everybody.
Every small business owner knows business happens everywhere. The office, the warehouse, or on the road. And no matter where it takes you, there's one solution to help your business thrive. Comcast Business Complete Connectivity. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network.